Chapter 1. Taking Advantage. This system is designed for exploiting the advantages of target systems and excels at it. Rejoice, host! Countless systems across myriad realms await your favor. In the kingdom of Clark, in the city of Soto, a little boy clad in exquisite attire walked down the street, his mouth agape in astonishment. Pardon my interruption, but please hold your applause. What is it, little host? Is your only function to exploit target systems? Do you have no other abilities? What happens if you fail to identify a target system? Host, I believe in you. Keep it up. Stop playing dead. Come out. I've been stuck in this godforsaken place for 8 years, and finally a golden finger appears, only for it to be something like this everything relying on someone else's system golden finger. Taking advantage? But there must be advantages to be had. Are hosts with systems so easily encountered? Ding, after proceeding 100 meters and taking a left, a store of various jars has been discovered, owned by Lin Fan. A rookie system host with no threat can be locked on. I can't believe I actually found a host with a system. I've seen Douluo, but there was nothing like this. The little boy in exquisite attire sprinted towards his target with remarkable speed. Bang! He burst through a dilapidated wooden door and gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. A ragged young man struggled to stack a series of dusty jars onto a table, which creaked ominously, threatening to collapse at any moment. What a pitiful little shop. Are you sure this is a system? How could someone so impoverished have any advantages to exploit? The boy's brows furrowed in skepticism. Don't let the shabby appearance fool you. Although the owner, Lin Fan, currently possesses no strength, he is an invincible presence in this small domain. Moreover, please refrain from contacting me too much here if discovered. Being locked onto a blacklist would be troublesome. Come on, it's just a little advantage. Is he really that stingy? It's not like it's going to cost him an arm and a leg. Of course. Would you be pleased if someone used your resources without your permission? That's a valid point. Welcome. I am Lin Fan, the proprietor of this establishment, the store of various jars, where countless wonders await, making it effortless to forge a strong individual. The young man introduced himself with a beaming smile. My name is Mu Yun. Do you truly have items in these jars that can make me a formidable warrior? As the boy introduced himself, a glimmer of suspicion flickered in his eyes. A touch of theatrics was necessary. After all, it was quite unreasonable to not question something as absurd as becoming powerful through jars. Absolutely. This shop is the store of various jars, with an impeccable reputation. As long as you invest a little money and possess a smidgen of luck, becoming a powerful individual is merely a matter of time. Lin Fan pounded his chest, worried he might inadvertently knock himself out. Stop pounding. I believe you already. What's the price? If it's reasonable, he'll take them all. Muyin puffed out his chest, exuding confidence. Taking them all is impossible. The shop has rules. A person can purchase a maximum of 10 jars within 7 days, and each jar costs 100,000 soul coins. Lin Fan's eyes briefly revealed a hint of concern. 100,000 soul coins is no small sum. While it may be worth it compared to the treasures that could emerge from the jars, the shop was newly opened and not well known. Such a price could easily frighten away customers. Though the boy appeared well-dressed, 100,000 soul coins might still be beyond his reach. That's quite expensive. Lin, as a new shop owner, don't you have any promotions? After all, I'm your very first customer. Can't you give me a discount? Muyin furrowed his brows, appearing somewhat distressed. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan gritted his teeth, determined to make a splash. Selling jars would bring him benefits, as each sale would grant him a special jar for the shopkeeper, enabling him to gain true strength. Currently, he was only invincible within the shop outside. He was nothing but an utterly weak chicken. All right then, for the grand opening, I'll offer you a 90 discount. Just 10,000 soul coins per jar, and this is a one-time offer. How many jars would you like? Young Muyin. Bang! With a large package thudding onto the table, young Muyin once again strutted confidently. Hey, race 100,000 soul coins, give me 10 jars. Lin Fan stood dumbfounded, the package appearing out of nowhere. This was storage equipment. Such items were rare in the Douluo world, and to casually produce 100,000 soul coins indicated that this boy was far wealthier than he had initially assumed. The earlier display of distress? All an act. Could it be that he had been outsmarted by a child? Lin Fan gritted his teeth and moved 10 jars over. As a rookie shopkeeper, many flashy techniques were still beyond his reach. Mu Yin wasted no time, seizing a special small hammer and began to strike the jars with remarkable skill. Could it be that this boy has done this before? How is he so adept? Lin Fan found himself slipping into self-doubt once more. Lin, stop daydreaming. Quickly, help me see what treasures I have. Mu Yin bounced with excitement, urging Lin Fan incessantly. Lin Fan let out a slight sigh of relief. This reaction seemed more appropriate. Perhaps he had overthought it. Let me see your results. As Lin Fan glanced over, his eyes widened. Then he rubbed them in disbelief, looking again. Purple, 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 gold. He had drawn 9 purple items and 1 gold. This was utterly outrageous. The items within the jars were categorized by rank: common white, rare blue, perfect purple, legendary gold, and epic colorful. Lin Fan, as the shopkeeper, was well aware that the odds of drawing purple items were exceedingly low. Even drawing blue was considered fortunate. To achieve 9 purple and 1 gold was beyond comprehension. Even the child of destiny or the heavens themselves could not orchestrate such a result. After all, systems do not settle scores. For anyone, divine intervention wouldn't help either. Well, did I draw something good? Lin, do speak. Mu Yin continued to bounce in excitement, innocent joy radiating from him. You have obtained 3 martial soul awakening pills, which allow for a second awakening after absorption. Soul power enhancement elixir, which directly increases soul power without side effects. Cell reinforcement elixir, which enhances physical attributes after injection, also without side effects. Breaking illusions, spirit eyes, which allows one to see through illusions and perceive the essence of things. Supreme strength pill, which grants an immediate increase of immense strength upon consumption. 1,000-year soul ring soul power, which extends the duration of the soul ring by 1,000 years. Advanced observation Hawkeye from the pirate world enhances perception. Devil fruit, the meatball fruit, a rule-type fruit that can knock back everything, both physical and non-physical. Well then, congratulations. Such an abundance of treasures. Are you planning to use them here or? Lin Fan scrutinized Mu Yun with a peculiar expression. It was hard not to be suspicious. Although he was merely a novice shopkeeper, he recognized that the current situation was abnormal. How could a devil fruit from the pirate world appear on the very first day of the shop opening, especially when the connection to other worlds had yet to be established? Hee, good things should be used promptly. Keeping them on me isn't safe. I'll use them all now. Without hesitation, Mu Yun summoned his martial soul. Suddenly, a plump cat appeared out of nowhere, directly pinning young Mu Yun beneath it. Meow. With an enchanting sound, Lin Fan spat out his tea in surprise. What is this, a cat? Yes, an orange cat. Mu Yun struggled out from beneath the orange cat, a look of frustration on his face. Every time I summon him, he appears on my head and crushes me down. Even when I prepare in advance, I can't escape. It's truly infuriating. TSK, TSK, TSK. They say 9 out of 10 orange cats are fat, and the last one crushes the bed. Yours truly lives up to the reputation, Lin Fan observed, casting a dubious glance at the cat's combat abilities. Lin, there's no need for doubt. This guy's combat power is, well, difficult to describe. My martial soul mutated during awakening. The speed, claws, fangs, elegance, stealth, and shadowy escape associated with feline martial souls are all perfectly absent, leaving only the singular skill, adorable pats. As soon as he finished speaking, the orange cat gave Mu Yun a gentle pat on the back, soft, tender, and utterly adorable. Mu Yun couldn't help but emit a sound that was wholly inappropriate for his age. Lin Fan was once again taken aback. What was happening? It was so mesmerizing that he felt an irresistible urge to rush over and receive a pat. This cat's pats have no offensive power. They only bring comfort, pure, ultimate comfort, as if all fatigue and worries vanished with one touch. Mu Yun helplessly squeezed the cat's chubby paw. It was delightfully soft. To be weary of flying is certainly a notion that sounds rather appealing. Establishing a massage parlor would undoubtedly be lucrative. In this industry, the compensation for a gold medalist is exceedingly high with each endeavor. If one were to inadvertently align themselves with a wealthy patroness, how many years of toil could be spared? Yet, Lin Fan, who nearly became overly enthusiastic, abruptly halted his voice, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. What was he even saying? How old could the other party be? 6, 7, or perhaps 8 years? Too young. Indeed, utterly inappropriate. On the other hand, Mu Yun was rather indifferent to this, instinctively rubbing his nose. It seemed he had already engaged in all that the other had mentioned. Since awakening his orange cat martial spirit, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the industry within merely 2 years, commanding a substantial fee for appearances. Otherwise, he would not have so casually spent 100,000 gold soul coins, as if it were mere play. However, it was precisely because he had amassed wealth through such means that his notoriety reached his family, leading to a coalition of elders uniting against him, ultimately resulting in his expulsion from the clan. Fortunately, among his clients were several influential figures who discreetly intervened, safeguarding his fortune. Otherwise, he would have been left destitute. Alas, it is a tale steeped in sorrow. Power, power, I yearn for power. Each time Mu Yun recalled the avaricious faces of the elders intent on seizing his hard-earned wealth, an insatiable desire for strength surged within him. At this moment, an opportunity had presented itself. Big Orange, consume this devil fruit, he instructed after a brief contemplation. Without hesitation, the orange cat martial spirit devoured the fruit. When it comes to eating, he is a consummate expert. There is nothing he dares not to consume. Little Mu Yun is quite generous whatever food he encounters. He purchases, regardless of how peculiar or unfamiliar it may be. Big Orange is equally accommodating, accepting all. In truth, Mu Yun was harboring a whimsical hope that perhaps, by consuming some oddity, Big Orange might undergo a transformation. However, the outcome was far from his lofty aspirations. Rather than any mutation, it simply resulted in an increase in girth, transforming him into an orange pig. At this moment, Lin Fan was once again left astounded by little Mu Yun's actions. You did not consume this devil fruit yourself? You actually gave it to your martial spirit? Moreover, how can it truly consume anything? The martial spirit is merely a manifestation of abilities, not a tangible entity capable of eating. What exactly is this, your martial spirit or a beast companion? Faced with Lin Fan's disarray, Xiao Mu Yun rolled her eyes, exclaiming, how would I know? If an explanation is absolutely necessary, I can only say that mutations are always a possibility. Her primary concern at present was the state of Douluo. If consuming the devil fruit yielded no results, then there would truly be no hope left. As time trickled by, Douluo's appearance remained unchanged. Alas, it seems to be ineffective. I told you, what use could it be to feed a martial soul the devil fruit? It was merely a waste of a golden legend. Lin Fan sighed, expressing his regret. After all, it was a golden legend devil fruit. Consuming it should have propelled one to greatness. It was merely a matter of time. At this moment, however, Xiao Mu Yun's eyes sparkled not with disappointment, but with burgeoning excitement. Although the orange cat martial soul exhibited no visible changes and its skill remained a single adorable strike. There was now an addition, a parenthesis following the adorable strike. Adorable strike. Xiao Mu Yun pondered for a moment, a smile gracing her lips. Douluo, consume those 3 martial soul awakening elixirs. Awu. As the orange cat martial soul completed its meal, Xiao Mu Yun could not help but burst into laughter. It worked. Come, I'll also grant you the observation Hawkeye. In this broken illusion spirit, I shall be yours. Orange cat martial soul, mutation, awakened, innate ability, broken illusion spirit eye, advanced observation Hawkeye, innate combat skills, adorable strike, fatigue, damage, poison, dizziness, hallucination, petrification, and other abnormal states. Comprehended combat skills, cat air cannon, by continuously striking the air, compressing it to form a paw-shaped air cannon with immense power. Cat slap away, can send others or oneself flying to a designated or random location without harm. Spatial opening palm, by repeatedly striking the spatial barrier. One can open a space, requiring special materials with spatial attributes as a medium. Good heavens, this time it feels as though a bird gun has been exchanged for a cannon. Douluo, you have finally become formidable. I wonder who dares to say that you are a useless martial soul now, that I wonder who would dare to claim that I am destined to merely be a him. Almost exposed my little secret. Xiao Muyin furtively glanced at Lin Fan before picking up other items. Now it's my turn. Chapter 3. Soul Ring Selection Cell Enhancement Potion. Use Soul Power Enhancement Potion. Use Supreme Strength Pill. Use. As the potions were consumed, Xiao Muyin felt an invigorating surge of life energy coursing through his body, as if every cell was rejoicing, coupled with the overflowing soul power. Even after his utmost compression, he had reached a saturation point, giving him the sensation that without a breakthrough, he might explode. Having awakened his martial soul for 2 years, he had long since met the criteria for a breakthrough at level 10. However, he had been repeatedly compressing his soul power to solidify his foundation, which was why he had yet to break through. Now he had reached his limit. An explosive outburst was imminent. Humph, without a soul ring. What good is it to prance about? Be quiet. In the face of such a dire situation, Xiao Muyin remained unfazed as he slapped his forehead, instantly calming the soul power that was on the brink of losing control. Observing his adept movements, Lin Fan's eyes brightened. It seemed the effects of the adorable strike were far more potent than the world recognized. Even without this evolution, it was certainly not a mere martial soul that only brought joy to others. In response to Lin Fan's reaction, Xiao Muyin grinned. It appeared that his little secret had been uncovered. As a transmigrator, he understood the importance of survival. After the first time he had allowed the orange cat martial soul to strike him, he realized that the adorable strike not only alleviated fatigue, restoring his body to its peak state, but also unlocked the shackles of life inherent to humanity. Human bodies are inherently weak, existing at the very bottom among the myriad races. Not to mention the gods, demons, spirits, and beasts, those inherently powerful races. Even ordinary beasts possess superior physical qualities. This is due to the existence of life shackles, akin to chains that firmly bind the potential of human physicality. The classification of martial soul realms in Dou, a continent, includes Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Dou, and Title Dou. Essentially, it is about breaking free from life's shackles to elevate one's life level, ultimately transcending to divinity, with soul rings serving as the means to unlock these shackles, utilizing their immense energy. Xiao Muyin's martial soul skill has a touch of the extraordinary. It bypasses the soul rings to directly break the shackles of life. And not just once. Over the past 2 years, he has shattered the limits 5 times. Therefore, despite being merely a level 10 novice, his life level can rival that of a soul king above level 50. Moreover, with the recent use of the cell enhancement potion, Xiao Muyin's physical attributes had reached the pinnacle of a soul king. However, this time the life shackles were exceptionally robust, and the adorable strike was of no avail. He had to resort to conventional means such as the soul ring. His arrival in Soto City was not solely due to being expelled by his family. It was also to venture into the Dou Forest to obtain a soul ring. Given his current condition, enduring a 10,000-year soul ring would not pose much of a problem. However, his soul power was somewhat lacking. Even after multiple compressions and the use of enhancement potions, he only possessed the capabilities of a great soul master at over 30 levels, rendering him incapable of facing a 10,000-year soul beast alone, unless someone could assist him in severely weakening the beast, allowing him to deliver the finishing blow. Xiao Muyin frowned, casting his gaze upon Lin Fan, only to shake his head in disappointment. Although the shopkeeper appeared invincible here, once outside, he would be nothing more than a super novice, entirely incapable of providing assistance. What a dilemma! Must I truly seek help from those individuals at Shrek Academy? Xiao Muyin's expression was troubled. He genuinely wished to avoid any interaction with the Shrek Academy crowd. Aside from the main characters, who were notoriously troublesome, there were 2 individuals among them whom he wished to avoid at all costs. Sigh. Perhaps I should first investigate some information to find any exceptionally weak 10,000-year soul beast that I could handle. There was no other choice. He could not allow anyone to discover his existence. Setting aside the golden finger for now, the mere fact that his level 10 body could withstand a 10,000-year soul ring was enough to get him captured for dissection. Caution and prudence are paramount. Just look at Tang San, who guarded the secrets of the Shantian treasure record so fiercely that he did not disclose it to anyone. Not even his own father. It was merely a martial arts manual. Yet Tang Sek's exceptional techniques are hardly top tier among martial arts manuals. It's just a transmigration. I don't even have a golden finger system. Compared to this minor secret, it hardly counts. The more he pondered, the more he felt he should exercise additional caution. He had already revealed a bit too much this time. Fortunately, the shop was devoid of other patrons, and the shopkeeper was not a conventional character. Otherwise, he might have contemplated silencing anyone who discovered his secret out of course. He was aware that he would not stand a chance against the shopkeeper. Thank you, shopkeeper. Wishing you prosperous business. See you in 7 days. In Soto City, the Grand Library, affiliated with the Martial Soul Hall, housed an extensive collection of materials, freely accessible to all soul masters. It must be said that the Martial Soul Hall has excelled in the development of soul masters, offering free assistance in awakening martial souls and providing related professional knowledge. Knowledge is invaluable, particularly when it pertains to martial souls. As dawn broke with the sun rising, the Grand Library opened its doors. Shadows flitted within, and the librarian appeared perplexed, witnessing a young boy in luxurious attire dashing about at an astonishing speed, while books on the shelves rustled noisily. Whose child is this? Running amok here? This is not how one conducts research. It is clearly playtime. The librarian muttered to himself, but did not intervene. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Upon the library's opening, Xiao Muyun rushed in without hesitation, tossing down a hefty sum of 10,000 gold soul coins, instantly gaining unrestricted access. This moment, Xiao Muyun's eyes shimmered with a faint purple light as he activated the broken illusion spirit eye. The ability to retain what he saw was fundamental, a trait shared by nearly all spiritual eyes. Moments later, Xiao Muyun finally paused in his tracks. Found it. The soul ring's suitable for me. And there are two options. Xiao Muyun's brows furrowed once more, caught in a dilemma. Both options were excellent, making it difficult to choose. Big Mouth Flower, a plant-type soul beast, grows on the outskirts of the Dou Forest. Near the terrifying crocodile swamp. It is a non-social soul beast adept at setting traps to capture prey. Its innate skill, Big Mouth Swallow, is a spatial type ability that upon upgrading to the domain's spatial type after 10,000 years, can instantly capture all prey within its domain. Its weakness is that its body cannot move. The fact that its body cannot move is a good weakness. Although spatial skills are perilous, they are ultimately traps. I possess advanced observation haki, allowing me to foresee the dangers posed by traps. This is a natural counter. The advantage lies with me. However, I do wonder how resilient this Big Mouth Flower is. My only attack skill is the air cannon. I am unsure if I can defeat it, considering the vast difference in levels. Chapter 4. The Unwanted Encounter. The Golden-Eating Forging Beast, a creature that delights in consuming gold and iron ores, possesses exceptional skills in metallurgy and iron forging. It adeptly transforms the smelted gold and iron into various weapons. Residing on the periphery of the Dou Forest, it roams among the numerous mining veins. Lacking a fixed domicile, endowed with a degree of intelligence, it showcases innate talents in metallurgy and weapon crafting, coupled with immense physical strength, a body akin to copper skin and iron bones, and precise throwing skills. However, its weaknesses are evident: slow reactions and speed, coupled with a lack of combat prowess, rendering it heavily reliant on its weapons. Once disarmed, it succumbs to chaos. A soul beast skilled in weapon crafting. How intriguing. Its vulnerabilities are quite pronounced. Though it possesses some resilience, one wonders if it can withstand a breach in defense. Moreover, its nomadic lifestyle makes it challenging to locate. After much contemplation, Mu Yun resolved to set his sights on the Big Mouth Flower. With the Golden-Eating Forging Beast as a backup plan at the entrance of the Dou Forest, the atmosphere buzzed with activity. We are recruiting. A 5-member team is short one. We need fighters, a ranged shooter, and a controller. An auxiliary member is required. Level 20 and above. A group of 4, led by a 33rd level soul master, sought one more member, specifically an auxiliary capable of healing and detoxifying. Level unspecified. A trio was setting sail. In need of a pretty girl, with a 37th level soul master and a 31st level soul master providing protection. They guaranteed a successful endeavor, though numbers were limited, and the only requirement was for the girl to possess an attractive physique and high looks. Amidst the cacophony, Mu Yun's gaze swept across the scene, causing him to instinctively recoil at a young man with golden hair, exuding an exotic flair, alongside a red-haired stout fellow, brazenly flaunted their masculine hormones. What luck! To stumble upon such figures while searching for companions. Truly, they embodied the essence of Shrek Academy's walking hormones. The rogue duo, evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mubai and evil fire phoenix Ma Hongjun. What a predicament to encounter them here. Suddenly, a thought struck Mu Yun. If they were present, might others be as well? As a sense of unease washed over him, his eyes narrowed, leading him to an unfortunate supposition. Sure enough, the other members of Shrek 7 were nearby, each in separate teams. Tang San and Xiao Wu were together, while Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, the ever-loyal admirer, formed another group. It appeared the Shrek teachers were absent, likely undertaking training in the Dou Forest. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing, previously casting a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai, seemed to sense something. Abruptly turning her head, Mu Yun instinctively shrank his neck, realizing how narrowly he had escaped detection. This woman remained as keen as ever. Merely pausing my gaze upon her had triggered her awareness. Truly worthy of her spirit, the ghostly spirit cat. Originally, he intended to enter the Dou Forest alone. Although somewhat conspicuous, it posed little risk as no one would recognize him. He could easily disguise himself. However, the situation had changed. Dai Mubai could be manageable. While he recognized Mu Yun, their acquaintance was not deep. And over a year had passed since their last meeting, making it likely he wouldn't recall him. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly recognize him. She could discern his presence without needing to see his face. Simply by scent. Not long ago, it was this very woman who had cornered him, leading to his expulsion from the family. Even after bathing and changing, applying makeup, and completely altering his route, he had failed to evade her pursuit and had been caught red-handed. A throng of individuals entering would create a scene of social embarrassment. Fortunately, he was accompanied by the large orange cat, and due to his young age, he appeared quite obedient, sitting quietly to the side. In reality, he was just quick to react. Otherwise, it would have indeed turned into a scandalous predicament. With no alternatives left, he resolved to blend into a random team. Soon enough, he found a group that is it true that you're led by a soul master and are short one auxiliary? Level unspecified? Though the level requirement was indeed flexible, it could not be excessively so. Observing the small child in front of him, the woman in charge of recruitment wore a wry smile. You appear to be around 8 years old. Likely no more than level 11 or 12. Our team's mission involves the bloodthirsty poison bees in the outskirts of the Dou Forest, which are level 30 soul beasts, and they're social creatures. We cannot ensure your safety if you enter. Dear lady, I must correct you. I'm not level 11 or 12, but rather level 10. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty poison bee possesses only one innate skill, flying poison stings. Their attack trajectory is quite evident, and their speed is rather slow. Moreover, the poison is not lethal. It merely causes continuous bleeding and paralysis effects, which do not result in death. What is there to fear? Provided treatment is timely, this poison won't even impact combat effectiveness. Mu Yun blinked his sincere little eyes, feigning indifference. The hours spent in the Grand Library were not in vain. He had become a theoretical master, rivaling Yu Xiaojie. Unfortunately, the shame of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, whose martial soul had mutated into a farting pig, had led to numerous comparisons between him and Mu Yun over the past 2 years. Forming a bond of shared misfortune, the woman preparing to recruit was about to speak again. A middle-aged man approached. Lu Yin, what is going on? Captain, this child wishes to join us, and I am attempting to decline him. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow that if he is unsuitable, find someone who is quickly to, don't waste my time. I've already incurred a significant loss to help your brother secure a soul ring. I'm a person who earns hundreds of gold soul coins by the minute. All right, I will do so promptly. However, auxiliary soul masters are inherently scarce. It's quite challenging to find one on short notice. Previously, there was a little girl from the 7-Color Glaze sect who was an auxiliary soul master, but her specialization was not in healing or detoxification. Additionally, there was a young man who was a food-type auxiliary soul master. He could heal and detoxify, yet he was constantly hovering around that girl from the seven-colored glaze sect and paid me no mind. Seeing her nearly in tears from desperation, Mu Yin couldn't help but smile. If you truly have no other options, why not give me a try? To be candid, generally speaking, auxiliary soul masters who possess both healing and detoxification abilities do exist, albeit not in abundance, and it is unlikely to find one below level 20. As for the food-type auxiliary soul master you encountered, that is a rare exception. Thus, your choices are truly limited. Lastly, I shall offer you a piece of advice, if you do not select me. Rather than searching for a suitable auxiliary soul master like searching for a needle in a haystack, you would be better off spending some gold soul coins to purchase healing and detoxification potions. It would likely cost only a few thousand gold soul coins. Not much at all. ISNT your captain capable of earning hundreds of gold soul coins in a mere moment. Just let a bit slip through your fingers. And that should suffice. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. His fee for assisting in obtaining the soul ring was only 1,000 gold soul coins. He asked for the claim of earning hundreds of gold soul coins by the minute. It was clearly an exaggeration that if he truly had such earning capabilities, why would he be running around taking on jobs? Enough talk. Urine. Chapter 5. Plans cannot keep up with changes in the Dou Forest. The scene before Mu Yun reshaped his understanding of the combat standards within the Dou world on their side. Liu Yan's brother, a 30th level Great Soul Master wielding a gorilla martial soul, stood at the forefront. His feet planted firmly on white and yellow soul rings, roaring mightily. Liu Yan, 29th level Soul Master with a red fox martial soul, remained in the rear, diligently unleashing her fox fire, the only 33rd level Soul Master on their side. Adorned with 3 soul rings of white and yellow, was fervently summoning massive stones from the sky. The soul rings were not ideally matched. It appeared that the 3rd soul ring was only around 500 years old, likely sourced from a falling rock creature. While the display was spectacular, the actual power was merely equivalent to 1,000 Jin, truly inadequate. Mu Yin couldn't help but shake his head, even before consuming the premium strength-enhancing pills. He already possessed a strength of 1,000 Jin. The effort of this soul master was akin to what he could accomplish with a casual strike in the past. Indeed, rather disappointing, and no wonder some had claimed that Dou was the weakest fantasy world. Its combat prowess was inferior to some high martial arts. Even the peak title Douluo's ultimate ability amounted to merely 100,800 Jin, which would only place one at the level of a grandmaster in a high martial arts world. Far from the realms of earth immortals and celestial beings, before long, Mu Yun discerned the reality. This was a case of rookies pecking at each other. Although the poison stings of the bloodthirsty poison bees filled the air, their potency was truly lacking. Liu Yan's brother, despite being covered in stings and bleeding profusely, appeared alarming but had only sustained minor injuries. With a single slap, Mu Yun could dispel the injuries, fatigue, and toxins, instantly restoring him to peak condition. In essence, from the very beginning, their side had been in an invulnerable position. Yet, what surprised him was their rather lackluster offensive capability after half an hour of battle. The bloodthirsty poison bees had scarcely been vanquished. Most were merely knocked to the ground, with an increasing number arriving from all directions, evoking the sensation of having disturbed a hornet's nest. The sheer volume of foes felt overwhelming. Goodness, there are already bloodthirsty poison bees of 1,000 years in age, and even 5,000-year and 9,000-year specimens that I can hardly believe it. Could there be bloodthirsty poison bees over 10,000 years nearby? Mu Yun became serious, unleashing the spirit of the orange cat, allowing his observation hockey to extend outward. Indeed, 30 miles to the southeast, he discovered a colossal beehive, at the center of which lay a plump and bloodthirsty venomous bee. This was a 30,000-year-old bloodthirsty venom queen, and remarkably, she had no guards by her side. What an opportunity! Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 10,000-year bloodthirsty venom queen and the 30,000-year version were worlds apart. Upon reaching 10,000 years, the bloodthirsty venom bee undergoes a tremendous transformation. Its toxins mutate, rendering each 10,000-year venomous bee's poison unique and incurable. Their speed surpasses that of sound. Their exoskeletons exhibit greatly enhanced defensive capabilities, and their stingers possess the ability to pierce armor, making them exceedingly difficult to combat. Conversely, upon reaching 10,000 years, the bloodthirsty venom queen mutates in an entirely different direction, constructing a nest that is not merely a typical hive, but a spatial nest. While it appears unremarkable from the outside, it conceals a vast interior space with an extraordinarily robust structural integrity that even beings far more powerful than herself would find challenging to breach. Furthermore, she possesses commanding and explosive summoning skills, with countless minions at her disposal, including many of her kin who have surpassed the 10,000-year threshold. Generally, she would be exceptionally safe within her nest, despite her own frail physical constitution, which was inferior even to that of a 100-year-old bloodthirsty venom bee. However, in this moment, Mu Yun stomped his foot and instantaneously appeared beside a bloodthirsty venom bee of approximately 800 years. With a swift slap, he knocked it unconscious, controlling over 10,000 pounds of force with surprising precision, nearly killing it. He then tossed the bee, barely clinging to life, to Lu Yan's brother, casually saying, "Quickly flee." The 10,000-year bloodthirsty venom queen approaches. Without waiting for a response, he extended his observation hockey, locking onto the hive, and slapped his chest. "Let us go." "Oh no, I should say, let us go me." With a poof, he vanished from the spot. These individuals were merely a temporary team brought together by chance. They were unfamiliar with one another and didn't even know each other's names. They hadn't introduced themselves, and he was too indifferent to inquire. The only name he had learned, Lu Yan, was from the Soul Master. Assisting them in capturing the target and providing a warning was already more than enough. Whether they believed him or whether they could survive was of little consequence. It was best to leave it to fate. Within the hive, the queen was delightfully savoring her tribute, 100 flower honey, which her countless subordinates had scoured throughout the Star Forest to gather from hundreds of rare flowers and herbs, concocting a blend she adored. Just as the honey was about to enter her mouth, a plump figure suddenly appeared, snatching the honey away and consuming it without courtesy. What exquisite honey, rich and fragrant. Who are you? An enemy attack. Guards, save me. The bloodthirsty venom queen sprang up, rolling and scrambling towards the entrance of the grand hall. At the entrance, soft, a single-line throat. "Allow me." He rewarded her with an air cannon blast. Boom. Mu Yun appeared before the queen, delivering a well-aimed air cannon strike to her face, then shadowing her closely, mercilessly pummeling her. With immense force, he unleashed hundreds of punches in mere moments until the queen was reduced to a pulpy mess, and only then did he cease his assault, the entire ordeal lasting just a few seconds. Truly a man of action with few words. This creature's battle awareness was pathetically weak. In a crisis, she merely sought rescue. Utterly oblivious to self-defense, space-type soul beasts, even if lacking powerful combat skills, would undoubtedly possess spatial barriers. After all, she had constructed such a complex spatial nest. Let alone the basic skill of spatial barriers. It seemed she had grown complacent, and after being stunned by my air cannon, she had little chance of holding out until her subordinates returned. Otherwise, I would have been the one fleeing. Next, Mu Yun effortlessly absorbed the soul ring from the utterly defenseless soul beast, which showed no sign of resistance. Gazing at the dark circle of soul rings beneath his feet, Mu Yun felt elated. One soul ring was a 10,000-year ring. Indeed, a 30,000-year one. Strength was irrelevant. What mattered was its elegance. Clang. As the absorption of the soul ring completed, a black object fell to the ground. Oh, what luck! A soul bone! Mu Yun joyfully picked it up, and as he read the information, his body jolted, and an uncontrollable delight spread across his face, almost prompting him to dance in jubilation. He had struck gold. A head soul bone of a 30,000-year bloodthirsty venom queen. A master of space, endowed with the innate skill of spatial control, containing the essence of the queen's nest. The soul ring of the 30,000-year bloodthirsty venom queen came with skills: spatial jump and spatial phasing. Spatial jump allowed one to concentrate and perceive spatial coordinates, instantly transporting oneself to that location. Spatial phasing enabled the body to shift from solid to ethereal, merging with space to become immune to all physical attacks. Goodness, a soul ring possessing two skills, both of which were divine. Spatial jump resembled the instant transmission from Dragon Ball, allowing one to zip across the universe in an instant. The other was akin to the elementalization in One Piece. These were skills for evasion, yet she had not utilized either before meeting her demise at my hands. The first could be understood, given her panic state. Focusing on spatial coordinates would be exceedingly difficult for her. As for the second skill, Mu Yun recalled a fleeting moment when she indeed appeared to phase out, but he had swiftly slapped her back into reality. I could see this moment. He comprehended that the adorable slap of the orange cat spirit was not merely a physical attack. It could disrupt anything, even the intangible concept of emotion, not to mention mere elemental phasing. This was a perfect counter. What terrible luck for her. Delighted, Mu Yun began to refine the soul bone, and as the core of the entire nest spatial essence was refined, the nest space was absorbed into the bone. However, Mu Yun's smile gradually froze as he noticed the densely packed army of bloodthirsty venom bees surrounding him in layers, with 8 of them being over 10,000 years old. If I were to say that I was merely passing through, and that I am not the one who killed your leader, nor am I responsible for the hive's disappearance, would you believe me? Mu Yun scratched his nose, his eyes filled with sincerity. Boom! 8 10,000-year bloodthirsty venom bees transformed into supersonic bombers, charging at him from all directions. Just as he stepped out, his home was gone. The vast and comfortable dwelling he had inhabited for so many years had vanished just like that. That beloved, revered, lazy elder sister was also gone. Who could endure this spatial jump? Mu Yun pressed his index finger against his forehead, instantly activating the divine skill. Being a seasoned fan of Dragon Ball, he believed in maintaining a sense of ritual, even if this gesture was unnecessary. Before vanishing, he managed to make a face and give the middle finger. He was not like that useless queen. With his observation haki, perceiving spatial coordinates was a breeze. Closing his eyes and then opening them again, Mu Yun found himself back in Soto City, right at the entrance of the Zhutian jar shop. Hey, ISNT, that little Mu Yun. How come you're back so soon? It has only been a day. You need to wait 7 days before you can smash jars again. Lin Fan leaned against the doorframe, bored. I encountered danger in the Star Forest, and I merely slapped myself back. Mu Yun chuckled, omitting the details of his spatial jump, instead claiming to have been slapped back. After all, both methods resulted in appearing out of thin air. That how's business today, boss? Sigh, don't mention it. Aside from you. Not a single customer. A few came by, but the moment I quoted the price, they left, cursing me as a swindler that I feel so wronged. Seeing Lin Fan's pitiful expression, Mu Yun felt a pang of sympathy. How about I vouch for you, saying your jars are all genuine, but 100,000 gold soul coins is a steal, and they're worth far more? Will that help? Under Lin Fan's expectant gaze. Mu Yun chuckled, not really. I don't have any fame, and no one would believe me. Then you, while my words may hold no weight, I know someone whose words carry great influence, someone both pure and wealthy. In terms of wealth, there are few in this world richer than her family, and she is particularly gullible. As Mu Yun's lips curled into a mischievous smile, he recalled a day 2 years prior when he had awakened his orange cat martial spirit. Feeling discontent while sunbathing by the riverbank, that a little girl in a pink dress had skipped over to console him, insisting on trying out the effect of the orange cat martial spirit's ability to bring comfort to others. The outcome? She had fled, her cheeks flushed, never to return again. It could be said that she was his first client, albeit one who had absconded without payment. The incident had nearly faded from his memory, especially since she had not even introduced herself. However, today, upon catching a glimpse of Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, the face of that little girl began to merge with his recollection. Though time had transformed her, indeed, women change significantly as they grow, the essence of her features remained. Thank you, but why are you so enthusiastic? Mu Yun's demeanor piqued Lin Fan's curiosity. I'm famously known as a warm-hearted young gentleman. Since I find myself with idle time, I shall seek someone out tomorrow. She ventured into the Dou Forest today and will likely not return until tomorrow. Mu Yun chuckled and waved goodbye. The reason for his eagerness was not rooted in altruism. Rather, it was a matter of personal gain, driven primarily by the system. Lin Fan's business had been lackluster, and without selling jars, he could not receive the exclusive jars in return. He was utterly destitute. Who could he take advantage of? After a day of waiting without any developments, It appeared that the 10 jars he had purchased were discounted special editions, which his system did not recognize, resulting in no jars being returned. He felt as if he had picked up a sesame seed while losing a watermelon, saving 90,000 gold soul coins, but forfeiting an exclusive jar, one meant solely for the store manager, certainly unique and capable of yielding substantial profits. What a loss! What a significant loss! He grumbled all the way back to his residence, just as he lay down on his bed. His pupils constricted, and he sprang up in surprise. Who dares to disturb me? Then, shadows twisted, and a figure emerged from the darkness. Impressive! You've progressed. You can now perceive my presence. Much better than before, when I followed you for hours without you noticing. Hearing that familiar voice, Mu Yun's teeth clenched in anger. Zhu Zhuqing, you scoundrel! When did you learn a spatial martial technique to use against me? Your own brother? You have not only severed my means of income, but also cast me out of the family, stripping me of my surname. Tell me, why do you treat me this way? Do you think you have any right? Zhu Zhuqing disregarded Mu Yun's fury entirely, casually pulling up a chair and elegantly crossing her legs. A glint of cunning flickered in her eyes as she smiled sweetly. Isn't this exactly what you wished for? Over the past 2 years, you've played the role of the cunning fox, acting with caution and remaining low-key, even tarnishing your own reputation, all to accumulate wealth and fade from the royal family's sight in the Douluo Empire. Chapter 7. Melting past grievances though you failed to awaken your martial spirit, and it transformed in an unfavorable direction. You possess a full, innate soul power of level 10 that this is exceedingly rare in the history of martial spirit awakenings. Simply put, the Douluo royal family would never allow you to flourish. Moreover, as the legitimate heir of the Zhu family, destined to inherit the position of family head, they would not dare take the risk. The royal family's approach to our Zhu clan over the past century has been that while women may excel, they must marry royal princes and subsequently engage in a deadly competition, with only the surviving one remaining, no matter how exceptional they are, ultimately falling under the royal family's control. As for the men, they are permitted to be mediocre. The talented among them either perish, go missing, or, if fortunate, become crippled, at least preserving a semblance of life. Our father became the family head purely out of circumstance, and his cultivation of the soul door rank was achieved through resources. It was merely for appearances, and his true combat prowess likely cannot even rival that of a formidable soul sage, although I was unaware of what means you employed to suppress your full innate soul power for 2 years. Recent signs suggest that such suppression can no longer continue. Our father has received word that someone has laid plans ahead of time, waiting for you to venture out to acquire a soul ring and then strike. Therefore, he found a pretext to expel you, even stripping you of your inheritance rights, all in an effort to protect you to not blame him. Then Mu Yun gazed at the stunning Zhu Zhuqing, her black hair cascading down her shoulders, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of cold desolation. You mentioned that someone has made arrangements in advance. May I inquire as to who this someone is? Is it merely the royal family? Zhu Zhuqing paused. Her expression won a surprise. You actually know? Those old coots in our clan have meddled, haven't they? The royal family's objective is to eliminate threats, while they are merely after my wealth, aren't they? Mu Yun's eyes narrowed as he began to recall the elders who often targeted him, noting them down mentally for future reckoning. Wealth? You must have earned at least 10 million gold soul coins over the past 2 years, and you call that small change? Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, her small fangs clacking audibly. She was not one to spend frivolously. Her accumulated wealth, including her New Year's money, had not exceeded 100,000 gold soul coins. This little brat, relying on his martial spirit's charm, had swept away millions. What a travesty. Hee, all of this is the fruit of my labor. Do not be envious. I am not envious at all. That may not be so certain. Perhaps you will soon find yourself envious. Or even borrowing money from me. I would never. By the way, my brilliant older sister, I came to Soto City to unwind and avoid disaster. What brings you here? Mu Yun reclined lazily on the bed, utterly exhausted after a day of turmoil. While he could dispel fatigue with his orange cat martial spirit, there was no need to push himself excessively. Sleep was still essential. There is a Shrek Academy here, reputed for only admitting monsters and possessing excellent faculty. I am here to grow stronger. A glimmer of hope flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Perhaps it could be called her last hope. While it may be true that they only admit monsters, the claim of having a remarkable faculty is misleading. The admission standards are set so high that only a handful meet the criteria. Principal Fred is so impoverished that he likely cannot even afford to pay the teachers. Mu Yin chuckled, recalling how Shrek refused to accept students while also refusing to refund their registration fees, even resorting to displaying soul rings to intimidate applicants. Wasn't that just a form of swindling? I say, my brilliant older sister, you aren't here for Dai Mu Bai, that irresponsible scoundrel, are you? Absolutely not. I'm not here for him. Zhu Zhuqing stammered, her composure momentarily shaken. Are you attempting to stir his fighting spirit and contend for that position? Have you thought this through? There are only two outcomes to your actions. Failure will mean your demise, while success will mean the death of your elder sister. Zhu Jian, what can I do? I do not wish for my elder sister to perish, yet I do not wish to die either. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed weakly, her eyes growing darker. Hem Yun slowly sat up, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips as a terrifying aura began to emanate from him. Why must we adhere to the rules set by the Star Dou royal family? They relish the survival of the fittest. Let them play their games. Why should my Zhu family women be sacrificed? Simply because of two inconsequential title Douluo guardians hiding deep within the palace. One at level 91 and the other at level 92, both achieved through resources. In the Spirit Hall, they are nothing. One day I shall strike them down. Zhu Zhuqing covered her crimson lips, her face a mask of horror as she gasped. This aura. You are a soul king? Nay, I am merely a 20-level little soul master who has just acquired my first soul ring. Mu Yun retracted his aura, returning to a languid demeanor. 20 levels. Spare me. We have several Soul King instructors at Shrek Academy, and none possess such an intense aura. Wait a moment. You just acquired your soul ring and are already at 20 levels. How many years was your soul ring? The first soul ring's limit is 423 years. After absorption, the soul power feedback would be around level 12 that you absorbed a soul ring and jumped directly to 20 levels. Buzz, a black soul ring materialized beneath Mu Yun. Look at your astonished expression. A 30,000-year soul ring. Surprised, aren't you? Mu Yun flaunted a soul ring with pride. A black soul ring. It truly is a 10,000-year soul ring. This is impossible. According to Master S theoretical research, the first soul ring's limit is 423 years. Even in exceptional circumstances, it should not differ this greatly. As Zhu Zhuqing's scream echoed, Mu Yun couldn't help but scratch his ear. Marveling at how high-pitched her voice was, it felt as if his eardrums might burst. Isn't the so-called limit merely meant to be broken? There's no need for such an uproar. Moreover, the master you speak of is undoubtedly Yu Xiaojiang, isn't it? The so-called theory of the first spirit ring's limit of 423 years has long been established by the Spirit Hall. It was not conceived by him, so let us refrain from embellishing his accomplishments. Just consider the probabilistic nature of the question regarding the limits of spirit rings. It is not something that can be merely imagined, as it necessitates extensive data collection and computation, tasks that only a large institution like the Spirit Hall can accomplish. Furthermore, my astute second sister, if you truly wish to grow stronger, you must not adhere to Yu Xiaojiang's theories, particularly regarding spirit ring configurations. That notion is quite laughable. Chapter 8. Reasonable teaching cannot produce monsters. How could this be? I find Master S' analysis of spirit ring configurations to be quite reasonable. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were filled with skepticism. Although she had only recently interacted with Yu Xiaojiang, the vastness of his theoretical research on spirit beasts was something that the Shrek 7 devils greatly admired. Indeed, it is precisely because it is too reasonable that it fails to foster true strength. Oh no, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it only fosters limited power. Mu Yun chuckled as he shook his head, observing Zhu Zhuqing's doubtful gaze, and continued, his spirit ring configuration theory is not entirely incorrect. It can only be said that it is insufficient that IT can produce competent spirit masters, but it cannot create true monsters. Let me provide you with an example. Tang San, his most proud disciple. The first spirit ring Yu Xiaojiang selected for him was the Mandra snake, intended to enhance the resilience of the blue silver grass and introduce a touch of neurotoxic venom. It sounds quite reasonable, does it not? Yet, upon reflection, how sturdy, could a mandrake snake, merely over 400 years old, possibly be? How resilient could the blue-silver grass become through its absorption? However, Brother San's first spirit ability, Bind, is indeed quite difficult to escape from. Zhu Zhuqing remarked, still perplexed that you truly believe that is the mandrake snake's merit. The blue-silver grass is not the same. Tang San's blue-silver grass is. Mu Yun did not finish his sentence. After all, it is wise to refrain from revealing prophetic knowledge. Discussing the blue-silver emperor could lead to trouble, especially with Tang San's father lurking around, a man known for his ruthless nature. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the notion of that neurotoxic venom is even more amusing. Tang San is an expert in poisons. Does he truly require such a trivial toxin? The poison on his hidden weapons could easily surpass that of the mandrake snake by 100-fold. And that second spirit ability, parasitism, derived from the ghost vine, is merely a tedious skill that releases seeds to parasitize the human body, awaiting roots to take hold. Does he truly consider the opponent's martial spirit to be so defenseless? Do spirit masters simply charge at him without any precautions to engage in hand-to-hand combat with his blue-silver grass? When encountering such simpletons, Tang San would simply eliminate the battle with his hidden weapons in an instant. Why engage in such futile struggle? That would be akin to pulling down one's trousers to fart. Utterly absurd. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face flushed slightly in conclusion. Tang San's prowess, which allows him to nearly dominate at his level, is primarily due to his own formidable abilities, rather than the spirit ring configurations. The purple extreme magic eye can perceive an opponent's weaknesses. The white jade hand can withstand fire and water. The ghost shadow misty steps are as swift as lightning, and the formidable array of hidden weapons. These are the true foundations of Tang San's invincibility in the early stages. Without these, Ma Hongjuan's fire, Zhu Zhuqing's speed, Xiao Wu's close combat abilities, and Dai Mubai's white tiger radiant wave would all be beyond what the blue-silver grass could contend with. Zhu Zhuqing fell into a momentary contemplation. Upon reflection, it indeed seems that Tang San's ability to wield the blue-silver grass so adeptly is largely due to his own strength, allowing him to remain unencumbered. Even his remarkable speed is fully captured by Tang San's keen gaze. Even a close combat expert like Xiao Wu would find it futile to approach him. Tang San's combat skills are simply too formidable, and all of this is indeed only loosely related to his martial spirit. By the way, your second spirit ability is unexpectedly not the ghostly 100 claws. Mu Yun inquired with curiosity. He recalled that in the original text, Zhu Zhuqing's second spirit ability should have been the ghostly 100 claws. Yet it had now transformed into a space-type ability. How did you know that my planned second spirit ability was the ghostly 100 claws? When I went to hunt the 100-clawed ghost leopard, it was precisely for its ultimate skill, the ghostly 100 claws. However, unexpectedly, I ended up acquiring the remarkable skill, ghostly shadow assassination. What do you think? Is there an issue? Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat anxious, as she now regarded Mu Yun with newfound respect. He seemed to surpass even the master in prowess. No, there is no issue. Or rather, one could say you are quite fortunate to have gained the ability to infiltrate an opponent's shadow and execute a surprise attack at a critical moment. That is truly impressive. This is a space-type spirit ability, far superior to the so-called ghostly 100 claws. Your first spirit ability is also commendable, the ghostly lunge. Your martial spirit, the ghostly spirit cat, is already swift. And now, with a sudden enhancement of speed, combined with a space-jumping ability, it becomes even more elusive. Though the offensive power may be somewhat lacking, I am considering a third spirit ability that possesses formidable attack strength. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's enthusiasm, Mu Yun's expression gradually morphed into one of peculiarity. Wait a moment. As a cat martial spirit, what kind of attack are you planning for your third spirit ability? Who has given you such poor advice? The master, of course. Is that not acceptable? The spirit beast I've already selected for me, the ghostly wolf. It possesses a powerful spirit ability known as Ghostly Slash, reputed to be immensely potent. Huffed. Mu Yun nearly burst into laughter. The Ghostly Wolf and Ghostly Slash, I am aware of that. It involves bringing the hands together above the head, merging the claws into a blade, and channeling soul power to coalesce a black light blade. This spirit ability indeed possesses considerable destructive power. At the spirit ancestor level, it is quite formidable. However, this ability requires at least 10 seconds of charge time. You, a nimble attacker skilled in speed and spatial assassination, should not be engaging in any charge-up techniques. Are you attempting to transition into a strong attack role and trade blows with others on the battlefield? Do you think you are Dai Mubai? That rogue tiger. The more Mu Yun spoke, the more incensed he became. To the end of the day, the ghostly spirit cat is still just a cat, adept in speed and stealth. Why squander spirit rings on offensive capabilities? A cat is a cat. Why engage in direct confrontation with the likes of the blue lightning tyrant dragon or white tiger martial spirits? Have you lost your mind? Do you not believe that Dai Mubai's third spirit ability, the white tiger diamond transformation, would render your little cat claws ineffective, regardless of how many times you scratched? What can I do? A weak attack is still a concern for me. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was one of frustration. The weak attack power of the ghostly spirit cat had long been a source of distress for her. It was not just Dai Mubai, who was tough and had high defense. Many other opponents were also easy to injure. Yet defeating them in a swift moment proved to be exceedingly difficult due to a lack of a decisive killing blow. My brilliant second sister, did you not consider equipping yourself with a dagger? Or perhaps crafting 2 claw-shaped weapons specifically for your cat? Must you rely solely on your fingernails to scratch? You could also ask Tang San for some formidable hidden weapons. A ghostly shadow assassination could emerge from the enemy's shadow, followed by a rapid barrage of strikes. I refuse to believe anyone could react in time. Even if they survived, they would be in dire straits. Zhu Zhuqing's rosy lips parted in astonishment. This younger brother of hers harbored a touch of deviousness. This strategy was rather ruthless that a combination of such attacks would likely pose a significant challenge, even for Principal Fred, a soul sage. Tomorrow I will take you to find a blacksmith and have 2 custom claw weapons made, perhaps laced with potent poison. Then I shall guide you to a splendid location, ensuring your wishes are fulfilled. Chapter 9. The Drifting Bottle System. What the? Who is it this time? Is there no peace for one to sleep properly? Mu Yun sprang from his bed, furiously cursing as he had just sent Zhu Zhuqing away. His beautiful dream had barely begun to unfold, on the verge of becoming enthralling, when he was abruptly struck on the head by some unknown object, an entity that transcended the physical, penetrating the very soul and completely disregarding bodily defenses. Then a cacophonous voice intruded upon his dream, rendering it impossible to remain asleep. Douluo, continent. Mu Yun, the drifting bottle system has matched you. Do you accept the invitation? Oh ho! Even while resting at home, a pie falls from the sky. One cannot refuse such a generous offer. I shall accept the invitation. Upon making his choice, Mu Yun felt a flash before his eyes, and he found himself in a valley, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, surrounded by emerald hills and flowing waters. Pink petals danced in the air, seemingly endless, as if there were no wind to bring them to the ground. What on earth is happening? Mu Yun thought, his lips twitching as he stealthily retracted his footstep. While the blossoms were indeed beautiful, they emanated a sense of peril, as though each petal was a sharpened blade, threatening to slice him apart should he dare to step into their midst. Dear friend, should you wish to avoid an encounter, I shall take my leave. Mu Yun was feeling a bit hesitant, realizing the perilous nature of the situation. Although he had yet to meet his opponent, he had already grasped the vast disparity between them, an abyssal chasm. Furthermore, considering it was the adversary's territory, should they so desire, his chances of survival were slim to none. Even the divine art of escape would prove futile. Alas, he had not anticipated that the match would be against a mere child. It seemed fate had conspired against him. With a soft sigh, Huayu vanished in an instant, only to be replaced by the ethereal figure of a woman clad in white, leaning gracefully against a peach tree, despite her elegant attire and half-mask that exuded an air of nobility. One could still sense her femininity, and she was undoubtedly strikingly beautiful. Forgive me for startling you. Consider this sword as an apology, she said, a serene smile gracing her lips as she unsheathed her sword and tenderly caressed its blade, her eyes reflecting deep reluctance. The sword, named Tingyu, was forged by the master of Jianix Entomb, Li Su Wang, and was one of the 4 elegant swords, having accompanied her for many years. Ascension blade. She wished to prevent it from falling into the hands of her enemies after her demise. Yu Yun's brows furrowed deeper with each word, culminating in a perplexed frown. Is this your farewell speech? He finally interjected, unable to contain himself. Hold on. I came here to trade, not to beg for scraps. Who do you think I am? But your age and your cultivation, the woman replied, her eyes filled with confusion. As the child before her was evidently an ordinary person devoid of any internal strength, lacking even the distinct aura of a healer. I am not from your world. So what is strange about not cultivating internal power? True, I am not a healer, but who says that one cannot save lives without being a healer? Mu Yun retorted confidently, stepping boldly before the woman with his hands clasped behind him. You see, it is merely a matter of being poisoned and having severed meridians. Today, allow me to demonstrate the art of unconventional healing. Of course, business is business. We must agree on the terms before I heal you. He added, observing Mu Yun's composed demeanor. The woman inexplicably felt a flicker of confidence in him. You are right. It is my fault for judging by appearances. Let us begin that I can heal your injuries. But I do not want your Tingyu sword. I seek your swordsmanship inheritance, Mu Yun stated without hesitation. The woman paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter, her joy akin to a blooming garden. What an avaricious little fellow! Though the Tingyu sword was formidable, it would wield little power in the hands of someone lacking cultivation and knowledge of swordplay. However, the inheritance of swordsmanship was a different matter altogether, especially that of a sword immortal. While it would not instantly elevate him to their ranks, it was merely a matter of time. The insight she had gained about swordsmanship, her self-created techniques, her refined swordplay, and her experiences in battle were her most treasured possessions. So that is why you forego the Tingyu sword. You're after something far more precious, Mu Yun noted, blushing slightly at the woman's knowing expression. This isn't taking advantage of you. I mean, you could negotiate the terms. I'm quite easy to deal with, he stammered. And no need. I agree. After all, if I were to perish, these treasures would vanish with me. If I survive, granting you the inheritance incurs no loss on my part. Consider it a repayment for saving my life. Moments later, the woman stared in astonishment at the child who was now exuberantly receiving her inheritance. Is that it? Mu Yun had merely summoned an exceedingly plump orange cat, which gently swatted him, resulting in a swirl of green mist and crimson energy that enveloped him. Restoring his health, the poison dissipated. All injuries healed, and his severed meridians fully restored, as if nothing had ever transpired. And no, wait, his long-standing hidden injuries had also vanished. She felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through her, as if she could break through to the realm of true divine wandering at any moment. Oh, those two clouds of energy represent your injuries. Ordinarily, one should find a living being to bear them, but since you seem to lack alternatives, I'll reluctantly assist. Mu Yun thoughtfully instructed the orange cat spirit to compress the two energy clouds for storage. Joking aside, these are valuable substances capable of inflicting lethal wounds on even the mightiest of beings. They must not be wasted. Curious, the woman approached the orange cat spirit, unable to resist reaching out to stroke it. Its texture was delightful. Mu Yun's spirit was akin to Yu Xiaojing's, capable of manifesting in both tangible and intangible forms. Oh, this is my spirit, part of our world's system, at the age of 6. One can awaken their spirit through a certain ritual. May I? She asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I'm unsure, but it's worth a try. Fear not. This time it's complimentary. Consider it a benefit. Mu Yun produced several awakening stones, arranging them into a formation from memory before channeling his soul power into it. Boom! A magnificent giant sword materialized above the woman's head. It truly worked. And it's so powerful. Mu Yun was thrown back by the overwhelming aura of the giant sword, his heart racing with joy. His hypothesis was validated, while the Douluo world's spirit system might seem superficial and weak. For those already strong, the enhancement from their spirits provided a comprehensive boost. It could even shatter limitations, allowing for unprecedented advancements. Chapter 10. Comprehending Sword Techniques, the Inheritance of the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Lihani included the stagnation sword technique, moonlight and flowers at dawn, dew in red and green mist, paper falling like clouds, sword heart technique, dual-wielding swordplay, August snowfall, spring breeze arrival, and snow filling the skies. Upon returning to the Douluo continent from the trading space, Mu Yun was filled with exhilaration, immediately teleporting to the Dou Forest to practice these sword techniques. Thanks to the activation of his breaking illusion spirit eye, he mastered them with ease, achieving proficiency in mere moments. After practicing them 3 times, he fully integrated and adapted them to suit his unique style. Cat Spirit Slash unleashes a wave of orange cat-shaped sword energy, delivering immense single-target damage capable of breaking spatial barriers. 1000 Cat Shatter, a group attack, unleashing 1,000 cat-shaped sword energies, powerful yet immensely taxing. Cat Spirit Floral Dance, a sword domain filled with flowers, each plum blossom representing a state, poisoned, injured, dazed, weakened, or dying. Anyone caught within would be thrown into disarray. Ordinary Sword, the same move, yielding different effects. Rather cunningly deceptive that he also discovered that in the Douluo world, soul power could also activate sword techniques without needing to convert internal energy. Eli Hani, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, would likely be regarded as a paragon in the Douluo world, perhaps only rivaled by Qian Douluo or Poseidon, who wielded divine artifacts, AS for others. Ding. This system has successfully acquired the Drift Bottle system's benefits, allowing the issuance of Drift Bottle invitations once a week. Mu Yun halted abruptly. Wait, are you implying that I can initiate Drift Bottle invitations for trades in the future? Indeed, but only once every 7 days. The original system had a cooldown of merely 1 day. That's still impressive. Is this what you meant by taking advantage? You're essentially usurping the other system's functionality, unlike the previous multiverse jar system. Mu Yun questioned, perplexed. Taking advantage can be both substantial and trivial, varying widely. So, can I use the Drift Bottle now? Currently in cooldown, please wait 7 days. Additionally, do you possess anything valuable for trade? You want to always encounter powerful beings like the Snow Moon Sword Immortal in such a precarious state. I cured her poison, healed her injuries, saved her life, and assisted her in awakening her spirit, allowing her to break through to the realm of divine wandering. How can that be considered taking advantage? She gained too. Didn't you notice her gratitude at the end? Mu Yun beamed with self-satisfaction, having expended only a few awakening stones, feeling as if he had struck gold. His only regret was the absence of a fine sword. As good swords were scarce in the Douluo world, the only renowned one appeared to be the Shura sword, currently held by Tang Qian in the City of Slaughter. The Shura artifact were meant for their inheritors, hence he likely couldn't wield it. The remaining sword wielders of note seemed to hail from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, yet he hadn't heard of them wielding any exceptional swords. There was no choice but to plan a visit to the Metal City, Gongxin City, to seek a sword from Lu Gao, who not only possessed exceptional skills, but also had access to rare metal resources. He needed to go soon, lest those treasures fall into the hands of Tang San. With plans set, Mu Yun returned to his quarters. By then, dawn had broken, making it impossible to continue his unfinished dream. So he gave himself a hearty slap to dispel his fatigue. Mu Yun, I've arrived. Open the door. Coming, my brilliant second sister. How polite of you today to knock instead of using your soul technique to sneak in. Mu Yun opened the door while responding. Oh dear, what nonsense are you spouting? There are outsiders present, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her anger making her want to rush over and silence Mu Yun, who seemed to carelessly let words slip. Unbeknownst to Zhu Zhuqing, she had undergone significant changes, particularly in front of Mu Yun, where it seemed that any potential tragedies could be effortlessly resolved without concern. Peering out, Mu Yun caught sight of a girl clad in a simple white long dress. Her neat bobbed hair framing a delicate face, exuding a serene and noble aura. Despite her youth, it was evident that she possessed the grace of an elegant lady. Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader. My dear friend, Zhu Zhuqing introduced her affectionately. Greetings, I apologize for the intrusion. Please forgive me, Ning Rongrong said politely, curtsying while holding her little dress. Oh, do come in. Mu Yun nodded slightly. It appeared the young girl had forgotten about her presence, which was understandable after 2 years, and only a fleeting encounter that left little impression. especially if it wasn't a particularly good one. That I heard from Ching that you have unique insights regarding martial souls, even surpassing the master, and my curiosity compelled me to follow. May I inquire your opinion on our 7-treasure glazed tile school's martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile tower? Ning Rongrong asked with eager anticipation. What is there to see? It is merely a pure auxiliary martial soul. Each layer of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's soul skills is fixed, without the need to consider soul rings, rendering it nearly devoid of operational complexity. That Mu Yun replied nonchalantly. What you wish to ask is how to grow stronger, given your possession of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, correct? Indeed, others can grow stronger through soul ring combinations while I can only hide behind and assist. I find this unsatisfactory. Ning Rongrong clenched her small fist, expressing her frustration. That Mu Yun pondered briefly before responding. The amplification effect of the 7-treasure glazed tile tower is considerable. The reason you perceive yourself as weak lies in your own inadequacies, not in the weakness of your martial soul. What do you mean? Let me give you an example. Daimubai.D. Oh, you not think he is formidable after using his 3rd soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond transformation, with both attack and defense prowess? Yes. In truth, the boost to his attack and defense from that soul skill is merely a factor of one. His strength arises from his inherent physical prowess. That soul skill is merely an embellishment. Of course, his physical attributes are partly due to his White Tiger martial soul, but I believe that the primary reason is his diligent training. That I've heard that your 7-treasure glazed tile school has a sword do. Yes, sword grandfather is a title do of immense strength, Ning Rongrong replied, her expression tinged with excitement. If he were to refrain from using any soul skills, even his martial soul, would he then be weak? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow in contemplation. Precisely. While there may be some impact, he remains powerful. His strength is derived from the sword in his hand. If he possessed his power, coupled with the amplification of the 7-treasure glazed tile tower, would you still consider yourself weak? Remember, both martial souls and soul rings essentially serve as amplifications of oneself and are no different from your 7-treasure glazed tile tower. What you must do is strengthen yourself. The specifics of the approach are, follow me, Chapter 11. Here comes a little brother. So what you just said was all a deception. Ning Rongrong pouted, her cheeks flushed with anger. Not entirely. Strengthening oneself is undeniably valid, but those methods are merely traditional. Since there are shortcuts available, why take the long route? Mu Yun said with a smile, deftly evading the 2 girls' playful swipes. There are treasures that can unleash tremendous attacks with just a bit of soul power input. There are also treasures that can generate protective shields, thus providing defense. Furthermore, if you contract a powerful battle beast and enhance it with your 7-treasure glazed tile tower, losing becomes exceedingly difficult. There are also devil fruits that, once consumed, grant immense power, with some so potent they could potentially defeat a title do. Additionally, there are rare materials that can elevate one to godhood, alongside martial arts, talismans, and extraordinary abilities. That in summary, there are countless methods. I've never heard of any of these things that they truly exist in the world. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing expressed excitement tinged with skepticism. I cannot speak for the existence of such things, but I assure you, the shop ahead undoubtedly possesses them. With just a small amount of money and a touch of luck, you could unknowingly find yourselves at the 3 Heavens Jar shop. Boss Lin, open for business. I brought you 2 customers, Mu Yun announced as they stepped into the shop, taking in its shabby appearance and the increasingly disheveled Lin, the shopkeeper. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. As the possessor of a golden finger system, it was quite disheartening to see things in such disarray. Lin Fan was equally frustrated, never anticipating that granting a discount to Mu Yun would result in his benefits being revoked. This was his first bucket of gold, now lost, and he hadn't eaten for 2 days. Although he was invincible within the shop and wouldn't starve to death, the sensation of hunger was still palpable, an experience he could only describe as worse than death. Welcome! Here comes the little brother. Please come in and have some tea. Lin Fan greeted with exaggerated enthusiasm. Bordering on flattery, Mu Yun couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. It was quite a sight to see how poverty could diminish one's ambitions, and he preferred Lin Fan's more rebellious demeanor. However, it appeared that Lin Fan might soon find his footing again. Mu Yun, Is this the place you mentioned where one can grow stronger? Can these jars truly change one's fate? Indeed, this shop is the Three Heavens Jar Shop, housing a myriad of unimaginable treasures. With just a small amount of money and a sprinkle of luck, you can defy fate and become invincible. Ah yes, Brother Lin speaks the truth. Observing Lin Fan, standing tall, and Mu Yun acting as the comedic foil, the two girls couldn't shake the feeling that this duo might be a pair of con artists. As if they had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Sigh, since we come this far, we might as well give it a try, Zhu Zhuqing sighed, reluctantly retrieving her small purse. Here is 1,000 gold soul coins. How many jars can I purchase? I apologize, but our jars are priced at 100,000 gold soul coins each, and there is no room for negotiation, Lin Fan stated decisively, having learned his lesson from previous experiences. 100,000 gold soul coins? Are you mad? That's outright robbery. With the shabby appearance of these jars, they're worth no more than 1 gold soul coin for 100, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her anger causing her to stomp her foot. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's outrage and Lin Fan's increasingly grim expression, Mu Yun quickly intervened to soothe the situation. He knew that despite Lin Fan's current powerless demeanor, he was invincible within the shop, and it was prudent not to provoke him that, my brilliant elder sister, your eyes are deceiving you. The value of the jars lies not in their appearance, but in the treasures contained within. Betting 100,000 gold soul coins for a chance to reverse one's fate. Do you truly believe that is excessive? Mu Yun attempted to calm Zhu Zhuqing, adopting a serious expression. But 100,000 gold soul coins is far too much. I don't have that much, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her face slightly flushed. It's just money. I have plenty of it. Here, 1 million gold soul coins. Lin, please provide my elder sister with 10 jars. Mu Yun generously tossed a large stack of gold soul coins. Lin Fan's forehead throbbed with veins, realization dawning upon him. He had indeed been duped by this little rascal. This boy was quite wealthy. Of course, this money wouldn't come without strings attached. He expected a return of 9 out of 13, and no problem, right? No problem, you say? Do you think I'm ignorant of what usury entails? You think you can pull that scheme on me? Just as Zhu Zhuqing seemed ready to explode, Mu Yun suddenly shifted his approach. How about I revise the terms? You needn't repay the money. But everything drawn from the jars will belong to me. That's not fair. If you truly wish to purchase, why not do so on your own? Wait, why has she suddenly become so composed? I was so close to succeeding, Mu Yun thought, frustrated as he shook his small fist. Our shop has a limit. Within 7 days, you can only purchase 10 jars. Mu Yun's quota was exhausted 3 days ago. Lin Fan explained, casually revealing Mu Yun's little secret as a mild form of revenge for his earlier deception. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flickered with realization, her intelligence seemingly restored. With hands on her hips, she straightened her posture. Fine, I shall consider this money a loan from you. It's merely usury, nothing to be concerned about. Alas, there is nothing remarkable about this. I see you are quite unprepared as well. How about this? I will present 10 items, and I shall prioritize my selection of one, that if you cannot acquiesce to such a modest request, then, my dear brother, I am truly at a loss to assist you. Observing Mu Yun's dejected demeanor, akin to a deflated balloon, Zhu Zhuqing resembled a victorious general. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, she declared, no problem, it's granted. Little did she know that Mu Yun was secretly overjoyed. The contents of the jars were categorized by quality, and oftentimes, the finest items surpassed the combined worth of the other 9. Soon, she would take away her most cherished possession, and it remained to be seen whether she would shed tears. Let the smashing commence, she exclaimed. With a series of resounding knocks, Zhu Zhuqing wielded a specialized hammer, shattering all 10 jars in one go. As 10 luminous orbs ascended, Lin Fan wore an odd expression. This individual seemed to possess quite the fortune, albeit not as much as that cunning little rascal. So, boss, what treasures have emerged? Surely there must be something of value. My luck has always been rather splendid, Lin Fan remarked as he stepped forward. Indeed, your luck is quite commendable. First, we have the 10 Blades Cat Claw, a weapon from the pirate world of Captain Kuro, imbued with sharpness and bleeding attributes, causing wounds that bleed profusely and are difficult to heal. This is of blue rare quality. Chapter 12. Zhu Zhuqing Jar next. We have the Silent Step, a high-speed assassination technique also originating from Captain Kuro. Classified as blue rare quality, the third item is the Death Scythe, allowing one to enter a state of invisibility and move at super speed, attacking all within range of the cat claw's continuous strikes. Due to its rapidity, it is difficult to control and may easily result in friendly fire. This is of purple perfect quality. The fourth item is the Blade Ring, hailing from the Black Cat pirate crew Zhonggao. It possesses skills such as boomerang and hypnosis. Caution is advised during hypnosis, as one may also fall victim to it. This is of purple perfect quality. The fifth item, the Water Snake Waste, comes from the Black Cat pirate crew Sam, allowing the user to evade attacks through waist twisting. This is of white ordinary quality. The sixth item, Jump Slash, also from the Black Cat pirate crew's Bougie, is a rather foolish move best left unused. This is of white ordinary quality. The seventh item, Fur Clan Physique from the Fur Clan in the pirate world, signifies a naturally born warrior lineage. This is of blue rare quality. The eighth item, Soul Power Capsule, can enhance soul power. This is of blue rare quality. The ninth item, the Demon Blade, Thousand Blades from the Assassin World S Shadow Assassin Chi, is solely offensive with no defense, unparalleled in the world, composed of thousands of fragments, and quite challenging to master. This is of purple perfect quality. Lastly, the 10th item is the Surgery Fruit, a demon fruit from the pirate world. Consuming it grants spatial exchange abilities. This is of golden legendary quality. Good heavens, you seem to have captured the entire Black Cat pirate crew. What extraordinary luck you possess, even acquiring the most unique of the demon fruits, the Surgery Fruit. Lin Fan expressed his amazement, for the Surgery Fruit holds profound secrets of immortality in the pirate world. Who wouldn't desire eternal life? 2 whites for blues, 3 purples and 1 gold. Quite impressive, second only to young Mu Yun. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun rolled her eyes in exasperation. Why must one even speak? Although the details were somewhat nebulous, I still find it remarkable. Zhu Zhuqing, undeterred, fixated on the Surgery Fruit. Golden and resplendent, it was evidently the finest treasure. Wait a moment, my brilliant elder sister. Have you perhaps forgotten something important? Mu Yun swiftly interposed herself before Zhu Zhuqing, her chubby little hand reaching for the golden Surgery Fruit, asserting her right of first choice. Don't even think about slipping through unnoticed. Don't. Zhu Zhuqing shrieked, her instincts telling her that this demon fruit was of immense significance to her. A key to her empowerment, in her almost desperate gaze. Just as Mu Yun's plump hand was about to touch the Surgery Fruit, she suddenly pivoted. I believe this Demon Blade, Thousand Blades, suits me better. It's quite stylish. As Mu Yun seized the Demon Blade, Thousand Blades, the blade disintegrated into a multitude of fragments, scattering across the ground. Combined, at her mental command, the fragments soared into the air, reassembling into a long blade adorned with blue stripes. With a faint purple glow pulsating, with a flick of her wrist, disperse. The blade once again fragmented, the thousands of shards suspended in the air, slowly rotating, exuding an aura of danger. In no time, she mastered its use. Contentedly stowing the Demon Blade, Thousand Blades away, it seemed fortune had smiled upon her, as she was in dire need of a suitable weapon. Although termed a blade, it was quite akin to a sword. Its fragmentation did not hinder her ability to wield sword intent and domain. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing hastily consumed the remaining items. Fearing Mu Yun might change her mind, she devoured the notoriously unpalatable demon fruit in large bites. Truly a brave warrior. You only need to taste a bit of the demon fruit. There's no need to finish it all, considering its unpleasant taste, Mu Yun kindly advised. Humph, I shall finish it all. Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her face pale, for the taste of a demon fruit was rumored to be akin to that of excrement. So, shall we test its power? Mu Yun provocatively beckoned. Zhu Zhuqing was eager to try. But upon seeing Ning Rongrong and the dilapidated state of the shop, she reconsidered. Let's wait until Rongrong finishes opening her jars, and then I'll find a place to thoroughly thrash your little behind. Zhu Zhuqing felt invincible. The Fur Clan physique alone had transformed her entirely. The techniques of the Death Scythe had exponentially increased her speed, while the 10 Blades Cat Claw addressed her offensive weaknesses. And the spatial exchange ability from the surgery fruit granted her instantaneous movement. She felt she could easily contend with the soul Douluo conjured from her father's resources. "Hello, boss. May I have 10 jars as well?" Ning Rongrong politely curtsied, her eyes betraying her impatience despite her calm demeanor. Indeed, the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is truly formidable. 1,000,000 gold soul coins is but a mere trifle to you. And look at you, Mu Yun remarked disdainfully towards Zhu Zhuqing. There is no comparison to be made. The master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school possesses exceptional business acumen in terms of wealth. The Spirit Hall and various empires cannot compare to AS for our family. It is merely a shell, barely managing daily expenses. I have sneaked a glance at our family treasury. It is utterly barren. I lack your knack for making money off women. My funds are accumulated through frugality, naturally leaving me with little, Zhu Zhuqing quipped back. Hey now, while we may jest, it is inappropriate to expose one another's shortcomings in public. My earnings are hard-won, mutually beneficial, and legitimately obtained. Unlike your family's tiger, who spends money to woo women, shouldn't such endeavors yield profit? Look at me, I need not lift a finger, just send out my cat, and gold soul coins come rolling in. Who are you referring to as my family's tiger? Spare me the slander. I do not acknowledge such ruffians. Speak such words again, and I shall give you a thrashing. As the siblings exchanged banter, Ning Rongrong commenced cracking open her jars, opting to open them 2 at a time rather than all at once, as everyone has their own sense of ritual. Clang, clang, 2 orbs of purple light materialized. So, did you uncover anything good? Ning Rongrong inquired. Her face alight with anticipation. Point 1 was a replica of the Haotian Tower, capable of attracting stellar energy and remaining within the tower while cultivating could refine one's physique. Additionally, it boasted formidable defensive capabilities and could harness condensed starlight for attacks. Although merely a replica, it was still a commendable artifact of purple perfect quality. The other was a replica of the Demon Sealing Tower, possessing the power to suppress evil entities. It served as a cage for imprisoning demonic creatures and could also channel the power of the contained entities for combat. Its tier was not particularly high, but it could easily imprison second-tier demon beasts. This, too, was of purple perfect quality. Chapter 13. The girl cherished by the tower goodness. She has unearthed artifacts. Has Lin, the shopkeeper, tapped into the realm of cultivation? Mu Yun felt a twinge of envy mixed with admiration. Artifacts are indeed the most potent weapons within the Douluo world, only rivaled by the Sea King's trident and Ashura bloodsword, both of which are merely vessels carrying a sliver of divine might, far inferior to true artifacts. Lin Fan was equally taken aback. The jars yielding a demon fruit so early was already extraordinary. And now they had also produced artifacts, 2 in succession at that. Clang, clang, clang. Ning Rongrong, seizing the moment, smashed open the remaining jars in rapid succession. The third item was the first layer of the gravity tower, a physical trial that simulated a double gravity environment within the tower, serving as an entrance examination for a certain martial arts sect. Successfully completing it within an hour grants entry to the outer sect. This is of blue rare quality. The fourth tower, the Tower of Battle, first level. Upon defeating the Guardian, one may randomly obtain a profound level martial arts technique, with the opportunity to challenge repeatedly, though the reward can only be claimed once, yielding a purple perfect quality item. The fifth tower, the Elemental Tower, first level, allows for an easier comprehension of elemental skills during training, resulting in a blue rare quality item. The sixth tower, the Spiritual Tower, first level, facilitates the refinement of mental strength, also yielding a blue rare quality item. The seventh tower, the Imitation of the Tower of Creation, can be utilized to heal injuries, granting another blue rare quality item. The eighth tower, the Great Buddha Golden Body Tower, allows one to channel soul power to unleash the soul technique of the Great Buddha Golden Body for protection, as long as the soul power is unyielding. The Golden Body remains unbroken, providing yet another purple perfect quality item. The remaining 2 are both martial soul awakening elixirs, which allow for a second awakening after soul absorption, also of purple perfect quality. Ah, how deeply these towers seem to favor you. 5 blue and 5 purple. Although no gold has appeared, several of these items are not inferior to golden legends in the long. Are you in? Mu Yun is indeed quite envious. The purpose of these towers is to comprehensively enhance one's foundation, physique, spirit, comprehension, and practical experience. After this, one would undoubtedly become a hexagonal genius, making it effortless to attain divinity in Douluo, to be by the way. Rong, sister, could you lend me these little towers when you're done? Mu Yun shamelessly approached, thinking, what's the harm in calling her sister? It doesn't cost much and is nothing to be embarrassed about. It would be more embarrassing to miss out on a good deal. And me, Rong is my dear friend. I must be included in such good fortune. Mu Yun secretly gave a thumbs up, truly deserving of her clever sister, who, shedding her aloof idol persona, became one to seize every advantage. In contrast, Ning Rong appeared rather naive, agreeing without any conditions. After leaving the jar shop, the three hurriedly made their way to a manor on the outskirts of Soto City. When did you acquire such a villa in Soto City? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise, having conducted a thorough investigation on her brother, only to find a modest villa, which is why she had previously laid in wait. Hee, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, you see? That little villa was merely a decoy, to see if anyone would wish me ill. This is my true home. Observing Mu Yun's smug demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing was left speechless. What was the need for such cunning in an 8-year-old child? All right, let us settle here. It's quite safe. Mu Yun gestured towards an open area. Is it really all right? These towers, despite their small appearance, once restored to their true form, while not towering into the clouds, there aren't many buildings larger than them in Soto City, making them quite conspicuous. Moreover, this space is insufficient. With a mischievous snap of his fingers, Mu Yun said, look again now. Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing were dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, everything around them transformed from an antique manor into a resplendent palace, with a seemingly endless expanse surrounding it. The bloodthirsty poison bee queen relished grand displays. Her subordinates numbered in the millions, so a small space would not suffice. What kind of sorcery is this? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, astonished. It's nothing extraordinary. Remember when I went to the Dou Forest for soul rings? I accidentally killed a 30,000-year-old bloodthirsty poison bee queen, who, aside from providing me with a 10,000-year soul ring, dropped a soul bone that contained a hive space. It all inadvertently became mine. Watching Mu Yun gloat, Zhu Zhuqing felt envious, lamenting her misfortune. Why did such good fortune never come her way? Ning Rong, however, was unconcerned, as each of her little towers contained immense space, making her accustomed to such wonders. Come on. Reveal your treasures. Let us see who can clear the towers first. With that, Ning Rong gracefully raised her hand. The imitation of the locking demon tower, the imitation of the Haotian tower, the tower of gravity, the tower of battle, the spiritual tower, the elemental tower, the great Buddha golden body tower, and the imitation of the tower of creation. 8 towering giants descended. You too can compete. My physique is too weak to participate. I'll head to the Haotian tower to refine my body. Ning Rong was acutely aware of her physical limitations. Even a single tower of gravity could suppress her for several days. Zhu Zhuqing dashed into the tower of gravity without hesitation, her beastly physique giving her confidence in her physical abilities. Meanwhile, as Mu Yun watched Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing depart one after the other, his grin widened. A competition. Such childish antics were left behind when I turned 3. With so many treasures and such great advantages, how could I not seize them? Activating the breaking illusion spirit to its fullest, Mu Yun began to enter the towers sequentially. The tower of battle was cleared in an instant, earning him the reward of the profound level martial arts technique, the 6 meridian sword. The tower of gravity was solved in 10 breaths, granting him the earth spirit pattern. The imitation of the Haotian tower was resolved in a quarter of an hour, yielding the gathering star spirit pattern and the pulling moon spirit pattern. The great Buddha golden body tower was cleared in a quarter of an hour, with modifications made, acquiring the sword aura robe. The locking demon tower was conquered in a quarter of an hour, learning the demon locking chains. The spiritual tower was cleared in a quarter of an hour, mastering the spirit refinement technique. The elemental tower was solved in 2/4 of an hour, comprehending the 3,000 thunder movements. The imitation of the tower of creation was conquered in 3/4 of an hour, mastering the transformation method of creation chi. This time, he truly struck gold. It could be said that even if Ning Rongrong took these 8 towers away, Mu Yun was confident he could replicate 8 similar ones. Especially with the last imitation of the Tower of Creation, Mu Yun found another direction. After transforming the creation chi, there was no need to use it for healing like the original, but rather to unleash an army. By merely using the creation chi to construct a queen bee, an endless swarm would follow. Chapter 14. Hunting the Ghost Tiger. Puffing and panting, Zhu Zhuqing appeared before Mu Yun. I cleared it. Mu Yun was initially surprised. Was this girl really that formidable? He soon realized that her notion of clearing meant just that, while this could be regarded as stealing home. Let us compare our gains. The highly competitive Zhu Zhuqing began to showcase her rewards. I obtained the peak profound level martial arts technique, the ripple step from the Tower of Battle. Mine is the peak profound level martial arts 6 meridian sword. From the elemental tower, I comprehended the chaotic wind blade, which is formidable when combined with cat claws. That I comprehended the 3,000 thunder movements. That I also learned the spirit cat battle garb in the great Buddha golden body tower. Significantly boosting my defense. I acquired the sword aura robe there, which should serve a similar purpose as your spirit cat battle guard. Who won? Zhu Zhuqing asked, perplexed. What do you think? A tie. It must be a tie. I say, both of you, clearly these treasures were all obtained by me, so why are your gains greater than mine? Ning Rongrong pouted as she appeared, having spent her time merely refining her body in the Haotian Tower and her spirit in the spiritual tower. As for the others, the Tower of Gravity was too much to bear. The Tower of Battle was unbeatable, and she was frightened away from the elemental tower by the swirling blades of wind. Ching, I need to return to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School for a bit. Please help me inform the principal, teachers, and classmates that you're going back. Zhu Zhuqing asked, slightly surprised. Just temporarily. I used 2 martial soul awakening elixirs. And now my martial soul, the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, has evolved into the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. This is a significant matter for our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and I must report it to my father. Ning Rongrong said excitedly. Despite her gains being less than those of Zhu Zhuqing and Mu Yun, her physical and mental enhancements were very evident. This was only the first time, and with the towers at her disposal, she could refine herself anytime, truly empowering herself. Moreover, her return would serve a crucial purpose, gathering funds and people. Speaking of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, it boasted ample resources and manpower. Spending 1 million gold soul coins in 7 days was no trivial matter. Who could look down on that? First, gather 100 individuals to achieve a small target. This is how one should be extravagant. All right then, I'm already level 30. Tomorrow I'll head to the Dou Forest for a soul ring. And then I'll return to school to help you request a leave. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell upon Mu Yun. Tomorrow, you're coming with me into the Dou Forest? No refusals. Originally, she had planned to go hunting for soul rings with the Shrek's 7 devils under the teacher's guidance. But having broadened her horizons, she no longer wished to follow Yu Xiaojing's recommendations for offensive soul rings. She preferred the freedom of venturing out solo. Amichum, I also need to hunt for my 2nd soul ring. Let us go together. Yu Yun had no objections to the current Zhu Zhuqing. However, he could not say the same for her past self. Back then, she was weak and disobedient, difficult to manage. Now, though, even an average soul king of over level 50 could likely dispatch her in an instant. The swiftness was simply astounding. Even Mu Yun found Zhu Zhuqing's current limit speed to be quite a challenge. Without the use of sword domain and observation hockey, he would have little means to contend with her. The saying speed is invincible was not without merit. The next day, in the Dou Forest. Is this the soul beast you selected for me? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her brow slightly furrowed as she gazed at the jet-black fierce tiger before her, its body exceeding 10 meters in length and standing over 3 meters tall at the shoulder. A white king-like pattern on its forehead emanating a threatening aura. The ghost tiger possesses commendable speed and attack power, with the innate ability of shadow clone, perfectly suited for you. I specifically chose a 10,000-year-old one. Isn't it splendid? An ordinary 1,000-year purple soul ring would hardly match the status of my brilliant elder sister. Mu Yun suggested with a grin, a 10,000-year soul beast, and one as formidable as the ghost tiger. Do you hold me in such high regard? Zhu Zhuqing retorted, is it not rather presumptuous to aim for a 10,000-year soul ring for your 3rd soul ring? Observing Zhu Zhuqing's outward defiance, yet palpable eagerness, Mu Yun chuckled. Come on, it's merely a 10,000-year soul beast. Don T. Dawdle. With a roar, Zhu Zhuqing dashed forward, and the ghost tiger lunged in response, a bolt of black lightning. Facing the tiger now mere inches away, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were frosty as she suddenly twisted her waist, evading the tiger's attack with an incredible maneuver, as if her upper and lower body were disconnected, while her 10-blade cat claws slashed across the tiger's abdomen. The ghost tiger let out a pained howl, rolling on the ground before quickly rising to assume a defensive stance. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing elegantly turned, her claws raised, and pushed up non-existent glasses with a casual air. It's really not that strong. Its speed is quite average, nowhere near what I had imagined. Hey, are you really a 10,000-year soul beast ghost tiger? Surely, you aren't a counterfeit. Mu Yun was taken aback. This move? Had she been possessed by Clo? The ghost tiger, seemingly insulted, charged forward once more in a fury. Zhu Zhuqing, however, allowed her arms to drop, her 10-blade claws rhythmically swaying from side to side like a pendulum. Death! With that, she vanished in an instant, and the towering trees around began to topple. Deep, bone-exposing gashes erupted on the ghost tigeress body, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, Mu Yun had distanced himself, aware of the indiscriminate danger of such attacks. Finally, the enraged ghost tiger's forehead glowed with a regal light. As dozens of shadowy tigers roared and sprinted in all directions, it seems it wants to flee. Just a heads up, the shadow clones of the ghost tiger are all corporeal. If even one escapes, it won't be considered dead, merely weakened for a time, and your soul ring could be in jeopardy, Mu Yun languidly remarked. Need assistance? Humph. Not necessary. Room. Zhu Zhuqing's icy voice resonated as a white light membrane expanded from her, enveloping all the ghost tigers within. With a mere flick of her 10-blade claws, all the tigers were sliced into fragments. Astonishingly, not a single drop of blood was spilled. The eyes of the severed heads expressed terror, aware they were alive yet utterly powerless. As Zhu Zhuqing retracted her fruiting ability, the ghost tiger perished, a black soul ring slowly ascending. She gracefully approached the soul ring and began to absorb it. Mu Yun contemplated assisting her, but ultimately decided against it. There was no need. The ghost tigers will have been thoroughly shattered by Zhu Zhuqing's decisive move, leaving the remaining soul ring without any means to resist. From there, it was merely a matter of enduring the energy feedback from the 10,000-year soul ring. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing had absorbed the soul ring, directly ascending to the rank of Soul Master at level 33. Buzz! One after another, Zhu Zhuqing appeared out of thin air. What an impressive soul skill, especially after being refined in the Spirit Tower. This shadow clone can possess my entire battle prowess. Mu Yun, thank you. Chapter 15. The Soul Beast with a System. Mu Yun. What happened? Wasn't that gold-eating, refining beast your target? After all that time searching, why didn't you eliminate it to seize its soul ring? Instead, you turned and fled without a second thought? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, shaking off Mu Yun's hand, eager to return and engage in battle. Eliminate it? My brilliant elder sister, it seems you would lose your sense of self after slaying a 10,000-year soul beast. Mu Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved he had prudently activated his mystical eye early, revealing the horrifying information to him. What's wrong? I thought it was just an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. With no sense of danger, the records on the gold-eating, refining beast don't indicate it's a formidable species. What's there to fear? Zhu Zhuqing queried, puzzled. That's precisely why it is dangerous. Your martial soul, the nether spirit cat, excels in perception, and my orange cat martial soul is also highly attuned to danger. Even when I activated observation hockey in the jar, I sensed no threat from it. This indicates that its level far surpasses ours, and its temperament is exceedingly cautious. Such a being should never be provoked. Mu Yun spoke with lingering trepidation, recalling the information he had glimpsed. It is a 900,000-year metamorphosed soul beast, adept at stealth, living undetected in the Dou Forest, even remaining unnoticed by the Dominator-level soul beasts deep within. Cautious by nature, it only strikes when necessary, and when it does, there are no survivors. Moreover, it possesses a refining master system, a third-tier artifact-level refining master. Additionally, the entirety of its dazzling equipment, headgear, robes, battle boots, weapons, shields, earrings, and necklaces, all of it, even its fingers adorned with rings, is a fearsome arsenal. Who would dare confront such an armed-to-the-teeth treasure trove? Even the protagonist would have to kneel before IT that moment. An unfamiliar voice echoed from behind him. Little one, your eyes are quite extraordinary. Sword domain, cat's blooming flowers. In response to the sudden voice, Mu Yun exhibited no surprise. As if prepared, he unleashed his domain-type sword technique, causing a flurry of petals to scatter. Humph! The figure in black robes, struck by several petals, gradually became visible, emitting muffled groans, an intriguing technique. It managed to force me out of the void, and some petals even bypassed my defensive artifact to strike my true form. Poison, dizziness, paralysis, petrification, binding, and even the deadly spring poison of the Red Skull. Regrettably, they are all too weak. Combined, they only managed to control me for a brief moment. The figure's right hand slowly lifted, clearly preparing to break free from the restraints, as 5 rings glimmered, signaling an impending formidable strike. A moment is sufficient. The orange cat marshal's soul manifested, and with a speed unfitting of its size, it swiftly approached the figure in black robes, lightly tapping with its pudgy paw. Pop. The figure in black displayed astonishment. It was a rule-type soul skill. Little one, we shall meet again. And with that, it vanished. Goodness, to have endured a full-force cute strike and still managed to utter a word before leaving. What a remarkable entity. Mu Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. While the damage certainly wouldn't affect the entity, at least he was safe for the next 3 days, as the full-force cute strike was designed to send an opponent flying for 3 continuous days. Disregarding their strength, what transpired? Was there someone here just now? Where did they go? Zhu Zhuqing arrived, belatedly realizing the situation. I sent them on a trip. Mu Yin waved his hand, his expression slightly grave. Next, I aim to hunt the big mouth flower. If you don't wish to accompany me, feel free to return in a way. Courtesy demands reciprocity. You helped me hunt the ghost tiger, so I will assist you in hunting the big mouth flower. Mu Yin pondered for a moment and nodded. You may accompany me, but we must agree on 3 rules. Without my permission, do not act recklessly. The big mouth flower is not the same as the ghost tiger. Your speed will not serve you well against it. It's merely a stationary plant-type soul beast. It should be far easier to handle than a ghost tiger. Just wait and watch as I deal with it in an instant. Zhu Zhuqing, now brimming with confidence, felt invincible. Not blindly trust the records regarding soul beasts. Spatial-type soul beasts are far more dangerous than you can imagine. That I understand. Your incessant nagging is utterly tiresome. An hour later, Zhu Zhuqing, pale and trembling, huddled behind Mu Yun, panicking as she screamed, "Ah, that was too close. That enormous mouth appeared behind me without warning. Had you not intervened to send it flying, I would have perished. I warned you that it would counter someone of your speed. You refused to heed my advice and dared to use Nether Shadow Kill, a spatial jumping-type soul skill. Within its spatial trap domain, it's a miracle you didn't T-charge straight into its mouth." 2816-3 Bug Chapter 17 Encountering a Time Traveler Boss, 3 Yo Chiao, 1 gene of fried dough sticks, and a bowl of savory tofu pudding with extra chopped pickled vegetables and scallions. Pleased to my astonishment, I found such a nostalgic breakfast on the streets of Soto City. Mu Yun harbored serious suspicions that the proprietor of this breakfast shop might be a time traveler. However, after a failed attempt at a covert signal involving the Qi Bian O Bian and the Imperial Liquor, I learned that this establishment was merely a branch, one of many in Soto City, with the main store located in Spirit City, reportedly owned by a significant figure with formidable connections. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside. City Lord's guard on duty, all idle personnel, clear the area. A well-armored contingent marched through, prompting merchants to hurriedly close their doors and lock them. Mu Yun, multitasking, relished his meal while activating his observation hockey, keenly observing the unfolding scene that he noticed the disciplined troop surround a lone individual. At last, we cornered you. It's puzzling why that esteemed personage doesn't allow us to storm the establishment and apprehend you. However, You will accompany us now. My master wishes to see you. Do not compel us to resort to violence. The encircled individual was a young man, dressed rather ordinarily, slightly disheveled, yet better groomed than the ragged beggars on the street. At least his shoes bore no holes. Ah, I must ask, are you all truly so bothersome? I've finally managed to step out for breakfast, and here you are creating chaos, obsessively watching my humble shop and severely impacting our sales. Your actions are quite distressing. Regarding the esteemed individual you mentioned, I have no interest in meeting him. Should you have business, come to my jar shop, bring ample gold soul coins, and we can negotiate. If you're merely a pauper, then be gone. I shan't entertain you. Refusing hospitality only invites punishment. Seize him. Faced with soldiers resembling wolves and tigers, brandishing shields and truncheons, Mu Yun felt an odd sense of familiarity reminiscent of encounters with the city management team. The young man merely scoffed, unleashing a terrifying aura that radiated in all directions. One by one, the soldiers collapsed to the ground, including nearby merchants who had been sheltering indoors. I've been stifled for too long. I've longed to make an example of someone to vent my frustrations, and now you come knocking. Just take a good long nap. The flavors of spicy soup, tofu pudding, and fried dough sticks were a delightful reminiscence. He was drawn to them as the young man inhaled the aromatic scents. He dashed towards the entrance. Upon pushing through the door, he beheld a small, cherubic boy, blissfully savoring youtiao and tofu pudding, his face radiating happiness. Well, if it isn't to you, my dear little brother Mu Yun, the young man paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. His observation hockey had failed to detect the boy's presence. In fact, even now. Face to face, he sensed nothing but air. Noticing the young man's observation hockey scanning back and forth, Mu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. After all, he was currently a void sword body, impervious to ordinary observation hockey. Say, Boss Lin, your conqueror's hockey seems rather crude. Can't you refine it a bit? You've left the shopkeeper dazed. Are you hoping to dine and dash? How could I be the kind of person? Lin Fan swiftly gathered 10 youtiao, 3 jin of fried dough sticks, and 3 bowls of spicy soup, expertly packing them into 3 portions, leading Mu Yun to suspect he must have done this in a past life. I'll be heading back now. See you shortly. With a crackle of purple lightning, Lin Fan vanished from sight. With his conqueror's hockey, observation hockey, and what seemed to be a thunder fruit devil fruit, he embodied the standard ensemble of many time travelers. No wonder he felt emboldened to venture out from the shop without concern. Yet he truly had dined without paying Mu Yun, both amused and exasperated, left behind a gold soul coin before exiting the scene. It was unwise to linger in a place rife with conflict, as he did not wish to bear the blame for Lin Fan's misdeeds. Before long, a handsome young man arrived at the scene. Greeted by the sight of countless individuals sprawled across the street, their armor gleaming in the sunlight. A truly spectacular sight. They were merely unconscious, with no immediate threat to their lives. A shadow materialized from thin air, its hood obscuring its face, exuding an unsettling aura that sent chills down one's spine. What an unusual method to incapacitate hundreds merely through sheer presence. That I've only experienced such a sensation from the Grand Elder. Clad in a vibrant red robe adorned with intricate gold and silver patterns, a striking figure with an androgynous voice and elegantly curled fingers appeared beside the young man. Are you referring to my grandfather? The young man furrowed his brow in confusion. Not the Grand Elder of Douluo. The sensation described must be the divine power of the Grand Elder. Only such a level of strength could achieve this feat. The ominous figure spoke with trepidation. It appears I was a step too slow. He has already matured. This is all the doing of those 7 treasure glazed tile school rascals. The young man expressed his discontent. Young master, shall we storm that jar shop and apprehend him? Although his aura is formidable, his true combat capability may not be as strong. With my 95 level chrysanthemum Douluo and 95 level old ghost, capturing an obscure individual should pose no challenge. Besides, with our martial soul fusion technique, the 2 extremes stasis domain, I believe there is no one we cannot seize. Observing the overconfident chrysanthemum Douluo, the young man replied coolly. Perhaps we could try that next time we encounter him outside, but rushing into the shop to capture someone is an act of folly we should avoid. Since we cannot control him, we shall simply abide by his rules. Ghost Uncle, Return to the Spirit Hall immediately and procure as many gold soul coins as possible. Chrysanthemum Uncle, gather all the liquid assets for my enterprises. Since we cannot seize the treasure trove that is the jar shop, we shall join forces with it. This great opportunity shall be mine. The young man clenched his fist, departing with 2 formidable title Dou. After a lengthy pause, a figure emerged from the void. Yu Yun's eyes glimmered with purple light. Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, was, in truth, the young master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue. Possessing the 6-winged angel martial soul and standing as a soul king at level 59, a time traveler, the owner of the heavenly summoning system. What a remarkable twist. This is like a crow occupying a magpie's nest. Layered upon layered. Mu Yun's expression was peculiar. This Dou seemed rather unorthodox, with several systems already intervening. How could Tang San, who relied on the protagonist's halo to conquer the world, possibly manage when the protagonist's narrative collides with an external force? The outcome is likely to be dire. This world is becoming increasingly fascinating. The heavenly summoning system. I hope it does not disappoint. Ding, the heavenly summoning system has successfully taken advantage. Host, please receive promptly. Chapter 18 Successful Summoning. The heavenly summoning system has informed that host Qian Renxue has completed 2 summons, and as a result, you too may conduct 2 summons. Must I accomplish any tasks this time? None required. Qian Renxue has already completed both tasks. First, eliminating Xue Qinghe and successfully assuming his identity. Second, successfully subduing the Chrysanthemum Dou and the Ghost Dou. She completed the tasks while I reaped the rewards. This was a splendid windfall. Mu Yun gave a thumbs up to the void, reveling in the ease of unearned gains. Summon. Commence. Moments later, 2 figures materialized from the void. One boasted azure hair and crystal clear eyes. A delicate face. What an adorable little boy, almost rivaling my own attractiveness. The slime monster, Rimuru Tempest, endowed with unique skills. Great sage and predator. The other figure had golden hair, blue eyes, and donned a flowing gown. With pointed ears and red lips, wielding a branch-like staff. The water spirit, Asuna, possessed skills in flight and wind and water magic. What a remarkable outcome. I've summoned these 2, with excitement gleaming in his eyes. Mu Yun was aware that although Rimuru was the weakest magical creature, a slime, his predator skill allowed him to consume any formidable magical beast and acquire their skills and strength in full. After consumption, he could also release them to become his subordinates. Moreover, the great sage encompassed 5 grand abilities: thought acceleration, analysis and identification, parallel calculation, chant disruption, and the all-encompassing, seemingly surpassing even his own broken illusion spirit eye. As for Asuna, she was exceptional as well. Besides her striking beauty and magical prowess, she excelled in various practical skills such as cooking, tailoring, and commerce, making her perfectly suited to be a proper housekeeper. A respectable one at that. So let there be no misunderstandings. As they entered the cosmic jar shop together, a voice welcomed them. Welcome. You 3. Lin Fan's mouth gaped in disbelief as he processed the information of the 3. Mu Yun, human, level 30 Grand Soul Master, Orange Cat Martial Soul, Void Sword Body, Combat Power Assessment. 999. Rimuru, Magical Beast, level 1, Exclusive Skills, Great Sage and Predator, Combat Power Assessment. 1 to Infinity. Asuna, Elf, level 99, Grand Mage, Combat Power Assessment. 999. What is the meaning of this? What on earth is going on? This defies all logic. It was no wonder Lin Fan was astonished. These 2 were evidently not beings from this world. Magical beasts. Elves, how could such entities exist in the world of Douluo? Mu Yun remained unfazed. Lin Boss, remain calm. You are the owner of the Cosmic Jar Shop. What could be more illogical than your very existence? Furthermore, I believe your jars could yield them, or even more outrageous things. Additionally, allow me to provide you with a piece of intel for free. The mastermind behind the ambush against you today is someone from the Spirit Hall. A system-equipped transmigrator. So, you need to be cautious. The strongest in this world might not necessarily be demigods like Qian Douluo, Poseidon, or Tang Chun. There could be other system bearers who might seize you when you venture out. It's hard to say whether they possess means to snatch away your golden finger. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan broke into a cold sweat. How perilous. He hadn't expected that he wasn't the only one with a golden finger system in this world. The implications were chilling. If those who ambushed him were merely from the Spirit Hall or other factions, it wouldn't be a huge issue, merely targeting the jars. But if the opponent was indeed a transmigrator with a golden finger system, then their motives could be treacherous, potentially aimed directly at his own system. His current strength was still far from invincible, while the elementalization of the Thunder Fruit was an insurmountable existence in this world. It was limited to this realm, and numerous methods to counter elementalization existed across the myriad worlds. Thank you, my brother. Your warning comes at a most opportune time. As for the price of the jars. Do you think, friendship aside, rules must not be broken? That I must remind you, little brother, we are merely workers relying on you, esteemed patrons, for our livelihoods. You understand. This time, Lin Fan did not fall for the trap. Having learned from past experiences, very well, I shall take 30 jars. Yun, with a flourish, tossed a large package. 30. Are they also going to smash jars? Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment. That not permissible. Does your jar have a stipulation of only selling to humans? That rule does not exist. Does yours stipulate selling only to people of this world? That is not the case either. Then what's the issue? In the absence of prohibitions, all is lawful. Yun asserted with confidence. However, there is one rule. Any living beings summoned from this jar cannot smash jars. Pray tell, are these two friends of mine summoned from your shop? That is not the case. Lin Fan felt conflicted. Logically, it seemed there was no issue, yet it felt peculiar, as though it was a loophole around the rules. Then what are you hesitating for? I am lawfully spending money to smash jars, and you're lawfully receiving payment to allow me to do so. No one can find fault here. We are in the right. What is there to fear? At last, Lin Fan was persuaded and procured 30 jars. Yun chuckled inwardly. Fortunately, he had summoned 2 individuals. Had he summoned 1,000 Frost Dragon Knights, one would truly understand the magnitude of this loophole. Rimuru, you shall go first. Asuna, you second, and I shall take the last. As Rimuru faced the 10 earthen jars before him, he unhesitatingly smashed them all at once. The first revealed the Control Silk Demon Binding Formation, which ensnares enemies in webs, a blue rare quality skill. The second, Body Armor, significantly enhances defense and reduces damage, a blue rare quality skill. The third, Black Lightning, a powerful spell attack, also a blue rare quality skill. The fourth, Advanced Mimicry, allows perfect imitation of any being, a purple perfect quality skill. The fifth, Great Cleaning Technique, a practical life skill, a blue rare quality skill. The sixth, a box of fatty happy water. Beloved by both chubby kids and slimes, a white ordinary quality item. The seventh, a female swimsuit student uniform, tightly wrapped with little to see, understood by those who know, a white ordinary quality item. The eighth, Dragon Demon Blade, a non-tradable exclusive item, a purple perfect quality item. The ninth, a purple women's professional suit for secretarial use, a white ordinary quality item. The 10th, Zun, a member of the Ghost Clan, with a cold exterior and a passionate heart. Capable of evolution, Rimuru's favorite, a golden legendary quality item. Chapter 19. 3 Majestic Gate Fruit, Lord Rimuru. I have finally found you. At the moment Yuen in her secretary outfit appeared, she embraced Rimuru, burying his delicate face amidst her formidable assets. So envious one, I'll smother you. I'll smother you one, the 2 envious and jealous individuals silently wished. And what brings you here? Rimuru managed to pull his head out, surprise evident in his eyes. After the Demon Lord meeting, you vanished without a trace. We feared you had been abducted, and thus we split up the search everywhere. Then suddenly, I was enveloped in darkness, and upon opening my eyes again, I found myself here. Zun surveyed her surroundings, gripping the hilt of her sword in a defensive stance. It must be you who have abducted our great Demon Lord. Fu Yun and Lin Fan simultaneously looked up at a 45-degree angle. Nervously whistling, these two were summoned by the cosmic summoning system, while one was captured by the jar system. In a sense, calling them kidnappers wasn't entirely unjust. My lord, your strength? Ziyuan suddenly exclaimed. Well, I've returned to my original state. Rimuru shrugged nonchalantly. Not to worry, with my assistance. The Demon Lord shall soon regain his strength. Why has my strength reverted to the great demon group? Zun fell to the ground. Mouth agape. It seems you have been reset as well. No worries. Let us join forces to regain our strength together. Rimuru extended his little hand with a sunny smile. Team up with my lord. To hold hands. He was unclear whether Zun misinterpreted something. But she made an odd sound, staring dreamily. There exists a creature here known as a soul beast, similar to our magical beings. We should be able to recover swiftly. Truly the great Lord Rimuru. Setting aside the two, amusingly chattering, Asuna stepped forward. Shopkeeper, I shall begin with my jars. Asuna first smashed a jar to test the waters, the complete compendium of magical potion recipes, a purple, perfect quality item. Quite good. Asuna beamed as she stowed the item away. She was genuinely interested in the profession of a potion maker, though her upbringing had limited her opportunities to learn. Next, she smashed 2 more jars consecutively. Spirit Gathering Spring, capable of concentrating the essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into spiritual liquid, a purple, perfect quality item. Little Rain Technique, a basic spell to summon a small rain cloud, essential for spirit plant masters. A blue rare quality skill. Once again satisfied, Asuna continued to smash the remaining jars. 50 types of ordinary flower and grass seeds, merely decorative with no practical use. A white ordinary quality item that a complete professional toolkit for potion crafting. A white ordinary quality item. 10 types of first-tier spirit-level flower and grass seeds, usable for refining first-tier elixirs. A blue rare quality item. 20 types of first-tier spirit-level flower and grass seeds, also usable for refining first-tier elixirs. A blue rare quality item. Spirit-level soil of all directions, a specialized soil for planting spirit-level flowers and herbs. A blue rare quality item. Basic alchemy inheritance, a legacy left by a novice alchemist, including several basic recipes and alchemical experience. Of purple, perfect quality. Jie, hailing from the gaming world, an artificial intelligence endowed with human emotions, excels in mental care and intelligence gathering. Of purple, perfect quality. Jie, mother in the gaming world, Jie is Asuna's adopted daughter. Full Gres. Buy 2 and get 2 free. Fortunately, it's Jie that appeared and not Kirito. Otherwise, this dog food would be endless, devoured left and right. Yun watched as his 2 subordinates quickly paired off, inexplicably experiencing the discomfort of exclusion. Boss Lin, it's my turn. Yun felt a twinge of nervousness this time. The previous intimidation tactics he used on Lin Fan had inadvertently frightened himself. The deprivation of the golden finger system, it also applies to him. And besides, Lin Fan has a jar shop from which he draws strength. Here, he is invincible and utterly safe that he possesses none of that. And a powerful, gold-eating refining beast already poses a severe threat to his safety, not to mention the existence of a well-connected transmigrator. The urgency to grow stronger has become exceedingly pressing. Here, your 10 jars. This time, you should not be so fortunate. Lin Fan squinted, seemingly privy to something. Previously, the sect leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School brought many people over but found few good items, most being of white ordinary quality. Let us begin. I have confidence in my luck. Unlike certain individuals who eat without paying, I proactively left a golden soul coin this morning. Kind-hearted individuals seldom encounter bad luck. Gazing at the neatly arranged 10 jars before him, Muyin took a deep breath. I smash. Bang, bang, bang. 7 illusory heart formation, an illusory formation that evokes the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the target, drawing them into their most anticipated or feared fantasy world. A second-tier formation, capable of restraining foundation establishment cultivators, equivalent to deities in the Douluo world, of purple, perfect quality, starry golden lock formation. A defensive formation, maintaining the power of the stars without breaking the formation, a weakened version of the Celestial Star Formation, a second-tier formation, capable of withstanding attacks from Foundation Establishment cultivators, of purple perfect quality. Cold Moon Killing Formation, a killing formation that releases countless slashes infused with moonlight power, unleashing attacks comparable to those of Foundation Establishment cultivators, of purple perfect quality. 1,000 formation stones, essential for setting up formations. Inscribed with corresponding spiritual patterns to arrange various formations, a blue rare quality item. Network Base Station, Soul Power Edition. The core of network architecture, powered by soul energy. A blue rare quality item. 1000 invisible cameras. White ordinary quality items. Advanced Conqueror's Haki from the Pirate World. A mark of a king. A purple perfect quality skill. Advanced Armament Haki from the Pirate World. An essential skill for the strong, capable of countering elemental demon fruit abilities. A purple perfect quality skill. Supreme Strength Pill, capable of increasing strength by 10,000 pounds. A purple perfect quality item. Gate Fruit, a space-type demon fruit, capable of opening a door to any place previously visited. A golden legendary quality item. Wow. 1 white, 2 blue, 6 purple, and 1 gold. It seems my luck remains as splendid as ever. Mu Yun wore a satisfied expression, initially fearing he would encounter half-white ordinary quality items. But it far exceeded expectations. Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki, the essential trio for the strong from the Pirate World, has been fully acquired, along with a space-type gate fruit. He intends to consume this personally, feeling that it would benefit his void sword body. Chapter 20. The Arrival of the Ghost. Duh. Strange, despite having lowered the treasure drop rate, how did he still manage to obtain so many good items? Lin Fan muttered in confusion. Leaving the jar shop, Mu Yun did not wander aimlessly this time, making his way swiftly to the manor. Wait a moment. Halfway along the journey, in a remote area, Mu Yun suddenly halted. Sigh, what a hassle, you a dignified title Dou, following an 8-year-old little boy like me. Doesn't that seem embarrassing to you? A wisp of ghostly shadow slowly materialized. How interesting, quite interesting indeed. I never expected you could truly sense my presence. The level 95 Ghost Law was genuinely astonished. In terms of combat power, few could surpass him in this world, but when it comes to stealth, he would claim the top spot, with even the strongest of the Spirit Hall. Demigod Qian Douluo, unable to unravel his concealment. Today, he was unexpectedly detected by an 8-year-old child in Soto City. When the other party left the jar shop, he had a premonition of being discovered. During the tracking, he had contemplated ambushing them several times, but each time he prepared to act, an ominous feeling would wash over him. Perhaps it was the intuition honed through years of combat, a sense that had saved him countless times. Did I ask you, why don't you return to the Spirit Hall to gather funds honestly, and instead, come here to block me? Mu Yun grumbled, hands tucked into his pockets. The ghost's eyes suddenly narrowed. Do you know who I am? You even know I'm returning to the Spirit Hall to retrieve golden soul coins. That means when a young master. I, an old chrysanthemum, spoke this morning. You were present, young master? Are you referring to that pretender Shui Qinghe, Qianren Shue? Knowing about the young master and the secret, you cannot be spared. The ghost was enraged. A massive scythe of death appearing in his hand, vanishing from sight in an instant, Mu Yun wielded the demonic blade of 1,000 blades, silently expanding his sword domain, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Finally, the bait was taken. Let us see how well you can test the effects of my current cat flying flower chaotic sword domain. At that moment, the ghost found himself at a loss for words. He felt something was amiss even when he was still 20 meters away from the other party, as he could hardly believe that an 8-year-old child could master such a technique. But as he pressed forward another 10 meters, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming flurry of petals, confirming his suspicion. This was indeed a domain, and a troublesome sword domain at that. A sword domain. Such a thing is only wielded by the sword Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Right, kid? What is your relationship with the sword Douluo? Mu Yun touched his nose, remaining silent. The opponent had already fallen into the cat flying flower chaos, disoriented and unable to discern his true position. He certainly wouldn't foolishly reveal his location. Bang, bang, bang. A series of faint collision sounds echoed. The ghost suddenly turned pale with terror. I'm poisoned. My whole body is stiff. Paralyzed, even a certain indescribable part is responding. Spring poison. These sword intent petals. You are shameless. At such a young age, you endured so much and still have the energy to scold me. It seems my poison lacks potency. I'll need to think of ways to improve it later. Mu Yun took out a small notebook, carefully recording the experimental subject reactions while jotting down a few improvement plans. Half an hour later, The disheveled ghost Dou suddenly trembled, transforming into several shadows, dashing in all directions. Is he trying to escape? Oh no, it's quite the opposite. Mu Yun chuckled coldly, gesturing for Asuna and Rimuru to refrain from approaching, indicating that Mu Yun, feeling somewhat dejected, moved his limbs a bit. Killing Gay Dou in this situation was not impossible. It merely required exhausting his soul power and ultimately extinguishing his essence to achieve a complete demise. This task, however, was dreadfully time-consuming. Since he couldn't be killed outright, Mu Yun decided to deliver a beating first, then send him flying. His fists turned dark as he activated his armament haki and charged at Dou, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon his face before delivering a playful slap to send him on a trip. Did he really think he could act with impunity just because he lacked a physical form? There are numerous methods to deal with such a situation. Next time we meet, I shall strike him again. After knocking the enemy down, I shall lecture him. This is the privilege of a protagonist. How delightful. Moo. Who was that ominous figure just now? Is he your enemy? As the battle concluded, Asuna and Rimuru approached. I suppose so. What do you think of his strength? After a moment of contemplation, Asuna replied, he appears to be at the level of a grand mage, but in the face of magic he amounts to nothing. Magic is inherently advantageous against entities without a physical presence. Ji Yuan also scoffed. He's merely a battle general, nothing impressive. Rimuru interjected, it's all a matter of perspective. Upon returning to the manor, Mu Yun began to assign tasks. Yui, the network architecture is in your capable hands. Understood, Commander. Little Yui saluted enthusiastically, well-versed in her duties as an artificial intelligence. Asuna, please plant those flowers and herbs, then concoct a batch of magical potions. I have use for them. Certainly. Lastly, Rimuru, team up with Ji Yuan and head to the Dou Forest to quickly regain your strength. You might as well recruit some subordinates along the way. Mu Yun had unwavering confidence in Rimuru's ability to gather followers. After all, he had previously established a nation. Chapter 21. The Divine Law of Willow. A leap to greatness the next time the law appears. He shall not be so easily dealt with. This time, he fell victim to underestimating me, carelessly stepping into my domain trap, and was countered effectively, rendering his formidable soul skills ineffective. His greatest strength lies in his fusion technique with Douluo, a dual attribute domain capable of simultaneously restraining an opponent's movements and soul power. However, he has now lost a leg. Although his unique physique allows for recovery, the loss of his soul power essence will not be easily regained. I expect he won't trouble me for the next few months. Ding! The cooldown period for the message bottle system has expired. It is now ready for use. Moments later, a successful match was made. Please proceed to the trading space to complete the transaction. Upon entering the trading space, Mu Yun beheld a doll clad in a leather skirt, clutching a large milk bottle, wobbling out of the spatial passage. Allah, who hit me with a bottle? I shall pummel them. Faced with the indignant little one, Mu Yun, initially disappointed at what he thought was a wasted trading opportunity, suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Perfect world, sure how, available items for trade. High-grade beast milk, fresh milk squeezed from a wild cow, brimming with energy comparable to a major potion. Stone village body refining soup, an ancient, crude yet effective method of medicinal bathing. Qinglin Eagle Treasure Technique, a technique derived from the fierce beast Qinglin Eagle's treasure bones, allowing one to ride the winds and unleash wind blade attacks. Swanee Treasure Technique, upon comprehension, one can summon the illusion of Swanee, possessing part of the formidable powers of the beast. Divine Law of Willow, upon comprehension, one gains unparalleled recovery abilities and can undergo a transformative rebirth, with each metamorphosis resulting in a significant enhancement of life levels. Additionally, there are several pieces of meat, all sourced from fierce beasts, and various herbs of excellent quality from the wilderness. This was no mere child. This was a mobile treasure trove. Glancing at the items he could offer in trade, Mu Yun felt somewhat embarrassed. They were simply not on the same level, aside from a few trivial items. His offerings were mostly suitable only for foundational cultivation. In stark contrast, the Divine Law of Willow was a top-tier technique, while the Swanee Treasure Technique was also of high caliber. Even the unknown herbs and meat were treasures rare in the realm of cultivation. How about we trade now? Is there anything among my items that piques your interest? Little Sure How twirled excitedly, seemingly having discovered something captivating. This, and that. Mu Yun was taken aback. The least desirable items. Old Tan sauerkraut noodles. Subpar white wine, happy fatty water, Jinhua ham, and snail noodles were the ones chosen. Little Sure How was sniffing eagerly, an expression of ecstasy on his face, drooling at the thought of their deliciousness. I want this chaotic cape hammer technique. The village chief and the others will surely love it. This beginner-level refining technique sounds impressive. Those bone sticks in the village should become much stronger after some processing. Little Sure How dismissed the 8 mundane artifacts and 2 magical artifacts. With a mere twist, he broke one of the magical artifacts' swords, for the material was merely ordinary iron. Even though it had been inscribed with spirit patterns to become a magical artifact, it could not withstand the immense strength of the child, and Yu Yun surmised that the little one possessed at least over 100,000 pounds of force. The ordinary grade strength-enhancing pills were also overlooked. The additional strength was too meager, and even the weakest child would disdain them, for those refined in the stone village's great cauldron possessed outrageously high strength. The 6 Veins divine sword was disregarded too, as its attack power could not even pierce the child's skin. Neither was the sword chi armor deemed worthy. Its defense was too feeble. The earth spirit pattern, star gathering pattern, moon gathering pattern, and the refining spirit technique were all appreciated. These methods of auxiliary cultivation were far more advanced than the rudimentary practices of their stone village. Ultimately, he also selected the 3000 thunder movement, for the speed enhancement granted by lightning was invaluable in any realm. Mu Yun, however, shamelessly opted for the divine law of Willow, trading a heap of junk for a divine artifact. It was only due to his audacity that he could muster the courage to propose such a deal. Little Sure How agreed, not only accepting the trade, but also gifting the Swanee treasure technique, Qinglin eagle treasure technique, and stone village body refining soup. Being young and inexperienced, he believed that trading away such techniques would not diminish his own abilities, nor would it cost him any meat, as the stone village's body refining soup was plentiful. In hindsight, he realized that this transaction had not only been beneficial, but had yielded an abundance of valuable items. Big brother, you are truly a good person. Thank you. Little Sure How waved vigorously as he departed. Yun also waved back, delighted. No need for thanks. Do come again. Leaving the trading space, Mu Yun eagerly soaked in the stone village body refining soup. Unaware of how many life essences it contained, he felt each cell within him boiling, his strength continuously surging until he soon reached an extraordinary force of 100,000 pounds, and oh wonder others dismissed the ordinary grade strength-enhancing pills. Such a trivial amount of strength was utterly inconsequential. Subsequently, Mu Yun practiced the divine law of Willow, discovering that the limits that had previously shackled him began to shatter one after another. He was no longer merely immortal. In terms of life levels, he had transcended to a realm akin to the so-called deities of the Douluo continent. His internal soul power was beginning to transform into divine power, and even his soul rings were shifting from black to RED. And oh wonder the divine trials rewarded soul ring years. This was an inevitable process of transforming soul power into divine power. As for me, I initially became a divine body, and thus my soul power naturally converted into divine power. With the essence of my soul transformed, it was only natural for the soul rings to change accordingly. This divine law of Willow is truly formidable. Even at the entry level, my body has shed its mortal coil. The level is so high that it directly bypasses the cultivation system of the Douluo world, allowing for an instant transformation into a divine body, an extraordinary leap to greatness. Mu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had sensed the presence of the entrance to the divine realm. There was one at the Spirit Hall, another on Sea God Island, one in the City of Slaughter, and yet another deep within the Dou Forest, although that particular entrance appeared to be sealed. Chapter 22. The Smoke Cloud Twin-Winged Thunder Lion King. Deep within the Dou Forest, a colossal lion with dragon horns and dual wings, surrounded by purple arcs of lightning, stood majestically, while golden mist swirled around its feet like auspicious clouds. Opposite it stood a small boy, behind whom loomed a gigantic ethereal figure remarkably similar to the lion, also adorned with dragon horns, dual wings, arcs of lightning, and golden mist. Roar, boy, how is it that you can wield the ancestral techniques of my kind? The lion, known as the smoke cloud twin-winged thunder lion king, spoke with a hint of perplexity that it was said to have a bloodline connection to the mythical swan in Mu Yun had come specifically to seek this creature. Lion King, become my soul ring, he stated directly, revealing his intentions. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the smoke cloud, twin-winged Thunder Lion King. You comprehend the gravity of your words? I am the Thunder Lion King. A soul beast of 200,000 years. In the face of such overwhelming pressure, Mu Yun merely smiled nonchalantly, his clothing remaining utterly undisturbed. Were it any other formidable soul beast, he might not have maintained such composure. But against the smoke cloud, twin-winged Thunder Lion King, his swan and eye techniques invoked an ultimate suppression. Not react so strongly. At your level, you should understand that becoming a soul ring does not equate to complete annihilation. Once one ascends to divinity and enters the divine realm, resurrection is not insurmountable, Mu Yun remarked, lightly tapping his toes to instantly appear before the lion, gazing levelly into its eyes. Become a god. You speak so lightly of it, as if it were an easy feat. Do not boast. Do you think you can simply declare yourself a god? The lion's voice trailed off, its already enormous eyes bulging in astonishment. Two red soul rings materialized beneath Mu Yun's feet. As the transformation of divine power completed, the original black soul ring transformed into red, and the aura emanating from him exerted immense pressure on the smoke cloud, twin-winged Thunder Lion King, nearly halting the flow of its soul power. Divine power. No, divine body. How is it possible that you possess a divine body? This cannot be. You are not even a titled Douluo, merely a lowly grand soul master. How could you wield divine power? Do you still believe my future ascension to divinity is mere bragging? Mu Yun challenged. The smoke cloud, twin-winged Thunder Lion King fell silent, realizing there was little left to say. Forget the future. He was already akin to a god in the present. You must consider carefully, for our soul beast lineage, achieving divinity requires 1,000,000 years of cultivation. You are still far from that. Are you certain you wish to endure such a lengthy wait? Moreover, the pathway to the divine realm seems to be blocked. Even if you became a 1,000,000-year soul beast, you would still be unable to enter and become a beast god. But if you follow me, it will be different. Together, we can enter the divine realm through alternate pathways, absorbing divine essence, making the ascent to godhood far simpler, Mu Yun articulated with clarity and persuasion. After much contemplation, the smoke cloud, twin-winged Thunder Lion King finally spoke. For you to claim my allegiance is simple. Defeat me in battle, that I have no desire to serve a weakling. Very well, I shall oblige you. An hour later, the bruised and battered smoke cloud, twin-winged Thunder Lion King conceded defeat and even chose to offer itself as a sacrifice. Faced with Mu Yun's swan and eye techniques, the lion's divine abilities were completely suppressed, forcing it to rely solely on its formidable physique and incredible speed to contend. Yet Mu Yun was unperturbed by either. Once the domain of the cat flying flower sword realm was unleashed, even the swiftest foes would be slowed, while the spatial traps of void strangulation would ensure that the faster one flew, the more dire their demise. As for the lion's powerful physique, it paled in comparison to Mu Yun's divine body, with the vast disparity in their life levels rendering combat futile. With the completion of the smoke cloud, twin-winged Thunder Lion King sacrifice, Mu Yun's cultivation soared to level 40, even overflowing, before reverting to level 39 upon the transformation into divine power. Not only did he acquire a red soul ring, but he also obtained 2 external soul bones, the purple lightning dragon horn and the smoke cloud wings. Purple lightning dragon horn, capable of summoning myriad purple lightning bolts for large-scale bombardment, while simultaneously amplifying all lightning-based spells tenfold. Smoke cloud wings, granting unparalleled speed, with the added effect of petrification upon inhaling golden mist. Additionally, the soul ring bestowed 2 soul skills, overbearing might, which doubled one's attack and defense power, and Beast King's intimidation, which have the enemy's strength. Moreover, Mu Yun glanced helplessly at his shoulder, where a petite golden lion perched, curiously gauging its newfound strength. This the power of divinity. It feels extraordinary. the small lion remarked. After the smoke cloud, twin-winged Thunder Lion King's spirit was assimilated into the soul ring, Mu Yun, inspired, utilized his divine power and life-giving essence to construct a corporeal form for it, subsequently embedding the lion's will within. Thus, the smoke cloud, twin-winged Thunder Lion King was reborn in an alternate state. What frustrated Mu Yun was that the little lion refused to remain inside the hive, insisting on staying outside and incessantly asking questions. Boss, what shall we do now? Should we head to Stardew Lake? There are two formidable beings there, the heavenly blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Should we go and give him a thrashing? There are also the deep-sea magic whale king, the evil demon orca king, and the soul-devouring great white shark in the ocean. The Arctic ice field harbors several powerful 10,000-year soul beasts. Yet the most formidable and perilous of all is the dark demon evil god tiger, capable of devouring the soul power of soul beasts or human soul masters to enhance its strength. Possessing attributes of evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, along with high intelligence, residing in the Dou Forest. How about I take you to encounter it? Faced with the incessant chatter of the small lion, Mu Yun felt an overwhelming urge to silence its mouth. How have you survived this long with such a combative spirit? You dare to provoke the dark demon evil god tiger. That creature is not to be trifled with. However, its dual attributes of space and time are rather enticing. Perhaps I should reserve it for later when I grow stronger. For now, he decided it was best to return home, as he still had 3 grand formations awaiting his arrangement. A momentary teleportation brought him home, where he discovered that the network had been nearly completed by Jie, with surveillance cameras extending even to the city lord's mansion in Soto City. One could not help but commend Jie, a former manager of a gaming world, for her exceptional capabilities. Meanwhile, Asuna had planted various spiritual herbs and properly arranged the spirit-gathering spring, while attempting alchemy after receiving the inheritance of potion-making. Noticing that everyone was busy, Mu Yun suddenly recalled that today was the day for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to smash jars. I should go take a look. Ning Rongrong should be fine with Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo protecting her. Qian Rinchue's side poses no threat to her. However, Zhu Zhuqing's situation may be a bit precarious. Although her speed is exceptional and she possesses spatial leap soul skills, encountering a tidal Douluo's domain could still be dangerous. Chapter 23. Confronting Hawkeye in the southern region of Soto City. 2 mountains flanked a valley, serving as the essential route to Shrek Academy. I am Fred, the Dean of Shrek Academy, a rank 83 soldier. Who are you to obstruct our path? Fred, wearing black-framed crystal glasses that gave him a somewhat cunning appearance, regarded the individuals before him with a hint of trepidation. I am Zhao Wujing, a teacher at Shrek Academy, known as the Immovable King, a rank 81 soldier. Zhao Wujing, the robust figure with a muscular build, followed closely behind. Trailing behind was the renowned master, Yu Xiaojiang, although he refrained from stepping forward to introduce himself. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as a mere rank 29 Grand Soul Master, behind them were the Shrek 7 monsters, 7 youths gazing curiously ahead. Shrek Academy, then there is no mistake, and why little Qian wishes to see you. Please come with us, a tall, burly old man with short, gray-white hair and a dog hat said lazily while picking his nose and munching on a donut. Kind sir, we would appreciate it if you could step aside. We are not interested in your proposal, Fred replied, sensing the hostility emanating from the group. Immediately, he revealed his martial spirit, the 4-eyed cat eagle, summoning a pair of enormous wings from his back and unleashing 10 razor-sharp blades of wind. An interesting slashing technique. Allow me to handle this. That a tall figure stepped forward, his black hair and eagle-like sharp gaze accentuated by a wide-brimmed black hat, a wine-red patterned shirt, and a black trench coat. A small cross knife hung at his chest, while a large black sword rested on his back. Exuding a dangerous aura, he drew the pocket knife from his chest and casually waved it, unleashing a black sword light that not only engulfed the dense barrage of wind blades, but continued on toward Fred. Not good, Zhao Wujing shouted as he rushed forward to shield Fred, crossing his arms in defense. 7 soul ring, martial spirit true form, great strength diamond bear. 1st soul ring, immovable king form. Boom! Zhao Wujing was struck back by the sword energy. Sliding 10 meters as his feet carved a deep trench in the ground. Such formidable strength. He didn't even resort to using his martial soul. That Wei Xiaojiang's expression transformed dramatically. Zhao Wujie could still draw the enemy's fire, allowing Fred to launch a remote attack from the AI. As the battle raged on, the elder from the opposing side finished the last piece of his donut and glanced toward Void. My friend, let us not just watch any longer. Let us begin. That a somewhat disheveled figure slowly emerged, reeking of alcohol and appearing half asleep. I care not who you are. Bullying my little brother is unacceptable. Boom! 9 spirit rings appear beneath him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red, the title Dou. Hao Ian hammer, Hao Qian 9 absolutes. A colossal hammer plummeted from the sky. The elder flexed his limbs and then unleashed a punch. Iron fist. The move was quite ordinary, yet it sent the Hao Qian hammer, reputed as the most formidable attack martial soul in the Douluo world, soaring high. Quite a bit of strength, the elder remarked, shaking his hand as his fist suddenly turned black. Armed color domineering, activate. Again, great Sumeru hammer, god of death domain, domineering. While the two engaged in fierce combat, Fred and Zhao Wujie found themselves in dire straits, quickly facing perilous situations. Zhao Wujie's martial soul defense was robust, yet his movements were sluggish, leaving him to passively endure the onslaught. Fred was agile and capable of flight, but against aerial slashes he could only evade. Moreover, the opponent seemed to possess precognitive abilities, rendering their counterattacks ineffective. And defeat was merely a matter of time. What alarmed him further was that throughout the confrontation, the opponent had not drawn the black blade from his back, relying solely on a toy-like knife. Seemingly not taking the fight seriously at all. As time passed, the man in the black hat grew impatient, grasping the black blade behind him, preparing to conclude this tiresome game. In that fleeting moment, a shadow suddenly leapt from his shadow. Second soul skill, Nether Shadow Kill. The 10-bladed cat claw gleamed, slicing across the chest of the man in the black. Hat struck. No, something was amiss. The sensation felt wrong. Lacking the feeling of slicing through flesh, instead resembling a strike against metal. Third soul skill, Nether Shadow Clone. Failing to land a hit, he immediately retreated, transforming into dozens of shadows that darted in every direction. Black Blade Knight. As the black blade was drawn from behind the man in the black hat, an unparalleled sword intent slashed outward in all directions. Zhu Zhuqing's numerous shadow clones were instantly obliterated. And a deep, bone-revealing sword scar appeared on Zhao Wujie's chest 100 meters away, while Fred was struck down, his fate unknown. What a beautifully executed assassination. You managed to damage my attire. Young lady, you have earned the right to make me draw my blade. The man in the black hat's expression turned serious as his gaze settled on an inconspicuous shadow. Zhu Zhuqing elegantly stepped forth from the shadows. Young lady, state your name. You have earned this right. The man in the black hat twirled his sword, his gaze sharpening. I am Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul Nether Spirit Cat, a student of Shrek Academy, level 33 Soul Master. Please enlighten me. Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor was icy, and 3 soul rings appeared beneath her feet. 2 yellow and 1 black. I am Dracul Myhawk, the greatest swordsman in the world of pirates. My blade is named Black Blade. Knight, young lady, let me witness your full strength. As you wish. Spirit Cat Battle Armor. First soul skill, Nether Stab. Third soul skill, Nether Shadow Clone. Second soul skill, Nether Shadow Kill. Elemental attack, Chaotic Windblade. Martial arts technique, Ripple Step, Blade of Death. Facing the dazzling array of slashes, Myhawk merely waved his blade lightly, effortlessly dissipating all the attacks, and Zhu Zhuqing's shadow clones into nothingness. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing's true form, not far from Myhawk, held a white orb of light in her hands. The white membrane expanded from her as the center, instantly enveloping Myhawk within. The 10-bladed cat claw swung fiercely, cutting, just as she thought success was at hand. Believing her opponent would be torn apart like a ghostly tiger, Myhawk's black blade moved. Those intangible spatial slashes were shattered with chilling precision, without exception. Zhu Zhuqing was astonished. Her strongest attack had been thwarted. So this is the power of the devil fruit. My development is still insufficient. Myhawk remained unfazed. The black blade, Knight, mercilessly descending, confronted with an overwhelmingly massive strike that could even cleave through space. Despair filled Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she realized that both spatial jumping and shadow cloning had failed. This strike had already locked onto her true form, leaving her with no means of escape. At that moment, a small figure stepped in front of her. Why, brilliant elder sister, you truly know how to pick your battles. Chapter 24. The Celestial Arena System. Cat S. Void Strike. As the demon blade Thousand Blades was drawn, an orange cat's sword energy erupted, obliterating Mihawk's strike and returning to slash at him. Shattering blade. Mihawk's expression turned grave as he gripped the black blade, knight, and unleashed a flying slash. Boom! Two strikes, both imbued with the power of shattering space, collided, creating a massive rift in the sky, with violent spatial turbulence erupting uncontrollably. Mu Yin swiftly grabbed Zhu Zhuqing and retreated rapidly. Getting caught in the spatial turbulence was no joke. Even his void sword body couldn't withstand it that moment. The other two also arrived. Well, I say, Mihawk, how did you create such a ruckus? Carp appeared, digging his nose, gazing at the rift that refused to close. This world is indeed fragile. One cannot use their full strength. Thankfully, Whitebeard did not come. Otherwise, this world would be destroyed by just one punch. Mu Yin was utterly bewildered. Both Mihawk and Carp had shown up. Was this still the Douluo world? Moreover, they had come here to attack the Shrek's 7 monsters. No need to guess. It was undoubtedly the transmigrator Qian Renshua's doing, attempting to forcefully alter the plot and eradicate threats prematurely. However, it was unexpected that she summoned these two, bringing top-tier combatants from the pirate world into the Douluo realm. This was somewhat unfair. What to do? This mission seemed rather complicated. Carp lazily remarked, if the mission fails, so be it. It's no big deal, I'm quite adept at slacking off. Mihawk frowned at the sky, feeling somewhat disinterested. A world where one could not use their full strength was truly dulled. He then glanced at Mu Yin. Kid, I hope to have a full-strength battle with you one day. The two then departed. Oh dear, Xiao Yun, what brought you here? Zhu Zhuqing, who had narrowly escaped death, was overjoyed. Could I not come? If I hadn't tea, you would have been in serious trouble. Mu Yin sighed, having gone around the jar shop and discovering that Zhu Zhuqing and the others had not yet arrived. He used his observation hockey to probe, only to find such a grand scene. This moment, the Shrek Academy crowd gathered around, casting uncertain glances at Zhu Zhuqing. When did this girl become so formidable? The assassination just now. Even Fred, a level 83 soldat, couldn't guarantee evasion, and the subsequent dense attacks. Who could withstand them besides Zhao Wujia, who is primarily defensive? The most terrifying was the last attack. It seemed like a domain. Was this something a 30-level soul master should possess? Only Ning Rongrong understood what had transpired. Are you all going to smash jars? Mu Yun inquired, puzzled, looking at the crowd. We were going to register for the Great Soul Arena in Soto City, of course. Ning Rongrong and I also plan to smash jars. Zhu Zhuqing chirped excitedly. Aren't the others just going to the arena? Not smashing jars. Haha, don't mention it. The current jar shop has such a low treasure rate. Previously, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had a dismal performance smashing jars. Only Sect Master Ning and 2 titled Douluos managed to obtain a few blue rare quality items, while the rest were all ordinary white quality items, utterly useless for strength enhancement. Our Shrek Academy is so poor we can barely scrape together 100,000 gold soul coins to smash jars, so we plan to earn some money at the arena first. You make it sound like you have money. Ning Rongrong is genuinely wealthy, do you? I might not have money, but I have you, my jar-cracking little brother. Lend me 1,000,000 gold soul coins, will you? With a sense of resignation, Mu Yun reluctantly withdrew 1,000,000 gold soul coins, reflecting that his painstakingly earned tens of millions of gold soul coins seemed insufficient for long. He realized he must devise a way to acquire more funds. At the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, the Shrek 7 Monsters registration process is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, Mu Yun, with idle hands, unleashed his observation hockey to explore his surroundings. Suddenly, his expression stiffened as he spotted an individual in the core chamber of the Grand Arena. It was Yi Bao, the proprietor of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena and the owner of the Multiverse Arena system, capable of selecting exceptional contestants from various smaller worlds to participate in the Grand Assembly of the Multiverse Arena. Those who achieve commendable placements can earn their recommenders substantial rewards. Remarkably, Mu Yun did not anticipate that this arena transcended the confines of the Douluo world, allowing for cross-dimensional participation in the true multiverse arena. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He was not overly concerned with winning or losing, but rather with the opportunity to engage with the elites from diverse worlds. Those prodigies might possess systems, presenting a chance for him to gain significant advantages. Ding! The Multiverse Arena system has granted you benefits. The host possesses 3 recommendation slots to participate in the Grand Assembly of the Multiverse Arena. Mu Yun pondered seriously. Garp and Mihawk were currently the strongest individuals within his reach. However, the thought of approaching them was daunting, as they could easily become adversaries, and he couldn't risk revealing his secrets to them. The registration for this month's competitive gathering was drawing to a close, urging potential participants to act swiftly. Soon, he made his decision. He registered 3 individuals: Mu Yun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Asuna. Rimuru and Cheyenne were still honing their skills in the Dou Forest, and their absence meant that he could only bring them along next time due to the limitation of slots. Ding! This gathering will last for 3 days, commencing tomorrow. Having gained another advantage from the system, Mu Yun's spirits lifted, and he began to hum a cheerful tune as he strolled leisurely. Suddenly, a familiar aura approached, and Mu Yun swiftly turned around to find a stranger in a black robe, glaring at him with a grim expression. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled broadly, revealing his gleaming 8 prominent teeth. It's you. What brings you all this way? Are you here to kill me? The gold-eating beast, even in its human form, could not deceive Mu Yun's void spirit eye. What on earth happened to you? It's only been a few days, and you've become a deity. The black-robed figure's eyes were bloodshot, filled with envy and resentment. It was no wonder the gold-eating beast was in a frenzy. After being outsmarted by Mu Yun, it had hurriedly returned from the farthest reaches of the Douluo continent, working tirelessly to track him down, only to discover it seemed unable to best him now. Becoming a deity, wasn't that something one could only attain after becoming a titled Douluo? How could this mere 30-something level soul master suddenly ascend to godhood? Was this not an outrageous form of cheating? After all, he too was a beast endowed with a golden finger system. Why had he not received such treatment? After laboring for hundreds of thousands of years in the forge, he remained a distant dream from achieving divinity. Where was the justice in that? It was a blatant affront to beasts. Chapter 25. The Trio of Death. Is this truly the multiverse arena? It appears less grand than the Soto City Grand Arena. But tell me, how did you acquire such bizarre abilities? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her curiosity piqued by the colossal arena and the competitors surrounding them. They had just participated in solo and duo matches at the Soto City Grand Arena, then smashed 10 jars at the Multiverse Jar Store. Just as they were about to rest, Mu Yun had recruited them without any explanation, and now they found themselves in this unfamiliar place. At that moment, Mu Yun was fixated on the large screen, searching for his team's name alongside their opponents. Soon, the scrolling display revealed their names and the details of their adversaries. Douluo World. Mu Yun, Zhu Zhuqing, Asuna vs. Death World. Urahara Kisuk, Shiba Kayan, Rin Sh Ta. Such unfavorable luck. It seems they would likely be eliminated in the first round. Mu Yun's side, noting the significant disparity in levels between the two worlds. If the Douluo world was the floor of the fantasy genre, then the Death world was its ceiling, representing a realm of soul-level combat. So advanced. Fear not. Your second sister is extraordinarily powerful now. I just unlocked Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and the Marine 6 styles after smashing those jars. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her confidence buoyed. So you've become arrogant again? Mu Yun teased. However, with a combination of the 3 types of Haki, coupled with her speed and spatial jumps, perhaps they did stand a chance. Mu Yun's brow relaxed. He felt Zhu Zhuqing against Shiba Kayan had a fair shot, as they were both speed-oriented fighters. Asuna facing Rin Sh Ta would likely result in a prolonged battle. Given their good temperaments, as for his matchup with Urahara Kisuk, the outcome was uncertain. Urahara, having left the Soul Society, was the head of the Technical Development Bureau, and may not excel in combat. Before long, it was their turn to take the stage in the arena. Mu Yun gazed at the trio before him. Urahara Kisuk, with his light yellow hair, slightly tousled, donned a deep green short jacket, a green and white fisherman's hat, wooden clogs, and an origami fan. Shiba Kyan, with his purple ponytail, golden eyes, and brown skin, and H. Renisage Ta, in suspenders and reflective glasses, sporting 2 thick mustaches. "I'll go first. That black cat is mine," Zhu Zhuqing declared, stepping forward with graceful strides, pointing at Shiba Kyan. "Hey, who asked this little wildcat? Come here so I can pamper you," Shiba Kyan taunted, licking his cat-like claw before vanishing in an instant. As expected of the second squad captain of the Godai 13 and the former commander of the Special Mobile Corps, Shiba Kyan's speed was formidable, making the first move, Shuanpa. In a heartbeat, he appeared behind Zhu Zhuqing, extending his claws towards her delicate neck. With a swift twist of her waist, Zhu Zhuqing utilized her water snake waist skill, contorting her body in an astonishing manner to evade the attack, while simultaneously slashing upward with her 10 blades cat claw. Shiba Kyan tilted his head slightly, narrowly avoiding the claws while rolling backward to create distance. He raised his hand and began to chant. Beast bones scattered everywhere, the wheels of crimson steel, the wind is the mover. The heavens are still, the sound of long spears clashing echoes through the void city. Heido number 63. Raiji no HK, boom! A massive thunderbolt erupted forth. Zhu Zhuqing, evading the lightning, suddenly vanished and emerged from Shiba Kyan's shadow, unleashing a flurry of wind blades with her 10 blades cat claw. Shuanpa, Raijin battle form, Black Cat Battle Princess. Zhu Zhuqing transformed, adorned with cat ears and paws, crackling with arcs of lightning. Under the overwhelming spiritual pressure, Zhu Zhuqing, whose eyes began to roll back as she felt faint, suddenly rallied, releasing her powerful aura to counter the pressure that conquers Haki. Sensing danger, Zhu Zhuqing retreated at lightning speed while activating her devil fruit ability. Doom! As the white light membrane expanded, she vaguely perceived a figure approaching with great speed, so fast. Even within my surgical fruit domain, my naked eye cannot capture it. Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly activated her observation haki and armament haki to barely keep pace with her opponent's movements. Unbeknownst to her, this was not even Shiba Kyan's maximum speed. He was currently bound by his physical form, significantly limiting his speed. Had he been in a Soul Reaper form, he could have accelerated tenfold. Seeing the intense battle unfolding before her, Asuna gracefully approached, lifting her skirt with polite elegance. "Excuse me, sir, shall we battle over there?" H. Rin Asageta glanced at Urahara Kisuk and calmly replied, "Store manager. I'll head over first to go ahead. I have no objections here," Urahara Kisuk assured, adjusting his green and white fisherman's hat, a broad smile gracing his lips. Mu Yun, wielding his magic sword, Qianren, stepped forward. "Then let us commence, Mr. Urahara Kisuk." 3,000 thunder movements, spatial jump. With a mere ordinary strike, he aimed to cut. He would not be deceived by Urahara's seemingly carefree demeanor. Anyone who held a high position within the Soul Society and had weathered countless battles was not to be underestimated. The best approach against such a foe was to strike first and draw them into his rhythm. Clang! Urahara Kisuk effortlessly parried Mu Yun's surprise attack with his drawn sword, his expression suddenly shifting to one of intrigue. "Little one, your tactic seems rather underhanded." On the surface, Mu Yun appeared to have executed a single strike, yet in reality, he had unleashed a flurry of over a dozen blows with astonishing speed, all while maintaining the same posture. What left Urahara Kisuk utterly speechless was that these successive strikes had inflicted upon him a multitude of afflictions. Poison, dizziness, paralysis, and the like, had his body not been merely a puppet of his own making. The outcome of their encounter would have been swiftly determined. It was indeed insidious. Ha ha, we are in the same boat. Did you think I was unaware of the smoke bombs concealed in your grasp, which harbor potent, obscuring smoke? Even an elephant would succumb to slumber for 3 days and nights after inhaling a whiff, would it not? Mu Yun chuckled, suddenly raising his hand to press down on a blade sheath that had stealthily thrust toward him from an exceedingly concealed position. "I must say, Mr. Urahara Kisuk, is it not rather ungentlemanly of you to attempt to deceive this mere 8-year-old lad?" Urahara Kisuk frowned, the first sign of earnestness crossing his features. Could it be that you are aware of the function of my blade sheath? Is it not simply capable of extracting a person's soul? Truly, a contraption crafted by the first director of the Technical Development Bureau is fraught with peril. Mu Yun feigned trepidation, his gaze flitting about as he incessantly sought an opportunity to strike. Mr. Urahara Kisuk, I implore you to take this seriously. Let us dispense with the trivial tricks as you wish. Chapter 26. Destruction of Binding and Soul-Cutting Blade, the 30-second destruction spell. Yellow Fire Flash. The Cat's Void Strike. The 81st Binding Spell, Segment Void. The 61st Binding Spell, 6 Rods Light Prison. The 99th Destruction Spell, 5 Dragons Extinguish. Void Trap, Devour. An hour later, Mu Yun sheathed the demon blade 1,000 Edges, conceding, I shall no longer fight. You have won. Urahara Kisuk was far too astute, refusing to step into Mu Yun's sword domain, and his ranged assaults were relentless, employing various forms of binding and destruction spells. Destruction spells were manageable. One could retaliate with sword techniques. However, binding spells posed a significant challenge, as their diverse control abilities rendered them nearly impossible to counter. Even with observation hockey, it was insufficient, primarily because it had yet to reach the level of predicting the future. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing and Asuna had already been defeated, and prolonging this battle was futile. Returning to the lounge, Mu Yun smiled and approached. Mr. Urahara Kisuk, I hear you own a general store? Pray tell, you little rascal who only rises early for profit. What is it that has caught your eye? Urahara Kisuk replied lazily. Destruction spells, binding spells, and soul-cutting blades, Mu Yun stated directly. You certainly have a large appetite. I wonder what you can offer in exchange? Refining divine techniques, demon binding chains, and 3,000 thunderclaps, Mu Yun had come prepared. Not enough. The demon binding chains have many similar effects among binding spells, and the refining divine techniques merely parallel our method of cultivating spiritual pressure, albeit with slightly better results. The acceleration effect of 3,000 thunderclaps is quite good. Urahara Kisuk shook the mini abacus in his hand. Thus, you must increase your offer. Then I shall add 3 more: Earth Spirit Pattern, Gathering Star Spirit Pattern, and Moon Gathering Spirit Pattern. Still insufficient. These 3 spirit patterns are primarily used for tempering the physical body, and as Shinigami, we possess no physical form to utilize them to... do not underestimate me just because of my youth. I am not ignorant. Indeed, Shinigami lack a physical body, yet when needed, one can employ a substitute body. However, not all substitutes are created equal. Some are superior, and even the best substitute might struggle to fully manifest a Shinigami's power, especially for those as formidable as yourselves. Yet, if you were to inscribe the Gathering Star and Moon Gathering Spirit patterns upon a substitute body, the continuous baptism of star and moon energy would undoubtedly elevate its quality to an extraordinary level, making it entirely feasible to unleash the full might of a Shinigami. Additionally, these spirit patterns capable of enhancing material quality would surely be considered priceless treasures for an expert in research like yourself. Would they not? Faced with Mu Yun's unyielding demeanor, Urahara Kisuk ultimately consented to the trade, recognizing that these 2 spirit patterns could be applied to numerous research projects, significantly enhancing their potential. Upon departing from the celestial arena, Zhu Zhuqing eagerly began to explore her newfound techniques. Having fought with unrestrained vigor and learned Shunpa from Shuhenruchi, her speed now augmented. Moreover, her soul-cutting blade fused with her 10 blades cat claw, and she was now intent on discovering how to initiate the cat claw's soul-cutting blade. Asuna was particularly intrigued by the binding and destruction spells, realizing that not only were they powerful, but they also consumed little energy. To achieve such potency with magic would necessitate at least a 3rd-tier spell. Using such magic twice would deplete her mana reserves. In contrast, binding and destruction spells felt as if they required no expenditure at all, making her soul-cutting blade function like a wand in her hands. Yu Yun brought the newly acquired soul-cutting blade close to the demon blade 1,000 Edges, watching in awe as the former seamlessly merged with the latter like flowing water. How does one initiate this? He pondered. It seems I must attune my heart to it. After a prolonged period of introspection and various postures yielding no response, he felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Surely it cannot be this simple. Awakened, demon blade thousand edges that it could not possibly be so straightforward. Thud, thud, thud. Mu Yun gazed in astonishment at the blade in his hand. The sound of a heartbeat. Demon blade thousand edges was indeed awakening. On the verge of initiation, boom! The demon blade thousand edges radiated a terrifying aura as an enormous figure emerged slowly from the void. Goodness! My soul-cutting blade's initiation appears as an orange cat sword princess. Standing upright at a height equivalent to 2 stories, the colossal orange cat bore a massive demon blade thousand edges at its waist, its cool demeanor strikingly impressive. Come, let us test its combat prowess. Mu Yun exclaimed excitedly, teleporting with the orange cat deep into the Dou Forest. The orange cat drew its blade and struck. Meow! A colossal black crescent moon surged forth. Goodness! Is this the legendary moonlight? Mu Yun's eyes widened in shock. Wherever the black crescent passed, trees were obliterated and living beings annihilated. Even mountains and earth were rendered to naught, leaving behind an endless spatial rift, far larger than the one created during the clash with Hawkeye Mihawk. The moonlight could not possess such overwhelming power. This attack's destructiveness had surpassed the world's threshold for endurance, indicating that it could not be employed frequently henceforth at that moment, having unleashed the moonlight slash. The orange cat sword princess did not relent. With a flick of its small paw, the massive demon blade thousand edges transformed into countless petals, which coalesced into a deluge, surging forth like a tidal wave. The petal deluge possessed tracking capabilities against foes. Once locked on, it would not cease until death. Aptly named the Sea of Death Petals, Mu Yun beheld the collapsing space and drifting fragments left in the wake of the petal deluge. He suddenly realized that this skill should not be used lightly, lest it ultimately shatter the Douluo continent. Alas, the world is too weak. It is truly disheartening that in that moment, Mu Yun finally comprehended Hawkeye Mihawk's sentiments. Without exerting much force, the world already appeared on the brink of annihilation. Having reached level 40, it was time to prepare for the next soul ring. His earlier encounter with Urahara Kisuke had illuminated his defensive shortcomings. Had his defenses been robust enough, he could have pursued Urahara Kisuke without hesitation. Initially, he had set his sights on the gold-eating beast, whose soul ring would undoubtedly be formidable, over 900,000 years old. It was not far from the million-year beast god. With unparalleled defensive capabilities, he had heard tales of a madman wielding the Shura bloodsword who had pursued it relentlessly for a month, only to leave without even a scratch. If only it could offer itself as a soul ring like the dual-winged Thunder Lion King, he might acquire an invincible golden body skill, one so powerful it could withstand the destruction of the Douluo continent without consequence. Regrettably, the gold-eating beast had not been easily persuaded. Without its voluntary sacrifice, he had no means to breach its defenses he had already attempted, but even when ensnared in his spatial trap, it remained unscathed, impervious to his spatial onslaught. Yet, it could do little against him. While it could not be slain, it could nonetheless be sent flying. Chapter 27. The Ancient Star Tree on the outskirts of the Dou Forest. Mu Yun gazed in bewilderment at a small, unremarkable hill and the inconspicuous willow tree nestled among the myriad flowers and grasses atop it. You have hidden yourself quite well, old fellow, were it not for the gold-eating beast divulging your whereabouts. I would never have surmised that the 300,000-year-soul beast, the stargazing willow, resided here at the periphery of the Dou Forest. Indeed, the most perilous locales often offer the greatest safety. This area serves almost as the entrance to the Dou Forest. Countless passers-by have traversed this path, yet none have discerned your presence. Otherwise, given the proclivity of the Soul Society, they would have long since converged to hunt you down this moment. The previously silent willow tree suddenly trembled, its branches and leaves beginning to grow rapidly in Mu Yun's eyes. An illusion. No, this is your true form. The scenery before Mu Yun transformed at an astonishing speed. The earth became the cosmos. The flowers and grasses morphed into twinkling stars, and the stargazing willow transformed into an ancient tree rooted in the void. How strange! Are you not a stargazing willow? How did you become an ancient tree of stars? Mu Yun's violet eyes flickered, and the information revealed by the broken illusion spirit I also seemed to change. A thought conveyed itself. I was indeed a stargazing willow, but millions of years ago. Upon achieving enlightenment, I grasped a fragment of the powers of the celestial constellation array, and why true essence transcended this realm, rooting itself in the void to absorb cosmic energy. I have now become an ancient tree of the void stars. Mu Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. To have transcended this realm millions of years ago, how powerful must this being be? How dare I, in my folly, attempt to contend with such an existence? This is akin to the old longevity, star hanging itself, an act of self-destruction. Aunt Willow, I must clarify that this is all a minor misunderstanding. You believe me. Mu Yun spoke cautiously, his gaze sincere. Not that he wished to flee, but the ancient tree of stars within this cosmic expanse was an absolute dominator. All of his spatial escape techniques had proven futile. The ancient tree of stars fell silent for a moment, pondering the desire for a soul ring. Is it? I can grant that. Would 500,000 years suffice? A blood-red soul ring materialized before Mu Yun's eyes. Not be so astonished. The so-called soul ring is merely a crystallization of energy. Something even the so-called gods can create at will, let alone me. Currently, I dwell in the cosmic expanse, where high-level energy abounds. Compressing and crafting a soul ring is exceedingly simple, and these cosmic energies far surpass those found in the divine realm. The branches of the ancient tree of stars stirred, presenting a willow branch before Mu Yun. This is a segment of my branch, which can also be considered a manifestation of my essence. It contains my insights into the celestial constellation array over the years, and I bestow it upon you. After a moment of surprise, Mu Yun quickly regained his composure. No gain without effort. May I inquire what I must offer in return? I sense that you possess something I required. I have rooted myself in the void for 1,000,000 years, and my internal energy has long reached saturation. To advance further, I need a suitable cultivation technique or inheritance. Without a legacy from a higher realm, I cannot take that next step. The ancient tree of stars' thoughts became animated, filled with anticipation. Mu Yun immediately grasped the implication. The Willow Divine Technique. What it sought was the Willow Divine Technique. Its greatest function lies in self-healing and rebirth. He pondered carefully, his eyes shifting slightly. So you require the Willow Divine Technique? Not a problem, but it will cost more? No issue. What do you desire? High-quality void energy crystals. Would a star size one suffice? A star that size? How terrifying that must be. Mu Yun nearly succumbed to the temptation and agreed that I wish for you to place this door in a nearby, energy-rich and safe location. This door was crafted by Mu Yun using the abilities of the door fruit, allowing travel between two locations. A feast full of saturation. Everyone knows who to choose. Upon completing this transaction, Mu Yun found himself elevated to a level 50 soul master, with 4 blood-red soul rings adorned with starlight, and the divine power within him seemed to undergo a transformation once more. With the infusion of stellar energy, Mu Yun felt a profound change in his physique. His defense, agility, and strength saw an all-encompassing enhancement. He suddenly perceived that the defense of the gold-swallowing beast was merely mediocre. The divine power could not breach its defenses, but the power of the stars certainly could. The new soul ring bestowed 2 abilities. Void Star Armor. Impervious to all laws, rebounds damage, can withstand the chaotic turbulence of the void, and allows movement within the cosmic void. Starry Transformation. Encompassing 3 variations. First, Aurora Shift. Speed increases tenfold for 10 minutes. Second, Void Shift. The body can freely transition between solid and ethereal states for 10 minutes. Third, Stellar Shift. Defense increases tenfold for 10 minutes. Yet, the most significant gain remained that small willow branch, which not only contained insights into the celestial constellation array, but also the ancient tree's experiences and cultivation insights from its years traversing the universe. Mu Yun felt as though he had transformed from an inexperienced novice in cultivation to a seasoned veteran with a wealth of experience. Although he had reached level 50 and could hunt for soul rings once more, Mu Yun had yet to decide what kind of soul ring to pursue next. Returning home, he greeted Asuna before preparing to sleep, when an unexpected individual appeared. Fog grass, relying on your tough skin. Do you regard my formation as inconsequential? Wait until I set up the celestial constellation array, integrating it with the 7 illusions mind formation, the stellar golden lock formation, and the cold moon killing array. If I can't eliminate you, I shall no longer bear my name. Mu Yun gritted his teeth and rushed forward, seizing the collar of the intruder, exclaiming, "You old rascal, are you deliberately trying to deceive me? What did you say? We didn't find the stargazing willow." The gold-swallowing beast replied in astonishment. "That shouldn't be the case from my observations. It hasn't moved from its location in hundreds of thousands of years. Although it is a 300,000-year soul beast, it seems to lack any formidable abilities. It should be easy to hunt." Seeing the genuine confusion on his face, Mu Yun reluctantly released his grip. A 300,000-year soul beast. Nonsense. That being had already transcended this realm millions of years ago to frolic in the cosmic expanse. What remained here was merely a fragment of its essence. Fortunately, I am beloved by all, adored by flowers and admired by vehicles. My character is impeccable. Otherwise, I would have certainly fallen into your trap this time. The gold-swallowing beast was also taken aback. He had considered making a move on the stargazing willow himself, as it appeared quite easy to handle, but he never expected it to be the ancestor of traps, having dug a pit for 1,000,000 years. A veritable sinkhole. By the way, I am now a level 50 soul master. There is not much room left for you. When will you become my soul ring? Miss this opportunity, and you may not find it again. Chapter 28. The Awakening of Soul Beasts. Ultimately, the gold-swallowing beast resisted temptation and declined to offer itself as a sacrifice to become Mu Yun's soul ring. In truth, upon sensing the power within Mu Yun that surpassed even divine levels, it had considered becoming his soul ring, as this would indeed be a shortcut for soul beasts, especially upon witnessing the 4 radiant red soul rings adorned with starlight. It was evident that those 4 had benefited greatly. Had it not been for the aspiration of the artifact master system, the beast likely would have succumbed to Mu Yun's persuasion. The soul ring is not the end for soul beasts. As the quality of the soul rings steadily improves, the first soul ring provided to Mu Yun, the bloodthirsty poison bee queen, has now awakened that it resides within its hive, living much like before, indulging in feasting and reproduction at an alarming rate. The only difference is that it is no longer a bloodthirsty poison bee. It should now be called the Void Star Insect Queen, as it has achieved the ability to transform, draped in a gown of shimmering starlight. Resembling a queen in appearance, yes, for its looks. If one overlooks the antennae on its head, the scales at the corners of its eyes, and the stinger at its rear, it could be considered a beauty. The big-mouth flower has transformed into a little girl, an adorable, well-behaved, and demure child, though she cannot speak. When she opens her mouth, it reveals a mouthful of sharp teeth, akin to a bear trap. Furthermore, she has advanced to the devouring flower, capable of shattering space with a single bite, raising concerns that one day she might rend the Douluo world asunder. As for the smoke cloud, dual-winged thunder lion king, it has successfully transformed into a swanee. A stellar swanee beast that has not yet taken on a new form, seemingly content with its current cub-like appearance, spending its days frolicking outside, neglecting even its soul ring. The newly added avatar of the ancient tree of stars has manifested as a beautiful and dignified older sister, appearing indistinguishable from a human that Mu Yun has given them names: Insect Queen, Flower, Little Lion, and Sister Tree. Though the gold-swallowing beast declined to sacrifice itself as a soul ring, it agreed to become Mu Yun's subordinate, thus taking on the role of Mu Yun's first artifact master, a gene. The gold-swallowing beast possesses high talent in artifact forging, but its progress has been halted at the second-tier artifact master level. Limited by the quality of materials available, that a skilled artisan cannot work with insufficient resources. Without materials, it cannot craft third-tier spiritual artifacts. However, now that the store of the heavenly jars has emerged, the gold-swallowing beast rushed over immediately, procuring a plethora of third-tier crafting materials for wealth. No one in the entire Douluo world is richer than the gold-swallowing beast, as it controls the largest mineral vein in the Dou Forest, truly a household with mines. The storekeeper of the heavenly jars was taken aback upon witnessing the combination of Mu Yun and the gold-swallowing beast. First, it was an elf and a magical beast, and now a soul beast has been introduced. Aren't soul masters and soul beasts supposed to be mortal enemies? What Mu Yun did not anticipate was that hard times had returned, with the Jin Lian Shi beast successfully forging a third-tier spirit tool. His tool-making system unexpectedly leveled up, prompting the system to initiate a task demanding that Mu Yun also forge a third-tier spirit tool. What was even more infuriating was the time constraint accompanied by penalties and the lack of materials. Fortunately, a Jin had some surplus materials. Otherwise, this time, Xiao Ding Ding would face dire consequences to a Jin, considering you possess so many unused artifacts and treasures. Would you consider selling them? Mu Yun observed with indifference as the Jin Lianqi beast, drenched in sweat, forged yet another third-tier spirit tool. This creature genuinely relished the art of forging. Ever since acquiring third-tier materials, it had not ceased its work, updating all its artifacts to spirit tools within a mere 5 days. The forging techniques in the Douluo world were quite rudimentary, with artifacts being a rare sight. Any of these items would surely fetch a handsome price at an auction house. However, renowned auction houses were only found in 3 locations: Tiandou City, Xinghua City, and Wuhuan City. These places could be deemed gathering grounds for titled Douluo of the human race. Given my status, I cannot enter any of these locations, particularly Wuhuan City, where the demigod Qian Douluo could unleash true divine power. Although my defenses are impenetrable and even true divine energy cannot slay me, control-type soul techniques can indeed affect me. If surrounded by a group of tidal Dou, once restrained, it would lead to considerable trouble. The Jin Lianqi beast exhibited signs of trepidation, suggesting it had suffered a setback at the hands of the Wuhuan temple. Indeed, while soul techniques in the Douluo world may lack in sheer power, some are still quite troublesome. Mu Yun recalled the dual attribute immobilization technique of Ghost Douluo and Jutsu Douluo, which could be quite problematic if caught in its grasp. Perhaps I should pay a visit. Changing locations frequently should mitigate any issues. The following day, as Mu Yun stepped outside, he was intercepted by Zhu Zi hucking, "Mu Yun, are you planning to go out?" She had been enjoying her time at Mu Yun's estate, doing nothing but lying in bed and absorbing the high-level energy from the cosmos, causing her soul power to surge. To her astonishment, even the age of her soul rings was increasing. In just 5 days, her first 200-year yellow soul rings had transformed into 1,000-year purple rings. This is simply unbelievable that I intend to take a Jin's discarded artifacts to the auction house and sell a portion of them. Mu Yun replied, shaking a large package in his hands, preparing to place it in the hive. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up. She was aware of a Jin's identity as a craftsman, and any scrap from such a skilled artisan was undoubtedly a treasure. "Oh, you want some?" Mu Yun asked with a teasing smile. Zhu Zhuqing nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. "May I inquire if you have any money?" Zhu Zhuqing's enthusiasm deflated instantly, akin to a deflated balloon. "Honestly, you should focus on developing your cat claw Zanpakudu. Other artifacts are of little use to you." Mu Yun suddenly recalled Ning Rongrong and her father's 7-treasure glazed tile sect. This was a veritable cash cow, or rather, a flock of them. Perhaps I could seize the opportunity to reap some benefits. "Sister, do you know where Ning Rongrong is now?" Zhu Zhuqing immediately grasped his intent. He was looking to make some quick money and had to tag along. The last time the sect opened their treasury, it was a disaster, filled with junk. They certainly need some artifacts to lift their spirits. "I'll take you to find them. No, you needn't accompany me. Just tell me the location." Mu Yun replied, "Ah, that simply won't do. How can you abandon your beloved second sister when it comes to making money?" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Mu Yun from behind, securing him in a tight embrace as if afraid he would vanish in an instant. Stop. Let go, and I will go with you." Chapter 29. The Tavern of Hunters. "Mu Yun, why have you stopped?" Zhu Zhuqing asked as they approached the hotel where members of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect were lodging. "Sister, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please handle the sale of the artifacts. Set the prices high. Artifacts starting at 200,000 gold soul coins and treasures at 500,000 gold soul coins. You will receive 20% of the proceeds." After hastily conveying his instructions, Mu Yun vanished in an instant. How peculiar. I wonder what he has discovered that has him acting so mysteriously. Nonetheless, this is my opportunity to make a substantial profit. While Zhu Zhuqing plotted to take advantage of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, Mu Yun found himself in an empty alley of Satoa City. He extended his hands, feeling around as if searching for something. The spatial fluctuations I felt earlier must have originated from here. Something is certainly concealed within. After half an hour, Mu Yun suddenly paused, as if he had pressed something. With a click, a luminous door appeared out of thin air, its sign flashing with neon lights. The Tavern of Hunters. Mu Yun pushed the door open and was instantly taken aback by the scene before him. The long bar was filled to capacity, and every table was occupied. Bunny girls flitted about, serving drinks, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively. "Welcome. Is this your first time visiting our establishment?" A charming woman in a red dress approached Mu Yun, exuding an alluring fragrance. "Indeed, it is my first visit. I am curious about the main offerings of this tavern." Mu Yun inquired with an air of sophistication. "In addition to beverages, we also allow for the posting of bounty tasks. Of course, if one possesses the necessary strength, they may also accept tasks." The woman gestured toward a corner of the tavern where a small blackboard stood, adorned with numerous papers, presumably the task listings. As Mu Yun approached, he discovered that the bounty tasks were categorized by levels: 1-star tasks, 2-star tasks, and so forth. Additionally, there were restrictions on task acceptance, limited to hunters of corresponding star levels. "Pray tell, how is a hunter's star level determined?" Mu Yun inquired, his gaze fixed on the red-dressed woman, evidently the tavern's manager. "The sole criterion for assessment is strength. We have personnel dedicated to conducting evaluations." "Then let us proceed. I wish to ascertain my own strength level. Follow me, and I shall arrange an opponent for you." After a brief moment, an arena slowly rose in the center of the tavern, igniting an already vibrant atmosphere into a fervor. "Now that is a smart business strategy." Mu Yun noted that as the arena ascended, drinks and snacks were flying off the shelves, and betting booths were hastily set up. Soon enough, the combatants' information appeared on the display screen. Mu Yun, Douluo World, Novice Hunter, no stars. Jido, Hunter World, 1-star Hunter. "Hey, isn't that Jido from the Rookie Killer Trio? What brings him to the bar as a house guest after failing to make it in the Sky Arena? Is he famous in your world?" Famous, though not for good reasons, that he loafed around the Sky Arena, challenging novices to bolster his record, with a face as brazen as they come. But it said he was ultimately defeated by a few children and had no choice but to pack up and leave. And what of his strength? He should be decent enough, an enhancer-type ability user. His metal spinning top, infused with his ability, packs quite a punch. If he doesn't use his powers, even a mere hit could break bones. Then I will bet on his victory. The opponent is clearly a novice without abilities that in no time. Mu Yun gleaned from the conversations that the Tavern of Hunters primarily catered to the hunter world, with occasional outsiders like himself wandering into, hunters, such nostalgic memories. With a graceful leap, Mu Yun ascended the arena. In his recollections, aside from the Dark Continent, the hunters were not particularly strong, and Jido was especially feeble. Seeing a young boy of merely 8 years old stepping onto the arena, Jido's mind conjured images of being defeated by another child, and the similarities between the two figures fused in his mind. "Kid, you're just out of luck." As the signal to commence was given, Jido spun in his chair, activating a rapid rotation, unleashing a torrent of metal spinning tops infused with his ability, quickly engulfing the entire arena. Mu Yun, curious, extended a finger to touch one of the approaching tops, only to be met with a tremendous jolt. This force must be around 10,000 pounds. Not too shabby. After a brief trial, Mu Yun immediately gauged the situation in his heart. If this Jido were placed in the Douluo world, he would likely possess the strength of a soul master around level 50. Defeating him would be a straightforward task. Reflecting on this, Mu Yun concluded that donning the starry battle armor was unnecessary. It could be somewhat painful if not used correctly. Ultimately, he opted to envelop himself in armed color hockey. Effortlessly sending all the iron gyroscopes flying with the simplest of methods, he then strode directly before the still-spinning Jido, uttering not a single word before delivering a slap that sent him sprawling. Mu Yun emerged victorious. Congratulations on becoming a 1-star hunter. After his triumph, Mu Yun did not exit the arena, but turned to the woman in the red dress and inquired, "Might I ask what distinctions exist among hunters of varying star levels?" A 1-star hunter may undertake 1-star missions and purchase common beverages. A 2-star hunter can accept 2-star missions and acquire spirit wines from other worlds. A 3-star hunter may accept 3-star missions. Procure higher-tier spirit wines and enter the trading area to interact with guests from other realms. A 4-star hunter can undertake 4-star missions, purchase even higher-tier spirit wines, and set up stalls in the trading area. Lastly, a 5-star hunter, in addition to all the aforementioned benefits, may utilize the colossal interstellar teleportation array to access other worlds. Yun contemplated this information and declared, "Then I shall apply for the 3-star hunter assessment. Now, indeed, right now. Very well. I shall make the arrangements." Moments later, a figure gradually materialized upon the arena, clad in bare fur garments and boots, with spiky gray hair standing on end. His towering height of 2.5 meters exuded an untamed aura far exceeding that of the previous Dou. Wajin, a 3-star hunter in the hunter world, a principal combatant of the brigade, and an S-rank wanted criminal. Good heavens, how could it be him? Such a dangerous individual is actually a regular at the tavern. Spider, every member of the brigade is an S-rank wanted criminal. Although few in number, they are rumored to possess national-level combat prowess. This child is doomed. In Wajin's eyes, there is no distinction between adults and children. Chapter 30. The Pain Nitro on the competitive arena. Wajin cracked his neck with a series of pops, casting an indifferent glance at the diminutive Mu Yun before raising his gaze toward the woman in the red dress with a frown. I recall stating upon joining the tavern that if a powerful individual were to be assigned to me, I expected someone formidable, not a mere child. What is the meaning of this? The woman in the red dress looked exasperated. There was no alternative. The other 3-star hunters are all out on missions with no time to spare. You are the only one available. This is a complete waste of my time. I am leaving. Wajin casually unleashed a punch, turning to depart. In his view, even a casual punch, devoid of any infused energy, possessed destructive power in the tens of thousands of pounds that a mere child would be no match for him. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang in his ear. "Are you conceding by leaving?" "What?" Wajin turned in shock. In an instant, a swift leg struck out with the speed of lightning. Wajin hastily raised his left arm to defend. Boom! Like a small giant, Wajin was sent flying sideways, rolling over a dozen times on the ground before finally stabilizing his feet and sliding several more meters before coming to a halt. What immense strength! Wajin shook his slightly numb left arm, his expression twisting into a menacing snarl, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. The force behind that kick was at least 300,000 pounds. Had he not promptly utilized his hockey to brace himself, his left arm would have surely broken. The fact that his well-honed physique could not withstand a single strike from this child was astonishing. Not to mention the child's terrifying speed. He had completely failed to perceive how the opponent had suddenly appeared. "Child, congratulations. You have successfully piqued Wajin's interest." With his legs slightly bent, Wajin's overwhelming energy surged forth, his spiky hair standing on end as he prepared to charge. "Come, boy, taste the might of Wajin's super destructive punch." Boom! Debris flew as the explosion beneath Wajin's feet propelled him instantaneously from his position. Straight punches, swinging punches, uppercuts, elbow strikes, sweeping kicks. A relentless barrage pursued Mu Yun, rapidly reducing the arena to ruins, with deep craters marking the ground where his fists landed. Though fast under the observation of hockey, he was utterly transparent, and Mu Yun's reflexes kept pace. The destructive power of his punches was estimated to be around 1,000,000 pounds. Claiming they could deliver missile-level devastation was not an exaggeration, while Mu Yun evaded and retreated. Wajin's storm of punches failed to land even once. "Boy, is dodging all you can do?" Defeating Wajin requires more than mere evasion. Wajin grumbled as he continued his assault. Mu Yun silently agreed. This hulking brute was clearly the type with boundless stamina, likely capable of fighting for days on end without fatigue. He had no intention of indulging him in a battle of attrition. "Very well, allow me to demonstrate my own methods. Armed color hockey. Activate." Mu Yun's entire body was enveloped in a cloak of black. Conqueror's hockey. Entwine. With a stomp of his foot, for blood-red soul, rings emerged. Fourth soul skill, Aurora Transformation. Fourth soul skill, Star Transformation. As his full power was unleashed, his speed and defense surged tenfold. In that moment, Mu Yun became a rampaging tank, overwhelming Wu Jin and epitomizing the saying that speed renders all martial arts invincible. Forced into a defensive posture, Wu Jin could only cover his head, awaiting an opportunity for counterattack. Humph, tough skin and resilient flesh. Do you think this will deter me? With a cold snort, Mu Yun unleashed the advanced application of armed color hockey. Flowing cherry. Bang! A punch struck Wu Jin's abdomen, and despite having endured numerous blows without significant damage, he suddenly spat blood. The advanced application of flowing cherry not only enhanced the user's defense and attack, but also allowed penetration into the target's interior, bypassing defenses to directly damage internal organs. 10 minutes later, the duration of Aurora transformation and Star transformation expired, and Mu Yun's speed and defense began to wane. Wu Jin, battered and bruised, abruptly raised his head, revealing a face twisted in rage. The opportunity for counterattack has finally arrived. Prepare to meet your end, boy. Super destructive punch. Faced with Wu Jin's desperate counterattack, Mu Yun could not help but admire the resilience of his adversary's physique. Even after circumventing his bodily defenses to strike at his organs, he had not inflicted a fatal injury. Alas, if he hoped for a successful counterattack, he was sorely mistaken. That I must inform you that I am not a hand-to-hand combat expert. I am, in fact, a swordsman. In a swift motion, Mu Yun created distance, utilizing spatial leap, something a muscle-bound brute like Wu Jin could scarcely comprehend. The demon blade, thousand blades, slowly unsheathed. Awaken, demon blade, thousand blades. A colossal orange cat, towering 2 stories high, emerged. This space should withstand your assault. Orange cat sword princess, draw your blade. Meow. As the orange cat unsheathed its sword, a massive black crescent moon was launched forth. Moon crescent charge. Boom. Wherever the black crescent passed, the competitive arena began to disintegrate. Wu Jin, without uttering a word, unleashed his small universe and took off running. It was clear he was not foolish enough to believe he could withstand such an attack. Despite the arena's destruction, the black crescent continued its trajectory, threatening to obliterate the entire Hunter Tavern. Suddenly, a diminutive figure appeared. Little one, are you intent on destroying my Hunter Tavern? Ding, the owner of the tavern, Nitro, made his entrance as the system began to take advantage. Mu Yun awkwardly scratched his head. He merely intended to compel the tavern's owner to appear and seize an advantage, never intending to destroy the place. He could not engage in the act of biting the hand that fed him. This technique can only be launched, not withdrawn. You will have to resolve this yourself, old man. Good luck. As Mu Yun encouraged him, Nitro clasped his hands together in resignation, summoning a massive 1,000-armed cannon behind him. 100 styles of cannon. Powerful and swift hands attacked from all angles, quickly obliterating the black crescent moon and ensuring the tavern's survival. Nitro surveyed the wreckage of the tavern with a pained expression, instructing others to clean up before turning to Mu Yun. Goodness, are all you outsiders this formidable? Such destructive power at such a tender age. The power of space shattering was also known as world-destroying power. Mu Yun understood that while his abilities might wreak havoc in the Douluo world, they could never threaten the Hunter world. The spatial barriers there were exceedingly robust. Otherwise, the true monstrosities of the Dark Continent would easily shatter the world with a mere sneeze. Does this mean I've passed the assessment for 3-star Hunter? Nitro, in a huff, tossed the card aside. Here, this is the certificate of a 5-star Hunter. You shall never set foot in my arena again. Chapter 31. The Crimson Flame Golden Lion Beast. Mu Yun, what treasures have you acquired this time? Why does my bloodline feel so suppressed in your presence? Just back from the All Heavens Hunter Bar, Mu Yun was approached hurriedly by the gold-eating beast, who circled around him, sniffing curiously. There was nothing particularly valuable. He had merely procured the corpse of a crimson flame golden lion beast, rumored to have been scorched by the true sun fire for 7 days and nights before its demise. Imbuing its body with the essence of the true sun fire, Mu Yun extracted the blazing beast's corpse. The gold-eating beast drooled profusely, clinging tightly to Mu Yun's thigh. Big brother, master, grandpa. What, do you want it? A mischievous smile crept across Mu Yun's lips. Upon his first glance at the beast's corpse in the trading area of the bar, he sensed a connection between it and the gold-eating beast, prompting him to acquire it immediately. Observing the gold-eating beast's reaction confirmed his suspicions that I want it. I want it. Oh, how I desire it. The gold-eating beast nodded vigorously, leaving after-images in its fervor, if I am not mistaken. Is this not your ancestor? Whether or not it is indeed my ancestor, I can't be certain, but the source of my bloodline is undoubtedly established. It was no wonder the gold-eating beast was so animated. For beast kind, a high-level bloodline not only facilitated their transformation into greater strength, but also bestowed the invaluable legacy of bloodline inheritance, encompassing unique cultivation methods and innate abilities. These were precisely what the gold-eating beast lacked. Not only did it suffer from this deficiency, but all soul beasts on Douluo continent shared this plight. The so-called soul skills were merely improvised concoctions, which explained their often lackluster efficacy. Generally, a demon beast over 1,000 years old would already be considered a powerful demon king, easily overpowering foundation-building cultivators. Yet in the Douluo world, even a 100,000-year-old soul beast would struggle against a titled Douluo whose strength merely peaked at chi refinement. Truly disheartening. But I intend to craft it into a soul ring. Mu Yun wore a troubled expression. How about this? You give it to me, and after I complete my evolution, I shall sacrifice myself to become your soul ring. The gold-eating beast gritted its teeth and stomped its foot. Ready to take the plunge that IT no longer cared about the crafting system. Nothing was more vital than its own evolution. Moreover, becoming a soul ring seemed inconsequential. After all, had not Mu Yun's first 4 soul rings all been revived? They lived splendidly, especially that little lion, which had evolved from the smoke cloud double-winged thunder lion king into the starry Luan beast, possessing divine form and remarkable freedom, now frolicking who knows where. On the 3rd day after the trade was concluded, Mu Yun finally received the long-awaited sacrifice from the gold-eating beast, instantly elevating its level to 60. Even after the soul power underwent compression and transformation into divine power infused with stellar energy. It remained at level 60, truly deserving of being a 900,000-year-old soul beast, with ample energy to spare. The skills granted by the soul ring were as follows. Master of 10,000 flames, a domain-type soul skill that allows control over myriad flames within the area, granting immunity to one's own flames and the ability to summon the phantom of the crimson flame golden lion beast for combat. Master of all artifacts, another domain-type soul skill that grants control over all tools within the area. With 2 domain-type soul skills at once, Mu Yun was utterly elated. The first, Master of 10,000 Flames, was terrifying enough. The Crimson Flame Golden Lion Beast, even as a mere phantom, wielded 1/10 of its true power, sufficient to shatter the Douluo world with a single blow. The second skill, Master of all Artifacts, was equally outrageous, effectively stripping opponents of all their weapons and even allowing their use against their wielders. Additionally, a piece of external soul bone, resembling a crown, dropped, serving as a crafting cauldron with immense space beyond its crafting capabilities. After the sacrifice, the gold-eating beast revived under the baptism of cosmic energy, successfully transforming into the Crimson Flame Golden Lion Beast, and its mastery over beast fire evolved into true sun fire, significantly enhancing its crafting abilities as for the crafting system. It remained with the gold-eating beast. Mu Yun had the opportunity to seize it for himself, but unhesitatingly relinquished it, deeming such a system too burdensome. He even returned the crafting cauldron soul bone to the gold-eating beast. As it was now entirely under his control, it mattered little to whom it belonged, prepared to venture out for some excitement. Mu Yun was unexpectedly intercepted at the door by Zhu Zhuqing and a group of individuals. These uninvited guests included Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Xiao Wu, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Bon Douluo, and Sword Douluo. Mu Yun, did you alter the formation? I've been circling around for the entire day without being able to enter. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in frustration, nearly clawing at Mu Yun's charming face in irritation. Oh, I did upgrade it a bit and forgot to set your access permissions. However, you could have just knocked. Asuna would have refused you entry. Mu Yun replied sheepishly that moment. Shao, Jie poked her head out. Mother has been busy these past few days concocting pills, formulating magical potions, and researching methods to break and bind paths, so she has been in the laboratory and hard to disturb. Master, you have been preoccupied with your advancement, and it would not have been appropriate to interrupt. Since Sister Zhuqing brought so many outsiders, I was hesitant to open the door. Shao Jia pouted, exuding a sense of grievance. Shao Jia acted rightly. Being a diligent little steward, Hem Yun comforted her briefly before gesturing for the others to enter. Please, everyone come in. Let us discuss matters inside. Along the way, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong lavished praise on the breathtakingly beautiful and exotic flowers. While Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo stayed close to Ning Jiyuan, visibly tense, as titled Douluo, their senses were acutely attuned to danger. Ever since entering this estate, an unsettling feeling of peril had enveloped them, as if one misstep could lead to irreversible doom. Only upon entering the reception room did this chilling sensation dissipate. Sister, weren't you supposed to be selling magical artifacts? Why have you brought people back now? Did you not sell anything? Mu Yun inquired, puzzled. Who do you look down upon? All those magical artifacts were sold out long ago. However, later, the leader of a Ning school came seeking to commission a batch of weapons. So I brought them along. Zhu Zhuqing replied triumphantly, tossing a small mountain of gold soul coins into the air, revealing several targets upon casual counting. Mu Yun casually collected the gold coins and turned to Ning Fengji. What type of weapons does the Ning school wish to commission? Ning Fengji produced several blueprints and handed them over. Young brother, please take a look. These are the weapon design drafts. Mu Yun glanced at the blueprints, then fixed his gaze on Tang San. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow, Silent Sleeve Sword, Hidden Flower Crossbow, and the Dragon Whisker Needle. These are all Tang Sect's hidden weapons. Chapter 32. The Emergence of Soul Guiding Devices. To amass funds, Tang San had directly sold his hidden weapon blueprints, reaping a substantial amount of gold soul coins. These hidden weapons are quite ingenious and could effectively compensate for a Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's weak offensive capabilities. However, when it comes to higher tier levels, their effectiveness diminishes significantly. Ning Fengji lamented. Mu Yun set the blueprints down on the table. These hidden weapons would prove less effective against soul beasts, as the vast majority possessed formidable defenses. While they might suffice against soul masters below level 50, once one surpassed that threshold, the physical qualities of soul masters would increase drastically, coupled with the soul skills provided by their martial spirits and soul rings. These hidden weapons would become largely ineffective if proper precautions were taken in advance. Ultimately, they were merely mechanical devices with limited power. Tang San furrowed his brow and interjected, hidden weapons rely on surprise. When employed skillfully, they can indeed pose a threat to high-level soul masters. Indeed, our Shrek Academy's teacher Zhao Wujia is an 81st level soul Douluo, yet even he was caught off guard by Sangu's hidden weapons. Xiao Wu chimed in, supporting Tang San's argument. Mu Yun chuckled lightly. The reason teacher Zhao Wujia was caught off guard was due to several factors. Firstly, he underestimated the threat. Secondly, he had never encountered hidden weapons before, thus lacked the means to defend against them. Thirdly, Tang San's skill was exceptional, and not everyone possesses his level of expertise. Most importantly, you are his students, not his enemies. He would not dare to strike with lethal force. If you were true adversaries, even if wounded by hidden weapons, he would have no qualms about taking you down with him. Actually, I have several other hidden weapons that are far more powerful. Tang San attempted to deed. Mu Yun shook his head, interrupting him. And no matter how formidable the hidden weapons may be, their potency ultimately hinges on the mechanisms involved, and the explosive force depends on the material's resilience. What kind of material do you believe could kill a titled Douluo? Do you think such materials are plentiful in the Douluo world? Tang San fell silent, for he recognized that the material in question was known as celestial gold, each piece a treasure that could only be encountered by chance. Thus, I believe that in order to enhance the potency of the hidden weapons, the mechanism for the explosive device must be transformed. We are in the world of Douluo. Why not convert it to a soul power explosion? Furthermore, the physical attacks of the hidden weapons could be substituted with soul technique attacks, ensuring that as your strength grows, so too will the attack powered. Mu Yun spoke while casually retrieving some materials. Under the blazing sun's true fire, the refinement and purification of the materials were completed in an instant, within the domain of the Lord of all tools. A Zhuge Divine Crossbow was swiftly assembled. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Yun added a thunderous cannon imprint from the Path of Destruction, which required no incantation to trigger with soul power. That's about right. Who among you will test it? Mu Yun's gaze fell directly upon Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. For a test, it was only sensible to select someone sturdy enough to withstand the impact. Surely, they could not risk injuring Tang San, the fated child of the Dou world. In the end, it was Sword Douluo who became the target. In an open area, Mu Yun casually pulled the trigger, unleashing a thunder dragon that roared ferociously towards Sword Douluo. The previously relaxed Sword Douluo suddenly felt every hair on his body stand on end. With all 9 rings activated, he unsheathed his treasured sword, swiftly delivering a counterattack. Boom! The thunder dragon clamped onto the sword, which emitted a brittle sound under the immense pressure. Sword Douluo was forced backward, sliding along the ground and carving a lengthy trench that extended for several dozen meters. Only when the energy of the thunder dragon was exhausted did Sword Douluo manage to stabilize himself, albeit with his sword fracturing into countless shards in his hand. On my apologies, I may have inputted a tad too much soul power. Mu Yun scratched his head awkwardly, discarding the now shattered Juga divine crossbow. In truth, it was not merely an excess of soul power. Rather, the quality of his soul power had far surpassed conventional limits. Sword Douluo had mastered the essence of sword intent. Otherwise, he could very well have sustained serious injury from that attack. Sword Douluo was momentarily dazed. What on earth was this? Here he was, a dignified rank 97 title Douluo, nearly taken out in one fell swoop. This doesn't count. My attack lacks any reference value. Mu Yun created another Juga divine crossbow, this time handing it to Ning Rongrong. You do it. I lack the finesse needed and might cause unintended harm. He refrained from allowing the eager Zhu Zhuqing to take a turn, for she had learned a few techniques from Yi of the Four Maple Academy, and, after several days of refining her soul power with high-quality energy from the universe, could easily injure Sword Douluo, which would certainly raise concerns. After Ning Rongrong's standard test, Sword Douluo assessed the result. The attack power posed a threat to Soul Douluo's. Ning Fengji was beside himself with excitement. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect was on the verge of a resurgence. This device could unleash powerful attacks merely by channeling soul power, perfectly tailored to their needs. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect lacked offensive means, but not soul power. Moreover, with the additional small towers that Ning Rongrong had previously produced, the young members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect were in peak physical condition. Their soul power, now highly concentrated, was extraordinarily abundant. Coupled with such weaponry, who would dare bully their support-type soul masters? Ning Rongrong now possessed the means to protect herself. Although she had yet to conquer the Trial Tower, her soul power had reached level 40, and she had comprehended wind and snow elemental spells within the elemental tower. Her true confidence, however, stemmed from the 2 golden legends she had drawn from the Heavenly Jar shop, the elemental demon fruit, Snow Fruit, and the contracted demon beast, Snow Maiden. Now, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Ning Rongrong could stride confidently in the Douluo world, as her elemental transformation was nearly insurmountable. Of course, she did not count the encounters with Carp and Mihawk in the Grand Canyon, both masters of armed color and observation color. In their presence, the demon fruits were inconsequential from now on. Let us call this a soul-guiding device. Additionally, aside from these offensive soul-guiding devices, I am also preparing to develop speed-enhancing shoes, accessories that can negate control, and defensive battle armor that I wonder how many customizations Sectmaster Ning would like to order. It is worth noting that due to the advantages gained from the refiner system, Mu Yun possessed the ability to forge. Previously, he had not paid much attention, but now, prompted by Tang San's hints regarding hidden weapons, he had directly introduced soul-guiding devices, which would undoubtedly disrupt the current battle system of the Dou world. In the past, a title Douluo could defeat a group of Soul Douluos, as the gap in levels was insurmountable. However, now, a group of Soul Douluos wielding soul-guiding devices could likely take down a title Douluo without issue. The existence of soul-guiding devices shattered the constraints of level disparities that I want weapons. Battle armor, shoes, and accessories. All of them. Let us start with 1,000 sets. Money is no object. Ning Fengji waved his hand decisively, placing the order without batting an eye, demonstrating what it meant to be extravagantly wealthy. Chapter 33. The Resurrection of Ghost Douluo Ding. Having taken advantage, the competitive arena, spiritual liquor supplier, dimensional travel capability, The door fruit awakened, ability upgraded, new ability. Any door allowing random dimensional travel, with a cooldown period of 7 days. 7 days of cooldown, which means I must wait. I cannot afford to miss the jar smashing. That Yun accepted the payment for the order and entrusted the task to Xiao Jin. Asuna, let us go smash some jars together. Asuna appeared amidst smoke and fire, now officially a junior alchemist. She had fully absorbed the inheritance, and she could even refine some basic pills with exceptional quality, complete with pill patterns, an accomplishment that the original inheritor would find difficult to match. Rimuru had not shown up these past few days, likely having preyed upon a formidable soul beast, while Zen was merely a fellow who only had eyes for Rimuru and could be ignored. Soto City, Heavenly Jar Shop. Lin Fan looked speechlessly at the 5 individuals before him, specifically 2 of them. Carp and Mihawk. It was evident that they were similar to Rimuru and Asuna, not from this world, but summoned here. The individual behind them, a false boy, was likely the one with the system who had designs on him. Realizing this, Lin Fan immediately displayed a hint of hostility towards this scoundrel, who had caused him to survive on instant noodles for 7 consecutive days. Not daring to step outside. Today, upon seeing Mihawk and Carp, Lin Fan felt that his cautiousness had been justified. The might of the Thunder Fruit paled in comparison to these 2, thanks to Mu Yun's warning. He had narrowly avoided disaster. Boss, let us have 50 jars. Qian Rushue politely presented 500 gold soul coins, her benevolent smile suggesting that she had never held anything against Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming urge to hurl those 500 gold soul coins back at her face. Retorting, I'm not doing business with you. However, he could not do so. While the Heavenly Jar Shop granted him invincibility within its premises, it also imposed restrictions, as long as customers did not violate the rules. He could not resort to force. Violation meant attacking the shop owner, stealing jars, or vandalizing the store. As the other party had not committed any violations and had already made payment, Lin Fan had no choice but to present the jars. Master, allow me to smash them first. A cloaked figure stepped forward, his features twisted, radiating an aura of anger. Qian Rushu sighed in resignation. Ghost Douluo, please temper your anger. Remember my words. One must never resort to violence here. The usually stoic Ghost Douluo seemed to have undergone some ordeal. Just days prior, he had not only suffered severe physical injuries, but also appeared to have faced some psychological blow. Now, despite his injuries, he had come to smash jars, looking as if he harbored a deep grudge against the jar shop. Bang! 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 10 jars shattered. Lin Fan glanced over lazily and remarked, Yin Hunchao, capable of absorbing wandering Yin souls in the world. Consuming it can enhance the spectral body of a ghost, and it can also be refined into a pill for better effects, a blue rare quality item. Ghost Claw, a 10,000-year soul bone containing the soul technique, 9 Yin white bone claw. Immensely powerful and capable of shattering gold and splitting stone, a purple perfect quality item. Soul Power Enhancement Potion, which directly boosts soul power upon use, with no side effects. A purple perfect quality item, 1,000-year soul ring extension, which extends the lifespan of a soul ring by 1,000 years upon use. A purple perfect quality item. Ghost Shadow Displacement Technique, a Tang Sect ultimate skill, a blue rare quality item. Devil Pepper, an extremely spicy pepper. Please use with caution, as it may cause non-lethal harm to certain sensitive areas. A white ordinary quality item. Devil Spicy Fire Noodles, exceptionally spicy instant noodles, very delicious if you can handle the heat. A white ordinary quality item. A roll of toilet paper, soft and comfortable to alleviate your troubles. A white ordinary quality item. A bottle of cow's tears, applied to the eyes, allows one to see the Yin souls of the world for 10 minutes. A blue rare quality item. The Circle of Curses, a method of malevolence, involves squatting on the ground to draw circles while uttering the name of the target or inscribing their birth date on paper, followed by a vigorous stomp with one's shoe sole to invoke misfortune upon them. The satisfaction derived from this practice is unparalleled, and it is considered a skill of ordinary white quality. With a commendable yield of 3 blue, 3 purple, and 4 white, Lin Fan remarked with a hint of indifference that this was the appropriate norm for treasure emergence, unlike the likes of Mu Yun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, who consistently procured gold. nor the other members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who were collectively beset with worthless items, severely tarnishing the reputation of his establishment. The ghost, Douluo, wore a grim expression. The items he had acquired were not subpar per se. As the age-old soul bone, the ghost claw, alone was worth over 1 million gold soul coins, sufficient to recoup his investments. The ghost shadow displacement technique. The Millennium Soul Ring, the Soul Power Enhancement Potion, and the Een Soul Grass could indeed amplify his strength. Yet, such enhancements would only elevate his power without instigating a qualitative transformation. Ultimately, the ghost Douluo sighed, stowed away his possessions, and retreated. Next was the chrysanthemum Dou. The resounding clang of the heavenly chrysanthemum echoed, possessing the dual elemental attributes of ice and fire. Consuming it invigorates the limbs and purifies the blood. Serving as a spiritual flower for body refinement, classified as a purple perfect quality item. The 8-petal immortal orchid, with its gentle medicinal properties, is capable of fortifying the foundation and eliminating impurities from the body. Also a purple perfect quality item. The fragrant Chua immortal, upon consumption, renders one immune to all poisons. Likewise a purple perfect quality item. The heartbreak red, imbued with tremendous power, can even bring one back from the brink of death. Classified as a purple perfect quality item. The blood ginseng red flower, a miraculous substance for replenishing blood, possesses the potential to resurrect the deceased, healing wounds with even greater efficacy when refined into a pill. Also a purple perfect quality item. A single dogtail grass, an ordinary plant, is commonplace and holds no special significance, being a white ordinary quality item. The sunflower, also known as the immortal grass, is resilient with a robust vitality, making it easy to cultivate, yet it is merely an ordinary flower with no other utility, also a white ordinary quality item. The spirit-level soil of 10 directions serves as exclusive soil for cultivating spiritual flowers and grasses. Classified as a blue rare quality item. The bougainvillea, an ordinary flower, is categorized as a white ordinary quality item. The large flower golden daisy disperses wind heat, pacifies the liver yang, clears the liver, and sharpens the eyes. Alleviates heat and detoxifies, possessing certain medicinal value. Also a white ordinary quality item. With a yield of 5 purple, 1 blue, and 4 white, although it provided little assistance to his strength, the chrysanthemum Dou was elated. For a flower enthusiast, nothing was more precious than these. To him, 1 million gold soul coins felt like a bargain. Even 10 million would seem cheap. Then came carp with a direct yield of 9 white and 1 gold. Sweet donuts, lollipops, fairy rice crackers, crispy rice, shrimp chips, and small biscuits. When the final golden legend emerged, Carp's donut fell from his grasp, his mouth agape in astonishment. Chapter 34. The fierce battle ace. Carp sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face, weeping profusely like a child. Meanwhile, the young man opposite, shackled and barebacked, wore a bewildered expression. Grandfather, what is happening? He recalled merely departing from the undersea prison, en route to a public trial. Yet upon closing his eyes and reopening them, he found himself in this place, facing Carp and the 7 warlords Mihawk, along with several unfamiliar figures. It's truly wonderful that you are alive. Grandfather is immensely pleased. Although both hailed from the pirate world, they originated from different timelines. By the time Carp arrived, the Marineford War had concluded, and Ace had perished. The inability to save Ace had long been a wound in Carp's heart. And now, liberating a lively Ace from the jar served as a form of self-redemption. Conversely, Ace arrived at a time when the war had yet to commence, setting aside the emotional reunion of this grandfather and grandson. Mihawk also smashed open all the jars in one breath. The Wudong sword technique, a harmonious blend of speed and slowness, of hardness and softness, classified as a blue rare quality sword technique. The Taiji sword technique, emphasizing the sword's integration with the body, aligning yin and yang, focusing on the unity of form and intent and energy and spirit, classified as a purple perfect quality sword technique. The Compassionate Voyage sword classic, divided into 5 key principles with sword energy flowing like a river, the sword master encompassing heaven and earth, the sword spirit embracing the universe, the sword god transcending self, and the sword heart being transparent. Also a purple perfect quality sword technique. The Falling Petals sword technique, with its myriad transformations, classified as a blue rare quality sword technique. The Golden Serpent sword technique, characterized by its cunning and ferocity, making it difficult to defend against, also classified as a blue rare quality sword technique. The Xian Iron Heavy sword, grand and imposing, capable of shattering myriad techniques with a single stroke, classified as a purple perfect quality sword technique. The Dugu 9 swords, advocating for the victory of formlessness over form, seizing the initiative to exploit the opponent's weaknesses, classified as a purple perfect quality sword technique. The Six Veins Divine sword, formless yet substantial, represents a profound martial art that converts sword intent into sword energy, classified as a purple perfect quality sword technique. The Exorcising sword technique, with its bizarre moves and incredible speed, carries an insurmountable flaw. To practice this divine skill, one must first undergo a self-castration. Failing to remove those two tails of flesh risks succumbing to madness and self-immolation, classified as a purple perfect quality sword technique. The Splitting Nation sword technique, encompassing 4 realms, absolute life, breaking wind, astonishing dragon, and shattering heaven, when mastered to the utmost, can fracture the void. This sword technique transcends the pinnacle of martial arts, classified as a golden legendary quality sword technique. With 2 blue, 7 purple, and 1 gold, it was all sword techniques, truly befitting the title of the world's greatest swordsman in the pirate realm, a veritable sword fanatic. Mihawk was immensely satisfied with this haul, carefully stowing away all the sword techniques, preparing to return and study them diligently. Finally, the turn came to Qian Ringshu, who did not rush to smash the jars but rather smiled gently at Lin Fan. "Shopkeeper Lin, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? I have always sensed your hostility. Do you think I'm blind? My observation hockey is not merely for show. These past few days, Carp and Mihawk have been loitering nearby. What else could it be, for if not my golden finger system? The greed of mankind knows no bounds. You already possess a system, yet dare to covet another's. Do you not think yourself overly greedy?" Lin Fan retorted, gritting his teeth in indignation. "Oh, you've caught me. ISNT greed, simply human nature. Since I've discovered the opportunity for dual systems, of course I must give it a try." Although Qian Ringshu was exposed, she remained unperturbed, exuding an air of righteous villainy. "Humph, were it not for your 2 bodyguards, Carp and Mihawk, do you believe I would hesitate to eliminate you in an instant? Do not be fooled by their presence. Should I wish for your demise, they cannot intervene." Lin Fan snorted coldly, arcs of lightning crackling around him. Carp, Mihawk, and Ace narrowed their eyes simultaneously. The Thunder Fruit user, second only to the Light Fruit in speed, possesses overwhelming destructive power from a distance. Indeed, the formidable beings of this world find it challenging to deal with him. Even we, unless providing 24-hour close protection, would find it difficult to thwart his assassination attempts. Carp said with utmost seriousness, "Whether one could win is one matter. Whether one could defend against him is quite another." Qian Ringshu's expression darkened momentarily before swiftly returning to normal, boldly stating, "In that case, let us resolve our enmity and cease hostilities." Lin Fan could only acquiesce to this outcome. The opponent currently had 5 bodyguards, each more troublesome than the last, to be frank. The martial soul fusion technique of the Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. The dual attribute stasis domain was quite the counter to him. Once restrained, Carp would undoubtedly unleash his love with an iron fist, rendering Lin Fan unable to fend for himself. Like that moment, a sudden voice rang out. "Oh, I say, Boss Lin, are you really making peace? You're being far too timid. You should at least demand a few tens of millions in gold soul coins for emotional damages." Mu Yun swaggered in, hands behind his back, and did not forget to greet the Ghost Douluo. "Oh, I senti this, the Ghost Douluo. Back from your travels, are you happy? It's you little brat. I will have your life." Upon seeing Mu Yun, the Ghost Douluo instantly erupted, rushing to Mu Yun's side, swinging his enormous scythe of death toward him. "Stop!" Qian Ringshu cried out in alarm. This was the jar shop of the Mihawk's face revealed an expression of unexpected astonishment. As a fellow member of the 7 Warlords, he was well aware of Bartholomew Kuma's formidable abilities. The black blade, was drawn from its sheath, and with a single step, He executed a diagonal slash with both hands gripping the sword. Without uttering a word, Mu Yun unsheathed his magical blade, Qian Run, wielding it with one hand to strike at the black sword. Sparks flew in every direction. It's only been a few days since we last met, and it seems the little fellow has grown stronger again. I shall also join the fray. Carp bellowed with laughter, launching a powerful punch. Iron Fist. Mu Yun clenched his other empty hand into fist, preparing to counter. Boom! The clash of a large and small black fist created a whirlwind of energy, sending tables and chairs scattering in disarray. Ace, too, became exhilarated, his arms transforming into massive flames as he unleashed a punch. Fire Fist, a soft and melodious voice chimed in. Your opponent is me. Water Dragon Technique, Chapter 35, The Grand Contest of Gold. Everyone, cease this at once. Lin Fan, unable to endure any longer, invoked his authority as the shop owner, immobilizing all present. There was no choice. These individuals had gone too far, especially that ace, who acted without regard for the occasion or consequences, daring to unleash such a colossal fireball capable of obliterating over a dozen warships right here. Lin shopkeeper, you must bear witness. I did not strike first, I was merely acting in self-defense, Mu Yun said with a grin, adopting an innocent demeanor. You were the one who provoked me first. Qian Rinshue's expression darkened. I must say, you androgynous fellow, are your eyes merely for decoration? I suggest you take a good look at the shop rules. They prohibit physical attacks, not verbal artistry. Mu Yun, brimming with pride, pointed to a tattered sign hanging in the jar store and declared. Thus, the ones in violation are you. My actions are without fault. Lin shopkeeper, am I not correct? Qian Rinshue's face flushed with anger, leaving her speechless. Theoretically, there is no fault. If that is the case, a penalty must be imposed. I suggest a fine of 10 million gold soul coins or a week of confinement in a small dark room, Mu Yun said with a wicked grin. Lin Fan secretly gave a thumbs up, impressed with the performance, and wished for an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Little Qian, just accept the penalty that I've tried. This confinement cannot be escaped. IT must be a method beyond the rules. And I certainly do not wish to be thrown into a small dark room. I would suffocate, Carp said nonchalantly. This conflict was in essence not merely a drunken whim, but also an opportunity to test the shop owner's methods. Mu Yun struggled to escape, but his void abilities were ineffective, and the capabilities of the Rumble fruit were of no use. The level of this confinement was too high. After paying the 10 million penalty, Qian Rinshue hastily smashed 10 jars, eager to leave this place, as it was uncomfortable to have her fate in someone else's hands. The Angel's Staff, a soul guide, enhances soul skill power by 50% and reduces soul skill consumption by 50%. A purple perfect quality item. The Angel's Battle Garb, a soul guide, automatically releases a defensive shield upon encountering an attack, capable of withstanding tidal level assaults. A purple perfect quality item. The Angel's Wings, a soul guide. Double Speed. A purple perfect quality item, a Millennium Soul Ring, which can extend the soul ring's duration. A purple perfect quality item. Soul Power Enhancement Potion. A purple perfect quality item. Martial Soul Awakening Potion, capable of a secondary awakening of the martial soul. A purple perfect quality item. BB Dawn's Lace Lingerie, a white ordinary quality item. Chiandeoliu's Battle Attire, a blue rare quality item. Luffy Straw Hat, a white ordinary quality item. The Angel Fruit, a devil fruit of the mythical beast type. A golden legendary quality item. What? It actually produced gold. Lin Boss, what on earth are you doing? Mu Yun exclaimed, feeling quite displeased. 2 whites, 1 blue, 6 purples, and 1 gold. This was simply outrageous. Moreover, upon hearing the names, it was evident that Qian Rinshue could utilize them to enhance her strength. Especially the last golden legendary item, which, although its specific effects were unclear, felt akin to the Buddha fruit of Sengoku. Lin Fan shrugged, indicating that he had no control over what could emerge from the jars. If he had the power to decide, he would grant her 10 consecutive whites every week. It's your turn. Not in a hurry to leave, Qian Rinshue, who had just unveiled some remarkable items, stood to the side to watch the unfolding spectacle. Let me show you what a true red hand looks like at Mu. Allow me to go first. You can handle the finale, Asuna said, pulling Mu Yun aside and stepping forward. Lin boss, give me 10 jars. With a wave of his hand, 10 jars floated before Asuna, the aura of a seasoned expert radiating from her. Bang, bang, bang. 100 types of second-level spirit flowers and herbs. A purple, perfect quality item. Detailed compendium of spirit flowers and herbs. A blue rare quality item. 0.8 methods of alchemy. A purple perfect quality item. Mysterious tier alchemy furnace. A purple perfect quality item. 100 herb ring. A storage ring containing 100 herb garden. Capable of cultivating spirit flowers and herbs and regulating the time flow to hasten their growth. A golden legendary quality spiritual item. Qianhuan mask, which allows the wearer to change their appearance, aura, and even race at will. A purple perfect quality item. Blessing of the Elf King, doubling the effects of elemental skills and having their consumption. A purple perfect quality item. Exclusive skill of White Star, summoning sea beasts to fight on one's behalf. A purple perfect quality skill. Aquarius Star Spirit Key, which opens the door connecting the human realm and the star spirit realm. Summoning the Aquarius Star Spirit, Aquaria, for battle. A purple perfect quality item. Sea Heart Flame. Ranked 15th on the list of extraordinary fires in the Dou world. A blue flame highly suitable for alchemy. A purple perfect quality item. 1 blue, 8 purples, and 1 gold. Do you see this? This is what true luck looks like. While Mu Yun unabashedly mocked Qian Renshua, he also commended Asuna, who had truly excelled in both alchemy and magic, even producing a miraculous item capable of storage and cultivation of spirit flowers and herbs, with the astonishing ability to adjust the time flow for hastening growth. Although it was publicly termed a spiritual item, that referred to its quality, not its functionality. Given its extraordinary capabilities, it was hardly different from a divine artifact. Ace, on the other hand, was utterly captivated, drooling at the sight of the Sea Heart Flame. Despite his burn fruit showing considerable development and an array of dazzling techniques, it had a fatal flaw. His flames were merely ordinary fire, lacking the necessary temperature, which allowed Akinu's magma fruit to pierce through and remain unhealed. However, the Sea Heart Flame was a heavenly extraordinary fire, with temperatures far exceeding that of magma. Ace's instincts told him that if he could absorb this extraordinary fire, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a monumental transformation. Alas, no matter how splendid the item, it was not his to claim. For Asuna, who cherished alchemy, the Sea Heart Flame was equally invaluable. Humph, do not get too smug. These fine items were not conjured by you. What is there to be proud of? It's your turn now. I curse you to draw 10 whites. Qian Renshua, sulking, squatted down to draw circles, her expression alternately fierce and gritting her teeth. Lin boss, it's my turn. This time, I aim to draw 3 golds and break the record. Confidently, Mu Yin personally adjusted 10 jars. Bang, bang, bang. All the jars were smashed open in one go. The Spirit Treasure General Store. Inscribed with spatial Shumi runes, possesses vast space, contains a spirit, and requires a master. Upon recognition, the master gains absolute control over the spirit treasure, capable of defending against attacks at the nascent soul level from the outside, exterminating beings at the golden core level within, and remaining hidden in the void, undetectable by anyone below the transformation stage. A golden legendary quality treasure. Chapter 36. Spiritual Beast that, oh ho, the first one produced gold. This is fate. This is destiny. Mu Yun boasted, prancing before Qian Renshua to show off. The second item, the threefold primordial chi, encompasses the heavenly frost fist, wind god leg, and the cloud-pushing palm, 3 supreme martial arts. A trifecta combining to rival earth-tier techniques. A purple perfect quality martial art. This is excellent. I shall teach you to Zhu Zhuqing later. IT suits her perfectly. Mu Yun remarked, quite pleased. The martial art system of the Fengyun world was remarkably potent, with some techniques even surpassing the realm of martial arts, standing strong even within the realms of cultivation. The third item, the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Upon invocation, all swords would submit. With sword intent sweeping through the skies like a tempest, it could also be used in reverse, uniting all swords for a tremendous increase in power. A purple perfect quality sword technique. This can be integrated into my sword domain, significantly amplifying my offensive capability. The fourth item, the soaring steps to ascend, boasts speed surpassing sound, immune to the winds of calamity, as if shrinking the earth to mere inches. A purple perfect quality skill. This is somewhat of a double-edged sword. It pales in comparison to my space teleportation. However, if one finds themselves in a location where spatial teleportation is rendered useless, this skill becomes exceedingly formidable and certainly merits study. Fifthly, the celestial mirage, capable of conjuring various images within the minds of individuals, leading them to become ensnared in a web of illusion, is a mental martial art of exquisite purple quality. This is quite impressive and could be seamlessly integrated into my sword domain. Sixth, the Sea Heart Incantation, which has the ability to assimilate various energies, is also of perfect purple quality. Upon seeing this, Mu Yun was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. For someone like him, who may soon traverse multiple worlds, a skill that can absorb energies from different systems is of paramount importance. Seventh, the Spirit Summoning Scroll, which allows one to form a contract with a spirit beast and summon it forth or be summoned by it via reverse summoning, is a purple perfect quality item. This is undoubtedly useful, remarkably so. Eighth, the 23rd sword, the most powerful technique of the Sacred Spirit sword art, is so potent that it can bring time and space to a standstill, transforming the spiritual essence into a sword that can severely injure opponents. That it pertains to the realm of rules, classified as a golden legendary quality divine technique. This unparalleled strike, as long as one's mental fortitude is sufficiently robust, is an invincible killing blow that disregards the strength of one's cultivation. Mu Yun cast a sidelong glance at Mihawk. No matter how formidable his swordsmanship, encountering this strike would spell demise. He then glanced at Carp, who would similarly find himself powerless against such an attack, where prowess in the material realm holds no sway in a battle of the mind. Ninth, the Shadow Clone, which evenly distributes one's energy to create tangible duplicates. Upon the disappearance of the clone, all experiences it encountered return to the original body, a blue rare quality skill. Goodness, this skill is truly hard to describe. It serves as a divine technique for cultivation, allowing one to be both lazy and accelerate their training. Yet in combat, it is akin to a fighter among refuse, weakening oneself while experiencing the sensation of being vanquished should one encounter an adept in mental attacks. The situation would worsen. A potential victor may find themselves defeated, with mental injuries transferred back to the original body. Truly akin to calamity striking while one sits at home. That Mu Yun has resolved that after creating several shadow clones, he would have them remain in the safest of places to cultivate, ensuring they do not venture out. 10th, the Tyrant Nation, an attack method favored by giants in the pirate world, capable of unleashing several times the force for an overwhelmingly powerful strike. Classified as a purple perfect quality skill, this is essentially a no-side effect explosive technique, a fine acquisition indeed. With 1 blue, 7 purple, and 2 gold, such luck can only be described as mediocre. Mu Yun, feeling rather smug, flaunted his fortunes before Qian Rushua, who, with a wave of her hand, departed with her 3 bodyguards, exclaiming, "I'm so infuriated." Mu Yun also noticed the fighting spirit in Mihawk's eyes. Although he had only unlocked 2 sword techniques, it was clear they were of a higher tier, and he was eager to witness them firsthand. Ace, too, appeared reluctant to part, his gaze nearly glued to Asuna, who was evidently oblivious to his infatuation, as he was captivated solely by the allure of, upon returning home, Asuna immediately immersed herself in her sanctuary, planting spiritual flowers and herbs, refining and concocting second-tier spiritual pills. Meanwhile, Mu Yun found himself contemplating the 7 newly appeared red jars exclusive to the store manager. Should he smash them or not? Today had already been bountiful, yielding so many excellent items. Statistically speaking, continuing might result in rubbish. However, there is also the notion that when fortune smiles, one should seize the moment. Ultimately, Mu Yun could not resist and smashed all 7 jars in one go. The first, the Sensing Hound Parker, a perception-type spirit beast with modest analytical abilities, classified as a blue rare quality, a perception type. Can it truly surpass my observation hockey? As for analytical prowess, a mere dog cannot exceed a human, right? Mu Yun casually set the little dog aside to play. The second, the Slug, an auxiliary spirit beast with commendable healing properties. Also a blue rare quality. This one is rather good. Of course, the term good here does not pertain to its healing capabilities, which are dwarfed by the formidable self-healing of a Willow God. Instead, it refers to the slug's infinite replication ability, which is quite useful for communication. Its only drawback is that all that emerges are clones, meaning any significant event will be relayed back to the slug's original form, which could lead to potential leaks, somewhat troublesome. Reserved for future use. The third, the frog Wentai, a combat-type spirit beast of perfect purple quality. Without hesitation, Mu Yun sent it back the moment it appeared. Its size was cumbersome, its combat prowess mediocre, lacking in both defense and speed. Being such a large target rendered it akin to a bullseye, and while its attack power was decent, overall, it was of little use and quite unsightly. Associating with it would severely diminish his own aesthetic appeal, which was the crux of the matter. The fourth, the myriad serpents, a combat-type spirit beast of perfect purple quality. After merely 5 seconds, Mu Yun decisively dispatched it. Besides its unwieldy size and repulsive appearance, its temperament was exceedingly vile, demanding 100 individuals as sustenance, with a high likelihood of devouring its master. Such a creature is better off slain than kept for future festivities. A hefty pile of serpent meat should be palatable enough. The fifth, the crow, a reconnaissance-type spirit beast of blue rare quality. This one is quite decent. In addition to sharing vision, it can also utilize a cloning technique for communication, reserved for future use. The sixth, the ape demon, a combat-type spirit beast of perfect purple quality. IT claims it can transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. Such a boast is rather inflated, as it is merely a magical artifact level. Daring to associate with the illustrious name of the great sage, besides, I have no inclination towards wielding a staff. Thus, it was promptly sent back to its homeland. Finally, the last one caught Mu Yun's eye, and he was struck with inspiration. This is the one, Chapter 37. The cat-s sanctuary draped in a black cloak and clad in a sleek ninja outfit resembling a fishing net. Her exquisite figure could not be concealed. Beneath the large hood, a delicate face was revealed as she lifted the hood. Her long purple hair swayed. Her quivering cat ears perked up, and a nimble tail peeked out from beneath her cloak. The ninja cat Xiaoyu, an all-round spirit beast of golden legendary quality, bore the title of Cat Immortal. Flawlessly mastering the Sage mode, she commanded an array of ninja techniques: Cat Shadow Clone, Rasengan, Chidori, Flying Thunder God, Heavenly Delivery Technique, Ninja Body Technique, Lightning Armor, Dark Movement Technique, Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Amaterasu, and Kami. She was the granddaughter of Cat Granny, the sovereign of the cat sanctuary in the world of Naruto. That Yun was left dumbfounded. The cat sanctuary? What on earth? ISNT the Naruto world comprised solely of the 3 great sanctuaries: Mayaboka Mountain, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi Cave. Where does this cat sanctuary come from? ISNT Cat Granny, merely an old cat dealing in ninja tools and intelligence. Somewhat affiliated with the Uchiha. When did she ascend to the status of a sanctuary lord? It was evident that this individual hailed from a Naruto world that was anything but orthodox. However, such details were inconsequential. Strength was what mattered most, and the cat maiden's beauty was undeniable, particularly those large, windmill-like eyes and her fluffy cat ears, which made one yearn to pet them vigorously. The ninja cat Xiaoyu was momentarily bewildered, but quickly grasped the situation. An alternate realm? I never expected that. At such a young age, you would be able to summon me. The cat immortal, IT seems your prowess is quite commendable. The ninja cat Xiaoyu curiously sniffed Mu Yun's scent, approvingly noting the essence of natural energy. Yu Yun speculated that this natural energy was akin to the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, comparable to the high-level energy drawn from the cosmic void. However, to forge a summoning contract with me, it won't be easy. You must first earn my approval. Observing the ninja cat Xiaoyu's proud demeanor, Mu Yun tentatively inquired, "Are you suggesting a duel?" Indeed, this cat has yet to encounter an opponent in the ninja world. Mere children lack the qualifications to form a contract with me. Very well, but let's change locations. I have no desire to destroy my own home. Mu Yun produced the newly acquired competition arena, and in an instant, both he and the cat found themselves atop the staged. Your ninja tools are rather intriguing. The curious cat girl, Xiaoyu, glanced around with interest Mu found it unnecessary to explain that this was not a tool for ninjas, but rather a system device acquired through opportunism. Explaining such things to a cat was akin to playing music to a cow. He also wished to take this opportunity to test the sturdiness of the competition arena. An hour later, Xiaoyu left the arena with her ears drooping, obediently signing a spiritual contract with Mu Yun. There was no other choice. She was completely restrained, whether it be in speed or spatial abilities. Even the all-consuming Amaterasu was subdued by the true flames of the sun. Moreover, the arena's space was exceptionally solid. Neither the flying thunder god technique nor the divine might showed much effect. While Mu Yun's void sword domain swiftly dominated the field, Xiaoyu felt quite stifled during the match, and when the colossal orange cat warrior appeared, she sensed danger and promptly surrendered. The arena's space was indestructible, truly deserving of its status as a professional system device. Mu Yun was quite pleased with this outcome, having assessed Xiaoyu's strength, which was likely second only to Carp and Mihawk, especially considering that her observation hockey limited many of her strategies. Mu Yun, I want to return to the Cat Holy Land to greet my grandmother. Will you come along? Xiaoyu inquired with an expectant expression. Sure, you go ahead, and then use reverse spiritual summoning to bring me over. Don't forget to leave a shadow clone. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to return later. Understood. A.S. He gazed at the bustling streets, filled with a multitude of shops, ranging from taverns and casinos to hot springs and various commercial establishments. Mu Yun remarked, Is this the Holy Land or a commercial street? He looked at Xiaoyu perched on his shoulder, somewhat bemused. Once there, Xiaoyu changed from her cat girl form into a cute little white cat. Meow. Our cat Holy Land originally thrived on commerce, but later gained the combat prowess of a celestial being, which propelled it to become the fourth major Holy Land in the ninja world. Nonetheless, to this day, our primary business remains commercial, not much different from before. As they traversed the streets, Mu Yun grew increasingly alarmed. He noticed that the vast majority of both sellers and buyers here were not from the ninja world, and their strengths varied significantly. Most strikingly, he spotted a street vendor seated behind a stall, with golden hair, clad in a pink feather coat, cropped pants, pointed shoes, and red sunglasses. He, from the world of pirates, the rare and precious devil fruit. Consume it immediately to gain superhuman abilities. Only 100 universal coins, limited stock, first come, first served. Is that Don Quixote, Doflamingo? Mu Yun rubbed his eyes, confirming he had not mistaken the identity. He examined a few items on display. Artificial devil fruits. Consuming them carries a high risk of death, and even if one survives, severe side effects are likely 0.2 words of evaluation. Garbage. Seeing such a fraudulent setup, Mu Yun silently scoffed and turned to leave. He would have been intrigued if these were genuine devil fruits, as they could be found in the universal jars, albeit randomly. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when a slender hand suddenly grasped his arm from behind. Hey, little brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. His voice trailed off as Mu Yun turned to reveal a pale face, anger mingling with a hint of weakness. Let go. Mu Yun's other hand was already poised on the hilt of his enchanted blade, ready to strike. Sea stone shackles. Didn't he notice I was locked up by this scoundrel, Doflamingo? Indeed, you are also a devil fruit user. Doflamingo laughed triumphantly. Quickly unlock me, or do you believe I will slay you right here? Mu Yun said impatiently Oh, I don't have the key. If I had it, I wouldn't be in this predicament, Doflamingo said, showing off the sea stone shackles on his hands and feet. Seriously? You're dragging me down with you while you're locked up? Mu Yun realized that Doflamingo was likely trapped in the underwater prison at this time, which explained the sea stone shackles. It made sense. The infamous warlord of the sea, the ruler of the black market, could only resort to hawking a few shoddy artificial devil fruits, revealing himself to be merely a prisoner. Chapter 38, Awakening of the Fruit. Universal Mall. Doflamingo's expression twisted into a snarl. Since being confined in the underwater prison, his life had turned unbearable. His family was in disarray, his vast business network was ruined, and the country was no longer his, all thanks to that straw hat brat. Finally, one day, he inexplicably arrived in this place, allowing him to momentarily forget his previous pain, only to have it reopened by this little brat before him. Seeing Doflamingo seething with rage, Mu Yun felt a sense of satisfaction and grinned. A powerless fool, Don't assume everyone is like you. Just a mere sea stone shackle can't contain me that a key would suffice. Can one die from holding in their urine? Casually, Mu Yun conjured a piece of iron, flames suddenly appearing in his hand. The terrifying heat made Doflamingo retreat hastily, fearing the child would attack him. However, the flames were so fearsome that he believed they could even melt the sea stone shackles. Under the intense heat of the true sun flames, the iron melted in an instant. Mu Yun wrapped the molten metal with his soul power and poured it into the keyhole of the sea stone shackles. Before long, a key for the sea stone shackles was fashioned. In the original story, the wax fruit user opened the sea stone shackles in this manner. Creating a key was a task devoid of any technical complexity. Far too easy for a weaponsmith. Having unlocked the shackles, Mu Yun looked at the astonished Doflamingo, raising an eyebrow smugly. Just as he was about to leave, Doflamingo blocked his path once again. Unlock my sea stone shackles. Why should I? This is a technical task. Not everyone can accomplish it. Help me unlock them, and these devil fruits will be yours. Ha! Doflamingo, do you think I'm a fool? Your counterfeit products? With such severe side effects, not even a dog would touch them, and you think to deceive me? Mu Yun replied with a look of disdain. What do you need then? My current situation is dire. I have no freedom and can't offer anything of value. If it were before, I could have provided genuine devil fruits. Mu Yun pondered for a moment, and then grinned. I want your insights on the secondary awakening of the devil fruit. Doflamingo paused slightly, realizing such a thing could indeed be traded. Mu Yun's gaze fell upon Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, doesn't the ninja world have memory recording scrolls? Scratching her neck, Xiaoyu produced a jade tablet. Scrolls are too cumbersome and require setting up sealing arrays. Use this instead. The recording jade tablet can capture the memories to be transmitted simply by placing it on the forehead. It's very convenient. Doflamingo's secondary awakening of the devil fruit leaned towards material transformation, allowing everything around him to become threads. After referencing his memories and insights, Mu Yun immediately developed his own secondary awakening for the devil fruit. The abilities of the pawpaw fruit were no longer confined to mere slaps. They assimilated nearby materials, forming a colossal cat's paw beneath him. Anything within the paw's range would be under the dominion of the pawpaw fruit's capabilities, which Mu Yun aptly named the absolute domain of the pawpaw fruit. As for the Douluo fruit, it manifested as a perilous maze formed by numerous doors to escape. One had to open a door, but what lay beyond was uncertain. Perhaps a fearsome beast awaited, or a host of enchanting fairies ready to serve, or even a sorrowful past, or a spatial prison that could lead to direct annihilation within chaotic spatial currents. In summary, the Douluo fruit was fraught with danger, far more perilous than Bruno's mere air doors in the pirate world. Under Xiaoyu's guidance, they finally arrived at a rather ordinary little shop's entrance. Mu Yun's body stiffened slightly. The sensation felt reminiscent of the store within the universal jars. The moment he stepped inside, a notification chimed. Ding! Universal Mall System detected. Mall host, Granny Cat, unlocked to level 4. Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this Granny Cat was also a system owner, marking the most significant gain of this journey. Granny, he has formed a spiritual contract with me. Don't let his youthful appearance deceive you. His strength is quite formidable. The nimble cat, Xiaoyu, bounded over and playfully shook the drowsy old cat lady awake. With a weary effort, the old cat lady opened her wrinkled eyes and cast a glance at Mu Yun, who immediately felt as though many of his hidden cards had been laid bare. Ah, indeed, a cultivation level of the second stage that if all his cards were revealed, he might even be capable of slaying a third stage expert. For someone of his age, such talent is indeed rare. The old cat lady casually produced a purple card embossed with a tiny paw print. Here, take this purple third-tier VIP card. Although you are still at the second stage, you are not far from the third. With this VIP card, you can enter my marketplace at any time to shop. With all items clearly priced, so you need not trouble this old woman each time. The moment Mu Yun received the VIP card, he eagerly checked the contents of the marketplace, using the magical tools as a reference. He observed that the first-tier area offered only first-tier magical tools and elixirs, while the second-tier area featured second-tier treasures and spirit pills. The third-tier area not only had third-tier spiritual artifacts and pills, but also spells, divine abilities, and some unique physiques for sale. The contents of the fourth-tier area remained beyond his sight, as his level was insufficient. The currency for transactions was the universe coin, which could be acquired in two ways. One was through recharge, as the marketplace system only recognized spirit stones, with one spirit stone convertible to one universe coin. The other was by selling items, where a magical tool could be sold for 10 universe coins, a treasure for 100, and a spiritual artifact for 1,000, with special items priced separately. Yun was not in a hurry to sell his magical tools, as he lacked experience and knowledge of market prices, fearing he might be taken advantage of. Moreover, he had not yet spotted any particularly desired treasures. After leaving the old cat lady, Yun strolled through the commercial street to familiarize himself with the prices. Magical tools seemed to sell for about 15 spirit stones, treasures for 150, but with a tax of 1/3, making it nearly equivalent to trading directly in the marketplace. Ultimately, Yun and the nimble cat, Xiao Yu, enjoyed a lavish meal at a tavern, followed by a delightful soak in a hot spring before deciding to depart. The Universe Marketplace system has been activated, granting access to the Universe Marketplace with a Level 1 authority. The level is disappointingly low. Yun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, noting that the old cat lady's marketplace was at level 4. However, he could upgrade his authority through buying and selling, which was a relief. Chapter 39. System Upgrade. The host has successfully completed 7 tasks to take advantage of the system, reaching the upgrade requirements. The integration upgrade begins. Universe Jar Shop System, recording. Drift Bottle System, recording. Refiner System, recording. Universe Summoning System, recording. Universe Arena System, recording. Universe Bar System, recording. Universe Marketplace System, recording. System upgrade complete. New feature, Universe Workshop has been unlocked with the following buildings available for establishment. Elixir Pavilion requires the host to possess at least 100 types of elixirs. Grades unrestricted. Artifact Pavilion requires the host to possess at least 100 types of magical tools. Grades unrestricted. Curios Pavilion requires the host to possess at least 10 types of curios, which include devil fruits, unique physiques, innate abilities, soul bones, and various treasures. Bar requires the host to possess at least 100 types of spirit wines. Grades unrestricted. Cultivation Tower. Minimum requirement of spiritual artifact level to be provided by the host. Competition Arena, provided by the system. The host can set it up at any time with no requirements. Jar Shop. Items in the jars are provided by the host and will randomly appear in any jar, with no control over the outcome. Drift Bottle Production Workshop can produce up to 10 drift bottles daily. Materials must contain void power, provided by the host. Dimensional Portal, provided by the system, can be set up at any time. Universe Marketplace, Level 1, provides currency exchange services, with the only official currency being Universe Coin, which can be exchanged with spirit stones in both directions. Additionally, the system offers the host panel query function free of charge. Let me check then, Yun said, curious about his current data. Yun race. Human age. 8 origin. Douluo world martial soul. Mutated orange cat martial soul physique. Void sword body abilities. Machi fruit user, awakened. Door fruit user, awakened. Breakthrough spirit eye, advanced observation hockey, advanced armament hockey, advanced conquerors hockey, void sword domain, break path, bind path, Zampakudo, orange cat sword princess, Willow God technique, swan and eye treasure technique, azure scale eagle treasure technique. Refining technique, soul skills, cute slap, cat air cannon, cat push palm, space opening palm, space jump, space phasing, space teleportation, space trap, space strangulation, space binding, dominant power, beast king intimidation, void star battle armor, aurora transformation, star transformation, void transformation, 10,000 fire domination, master of 10,000 artifacts. Array spirit patterns, great star array, 7 illusions bewildering array, starry gold lock array, cold moon killing array, gathering star spirit pattern, embracing moon spirit pattern, earth spirit pattern. Martial techniques, sword aura garment, demon sealing chains, 6 meridians divine sword. 3,000 thunder movement, transformation technique of creation, chaotic cloak hammer technique. 3 parts returning to origin chi, 10,000 swords returning to the sect, ascending to immortal step, heavenly palace illusion, sea nourishing sacred heart spell, sword, 23. Shadow clone, overbearing nation, cat void strike, thousand cats shatter void, cat floral dance, basic one sword, spirit beast, nimble cat xiaoyu. Treasures, demon blade, thousand blades, spiritual treasure sundry shop, hive, purple thunder dragon horn, smoke cloud twin wings. True sun fire, comprehensive strength assessment, third stage expert. With a glance, Mu Yin finally found the question he was most concerned about. A third stage expert. It seems quite impressive. He then began to busy himself. Fortunately, he had an elder sister, Asuna, who was obsessed with alchemy. The elixirs and magical potions accumulated during this time already far exceeded 100 types, so the elixir pavilion construction could commence. Akin to this, Ajin was also quite adept at refining. With his accumulation over hundreds of thousands of years, the artifact pavilion could begin construction at AS for the Curios Pavilion, with treasures like the Demon Blade, Thousand Blades, integrated with the Zampakudo, Spiritual Treasure Sundry Shop. Hive, Purple Thunder Dragon Horn, Smoke Cloud Twin Wings, True Sun Fire, Void Sword Body Physique, Breakthrough Spirit Eye, and Star Ancient Tree, Seedling. The number of curios was sufficient. However, most were non-saleable items that he still needed. The only item that could be listed was the Spirit Scroll, and the True Sun Fire could spare a small flame, which would have a minimal impact. He could start by constructing the Curios Pavilion. Even if it was empty for now, the bar was simple. The supplier had already been contacted, and he would purchase a batch of goods later. The competition arena and dimensional portal could be constructed immediately since they were provided by the system. No reason not to. The cultivation tower was a bit challenging due to the difficulty in comprehending the spirit patterns related to the flow of time. At best, he could create a makeshift one similar to the small towers used by Ning Rongrong and have Ajin refine it as a trial. Finally, the drift bottle production workshop was the most crucial element. Without it to send out bottles, all his efforts would amount to a single-player game. Useless without customers AS for the materials containing void power. Perhaps that place would have them. As Mu Yun observed the orderly construction of the buildings, he passed through the void portal and arrived in the cosmic expanse. That you've come again. The moment he stepped out of the portal, a gentle voice rang in his ears. He beheld a beautiful woman clad in green, adorned with shimmering starlight, standing in the cosmic void, smiling warmly at him, and Yu Yun immediately sensed a difference. She exuded an air of unparalleled nobility compared to their last encounter. This must be the leap in life level. She seemed to have reached an incomprehensible realm, indicating that the Willow God technique had indeed greatly benefited her. Aunt Lu, congratulations on your transformation of life. Mu Yun greeted her with familiarity. Yes, thanks to you. I was able to perceive that higher realm. It won't be long before I can completely depart from this cosmic expanse and ascend to that world. The woman, transformed from the Star Ancient Tree, appeared in high spirits. By the way, Aunt Lu, I am in need of a material that contains void power. You happen to know where I might find some? Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman beamed. This is the cosmic void. Everything here contains void power, and the quality is top-notch. She casually summoned a massive meteorite. For instance, this one, just a bit of refining will yield a top-tier material infused with void power. Of course, the most supreme spiritual material is me, she added, tossing over a branch as large as a mountain. For her boundless form, this slight expenditure was nothing. This is too generous. That Mu Yun, with a facade of modesty, was swift in his actions. The branches of the ancient starry tree, aged millions of years, undoubtedly possessed a terrifyingly high quality of spirit material. That he glanced at the bewildering results of his broken illusion spirit eye, which revealed nothing but a series of question marks, rendering any identification impossible. Ultimately, he chose the colossal meteorite as the material for crafting a drifting bottle, knowing that with the sun's true fire, the process would be quite simple. The branches of the starry tree would be reserved for his own use. To transform them into a drifting bottle would be an extravagant waste. Chapter 40. Clocks, Sunflower, Aunt Lu. I have another question I wish to consult you about. Mu Yun initially intended to step into the Void Gate and return to Douluo continent, but a sudden thought crossed his mind. What question? I want to select a time-related soul ring for my next one, preferably one that possesses the attributes of time acceleration, time stasis, and time reversal simultaneously. You know of any soul beasts in the Douluo realm that fit this description? He gazed eagerly at the beautiful woman. After contemplating for a moment, her eyes brightened. You know, there may indeed be one, Millions of years ago, when I was still in the Douluo world, I heard a legend about a solitary island overseas called the Island of the Unsetting Sun, which housed a village known as Eternal Village. On this isolated island, the sun can never set. At the moment it is about to dip below the horizon, time reverses and the sun rises anew. This day perpetually restarts, causing the villagers to repeat the same actions day after day, eternally trapped in this single day of existence. If outsiders linger there too long and fail to leave before the sun reverses, they become part of the village, unable to escape. Surely, that legend can't be true. To repeat the same day endlessly, what a curse that would be, and one that can never end. Mu Yun felt a chill creeping up his neck. Who would desire such an eternal life? It is indeed true that I once stealthily observed it. The cause of all this is a mutated soul beast known as the clock sunflower, in its domain. The flow of time can be adjusted at will. It can reverse time, reverting you to an infant state, or accelerate it to the point where you wither away in an instant. Is it powerful? Mu Yun inquired with curiosity. It's hard to quantify strength. It's merely very dangerous. The beautiful woman displayed a hint of apprehension that it lacks speed, defense, and attack capabilities, yet remains perilous. I had a brief encounter with it. A seemingly ordinary century-old soul beast transformed before my eyes into a million-year-old one. The age of the soul beast means nothing to it. Why million-year soul power was instantly nullified, and the feeling of being reduced to a helpless newborn was utterly dreadful. However, once you exit its domain, you revert to your original state. Could you tell me where this island is located? Mu Yun expressed a keen interest. What? After all I've said, you still dare to contemplate it? Its time acceleration ability is of little use to soul beasts like me with nearly infinite lifespans, but for you humans, it would be tantamount to instant death. The woman's expression turned peculiar, seemingly surprised that this little child possessed such a death-seeking disposition. That's fine. I'm just going for a look. If things get dicey, I'll leave. Very well, just be cautious. The starry tree, seeing Mu Yun's resolve, provided him with coordinates and sketched the island and the clock sunflower, depicting it as a large sunflower with a clock hanging from its neck. Upon returning to the Douluo continent through the Void Gate, following the coordinates, Mu Yun indeed discovered an enigmatic island. Despite the passage of millions of years, the island's appearance remained unchanged from the sketch provided by the starry tree. Through the lens of the broken illusion spirit eye, Mu Yun discerned that the entire island was shrouded in a dense mist, appearing as if it belonged to another time and space. Cautiously, he ventured inside, finding himself on the streets of a village in an instant. Eligo, I've heard that your wife is about to give birth. Don't forget to treat us then. Rest assured, I won't forget the betrothal gift. See Go. The old man who from the east side of the village was said to have been cornered by his wife at the bathing center. His face scratched all over. Indeed, Aunt Suawa's combat prowess is formidable. Old who must have been emboldened by a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to dare engage in such antics at his age. Listening to the mundane chatter around him, Mu Yun felt a wave of disorientation. What a down-to-earth conversation. Was this the real world or merely an illusion? His observation hockey flared, and soon he spotted a little girl in a farmhouse courtyard. Yawning towards the sun, her chubby form swaying in a rocking chair, a clock dangling from her neck. This is her. However, Mu Yun did not approach immediately. Instead, he wandered through the village till he reached a small creek, caught a large fish, and summoned his orange cat spirit. Soft paw strike. With a burst of milky white energy, the fish aged instantaneously, turning to ashes with nothing left behind. It truly works, no matter how powerful the force of time. It ultimately remains a rule. Why meatball fruit, after its second awakening, can now bypass rules, meaning the power of time has no effect on me. Mu Yun gazed excitedly at the milky white energy, finally feeling a sense of relief. He had prepared to flee the island immediately if the experiment failed to expel the time force from the fish's body. He had no desire to meet the clock's sunflower and risk aging to death in an instant. Suddenly, as Mu Yun turned, the ground beneath him morphed into a gigantic cat paw, revealing a soft little girl before him. What did you do to my fish? Why did it suddenly vanish? The little girl. expressionless, emanated a chilling aura of hostility toward Mu Yun. Her instincts warned her that this child posed a significant threat to her world. Everything on the island existed in an eternal state. And the sudden disappearance of a fish did not escape the notice of the clock sunflower, the island's sovereign. Yu Yun felt a moment of tension as he realized she was attempting to alter the flow of time around him. But the absolute domain granted by his meatball fruit's second awakening repelled her efforts. Then, a mischievous smile crept onto his cherubic face as he stepped closer, nearly within arm's reach. Ha! Come be my soul ring. I need you to... Mu Yun's movements were lightning quick, reaching for the clock hanging around the little girl's neck. How dare you! Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, and the little girl instantly transformed into a gigantic sunflower. Towering like a mountain, as milky white chains surged toward Mu Yun. With a calm smile, he summoned his magic sword, Thousand Blades. Appear, Orange Cat Sword Princess. The Orange Cat Sword Princess, wielding the massive Thousand Blades, towered over the giant clock sunflower, while Mu Yun stood atop her head. Meow! Crescent Moon Slash! The enormous black crescent sliced through the air, creating a long spatial rift aimed at the clock's sunflower. Curse you! Do not disturb my world. The clock's sunflower shrieked in fury, unleashing a torrent of milky white time energy. The black crescent vanished instantly, and even the disrupted space restored itself to its original state, as if nothing had ever occurred. Chapter 41. Million-year soul ring rifts in space appeared, quickly mending. Portions of reality collapsed only to be restored almost immediately. The clock's sunflower busily extinguished the chaos, akin to a firefighter, while Mu Yun played the role of an arsonist, wreaking havoc all around. You seem quite fond of this island, Mu Yun remarked with a mischievous grin, creating a rift in space with a slash of his sword. Stop! You villain! The clock's sunflower rushed to employ time reversal. You seem very attached to these mountains and rivers. He sent a mountain flying with a powerful blow. Please no, you wicked fiend. The clock's sunflower, in a fit of desperation, expended a vast amount of time energy to restore the mountain. However, what I perceive you cherish most are the villagers. Mu Yun coldly pointed the Thousand Blades toward the village, his expression resembling that of a heartless villain. Stop! Stop! I surrender. The clock's sunflower reverted to the form of a little girl, her face pale with fear. Strange, is this little village so significant to you? Mu Yun inquired with curiosity. The girl bit her lip, stubbornly refusing to respond to or perhaps it is the villagers themselves who hold importance for you. Observing her dejected demeanor, Mu Yun surmised correctly that this place was vital to the clock's sunflower, compelling her to remain despite being at a disadvantage, and for some reason, she dared not unleash her full powers. Now, tell me, what is the situation here? You do not seem like a villain. Perhaps I could assist you in a swift turn of events. Mu Yun soon grasped the entire narrative. A million years ago, there existed a remote island, home to a quaint village where the inhabitants were simple and kind-hearted, living a life devoid of worldly strife. Among them was an unremarkable sunflower, growing in a household. Her daily existence revolved around basking in the sun, accompanied by a girl lounging in a nearby chair who would chatter endlessly, sharing tales regardless of whether the sunflower could comprehend them. However, one fateful day, she underwent a transformation, evolving from an ordinary sunflower into a soul beast known as the clock's sunflower. It was on that very day, at the moment the sun sank in the west, that the island's volcano erupted, unleashing a terrifying torrent of magma that engulfed the village, obliterating her home and the girl who had regaled her with stories. Enraged, she unleashed her soul skill, the domain of time stop, freezing the island's time eternally at the moment before the volcanic eruption. This was her first time wielding such power, and it persisted for 1,000,000 years. She feared to cease, knowing that once the gears of time began to turn, the fate of destruction would inevitably follow. Yet, in doing so, she merely perpetuated the problem. Living the same day for 1,000,000 years was akin to death itself, perhaps even preferable to it. Mu Yun gazed at the clock's sunflower in silence, realizing that rather than rescuing the village, she was punishing it, rendering existence a torment worse than death. The clock's sunflower blinked her clear, innocent eyes, evidently perplexed by Mu Yun's words. For her, Time held no significance. What difference was there between a day and a million years? In her view, it was all merely existence. How about this? Mu Yun proposed. I will aid you in resolving the village's plight, restoring it to a state of normalcy, and you shall become my soul ring, accompanying me in a life of indulgence. What do you say? The clock's sunflower transformed, becoming a luminous ring that shifted in color between white, yellow, purple, black, and red that I can change to any color you desire. Goodness, how dazzling! The ability to alter not just age, but form as well. Mu Yun was momentarily bewildered. The concept of a soul ring was merely an energy crystallization of a soul beast. Its energy derived from time, and given enough duration, it could naturally transform into a soul ring without the need for death. The clock's sunflower shape-shifted back into the form of the girl. Mu Yun was utterly astonished. The revival of her soul beasts into soul rings was already remarkable. But this was beyond absurd. It bypassed the process of dying and being reborn, presenting a living soul ring before her. Very well, I consent to this minor detail. Now, swiftly rid the village of its calamity. The clock's sunflower, now a soul ring, surged into Mu Yun's body, and she felt her cultivation soar instantly to the pinnacle of a level 70 soul emperor. She acquired new soul skills: time acceleration, time reversal, and time stop. Even more astonishing, all her soul rings transformed into a dark golden hue of a million years, adorned with brilliant starlight. In the hive. The void bug, comfortably enjoying life, suddenly froze, as if it had just become a deity. Meanwhile, the void flower guarding the home felt an unusual itch in its teeth and approached a meteorite that Mu Yun had recently brought back from the cosmic expanse, sinking its teeth into it and shattering it. The stellar beast, reveling in the star Dou Forest, flapped its wings, summoning a tempest of thunder like a tea home. Sister Tree gazed curiously toward the distant ocean, experiencing a sudden elevation in her life tier, nearing her true form. Meanwhile, Ajin, who was laboriously refining a weapon, inexplicably observed the nearly completed spirit tool transform into a lump of charcoal, as a true sunfire unexpectedly intensified, spiraling out of control. Perhaps when the fourth-tier spiritual materials arrived, he could attempt to forge a fourth-tier spiritual treasure. At the heart of the overseas island stood a colossal active volcano. Mu Yun leaped from its crater. Master of 10,000 fires, the once volatile volcanic lava now behaved like a docile kitten, submitting beneath her feet. True sunfire, let us feast. Before long, the active volcano became dormant, its fiery energies completely expunged, ensuring it would never erupt again. With the crisis averted and the soul ring acquired, Mu Yun returned to the manor in Soto City. The long-awaited duo of magical beasts returned, accompanied by several others. Rimuru had completed his hunts. 100,000-year soul beast. Snow demon silkworm. 100,000-year soul beast. Dark demon spider. A 200,000-year soul beast. Star moon butterfly. A 500,000-year soul beast. Phoenix of heavenly fire. And a 500,000-year soul beast. Storm thunder dragon. Strength assessment. Peak of the second tier. Goodness, Rimuru. In just a few days, he has devoured 5 soul beasts over 100,000 years old, but I can hardly fathom where he found them. Moreover, he ascended from 0 to the peak of the second tier through his consumption, only slightly beneath my own level. Even more alarming was his ability to regurgitate his prey, simultaneously acquiring their powers while gaining 5 utterly loyal subordinates. Truly a buy one get one free deal. Her strength had also surged, synchronizing with Rimuru as his subordinate, reaching the peak of the second tier, while sharing some of his abilities that Emian even mused that if Rimuru and the others were allowed to roam the Dou Forest for a year, they could conquer the entire realm of soul beasts and establish a dominion over Dou. Chapter 42. Aiming for the million-year soul beast, the first roundtable meeting at Mu Yun's manor was now officially underway. Participants: Mu Yun, Asuna, Yui, Runuvin, the Bug Queen, Hoa, Little Lion, Sister Tree, Jean, Little Sunflower, Clock Sunflower, Ninja Cat Xiaoyu, Snow Demon Silkworm, Dark Demon Spider, Star Moon Butterfly, Phoenix of Heavenly Fire, Storm Thunder Dragon. Agenda: to seek out million-year soul beasts. You all are native soul beasts that have lived for countless years. Surely, you possess some undisclosed information. Yun felt a surge of anticipation, having initially believed that the Douluo world only housed 8 soul beasts over 100,000 years old. Little did she know, Rimuru had returned with 5, all of which she had never heard of, and the library bore no record of them. The assembly of beasts exchanged glances until finally, the storm thunder dragon spoke. The sky blue bull python and the titan great ape are merely the visible overlords of the star Dou Forest. The true depths of power lie hidden within its recesses, where million-year soul beasts typically reside within their secret realms. As for the entrance to these realms, I know of only one. The Ice Crystal Cold Dragon, a million-year ice soul beast, possessing both Dragon God and Ice God bloodlines. It is said to be the mightiest ice-type soul beast, and its ice crystals can even freeze time itself. The entrance to its realm is located in the icy plains. I am also aware of an entrance to a secret realm, located in the extreme ice lands, where the ice spirit phoenix, a million-year soul beast with a trace of ice god bloodline, guards it alongside the ice soul goddess, Snow Maiden. Interjected the phoenix of heavenly fire. I have heard of a legend as well. The star moon butterfly hesitantly added, deep within the sunset forest lies a primordial secret realm, home to the holy butterfly of destiny, a million-year soul beast and the king of 10,000 butterflies. Endowed with attributes of light, destiny, and reincarnation, the Aurora Red Fox also resides in the primordial secret realm of the Sunset Forest, possessing both supreme fire and light attributes, and is known for its cunning and illusionary abilities. Ajin remarked nonchalantly in the past, while seeking a certain metal in the depths of the Sunset Forest, I encountered it. Its flames were formidable enough to breach my magical defenses. I had to self-destruct several powerful artifacts just to find a chance to escape. Otherwise, given its speed, I would have found it nearly impossible to evade. The Kuanpeng, a million-year soul beast, is known as the Kuan in the sea, capable of devouring all, and as the Peng in the sky, capable of soaring through the heavens. It possesses unparalleled speed and wields spatial attributes, being a descendant of the primordial divine beast, a guardian of the seas, blessed by the gods, and typically lies dormant in the waters near the sea god's palace. Said the ancient tree's avatar, sister tree, with a calm demeanor. The starry wolf, a million-year soul beast, can manipulate starlight and absorb energy from the cosmos, nearly boundless in its capacity for absorption, enhancing its own strength and speed. It also possesses extraordinary perception, capable of detecting subtle changes and dangers within the universe. Moreover, it can distort light to create illusions, bewildering its foes. It hides within the cosmic expanse and has been a long-standing rival of my true form, both vying for the energy of the stars. Over the past several 100,000 years, it has frequently ambushed my true form. While I might subdue it elsewhere, in the cosmic realm, it reigns supreme, able to absorb energy without limit. Besides its formidable power and speed, its self-healing ability, bolstered by the inexhaustible energy of the cosmos, renders it nearly immortal. Lastly, there is the dark demon, evil god tiger, which possesses the malevolent attributes left behind by the evil god. Its growth does not rely on personal training. Instead, it rapidly ascends by devouring other soul beasts or soul masters. It resides deep within the star Dou Forest, wielding attributes of evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, with a remarkably high intelligence. Though it hasn't reached 1,000,000 years yet, it poses a greater threat than many million-year soul beasts. The final speaker was Rimuru, who had encountered the dark demon god tiger 2 days prior. To his astonishment, the predator's skill proved ineffective against it, likely due to the creature's own ability to devour powers. Subsequently, Rimuru, Cheyenne, the snow demon silkworm, the dark magic spider, the star moon butterfly, the heavenly fire phoenix, and the storm thunder dragon launched a coordinated assault. Yet the dark demon god tiger managed to escape with ease. Its mastery over time and space made it a formidable foe. Yun meticulously consolidated and analyzed the data, ultimately deciding that the primary target would be the dark demon god tiger. The rationale was straightforward. The creature bore a deep grudge, having been besieged by Rimuru and his companions, and it would not easily forget this affront. It had already begun tracking Rimuru, lurking in the shadows, biding its time for a lethal strike against them. Thanks to Mu Yun's advanced Conqueror's Haki and the Void Sword body, he could faintly sense the presence of the Dark Demon God Tiger. The opportunity was rare and should not be squandered. Moreover, Mu Yun understood that the most troublesome aspect of the Dark Demon God Tiger was its ability to traverse time and space. If they did not eliminate it now, allowing it to realize the terror of his group, it could very well utilize its time-space travel to escape this world entirely, resulting in the irrevocable loss of the Soul Ring. On the outskirts of the Dou Forest, a blue-haired young boy crouched by a crystal-clear stream to fetch water. A shadowy figure slithered across the ground, swiftly approaching. Suddenly, an overwhelming darkness enveloped the blue-haired boy. "Roar, you shall perish, little one!" A massive black tiger leaped from the void, its gaping maw revealing a colossal vortex, a terrifying force threatening to consume the boy, just as his feet left the ground. The blue-haired boy transformed, shifting from a blue-haired child to one with black hair. Demon binding chains, countless chains, forged from the powers of stars and the void, erupted from the darkness, instantly binding the limbs of the Dark Demon God Tiger. "Roar, damn it, a trap!" The enraged Dark Demon God Tiger opened its mouth, unleashing torrents of wind that clashed against the binding chains with a resounding clang. Such sturdy chains. My wind slashes can sever even starfall iron. Yet I can only break through half of this binding. In shock, the Dark Demon God Tiger unleashed another blast of wind to free itself from the chains that a strike formed from the fusion of wind and spatial power. Impressive. The young boy turned, drawing the magic blade Thousand Blades from his waist. "Roar, who are you? Why have you set a trap for me?" As the Dark Demon God Tiger spoke, it began to retreat slowly, only to realize it was encircled by several beings of comparable strength, among them Rimuru's group. "Damn, kid, I will remember this, and I will settle the score later." Dark stealth, space traversal, just as the Dark Demon God Tiger began to fade into the void. A gentle yet authoritative voice rang out. "Blessing of the Elven King, binding art number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Binding art number 75, 5 pillars iron penetration. Binding art number 99, forbidden, 6 beams of light firmly restrain the movements of the Dark Demon God Tiger. 5 black pillars formed a pentagon, sealing its every limb that a massive stone tablet, inscribed with a swastika, descended from above. The 3 power 1, the myriad capabilities of transformation within the marketplace. Point 2, the invincible prowess within the marketplace. 3. The authority to establish rules within the marketplace. Matters of expertise should be entrusted to those proficient in the field. After shifting the responsibility onto Jie, Mu Yun felt a significant lift in his spirits. "As for Asuna, the leadership of the Dan Pavilion shall be entrusted to you. Akin, you shall take charge of the Chi Pavilion. Alas, despite my fondness for alchemy, I am utterly inept at selling goods on a platform." Asuna fervently waved her hands in refusal that "I feel the same." Akin echoed her sentiments. Being a soul beast, he had no desire to engage with the multitude of personalities. The two simultaneously turned their gazes towards Jie. "Very well, let the capable take on the burdens. We shall leave this task to our extraordinarily talented Jie, who can indeed transform in myriad ways. However, for the supply aspect, we still depend on you, as the procurement prices from the heavenly market are rather steep. Furthermore, the crafting of the training tower is entrusted to you, Akin. The training tower must possess the ability to alter the flow of time, and its interior space must be entirely stable, allowing for the simultaneous cultivation of multiple individuals." Chapter 44. The 9-layered Demon Tower. Trouble arises regarding the auxiliary spiritual treasures involving time and space. "You truly overestimate my capabilities. I am unable to grasp the intricacies of temporal and spatial inscriptions myself, let alone forge a spiritual treasure. I might manage to craft ordinary spiritual treasures, but such complexity is beyond my reach." Akin resolutely shook his head in refusal. "That it is not as though you are to undertake this alone. When the time comes, Chonghoa, Little Lion, Sister Tree, and Sunflower, along with myself, shall assist you. You are well aware of the stability of that hive space governed by Chongho. Entrusting matters of space to her poses no issue. Moreover, Sunflower has already mastered the manipulation of time flow, presenting no challenge for her. Furthermore, Rather than struggling with those inscriptions, it would be far more beneficial to engage in practical application. Who knows, you might achieve enlightenment in an instant. Under Mu Yun's persuasive eloquence, Akin was finally convinced and produced his cherished collection, along with the fourth-grade spiritual materials recently acquired from Jar, which were still warm. 3 days later, the 9-layer demon tower was freshly completed. The first layer featured inscriptions for tenfold gravity, earth spirit patterns, lunar convergence patterns, star gathering patterns, and a small-scale spirit gathering array. Suitable for individuals of first-tier strength to cultivate, with a time flow rate of tenfold, accommodating up to 100 users at a usage fee of 10 heavenly coins per hour. The second layer inscribed with 100-fold gravity earth spirit patterns, lunar convergence patterns, star gathering patterns, and a medium-scale spirit gathering array, appropriate for individuals of second-tier strength, with a time flow rate of 100-fold, accommodating up to 10 users, a usage fee of 100 heavenly coins per hour. The third layer served as a challenge layer, guarded by a clone of Chongho, with the skill of infinite summoning. Successfully clearing the challenge would yield a wooden treasure chest, which could contain first-tier magical artifacts or first-tier elixirs, with a challenge fee of 10 heavenly coins per attempt. The fourth layer, also a challenge layer, was jointly guarded by clones of Chongho and Huahua, featuring the skill of infinite traps. Successful challengers would receive a black iron treasure chest, which could contain second-tier magical treasures or second-tier elixirs, with a challenge fee of 100 heavenly coins per attempt. The fifth layer, another challenge layer, was guarded by a clone of the celestial Swanee beast. It is advised that individuals below second-tier strength refrain from attempting this challenge, as it would be futile. Successful challengers would receive a bronze treasure chest, which could contain third-tier spiritual instruments or third-tier elixirs, with a challenge fee of 500 heavenly coins per attempt. The sixth layer was a challenge layer, guarded by clones of Akin and Sister Tree. It is recommended that only those above third-tier strength attempt this challenge. Successful challengers would receive a silver treasure chest, which could contain fourth-tier spiritual treasures or fourth-tier elixirs, with a challenge fee of 1,000 heavenly coins per attempt. The seventh layer, a challenge layer, was guarded by a clone of Asuna, along with clones of Huahua and the nimble cat Xiaoyu. It is advised that challengers be above third-tier strength. Successful challengers would receive a flame of exotic fire, with a challenge fee of 1,000 heavenly coins per attempt. The eighth layer, another challenge layer, was jointly guarded by clones of Ramu, the snow demon silkworm, the dark demon spider, the star moon butterfly, the heavenly fire phoenix, and the storm thunder dragon. Successful challengers could customize 2 fourth-tier spiritual treasures, with a challenge fee of 2,000 heavenly coins per attempt. The ninth layer, the ultimate challenge layer, was guarded by Mu Yun. Successful challengers could obtain a flame of true sun fire, with no challenge fee, although completion of the preceding 8 layers was required, with a 9-layer demon tower set in the marketplace and pricing determined by GA. Mu Yun felt certain that wealth was on the horizon. He then examined the other facilities. The Dam Pavilion, Chi Pavilion, and bar were all stocked and clearly priced. The jar shop charged 10 heavenly coins per attempt, with no limit on attempts. If one possessed sufficient heavenly coins, they could endlessly attempt until they struck gold, potentially unearthing treasures like true sun fire. But of course, such luck was a matter of probability, a domain Jie had mastered. The competition arena charged 100 heavenly coins per use, serving as a place for mutual sparring, ensuring no casualties, with emergency teleportation out of the arena if necessary. The Curiosities Pavilion currently offered only 2 items, a flame of exotic fire for 10,000 heavenly coins, and a flame of true sun fire for 100 million heavenly coins. Setting a modest goal, Mu Yun acknowledged the high value of the sun fire, despite it being only a single flame. Lastly, the Message Bottle Workshop had already dispatched its bottles 3 days ago, and with GA handling matters, all that remained was to await customers. However, he wondered about the success rate of matches made with his crafted bottles, having utilized meteorites to create them, albeit transformed into glass by true sun fire. They remained quite solid, and he pondered whether they might inadvertently cause harm. 3 days had passed without a single visitor, leading Mu Yun to question whether those matched by the bottles might have met with unfortunate fates. Just as he fretted over the lack of customers, ripples suddenly appeared in the space. culminating in the unexpected arrival of over a dozen individuals. Mu Yun prepared to greet them. His eyes narrowed, and an awkward expression crossed his face. It became apparent that these individuals shared a common trait. Each bore a significant bump on their heads, with some even bleeding. Alarmingly, two of them appeared on the brink of death, blood gushing forth, seemingly at the edge of their demise. Goodness, could it be? The strength of these individuals is abysmal. Mu Yun was taken aback. Among the 12, 3 were first tier, 7 were ordinary folk, and the remaining 2, on the verge of death, likely suffered from a prolonged free fall of the message bottles. This simply would not do. Adjustments must be made to ensure that the bottles do not target individuals directly, as this was verging on a crime scene. Moreover, if these were the caliber of clientele, earning heavenly coins from them would prove exceedingly challenging. The randomness of customer selection could not continue. It seemed he needed to devise a new strategy. He recalled how he had once perfectly matched with Sure How from the Perfect World. Perhaps that was the key. With a sense of disappointment, Mu Yun approached to rescue the 2 near-death individuals, as having 2 fatalities right at his doorstep would be an exceedingly inauspicious start to that moment. The crowd remained unaware of Mu Yun's presence. Goodness, who is so reprehensible as to throw such objects about? That massive glass bottle nearly flattened me. Indeed, I was merely walking my dog when suddenly a glass bottle fell from the sky, creating a substantial crater in the ground and rebounding to knock me over. Thankfully, it didn't strike me directly, otherwise I would surely have perished. Here I am, minding my own business at home, when calamity descends from above, smashing a large hole in my roof and inexplicably landing me here. Oh, by the way, where exactly is this? Who are you people? Mu Yun, drenched in cold sweat, felt an overwhelming urge to flee. This calamity was escalating beyond control. These individuals had not merely encountered misfortune. It was evident that they had experienced extraordinary luck to have survived the ordeal. Under normal circumstances, one would expect fatalities from such an incident. With 18 remaining message bottles yet to land, he couldn't help but worry that they might all become deadly weapons. Chapter 45. An unexpected windfall. Wait a moment. It seems these individuals are not entirely devoid of merit. Mu Yun's gaze fell upon the 2 unfortunate souls he had just revived. Lin Pingji, age 21, world. The smiling, proud wanderer faction. Huashan sect martial arts. Huashan swordplay. Evil repelling swordplay. Shocking palm treasures. None strength. First tier Mu Yun's expression turned peculiar. Is this truly the extent of his strength? Merely first tier. The range of first-tier strength is indeed vast, within the entire world of the smiling. Proud wanderer, it seems there are no second-tier beings, including Feng Qingyang and Dongfeng Bubi. It appears that from bodyguards to martial arts masters, they are all confined to 2 words. First tier. He gazed at the strikingly handsome young man before him, clad in a resplendent red wedding robe, clutching a small blade, his face contorted in confusion upon awakening. Unable to resist, Mu Yun quipped, "Goodness, with that demeanor, you haven't just run away from your wedding day, have you?" Lin Pingji's handsome face flushed slightly, for he had been accurately called out. Today marked the day of his grand wedding with Yulingshan. Yubuchuan had finally relaxed his vigilance towards him, granting him the opportunity to cultivate the true evil-repelling sword technique. To his dismay, he discovered the ominous opening phrase, "To practice divine skills, one must sever their own flesh." After much internal conflict, he ultimately resolved to sacrifice that 2 tails of flesh for the sake of vengeance. Just before he made the fateful cut, he performed an exquisite flourish with his sword, looking quite dashing. However, at the last moment, he was struck down by an unidentified flying object, nearly meeting his demise, and in a daze, he found himself in this peculiar place. Mu Yun's gaze lowered, observing a spot devoid of blood. Evidently, the self-castration had been unsuccessful. Spare the blade for now. Let us first examine the main services of this marketplace. It's merely a matter of revenge, and there is no need to sacrifice Kuinkun. A dozen pamphlets detailing the marketplace's offerings landed in the hands of the onlookers. Moments later, a spark of hope ignited in Lin Pingji's eyes. "Pray tell, what is this Shuqian coin?" The crowd leaned in, eager to listen. It is a form of currency that can be exchanged for spirit stones. One spirit stone can be traded for a single Jutian coin. The crowd was left in bewilderment, seemingly unaware of what spirit stones were, save for one individual, Zhang Tai, another unfortunate soul who had nearly been crushed. Zhang Tai, age, 20, world, mortal cultivation, sect, 7 mysterious gates, martial arts, elephant armor technique, treasure, none. Strength, first stage. Mu Yun found him to be of particular interest. Despite his current clumsy appearance and apparent weakness, he hailed from a world of great strength, a realm where divine transformation cultivators existed. It was likely a world of 5th-tier ranking. If one considered the ascended celestial realms, the grading would be even more elusive. He was undoubtedly a potential asset, and must not be allowed to be turned into a mere puppet. In addition to spirit stones, other valuable items could also be exchanged for Jutian coins, with further inquiries directed towards the drifting little Jie. These individuals were clearly insignificant passersby, so it was best to let Jie handle them. Turning to the remaining 2 individuals, he extended a gesture of goodwill. As for both of you, the minor injuries you sustained bear some responsibility on my part. The 2 raised their eyebrows, stunned, having sustained head injuries from the impact. Particularly Zhang Tai, whose elephant armor technique had rendered him nearly impervious to blades, yet he was so grievously harmed. I shall offer you a form of compensation. For the first level of the 9 layers Demon Tower, I present you with 12 free experience cards. Within, time flows at 10 times the outside rate, accompanied by the effects of gravity, starlight, and moonlight for body refinement. Furthermore, to Lin Pingji, he gifted the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, a profound martial art superior to his evil-repelling sword technique, and importantly, requiring no self-mutilation. These 2 opportunities could be your fortune. Within the tomb of the living dead on Mount Zhongnan, there exists a wealth of profound martial arts that you could cultivate and later exchange for Jutian coins. Additionally, the Nameless Valley harbors numerous medicinal herbs and a peculiar serpent, both of which can be traded for Jutian coins. Zhang Tai, take this refining spirit technique. It will prove tremendously beneficial for you. Ancient herbs and elixirs can also be exchanged for Jutian coins. Watching the 2 enter the first level of the 9 layers Demon Tower, Mu Yun smiled, feeling a sense of anticipation. The body refinement within the first level of the 9 layers Demon Tower would yield remarkable results for individuals at the first stage. Though Lin Pingji appeared a novice now, he possessed a formidable quality. His strong willpower, fueled by obsession, might lead to an explosive transformation, surprising many days for Zhang Tai. Mu Yun was eager to witness the confrontation between his master, Mo Renjiu, and the remnant soul within him. Faced with Zhang Tai, whose physical body was nearly indestructible and whose mental strength was extraordinary, how could they extinguish his soul and turn him into a corpse puppet? The individuals Mu Yun had casually dismissed had also provided him with a small surprise. Though they hailed from different worlds and displayed no signs of cultivation, appearing utterly drained by indulgence, they shared a commonality. Each was a scion of a prominent local family. Under Jie's appraisal, they all bore the same label. Antagonists doomed to be consumed by the protagonist's fortune, ultimately meeting grim fates. Goodness, so many antagonists, yet not a single one possesses a counterattack system. What a disappointment. While Mu Yun grumbled, he handed each of them a 1-day experience card for the first level of the 9 layers Demon Tower. This was not solely due to their wealthy backgrounds, which could yield unexpected benefits for him, but also because he was curious to see how these antagonists would fare should they suddenly attain power to rival the protagonist. Would the protagonist still be able to rampage without a care? Time flew by, and when these individuals emerged from the first level of the 9 layers Demon Tower a day later, Mu Yun's anticipation had only grown. The once debauched antagonists now appeared invigorated and robust. Their combat prowess was uncertain, but their physical defenses were likely formidable enough to withstand ordinary bullets. Upon their return, they would surely be regarded as martial arts masters. As for Lin Pingji, his gaze was sharp, standing like a drawn sword. 10 days of body refinement propelled his cultivation from the depths of mediocrity through the 2nd and 1st tiers, and upon reaching the postnatal and innate stages, he ascended to the level of a master, mastering the 6 Meridians Divine Sword and comprehending the essence of swordsmanship. It is worth noting that in the world of the smiling, proud wanderer, Only Feng, Qingyang, and Dongfeng Bubi had publicly reached the master tier, while Ren Wuxing, Zuolingchan, Master Fangzheng of Shaolin, and Chongshu of Wudong were only at the peak of the innate stage. Ren Wuxing had once been a master, but had regressed due to the inherent dangers of his absorption technique. Now, Lin Pingji's return would render him nearly invincible, rendering any thoughts of vengeance effortless. There was no longer any need for self-mutilation. After all, the Lin family needed to continue its lineage. As for Zhang Tai, he had reached the 9th level of body refinement and the 3rd level of qi cultivation. Albeit lacking a suitable cultivation technique, the energy was simply too abundant for him to resist. Otherwise, he could have reached at least the 3rd level of qi cultivation. Chapter 46. Taking a detour into the mortal realm in the world of the smiling. Proud wanderer, Xiao Linzi, where have you gone? It has been a day and a night. I am so worried about you. Yu Lingchan gazed tearfully at her husband, who, after a day's absence, seemed even more handsome and bore a delightful fragrance. Lin Pingji's gaze faltered momentarily, feeling conflicted. Yu Buchuan, his hypocritical master, had been scheming against his family's evil-repelling sword manual from the very beginning. His motives were impure, from taking him as a disciple to marrying his daughter to him. Yet he had not been involved in the killing of those from the Fu Wei escort, and thus was not truly his enemy. Moreover, his mother-in-law, Ning Zhongze, had treated him well, and Yu Lingchan's pure and innocent affection for him was genuine. Devoid of ulterior motives, previously, Lin Pingji had been weak, filled with resentment and a twisted psyche when faced with dire straits. Now, as a strong individual, he approached problems with a more open mind. Sister, I apologize. I drank too much before and sought a place to catch a breeze, inadvertently falling asleep. He embraced Yu Lingchan. Tomorrow, let us return to my hometown in Fujian. I wish to pay respects to my parents and the ancestors of the Lin family. Very well. I shall follow your wishes. 3 days later, the Qingchang sect faced utter devastation, with the entire temple obliterated by terrifying sword qi, and the sect leader, Yu Songhai, was nowhere to be found. 5 days later, the peaks of the northern wilds were dismantled by sword qi. Zhang Tai. Everyone else has returned, yet you linger here. Is there something amiss? Mu Yun inquired, observing the dim-witted giant before him. His face hardly resembled that of someone merely 20 years old. I feel something is amiss with my master. At times, the way he looks at me feels strange, that he constantly urges me to practice the elephant armor technique and insists I consume peculiar elixirs, as if he is in a great hurry. This makes me feel somewhat fearful. Now that I have mastered the elephant armor technique, I sense that something bad may be looming. Zhang Tai's face was one of deep concern, hesitating to leave. What would you like me to do? Shall I accompany you back? Mu Yun replied cheerfully, Is that possible? Zhang Tai's eyes lit up with hope. He had come to realize that this seemingly young boy was the true leader here. Mu Yun pondered seriously. It did seem somewhat perilous. Zhang Tai's return was facilitated by the power of the system, while his own journey would be unsupported. Here's an idea. You can sign a spiritual contract with my familiar. Once you return, summon it and have it perform reverse summoning for me. Perhaps I can safely accompany you. Yu Yun summoned the spirit cat. Xiao Yu. Sharing his thoughts, it sounded feasible and worth a try. Nico Yu expressed that there was no problem. After all, the entire process bore little risk. At worst, it would result in a failed summoning. And if that were the case, it would simply mean that the spirit could not pass through. There was no threat to life. An hour later, the trio, 2 individuals and 1 cat, materialized in a valley. Meow, we truly succeeded. Nico Yu exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. However, a moment later, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Wait, why can't I transform into my cat girl form? Moreover, I can feel my chakra undergoing a transformation. This world is terrifying. It is forcibly altering my energy. Nico Yu began to panic as a powerful aura emanated from within her. Breakthrough Spirit Eye. Activate. Nico Yu, a level 4 demon beast, comparable to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Calm down, Yu. It seems you are merely tapping into your demon power. Try to harness this newfound strength that in no time, Yu mastered this power. Meow, this energy is incredibly potent. much stronger than the natural energy I wielded in my sage mode. Additionally, a peculiar sensation arose within her, as if something was about to coalesce in her belly. I can't possibly be pregnant, can I? That's impossible. I've never even encountered a male cat. I'm still a young maiden. Nico Yu was in a state of utter disarray, flailing in distress. You are not pregnant. It appears you are on the verge of condensing a demon core, preparing for advancement. Yu furrowed her brows, contemplating a serious issue. Yu, quickly try using your ninjutsu. Can you still perform it? Moments later, she declared, Cat Clone, Rasengan, Thousand Birds, Lightning Armor Technique, and Dark Walking Technique are all usable, but Flying Thunder God, Heavenly Transport Technique, and Shining Might are not. The spatial integrity here is too formidable to breach, although Amaterasu is usable. Its flames have been significantly weakened. Reverse summoning and summoning can be employed, but only once a month, as they draw upon the energy of the cat's sanctuary. Frequent use would surely anger the matriarch. Having acclimated to her demon power, Yu regained her composure. Hey, as long as my ninjutsu works, what is there to fear? If all else fails, I can always escape back to the sanctuary. Yin, what about you? Have you experienced any changes? As for me, Yin contemplated the vast, boundless sea of spiritual energy within her. Her spiritual energy had liquefied, and her soul power and soul rings had all transformed into spiritual energy. She was still a ways from forming her golden core. Perhaps she would need to wait until her 9 soul rings were completed. The orange cat spirit, insect queen, flower, little lion, tree sister, and a gene all resided within her dantian. When Yin summoned them, they were all taken aback, each feeling varying degrees of restriction. Little lion and a gene fared better. One was a stellar lion beast, and the other a crimson flame golden beast, one mastering thunder and smoke, the other wielding true solar fire. Their limitations here were minimal. However, Tree Sister's ability to alter the void was constrained, though her stellar armor and stellar transformation powers remained intact. The other 3 were in dire straits. In this realm, the laws of space and time were akin to divine powers, rendering these level 4 demon beasts, which had yet to reach the golden core stage, unable to navigate them, at least not until they reached the nascent soul level. Yet, they were not entirely incapacitated. These were their innate skills, albeit exceedingly taxing to employ, with effect that were rather lackluster. The sunflower, which previously could accelerate a millennium in a glance, could now barely manage to accelerate a year, even when exhausted. Flower's spatial traps, which could be conjured effortlessly in the past, now required several days for just one. The insect queen's elemental escape technique, which melded with the void, was rendered utterly unusable here. Yet her explosive summon skill had grown stronger, capable of producing bloodthirsty poison bees of level 2 or higher. This was comparable to the initial stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and in the Douluo world, they could almost single-handedly take on 1,000 foes. The insect queen could summon dozens at once. This was nothing short of miraculous. However, Yin was the most affected. Her orange cat spirit was unusable. Its soul skills were far too unyielding, either manipulating time and space or defying the laws of reality. These were the most strictly regulated skills in this world. The soul-cutting blade was also inaccessible, as its initial release could not be activated. The orange cat sword maiden-s attacks were too formidable. Presently, the orange cat spirit was practically reduced to a mere mascot. Chapter 47. The first encounter with Old Demon Han. Physique. The void sword body and breakthrough spirit eye are usable. Divine powers. The 3-colored overbearing aura is functional, but the capabilities of the meatball fruit cannot be utilized due to their origin in the orange cat spirit. The Dourdor fruit abilities are restricted. Skill cooldown is set at 30 days, and conjuring a spatial door requires materials imbued with spatial energy. The binding and breaking path techniques remain usable, as does the void sword domain. Soul skills. Those from the orange cat spirit are unusable, but others can be employed and have all transformed into magical techniques. Array and spirit patterns. Originating from the cultivation world, they are all functional. Combat techniques. All techniques learned by the host are usable. Treasures. The Spirit Treasure General Store, the Beehive, and True Solar Fire could be utilized. In summary, anything related to the orange cat spirit is largely prohibited. Even the most familiar magic blade, Thousand Blades, due to its fusion with the soul-cutting blade, has been categorized as a weapon exclusive to the Orange Cat Sword Maiden. Mu Yun rubbed her tightly furrowed brows. A cultivator's combat relies primarily on cultivation level, techniques, magical treasures, and talismans. The cultivation aspect posed no significant issue. Despite being merely a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, the quality and quantity of her spiritual energy were formidable. Not inferior to a nascent soul expert, in terms of methods, the true strength of a nascent soul expert lies in their ability to wield domains and manipulate the laws of heaven and earth, both of which her Void Sword domain could achieve. What she lacked most were talismans and magical treasures. The spiritual devices and treasures crafted by a Jean only met the quality standard. Their functionalities were overly simplistic, rendering them insufficient in a true cultivation world. Zhang Tai, I am contemplating opening a general store in a cultivation market. Would you be interested in joining me? After much consideration, Mu Yin extended an invitation to Zhang Tai. What about my master? Mo Rinju? Zhang Tai scratched his head, appearing somewhat confused. A malefactor with ulterior motives, ruthless and narrow-minded. He is destined for a poor fate. There is no need to concern yourself with him. Let him amuse himself here. Mu Yun expressed disdain for Mo Rinju, who, despite possessing considerable talent, insisted on adhering to a methodical approach, wasting immense time selecting suitable candidates and expending vast resources for cultivation, only to resort to sinister methods for soul possession. Among the myriad of cultivation methods available, he chose the most time-consuming, resource-draining, and foolish path. Had he ventured out and familiarized himself with the common knowledge of the cultivation world, he would have realized how utterly foolish it was to use the green wood technique as a qualifier for cultivation eligibility. There are various types of spiritual roots beyond the wood root. Zhang Tai possessed a spiritual root. He simply lacked the wood root. Clinging to a single approach, he was now rapidly depleting his lifespan while encountering Old Demon Han, a truly deserved fate. Well, I have ultimately been raised by my teacher these years. I neither wish to be killed by him, nor to kill him. It may be best to distance myself entirely. Zhang Tai seemed to have come to a realization, his demeanor lightening as he decided to evade the dilemma. However, before I leave, I need to meet my friend Han Li. I feel my teacher harbors ill intentions toward him, and I must warn him of course. Go ahead, I will wander around here. Mu Yun indeed had a keen interest in Han Li's small green vial, for it was the celestial treasure, heavenly bottle, of immense value. However, the depths of the waters within it were equally profound that a cautious sailor avoids calamity, so it was better to refrain. It was evident that those who cast their gaze upon Han Li seldom met a favorable end. It was wise to tread lightly around the protagonist's aura, but Mu Yun roamed the library of Qishuan's sect, discovering 74 sword techniques, all titled the Blinking Sword Technique. Upon reading, he realized it was a superficial sword technique utilizing various lights and visual errors to defeat opponents, a rather rudimentary form of illusionary swordsmanship. Useful only for ambushing the unsuspecting that if the opponent possessed spiritual perception or keen awareness, it would be ineffective as for other martial arts. He found a silver hand and Luo Yin steps somewhat commendable. Yet they paled in comparison to a basic fireball technique, which could obliterate all that. He subsequently entered the Qishuan sect's treasury, where he found several useful refining materials, which he unceremoniously collected, for these items were of no use to mortals and would merely languish here. Wasted. Finally, returning to the valley, he discovered that Zhang Tai had already returned, standing beside an unremarkable-looking youth. Han Li, age 18, technique. Greenwood technique, cultivation. 6th layer of Qi refinement, treasure. Heavenly bottle, capable of catalyzing the growth of all things. Valued at 10 billion heavenly coins, strength. First stage, Mu Yun stiffened momentarily, swiftly shutting his breakthrough spirit eye, sensing a gaze piercing through layers of void from the heavens above, ready to extinguish his life at any moment. Shopkeeper, allow me to introduce my good brother, Zhang Tai said, maintaining his endearingly foolish demeanor. Greetings, I am Han Li, and I have some inquiries to make. Han Li courteously performed a bow, refraining from belittling Mu Yun due to his youth, and exhibited no discourteous behavior. Truly, he is Han the old demon, a paragon of survival, perpetually cautious, which elicited a quiet admiration from Mu Yun. "What is it?" "I wish to inquire about Dr. Mo. What you truly wish to know is why he intends to act against you, isn't it?" Mu Yun replied with a faint smile. "Ever since I joined the Seven Shin sect, he has treated me well, providing meticulous guidance along with numerous elixirs. Upon investigation, I discovered that these resources surpass even those given to the sect leader's direct disciples. I cannot fathom why he shows me such kindness." Han Li inquired with an impassive expression. "There's a saying, no prophet, no early riser." Mu Yun cast a glance at the ever-vigilant Han Li, noting his innate wariness. It was remarkable that he had learned to guard against everyone despite not having yet faced the harsh realities of society. Mo Rinju, endowed with exceptional talent, had reached the pinnacle of martial arts at a tender age, rendering him unmatched in the mundane world. However, upon passing through a valley, he chanced upon two cultivators engaged in combat, realizing he was as insignificant as an ant before them, susceptible to annihilation by any of their moves. Thus, he conceived the desire to cultivate. Fortune favored him that day, as the two cultivators inflicted mutual destruction, allowing him to seize the opportunity. The Qingmu Gong came into his possession in this manner. Yet he lacked the wood spirit root necessary for its cultivation. One of the cultivators left behind a remnant soul that took refuge within him. Orinju acquired the method of seizing bodies from that remnant soul and subsequently sought children capable of cultivating the Qingmu Gong, intending to usurp their bodies upon their reaching the third layer of qi refinement, thereby granting himself the qualifications for cultivation that he chose you because you possess the ability to cultivate the Qingmu Gong, while Zhang Tai was relegated to training in the Xiangjia Gong, merely to mold him into a formidable zombie construct. Chapter 48. A Grand Surprise. Market upgrade observing Han Li's departing silhouette. Zhang Tai remained somewhat concerned. "Boss, will Han Li be all right? You need not worry about him. The reason for choosing to seize bodies at the third layer of qi refinement is that upon reaching the fourth layer, one gains spiritual consciousness, significantly increasing the difficulty of body snatching. Moreover, your good brother has quietly advanced to the sixth layer of qi refinement, right under Mo Rinju's nose, sealing his fate for failure. There is another matter Mu Yun did not mention. Without Zhang Tai's powerful zombie as assistance, Mo Rinju would have even fewer opportunities. The two arrived at the foot of the mountain and hired a carriage to depart. While Mo Rinju remained oblivious to Zhang Tai's escape from his control, as Han Li began plotting his counterattack 7 days later on the northeastern edge of the Taiwan mountain range. A market established by Huangfeng Valley was nestled within. Huangfeng Valley, one of the 7 prominent sects of the Yu Kingdom, was presided over by a formidable nascent soul cultivator. 10 miles away from the market, a flying vessel descended gently. Indeed, one must adapt to local customs and procure a flying vessel. This world is vast, and relying on carriages would take decades to traverse. Mu Yun stretched languorously. Understanding that sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood, he dedicated a day for a gene to craft a flying vessel. The vessel's design was not overly complex. With a spirit-gathering array and a wind control pattern, it could soar to enhance its speed. A gene added wings, the wind and thunder wings, enabling them to reach Huangfeng Valley's market in such a short time. Upon entering the Huangfeng Valley market, they immediately purchased a plot of land for 5,000 spirit stones, which vanished in an instant. Even in the cultivation world, real estate was exorbitantly priced. Soon, a quaint and charming general store rose from the ground. Externally, it appeared to be merely a 2-story shop, yet internally it concealed a vast expanse, significantly larger than it appeared. Utilizing the branches of the ancient star tree, Mu Yun activated the abilities of the Door of Fruits, constructing a spatial gateway deep within the shop. When he finally traversed back to the Douluo world and reunited with Asuna and the others, he sighed in relief. Although he had previously been able to access his market, returning to the continent had proven impossible, rendering his previously established shadow clones unreachable and effectively out of contact. With the completion of the spatial gateway, a sense of security returned. Back in Douluo continent, Mu Yun had intended to smash some jars, only to discover that a shadow clone had already accomplished this, albeit with less fortune, yielding only 3 illusory masks while the rest were mere trinkets. Shortly thereafter, he received a delightful surprise from Jie Yi. The market had remarkably earned over 5 million multidimensional coins in just 7 days, primarily from those ordinary individuals he had previously disregarded. He had not anticipated that their world, though lacking in spiritual energy and regarded as a world of decline, had once flourished, leaving behind numerous ancient spiritual treasures, although these treasures had deteriorated due to the absence of spiritual nourishment. Their spiritual inscriptions remained, and the multidimensional market offered a generous purchasing price. Those individuals had also purchased vast quantities of elixirs and magical artifacts from the market, causing Mu Yun's coffers to swell. It was this wave of substantial transactions that propelled the multidimensional market to a level 4 upgrade. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Yun made a decisive choice and opened the multidimensional market. With wealth in hand, it was time to spend. He first expended 10,000 multidimensional coins to acquire the formula for foundation establishment pills, followed by 5,000 coins for 10 sets of materials for the same. He opted for this path as foundation establishment pills, despite being first-tier elixirs, were the most sought after and easiest to sell at a high price, easily fetching over 1,000 spirit stones each. Although the refining difficulty was considerable, even surpassing some second-tier elixirs, it posed no challenge for Asuna. Subsequently, he procured a sword diagram detailing the refining method for the spiritual treasure, the Starry Divine Wood Sword, requiring 108 blades in a set. The materials were relatively simple, needing only would attribute spiritual materials aged over 10,000 years, and Mu Yun believed that this set of spiritual treasures, when combined with the Zhou Tian Starry Array, would yield impressive power. Most importantly, it was cost-effective. The refining method for the Starry Divine Wood Sword was affordable, while the materials saved considerable expense, as those for powerful spiritual treasures could easily exceed 1 million multidimensional coins. A staggering sum. Upon seeing these diagrams for spiritual treasures, Mu Yun realized what true spiritual treasures were like. The so-called spiritual treasures previously crafted by a gene were laughably crude, merely achieving the hardness of spiritual treasures without any real utility. He decided to have a gene reclaim those crafted spiritual treasures, melting them down to recover the materials, a task he was well versed in, ensuring no resources went to waste. Next, Mu Yun purchased the refining methods for 7 spiritual artifacts: the Sun God Needle, the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror, the Thunder Fire Bomb, the Tianqin Star Sand, the Vast Sea Bottle, the Star Pearl, and the Soul Stabilizing Bell, spending a total of 4 million multidimensional coins. While he felt a twinge of pain at the expenditure, the necessity of such investments was clear. The cultivation world was fraught with danger, and countless examples existed of the weak triumphing over the strong. A powerful talisman or a perilous one-time magical artifact could turn the tide in a critical moment. Thus, ensuring he was armed to the teeth was paramount for safety. Following this, he planned to bring Asuna into the cultivation world to refine the foundation establishment pills, while assigning a gene to forge spiritual treasures. Ah, the wicked capitalist. The sensation of exploiting subordinates was indeed delightful. However, an unexpected incident occurred during the traversal to the cultivation world. Zhu Zhuqing had evidently opened some treasure in the jar shop, eluding Mu Yun's senses, and had joined forces with Ning Rongrong to infiltrate the cultivation realm alongside Mu Yun and Asuna. That I say, my remarkably clever second sister, do your parents know of your mischievousness? Mu Yun gazed in exasperation at the 2 stunning beauties materializing before him. Hee, I simply wanted to know what mischief you were up to these days while lurking in the shadows. Zhu Zhuqing quipped, curiously scanning the surroundings, while Ning Rongrong's face flushed, her head bowed in mild guilt. So you both should first assess how many soul skills you can still utilize. Honestly, your strength was already lacking. If further diminished, I dread to think what remains. Mu Yun sighed, a hint of schadenfreude in his gaze towards the 2 that after a moment, they reported the energy has shifted, but other aspects have not changed much. The soul skills are all still usable. Oh, the most significant change seems to be that our physical prowess has greatly improved. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed as she bounced around. Me too. My physical abilities have increased tremendously, and I can still use my soul skills. Moreover, those small towers seem even stronger than they were in the Douluo world, as if infused with energy. Ning Rongrong said, delighted, but Mu Yun's eyes widened. This is impossible. This is unfair. Why is it that only I have been weakened? Zhu Zhuqing, could it be that your spatial type soul skills and the abilities of the surgical fruit have not been restricted? Chapter 49. The portal in the square. After the two beautiful ladies showcased their prowess, a peculiar expression crossed Mu Yun's face. The soul abilities were indeed present, as were the powers of the surgery fruit. Yet the results were utterly dismal. Take, for instance, the surgery fruit's ability. In the Douluo world, once activated, everything within its domain would be sliced into pieces. Here, however, what could be cut depended largely on the sharpness of the user's weapon. With little relation to the fruit's inherent power, Zhu Zhuqing's 10 Blades Cat Claw was hardly even a magical artifact. It could barely scratch the surface of a piece of iron here. Ning Rongrong fared slightly better. As a support type, there was little she could diminish. The soul-guiding devices crafted by a gene, which could injure titled Douluos in the Douluo world, here only possessed the strength of an attack from a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Utterly unworthy of being called a magical treasure, IT was no wonder there were no restrictions. With such feeble power, what threat could they possibly pose? Suddenly, Mu Yun speculated that the restrictions in this world did not pertain to time-space soul abilities, but rather to those divine powers capable of disrupting the fabric of time and space itself. Mu Yun, Rong, and I are going shopping. We haven't yet explored this alternate world. The two little beauties could hardly contain their curiosity since discovering they were no longer in Douluo continent, but in a realm known as the immortal cultivation world. Be careful in the Huangfeng Valley marketplace outside. The cultivators here are far stronger than the soul masters of Douluo continent. Just be cautious. Watching as they dashed out heedlessly, Mu Yun realized that no amount of warning would suffice. One could only truly grasp the harsh realities of the immortal cultivation world through personal experience. Now he faced another pressing issue. The magical treasures were woefully inadequate and needed urgent upgrading. Their magical artifacts unleashed attacks akin to the Golden Core realm, while his only managed to produce the power of the Qi refinement stage. It was utterly unacceptable. If it were just himself, it would be bearable. Even in the immortal cultivation world, he possessed the means to protect himself. However, with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong accompanying him, their penchant for wandering would compromise their safety. Moreover, this task fell solely upon him, as a gene was preoccupied with researching methods for refining spiritual treasures. Having no choice, Mu Yun returned to his system's marketplace, spending money to acquire several blueprints for refining magical treasures along with the necessary materials from the Heavenly Merchant store. He entered the second layer of the 9-tiered Demon Tower and activated the 100-fold speed to commence his crafting point 3 days and nights later. Mu Yun emerged from the 9-tiered Demon Tower. Utterly exhausted, he had never felt so drained in his life. At that accelerated pace, it was as if he had worked for nearly a year straight. The magical treasures he completed included Wind Thunder Spindle, extremely swift, comparable to wind and thunder, capable of unleashing lightning attacks with the power of a Golden Core strike, usable 3 times in succession, and could also release a protective gale shield against Golden Core attacks. Silken Star Net, crafted from millennium-old ice silkworm thread and tempered with stellar energy. Even a Golden Core practitioner would find it difficult to escape once ensnared. Thunder Roar Cannon, capable of unleashing successive lightning attacks equivalent to the peak of Foundation establishment, or charging to unleash cannon fire rivaling Golden Core power. Spirit Nourishing Jade Plate, capable of nurturing and protecting the soul, resisting spiritual attacks. Protective Jade Plate, able to negate 3 attacks from the Golden Core realm. Teleportation Jade Plate, can be crushed in times of danger to return directly to the system's marketplace. He had crafted over a dozen sets of these 6 types of magical treasures in one go. Particularly the teleportation and protective jade plates, of which he made over 100. Otherwise, it wouldn't have consumed so much of his time. As he stretched and rubbed his bleary eyes, they suddenly widened in disbelief. It was not an illusion. What is this? Before him stood a massive glowing portal in the previously empty square, surrounded by a throng of over 20 people, most of whom he had never seen before. Master, this glowing portal is a teleportation gate that appeared suddenly on the day you were in seclusion refining treasures. The original form was a teleportation array, though it inexplicably transformed into a door and materialized in this location. As Mu Yun approached, he noticed 2 buttons on the frame. One labeled the world, costing 1,000 heavenly coins per person for teleportation. The other, labeled Mortal Cultivation World, costing 10,000 heavenly coins per person. Is this a paid service? Who ultimately collects this fee? Why, it's us. This teleportation gate has already generated over 200,000 heavenly coins in just 3 days. Jie exclaimed excitedly. Such an amount. Have they all gone to the Mortal Cultivation World? Do they think they can just waltz into the realm of cultivation without even knowing if they possess spiritual roots? Are they courting death? Mu Yun felt somewhat speechless, recalling the pitiful, intoxicated state of these individuals upon their arrival. Had the body tempering in the first layer of the 9-tiered demon tower inflated their egos? If so, they were sorely mistaken. In the immortal cultivation world, even a simple fireball talisman could cost them their lives. After all, not everyone was as resilient as Zhang Tai, whose body tempering had been so effective. Not quite. Most of them have gone to the Douluo world. Only Lin Pingji and his wife ventured into the mortal cultivation world. Jie's explanation left Mu Yun utterly bewildered. If over 200 people had traveled to the Douluo world, that meant 200 individuals had passed through at 1,000 heavenly coins each. Good heavens, the Douluo world has turned into a sieve. It was already chaotic enough with the canister shop, summoned system travelers, the heavenly arena, and the heavenly tavern, and now with over 200 newcomers. It's bound to descend into complete chaos. And there is something new happening in the Douluo continent as well. That Xianrichue is up to something in the heavenly canister shop. Her entire group vanished overnight. Jie, being resourceful, managed the marketplace and also gathered intelligence regarding the Douluo world. Mu Yun scratched his head in exasperation, feeling overwhelmed as everyone seemed to be stirring up trouble. Yet, no matter how chaotic the Douluo world became, it wasn't his problem. Oh wait, perhaps it was just a tag connected to him. But what did it matter? Let it be chaotic. He was merely 8 years old, a child. Such matters could be left to the Spirit Hall and the two empires to fret over. By the way, where did all these people come from? Over 200 individuals. Is the drift bottle really that effective? Excitedly, Mu Yun inquired, having resolved the perilous issues surrounding the drift bottle by adding a deceleration feature and a fate-locking function to prevent harm. Jie promptly shook her head. No, we struck a special individual with the drift bottle. He possesses a system that allows him to summon friends. Ever since he appeared, the drift bottle has gained a new feature. Anyone chosen by the drift bottle can invite 2 additional friends to enter the marketplace, thus increasing our numbers. Through Jie's explanation, Mu Yun finally understood. It seemed they had hit the jackpot again. Jie, list the protective and teleportation J-plates for sale. After all, they are our source of customers. We must ensure they don't perish too easily. Set the price at 1,000 heavenly coins. Those who can afford the teleportation gate are certainly wealthy, and such life-saving items will surely sell. Mu Yun quietly commended himself for not greedily pricing them at 10,000 heavenly coins. His kindness was commendable in the mortal cultivation world. Huangfeng Valley Marketplace. Hey, you there! Stop right now! I spotted that flame demon cat's claw first. Are you going to put it down? A flamboyant woman suddenly blocked Zhu Zhuqing's path. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at her, unhesitatingly secured the flame demon cat's claw, and coldly replied, "Spare me the theatrics. If you're looking for trouble, just say so that I notice you've been trailing me all day. Do you think I haven't seen? Since you've noticed, why not come with us? Our boss has taken quite an interest in you too." 6 individuals emerged from all directions to encircle them. The onlookers quickly dispersed. They were members of the Black Tiger Gang, and these 2 young ladies were in for a rough time. The Black Tiger Gang's leader, who had a notorious reputation for his lecherous ways, and with such beautiful girls in their sights, they were likely doomed. The Black Tiger Gang's leader was a Foundation establishment practitioner and a formidable body tempering expert. His 4 elite subordinates were all peak chi refinement practitioners that in this marketplace. Apart from Huangfeng Valley and Wanbao Pavilion, his influence was second to none. Even the Foundation establishment steward station at Huangfeng Valley would turn a blind eye to the Black Tiger Gang's activities. Zhuqing, what should we do? Ning Rongrong's brow furrowed. She knew that with Mu Yun absent from the shop, they should avoid conflict. We'll fight our way out. Besides, look at their demeanor. Even if we concede, they let us off easily. Zhu Zhuqing was filled with a fierce determination, her keen instincts alerting her to the malicious intent surrounding her. A confrontation was utterly inevitable. Having resolved to engage in battle, Ning Rongrong wasted no time and immediately activated her skills. The 9 treasures turned out the glazed tile, renowned for its power, proclaiming strength. The 9 treasures turned out the glazed tile, renowned for its speed, proclaiming speed. The 9 treasures turned out the glazed tile, renowned for its soul, proclaiming soul. The 9 treasures turned out the glazed tile, renowned for its defense, proclaiming defense. The 9 treasures turned out the glazed tile, renowned for its prowess, proclaiming prowess. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's 5 attributes surged by 50%. Then let us commence, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, excitedly licking her enticing red lips, brandishing her 10-blade cat claws, and vanishing from her original position. Targeting the leader of the adversaries, she understood that to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. So swift. The leader momentarily froze, clearly startled by Zhu Zhuqing's velocity. However, he quickly regained his composure. A hint of disdain crossing his features. Where did this foolish girl come from? Clearly at the 7th layer of chi refinement, yet she resorts to martial techniques. Speed holds no value against cultivators. He produced a talisman, utilizing his spiritual awareness to lock onto Zhu Zhuqing in an instant. Though his eyes could not keep pace, his spiritual sense could. With a subtle shake and a sharp command, he unleashed, swift. A fireball materialized from thin air, hurtling towards Zhu Zhuqing. With the observation Hawkeye, foreseeing the fireball's approach, Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly retreated, but the fireball had already locked onto her, no matter how she dodged. It pursued her relentlessly like a parasite. With no alternative, she fortified herself with the armament Hawkeye. Boom! The initial strike proved disastrous, sending Zhu Zhuqing flying that moment. The remaining assailants closed in for the kill. With a fierce shout, Zhu Zhuqing declared room. A white light shield expanded from her, enveloping the surrounding adversaries. Shadow clone technique. Shadow kill. The anticipated fragmentation did not transpire. Sparks flew as the assailants activated their protective artifacts. Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened, realizing that her most potent attack failed to breach their defenses, and her speed advantage was countered by their spiritual awareness and talisman techniques. Bamboo Qing, retreat swiftly. Ning Rongrong raised her arm, summoning a purple lightning dragon that roared forth. This is bad. It's a lightning technique. Quick, defend. The members of the Black Tiger Gang were thoroughly intimidated by the lightning dragon, hastily deploying their strongest defensive measures. Amidst the swirling dust, the assailants emerged disheveled, their appearances charred and hair frizzled. Damn it. This lightning technique was merely for show, looking fearsome, yet possessing power akin to a first-level fireball talisman. Those 2 girls seized the opportunity to escape. Escape? 2 fledgling cultivators cannot possibly flee. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang retrieved a bamboo tube, releasing a spirit bee that I have applied tracking powder on them. As long as we follow this spirit bee, we will locate them. Could they have already returned to that peculiar store? I heard from the boss that the store seems quite sinister. It appears small from the outside, yet within lies a world of wonders, even larger than the Wanbao Pavilion. Moreover, it seems to be arranged with formations and restrictions. A foundation-building expert was easily repelled by a chi refinement cultivator. Rest assured, they certainly cannot escape. Capture those 2. We have not only come ourselves, the boss is personally involved and has also invited 2 foundation-building experts, 3 foundation-building cultivators against 2 chi refinement fledglings. Do they think they can run? The boss truly dotes on his lecherous brother, investing so much just to capture women for him. You fool, can't you see? That brother means nothing to the boss. He wouldn't care what women he seeks. The true objective lies within that peculiar store. Just 2 days ago, it stocked 100 foundation-building pills, all of top quality. To produce over 100 top-grade foundation-building pills at once is a feat even the Huangfeng Valley struggles to accomplish. Who could resist such temptation? Had it not been for the store's peculiarities, the boss would have stormed in long that moment. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong wore grim expressions, gazing at the nearby store, yet unable to advance a single step. A formation master. Among the 3 foundation-building experts before us, One is a formation master. The instant we entered this place, we were ensnared. Had Ning Rongrong not summoned the replica Haotian Tower in time, we would have certainly been captured. TSK, yet another magical artifact, and of exceptional quality. A mere fledgling possesses such treasures. It truly is peculiar. Chapter 51. The thunder roar cannon strikes bamboo ching. What shall we do? Should we call for help? Ning Rongrong's delicate face bore a serious expression. Not yet. I have just acquired a powerful soul skill that I have yet to utilize that's perfect for testing its might against them. If it proves ineffective, then I shall call for help. Zhu Zhuqing remained eager, displaying the characteristic recklessness of a cat martial spirit. Very well. I too possess a skill I have yet to employ, and I wish to test it. The two young beauties exchanged glances, and simultaneously, colossal figures appeared behind them. The massive entity behind Ning Rongrong was a woman draped in a snow-white cloak, her features obscured. Hexagonal snowflakes cascaded around her, swiftly forming an icy world. In her hands, she held a white treasure tower, exuding an extraordinarily frigid aura. Snow fruit, tower of snow, snow maiden, frosty chill. The enormous snow maiden exhaled a breath of icy air, causing the white treasure tower to spin rapidly, advancing toward the three foundation-building experts. Meanwhile, the colossal figure behind Zhu Zhuqing was a black cat demon, crackling with arcs of black lightning. Fourth soul ring. Thunder cat demon. Meow. With a sharp cry from the cat demon, it was enveloped in a layer of thunderous armor and leaped forward. The three adversaries narrowed their eyes simultaneously. Brother Tiger, what is this situation? Could it be that the girl is also a beast tamer like you? The cloaked figure doesn't seem human either. This technique does not resemble a spell. It bears a hint of divine ability. Enough of the chatter. Brother Tiger, you deal with that cat demon. Brother Lu, you handle the snow tower. I will control the formation and seize them the moment their divine abilities exhaust them. Roaring, the leader of the Black Tiger gang, Hudali slapped his waist pouch, releasing a surge of black light that transformed into a massive black demon tiger, engaging in a fierce clash with the Thundercat demon. The other foundation-building expert, surnamed Lu, produced a small flag, gently shaking it to release a cloud of mist that quickly morphed into a clawing dragon, striking the enormous snow tower with force. The remaining foundation-building expert performed a series of hand seals, summoning chains of formation that surged from the ground, ensnaring Ning Rongrong and the others. Ning Rongrong hastily activated the replica Haotian Tower, casting a protective light barrier around the two, but as her energy dwindled, the barrier became unstable and illusory. The two girls exchanged glances before simultaneously crying out, "Help! We can't endure any longer!" The foundation-building expert controlling the formation sneered coldly, "You naive little girls. Now you think to call for help? Not only are you trapped within the formation, but your cries cannot escape. Even if they could, who would dare intervene and rescue you from our grasp?" Before he could finish, a youthful voice chimed in his ear. "Why wouldn't they dare? Just a few foundation-building ants. Yet you truly think yourselves formidable. Who are you?" Before the formation master could complete his sentence, he lowered his gaze slowly, only to see a small hand crackling with lightning protruding from his chest, delivering a fatal blow. As expected of a formation master, your physical defenses are truly weak." Then Yin gleefully emerged from behind him, winking at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, "My brilliant second sister and Rongrong's sister. Now you understand the perils of the cultivation world, don't you?" The sudden turn of events left the other two foundation-building experts aghast. From Mu Yun's appearance to the formation master's demise, it transpired in merely a second or two. By the time they recognized the anomaly, it was far too late. "You audacious brat! Do you know what you've done?" Hudali bellowed in fury. The formation master was not just an insignificant rogue. He had been procured at great expense from the Wanbao Pavilion. It was said that his family's ancestor was a golden core patron of the pavilion. Now, in such an inexplicable manner, he lay dead. Facing the wrath of a golden core cultivator was a burden he could scarcely bear. Mu Yun shrugged, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe non-existent blood from his hands. "What are you fussing about? You're next." And no sooner had he finished speaking than Hudali felt a chill creep around his neck, swiftly turning with his weapon to slash behind him. His reflexes were commendable, but unfortunately, It was futile. Mu Yun appeared behind him, wielding an oddly shaped weapon that modern individuals would likely recognize, a Gatling gun. A multi-barrel rotary machine gun with 6 barrels arranged in a circle, capable of firing over 200 rounds per minute, an unceasing torrent of energy and fire. Thunder roar cannon, commence fire, the rapid-fire thunderous bullets, comparable to the might of foundational attacks, rained down upon Hudali, obliterating any form of magical defense, talismanic protection, or physical resilience in an instant. Fu Muyun nonchalantly exhaled the smoke from the cannon's muzzle. You dare to kill me. I am a disciple of the Beastmaster sect. My master is... Approaching the lifeless Hudali, Muyun kicked him lightly. Hey, finish your word before you die. Who is your master? Speak clearly. If it's a nascent soul cultivator, I might just be a tad frightened. As he spoke, Muyun began to rummage through the corpse, extracting a tome on beast mastery and a spirit beast manual from the storage bag, along with numerous materials for refining weapons and concocting elixirs, as well as tens of thousands of spirit stones. The spirit beast pouch was empty, indicating that he only had one beast under his command. At the moment of Hudali's demise, his black tiger also perished, its spiritual energy dissipating as it was devoured by the Een Thundercat demon, which had now entered the early stage of second-level foundation establishment. Ah, stop showing off. There is still an enemy who is about to escape, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in frustration. Hemyun narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he murmured, Since you've come, the death penalty can be evaded, but the living crime is inescapable. I must leave something behind. He raised his arm once more, aiming the thunder roar cannon at the fleeing cultivator of the Liu family. Buzz! The void trembled as a massive surge of energy converged from all directions, forming a circular light at the cannon's mouth, a formation from which a thunder dragon emerged, bearing its fangs and claws. Lunging toward the Liu cultivator, in the distance. The Liu cultivator's expression shifted drastically. Disregarding the battle between the dragon and the banner controlling it, he desperately propelled his flying vessel away, shouting, Ancestor, save me! Roar! The thunder dragon closed in on him, poised to reduce him to ashes when suddenly, a figure materialized behind him. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. A colossal golden bell phantom shielded the thunder dragon. Boom! The shockwave from the impact sent the newcomer and the Liu cultivator hurtling backward. The golden bell phantom shattered under the blow, leaving the thunder dragon somewhat ethereal. The newcomer frowned. Indeed, it was an attack from the golden core realm, and my golden bell talisman was unable to fully withstand it. Chapter 52, Intimidation. The two women grow stronger. Great Heaven Finger. Facing the relentless pursuit of the thunder dragon, the newcomer slowly pointed a finger. A gigantic, pitch-black finger appeared in the air, striking the thunder dragon's forehead. After a clash of energies, both the thunder dragon and the dark finger's powers were exhausted, vanishing without a trace. Whoosh! Mu Yun vanished from his previous location, reappearing before the newcomer. The newcomer's countenance shifted dramatically. Spatial teleportation. You are a nascent soul ancestor. This is impossible. At that moment, Mu Yun was in high spirits. Having tested his abilities, he confirmed that as long as he did not disrupt the space itself, merely using spatial teleportation for show would go unnoticed in this realm. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she was not a void sore body. What could be accomplished in the dual world was unattainable in the realm of cultivation. Of course, her low cultivation level was the main hindrance. Had she reached the golden core stage, she might have been able to perform spatial teleportation comparable to that of a nascent soul. Boom! A terrifying killing intent locked onto the Liu cultivator, the murderous aura surging like waves. The Eludinian of the Liu family from Huangfeng Valley, I implore you to show mercy. Oh, are you trying to leverage the Huangfeng Valley to pressure me? Mu Yun's expression turned mocking, his killing intent intensifying. Cold sweat trickled down Liu Dinian's temples. Very well. I suppose I must grant Huangfeng Valley some face. After all, it is one of the 7 major cultivation sects of the Yu Kingdom. With a nascent soul expert overseeing it, Mu Yun instantly retracted his murderous aura. However, your golden bell talisman and that black finger technique are quite commendable. Look, Liu Dinian's face contorted with pain. These were his only 2 valuable possessions. soon to be relinquished. Reluctantly, he produced 2 jade tokens, one detailing the refining method for the Golden Bell Talisman, and the other revealing the secret art for the Great Heaven Finger. Consider this a token of apology. With a grin, Mu Yun accepted the 2 jade tokens, also collecting the item that controlled the dragon and banner. This talisman was quite useful, being both offensive and defensive, so he accepted it without much reluctance. After surveying the surroundings, he released a wave of domineering aura. All right, the commotion has concluded. You may disperse. Mu Yun led Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong into the general store. Several figures emerged from the shadows. Seems you've bitten off more than you can chew, old Liu. I told you, a shop capable of producing over 100 high-grade Foundation establishment pills must be backed by formidable forces. From my observations, that general store is likely an exquisite spatial spiritual treasure, capable of both offense and defense. Even a true nascent soul would find themselves at a disadvantage. Enough, you're merely a backseat driver. Otherwise, your formation master from Wanbao Pavilion wouldn't have perished here. Our Liu family didn't lose anyone this time. TCH, losing a premium talisman, a secret technique, and a talisman refining method is worse than losing a life. Besides, the dead formation master wasn't even from our faction. His death is a relief, no longer having to keep an eye on me. Let us disperse. Who knows from where that suspected nascent soul fellow came from? Don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. He could very well be an ancient being pretending to be young. Fortunately, his methods and aura do not bear the mark of the demonic sect. He should not have come from that direction. Sigh. It's a troublesome time. Who knows when the demonic sect will strike unexpectedly, and then we be able to cultivate in peace. The calm before the storm. We shall take it one step at a time. Inside the Spiritual Treasure General Store, Mu Yun handed the Azure Flood Dragon banner and the Spirit Beast pouch to Zhu Zhuqing. Her offensive capabilities were too limited. He then distributed the Thunderbolt Shuttle, Silken Star Net, Thunder Roar Cannon, Spirit Summoning Jade Plate, Protective Jade Plate, and Teleportation Jade Plate, 6 sets of treasures to the store staff. As nothing was more important than life. In truth, what you both need most right now is cultivation. To unleash the true power of these treasures, one must reach the Foundation establishment level. Otherwise, the Thunder Roar Cannon will likely run dry after a single shot at the Chi refinement stage. Moreover, your Devil Fruit abilities require reaching the Golden Core stage. Otherwise, no matter how splendid the technique, it remains mere decoration. Additionally, Rong, your Demon Locking Tower has significant potential here, as it can harness the strength of the beasts within. Its power is entirely dependent on the strength of those beasts. Sister, hand over your cat claw, and I'll help you level it up. As for how to grow stronger, it is not difficult. This store has plenty of first and second level auxiliary cultivation pills. Take some, and I will take you to a place where you can quickly reach Foundation establishment. Mu Yun then tossed both of them into the second level of the 9-tiered Demon Tower. When Mu Yun returned to the Spiritual Treasure General Store once more, a mischievous smile crept onto his face. After this demonstration, I doubt anyone will dare to provoke my general store again. By throwing out over 100 high-grade Foundation establishment pills, my intention was to draw out all those lurking figures in the vicinity, flex my muscles, and let them know I'm not to be trifled with. They ought to conduct themselves properly. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, is there any better bait than beautiful women? It is evident that the effects are quite remarkable. Huangfeng Valley, Wanbao Pavilion, and the Spirit Beast sect have all emerged prominently. Of course, such trivial matters must not reach Zhu Zhuqing's ears, lest her exquisite visage be marred. Subsequently, Mu Yun spent several leisurely days in the general store. Observing that no one dared to cause disturbances. In fact, several cultivators from Huangfeng Valley, at the Golden Core stage, can betrayed and extended gestures of goodwill, including Hong Fu, Li Huayuan, and Lei Wampa. Even the only Yuan Ing stage ancestor from Huangfeng Valley, Ling Hu, stealthily visited, only to discover that the Spirit Treasure General Store was beyond his capacity to conquer and that Mu Yun was not to be trifled with. Thus, without a word, he quietly retreated. Mu Yun turned a blind eye to his presence. After all, he had little desire to provoke a Yuan Ing cultivator nearing the end of his lifespan, should that individual succumb to madness and resort to a desperate blood sacrifice. It would be a challenge to contend with. Eventually, seeing that there was nothing pressing on either side, and calculating that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong should be emerging soon, he returned to the system marketplace and, together with them, returned to the Dou continent. They still had not completed their soul rings, and the energy from the million-year soul rings was still considerable, proving to be swifter than the diligent cultivation in the mortal realm. Upon their return to the Douluo continent, although they had only been absent for a few days, for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, it felt as though an eternity had passed. They had spent over a year on the second level of the 9-layered demon tower, devoted solely to cultivation, which had been an arduous ordeal. Nevertheless, they had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. Now, should they encounter Dali and his companions, dispatching them would pose no issue. Although Zhu Zhuqing at the foundation establishment stage was still unable to teleport within the cultivation realm, her speed had surpassed the capabilities of spiritual senses to track her. At the very least, no one beneath the golden core stage could capture her. Ning Rongrong's ice-based attacks were formidable, with her snow fruit amplifying the effects of such techniques. A single small ice arrow could unleash devastation akin to a natural disaster, capable of terrifying foes. Chapter 53. The new landscape of Douluo. Is this truly the Douluo world? Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were left astounded. And even Mu Yun appeared somewhat taken aback. Soto City was now divided among 6 powerful factions: the Demon Kingdom Federation, the Alien Alliance, the Spirit Hall, the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, the Tiando Empire, and the Xingluo Empire. Yun suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. The once pristine Douluo world was on the verge of being irreparably damaged, and he would bear the blame for it. The mightiest among them, the Demon Kingdom Federation, was led by the Demon King Rimuru. In the brief time since Mu Yun's departure, Rimuru had indeed assembled a legion composed of tens of thousands of soul beasts, including thousands of soul beasts over 10,000 years old and more than 30 exceeding 100,000 years, with 2 million-year soul beasts, the Ice Phoenix, and the radiant primordial fate reincarnation butterfly. It was unclear how Rimuru had managed to procure them and persuade them to serve under him. Currently, the Dou Forest and the Sunset Forest had become the territory of the Demon Kingdom Federation, and one required their consent to hunt for soul rings therein. Rimuru was undoubtedly a born leader, demonstrating exceptional speed in rallying his forces. Of course, it was Mu Yun who had summoned him. The second largest faction, the Alien Alliance, had grown to 1,000 members, all arriving through Mu Yun's system marketplace. While these individuals may have struggled in their respective realms, often being outmatched by the protagonists. Upon arriving here, each of them soared to new heights. Those who could pose a challenge to the protagonists inherently possessed strong fortunes. With luck, wealth, and the assistance of the multiverse jar shop, they quickly rose to prominence. With over 20 individuals capable of competing with the likes of Douluo, they had unlocked various fruits: the ice fruit, magma fruit, thunder fruit, spark fruit, and soul fruit. They had dubbed themselves the 5 Marshals of the Alien Alliance. In their inaugural offensive, effortlessly crushed dozens of titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Had it not been for the sudden return of Rinshua and her group, the Spirit Hall would likely have been obliterated. Currently, the leader of the Spirit Hall was Rinshua, who had ascended to the 2nd tier of power, and her subordinates included Carp, Myhawk, Ace, as well as the newly acquired Edward Newgate, Marco the Phoenix, Diamond Jaws, and Flower Sword Bista, all of whom were 2nd tier powerhouses. Faced with such a dazzling lineup, BB Dong could only concede, and Douluo expressed his complete support. The transfer of leadership in the Spirit Hall was undoubtedly a foregone conclusion. In comparison, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect lagged somewhat behind, primarily relying on the exquisite treasures left by Ning Rongrong, which allowed them to transport the entire sect to Soto City unscathed, thanks to a formidable tower-shaped battle fortress that boasted powerful defensive, offensive, and flight capabilities. Currently, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect only had Sordaw, Bondaw, and Sect Master Ningziyuan remaining, all of whom were 2nd tier powerhouses. After all, gathering the entire sect's strength to shatter jars would inevitably yield a few 2nd tier strongmen. Even with poor luck, the Tiando Empire and Xingluo Empire, on the other hand, were in dire straits. Rinshua no longer needed to masquerade as Xue Qinghe. She had departed with a contingent of elites. leaving the Tiando Empire reliant solely on a few academies and the imperial family for support. The Xingluo Empire was even worse off, having suffered an invasion that breached the palace, seemingly at the hands of the Alien Alliance. It was not uncommon for entities from other worlds to act recklessly, and raiding a palace for the sake of breaking jars was a commonplace affair. The current Xingluo royal family and several imperial nobles had fled to Soto City, including Mu Yun's former family, Mu Yun. I am somewhat concerned about the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. I shall return to check on them, Ning Rongrong said anxiously as she departed. With her current strength, there were few beneath the third tier who could pose a threat to her, so her safety was assured. Third brother, our family has moved to Soto City. Let us return and see, Zhu Zhuqing added. Equally concerned, as these individuals had fled from their old nest, they were uncertain of any casualties or losses. Family? Humph. I bear the surname Mu, not Zhu. You belong to your family, not mine, Mu Yun retorted through clenched teeth. His frustration evident. Oh, you not worry about the safety of father, mother, and eldest sister? Why should I fret? Father is notoriously cowardly. When formidable foes arrive, do you think he would stay behind to fight? He would likely be the first to flee with his family in TOWAS for the others. Their fates are of no concern to me. Moreover, those elders would probably escape even faster than father. Mu Yun waved his hand dismissively. If you're truly worried, go quickly. I have no time to deal with that bunch. Once Zhu Zhuqing stormed off in a huff, Mu Yun narrowed his eyes, and his formidable observation Haki silently enveloped the entirety of Soto City. Upon detecting the presence of the Demon Kingdom Federation, he was taken aback. It was no wonder they were the foremost power. The combined prowess of Rimuru and Zhuan had reached the third tier, while the 2,000,000-year soul beast stood at the peak of the second tier, with the other soul beasts exceeding 10,000 years also at the second tier. This demonstrated the sheer strength of Rimuru's predation ability. Any soul beast he had consumed could not only transform into a beast-human hybrid, but also possess an intellect rivaling that of humans, significantly enhancing their strength. It was unlikely that the other factions combined could challenge the standing of the Demon Kingdom Federation. When Mu Yun turned his attention to the Alien Alliance, he was left astonished, recognizing several familiar faces. Clad in white, half-masked, exuding an air of heroism, and radiating an extremely cold aura, she seemed to sense his observation Haki sweeping past her. Her overall strength assessed at the third tier. Goodness, is that Lihani? What is she doing here? Could it be that last time I was struck by her drifting bottle, this time she is here because of my drifting bottle? Moreover, the aura she radiated suggested that she had acquired the ice fruit from the multiverse jar shop. Originally a second-tier powerhouse, she had awakened her martial soul with his help, and now with the ice fruit. It was no wonder she had ascended to the third tier. He pondered whether she had incorporated soul rings into her arsenal. Mu Yun was well aware of Lihani's formidable capabilities. Another strong member of the Alien Alliance he recognized was a child clad in a fur skirt, always clutching a large bottle. The protagonist from the perfect world? Sure, how? Heavens, how had he ended up here again? The little fellow lay comfortably on a soft bed, enveloped in lightning, suggesting that he had obtained the thunder fruit. He too possessed the strength of a third-tier powerhouse. Then, there was a striking figure adorned in a grand red wedding robe, engaged in a tender moment with a similarly attired beauty beneath the flowers. Was that not Lin Pingji? Had he not entered the mortal cultivation world? How had he ended up in the Douluo world? Could it be that he was unable to thrive there and had sought refuge elsewhere? Yet, fortune smiled upon him, as he had acquired the spark fruit, elevating his overall strength to the peak of the second tier. Beside him was likely his wife, Yu Ling Shan, who was quite charming. This couple, amusingly, had been married for nearly a month and still donned their wedding attire. It made one wonder if they had some peculiar preferences. Chapter 54, The Puppet Master System. The fourth strongest of the Alien Alliance Lu Shan identity. Transmigrator origin. Fantasy Three Kingdoms possesses system. Call of Companion system holds Devil Fruit. Magma Fruit overall strength. Peak of second rank talent skill. Great summoning technique. Currently able to summon Zhuge Liang. Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Huang Zhong. Mu Yun has finally uncovered the source of the sudden surge in the number of customers in the market. It's all due to this fellow's Call of Companion system. Upon seeing this individual's identity as a transmigrator, along with the magma fruit and the great summoning technique, he could not help but think of a name: Emperor Guangwu of Han, Lucio. Surely, this fellow's ability with the magma fruit does not entail summoning a rain of magma from the heavens, does it? Yet the final individual left Mu Yun utterly bewildered. Rinju origin. Mortal cultivation world possesses system. Puppet master system holds devil fruit. Soul fruit holds puppet corpses. Li Tianyu, peak of second rank. Zhang Xiaomu, peak of second rank. Luo Tianyang, peak of second rank. Overall strength, peak of second rank. Isn't this Dr. Mo? How has he not been eliminated by the old demon Han, but instead found himself in the Douluo world, having acquired a system? Could it be that he was also struck down by my drifting bottle? Moreover, those three puppet corpses seem rather peculiar. Yin activated his breaking illusion spiritual eye, scrutinizing the information of the three puppet corpses, and his fury surged instantly. This damned scoundrel! The identities of these three puppet corpses are actually all aliens. Rinju. While I can overlook your ruthless crafting of puppet corpses, you dare to interfere with my esteemed clientele and cause me losses. That is absolutely intolerable. In an instant, Mu Yun vanished from his location, reappearing before Rinju. Rinju, sharp as ever, immediately released a cloud of toxic powder upon Mu Yun's appearance. And simultaneously, a black circular ring summoned the three puppet corpses to attack. Soul fruit. Soul lock ring. Combining the abilities of a devil fruit with a demonic artifact. Such a combination is indeed impressive, given your current vision and talent. However, you have encroached upon my interests, and that cannot be allowed. With a cold snort, Mu Yun lightly slapped outwards, sending the toxic mist hurtling back, directly into Rinju's body. Meow's pounce. The three puppet corpses halted their movements simultaneously, black gas emanating from them and returning to Rinju. Gazing into the hollow eyes and rigid forms of the puppet corpses, Mu Yun coldly tossed the soul lock ring towards them. Will you not release their souls? Do not force my hand. Enduring the torment of the toxic mist, Rinju picked up the soul lock ring and shook it, three ethereal souls floating out. He looked at the child before him, unwillingly asking, "Who are you?" After failing to seize Han Li's body, he had thought himself doomed, only to be struck by a drifting bottle, leading him to a market, and subsequently passing through a portal to the Douluo world. Everything thereafter could be termed as smooth sailing, first awakening the puppet master system, then fortuitously acquiring the soul fruit, and finally refining three powerful puppet corpses. The reason he targeted aliens was that they had all undergone body tempering in the first layer of the 9-tier demon tower before entering the Douluo world, making them the best materials for crafting puppet corpses in his eyes. In truth, what he coveted most was Shurehao's physique. That diminutive form was terrifyingly strong. He had originally planned to refine a few more puppet corpses before quietly striking at Shurehao. But unexpectedly, he was instantly defeated by this unforeseen child. You need not know who I am. I can only tell you that the void market is mine, and the reason you aliens are able to appear here is all due to me. At this moment, the three puppet corpses had regained some vitality and weakly spoke. "Thank you, Market Master, for saving our lives." They then glared at Rinju with a mixture of hatred and fear. Mu Yun waved his hand. "You may leave now, but be cautious in the future." Having reached the peak of second rank, it was evident that these three possessed considerable fortune and luck, and they would undoubtedly continue to provide him with abundant wealth. As for Rinju, he too was a potential asset, hailing from the cultivation world where resources were plentiful. Remember, do not apply the cultivation world's practices in the Douluo world if you wish to craft puppet corpses. Return to your own world to do so. After issuing his warning, Mu Yun strolled away with his hands behind his back. Once Rinju dispelled the poison, he collapsed onto his bed, exhausted, realizing he had not perished. Initially, he had believed he had kicked the most formidable iron plate and was certain of his demise, only to find that he had merely received a mild warning before being allowed to depart. However, after regaining his strength, he immediately left the Douluo world. After all, he had committed a grave taboo by turning aliens into puppet corpses. The moment the three departed, news of his actions would inevitably spread, and he would certainly face a collective retaliation. Without his puppet corpses, he would be no match for them. Remaining here would be akin to waiting for death. Indeed, shortly after Mo Rinju's departure, a dozen individuals burst into his room, all belonging to the second-rank aliens. Damn it, that cold-hearted scoundrel escaped. Having left the alien alliance, Mu Yun meandered aimlessly through the streets. Although the dark sky was drizzling lightly, it did not encroach upon him in the slightest. As if he were existing in an entirely different realm, beneath the dim streetlights. Mu Yun suddenly halted his steps, realizing that the small rain had transformed into crystalline ice petals, cascading towards him from sky. Truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful sword technique. Moonlit flower morning. Sister Han, it has been too long. Dressed in white and adorned with a half-mask, Li Hani stepped forth slowly from the shadows. Little brother Mu Yun, is indeed you. Could you kindly explain to your elder sister what is going on with that drifting bottle of yours? Seeing the gritted teeth of Li Hani, Mu Yun felt an undeniable sense of guilt. She was the rightful owner of the authentic drifting bottle system, while he was merely a petty thief reaping the benefits in secret, now caught in the act. It was quite difficult to concoct a plausible excuse. Before he could devise a clever retort, Li Hani suddenly swung her sword, and terrifying sword intent transformed the petals into an unstoppable wave, crashing towards him. Little brother Mu Yun, that drifting bottle of yours has caused me quite a bit of pain, and I bear scars now. Faced with the enraged Li Hani, Mu Yun felt a wave of dizziness. It turned out her fury stemmed from the injury inflicted upon her head, not merely from him imitating her system. Ah, Sister Hani, please hear my defense. Mu Yun drew his demon blade, thousand edges, and slashed, creating a myriad of plum blossoms, cats, flying flowers, chaotic dance. Such a clever lad. Not only have you imitated my drifting bottle system, but you have also altered my sword technique. Moonlit flower morning. Li Hani's gaze turned fierce, and an overwhelming chill descended from the heavens. Ice fruit, ice age. What the sister, are you serious? Mu Yun plunged the tip of his blade into the ground. Void Sword Domain, activate. Chapter 55, World Ascension and Virtue Bestowal. Sister Hani, I knew you couldn't bear to truly strike me. Mu Yun grinned playfully, putting on a charming demeanor. You little trickster. A smile graced Li Hani's lips, reminiscent of a cold plum blooming defiantly in winter, causing the world to pale in comparison. In a short span of less than 2 months, you have grown powerful to the point where I can no longer comprehend you. Truly worthy of being my recognized brother. Li Hani playfully ruffled Mu Yun's hair, finding it quite pleasant to the touch. Despite not having used her full strength in their earlier exchange, that cunning little fellow had handled himself with ease. Not to mention, he hadn't even utilized his martial soul or soul skills. Having been in this world for several days, she was well aware of the unique aspects of the Douluo world, martial souls and soul rings. Moreover, she had awakened her own martial soul, understanding the immense boost it provided to one's strength. Sister Hani, have you considered adding soul rings to your martial soul? Would you like me to assist you in hunting for soul rings? Mu Yun inquired with a cheerful smile. Hani gently shook her head. I am a sword immortal, devoted to the sword, and my heart must harbor only the sword and nothing else. Only then can I refine my sword heart and embark upon the path of the sword. While soul rings can indeed bestow various soul skills, Li Hani, the sword immortal, can comprehend any needed skills and create any required sword techniques. My sword requires no external force. My sword, my path, is the strongest. At that moment, Li Hani radiated an aura of brilliance in Mu Yun's eyes, as if a grand path were unfolding beneath her feet. Mu Yun experienced an epiphany, reflecting on his own issues. The results were startling, as he realized the myriad of abilities he possessed. Mutated martial soul, orange cat, sword path, meatball fruit ability, door fruit ability, 3-color domineering aura, soul reaper's binding path, and soul cutting blade, as well as abilities from soul rings and soul bones, martial skills, ninjutsu, and spells from the cultivation world. He found that his array of capabilities was rather overwhelming. With his eyes slowly closing, a profound aura enveloped him entirely. Enlightenment. Li Hani was taken aback, not expecting that his words would plunge the little fellow across from him into a state of enlightenment. a rare and fortuitous opportunity indeed. Immediately, a formidable sword intent emanated from him, severing all gazes that dared to pry into this place, thus safeguarding Mu Yun remained his unchanged posture, motionless for an entire day and night. When he finally opened his eyes again, an overwhelming sword aura surged skyward, creating a dark void in the heavens. With a gentle leap, he broke free from the confines of the Douluo continent and emerged into the cosmic expanse. The boundless energies of the universe converged upon him from all directions, ultimately forming a nine-colored circular ring, upon which the sun, moon, stars, the river of time and space, the yin and yang of the universe, and the rise and fall of all things were faintly etched. The eighth spirit ring, the world of the all-manifesting sword, spirit ability, the sword of heaven and earth. Boom! A colossal sword cleaved through the sky of the Douluo world, carving a massive black rift that stretched from north to south, into which boundless cosmic energy poured. Soon, the Douluo continent was filled with this energy, transforming into a torrential downpour of power. Vegetation flourished wildly, and the soul beasts began to evolve, their auras swelling dramatically. Even the ordinary populace, who had never practiced cultivation, found themselves endowed with first-level strength under the baptism of this energy rain. The Douluo world had ascended. Mu Yun, having achieved enlightenment, spontaneously condensed the eighth spirit ring, the world of the all-manifesting sword. Upon concluding his comprehension, he discovered that his strength had soared from the third to the fifth level, equivalent to a formidable being in the transformation realm of the cultivation world, bypassing the arduous paths of condensing a golden core, transforming a core into an infant, and forming a primordial spirit. He had taken a monumental leap, and before he could revel in his triumph, a vast tide of golden energy poured into his body from above. Due to the host's actions, the world had ascended, granting the host a gift from the world, the energy of heavenly merit. The effects of merit energy were wondrous, and the system thus presented a choice. Point 1. It could be infused into the system, allowing for another upgrade. Post-upgrade, the market would expand tenfold, enhancing all structures and randomly adding a function from another system. Point 2. It could be infused into the host's martial soul, directly evolving it to divine level. 3. It could be utilized by the host to form the ninth spirit ring. Point 4. It could be employed to refine a fifth-level celestial artifact. Point 5. It could be utilized to concoct a fifth-level celestial pill. 6. It could enhance the host's innate qualities. Point 7. It could elevate the host's comprehension. Point 8. It could reverse life and death. Gazing at the plethora of options, Mu Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, this merit energy is indeed a panacea, capable of accomplishing anything." Upon inspection, Mu Yun realized that despite the grand influx of merit energy, it amounted to merely 4 portions. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to invest in enhancing his innate qualities, elevating his comprehension, condensing the ninth spirit ring, and upgrading the system. The reason for not using it to upgrade the orange cat's martial soul was that, although he was unaware of what a divine martial soul entailed, he felt that given the orange cat's peculiar prowess, a divine level would hardly be impressive. As Mu Yun utilized the merit energy, he felt a profound transformation enveloping his body, mind, and soul, while the system began its upgrade. What delighted Mu Yun the most was that the ninth spirit ring, the golden ring of merit, bore no innate spirit ability, possessing only one function: to condense merit energy. The fact that this rare and elusive treasure could generate automatically was akin to transforming a single feast into a banquet. Just as his spirit soared, a system notification sound filled him with dismay. Ding! The system detected that Lin Pingji had awakened the cross-dressing master system, and thus offered the host a chance to benefit from the cross-dressing master. What on earth? That kid Lin Pingji has no self-castration, so why has he turned into a cross-dressing master? Furthermore, his awakening of the cross-dressing master system has nothing to do with me. Why indulge in this farce? Mu Yun, exasperated, found that all his good spirits were instantly shattered. What exactly is this cross-dressing master system? Are there tasks to fulfill? Does it affect me in any way? The host will possess a cross-dressing boutique, within which some special effect garments will automatically generate. Selling these garments will yield corresponding rewards based on task content. If it's merely about selling clothes, then it isn't a major issue. Mu Yun sighed in relief. The host also has a minor accompanying task, requiring the host to wear women's clothing for at least 10 minutes each day. What did you say? I am a man with male appendages. I absolutely refuse to wear women's clothing. I simply will not. And what can you do about it? Alas, host, I must relay some unfortunate news. It would be best for the host to complete this accompanying task voluntarily. Otherwise, the system will randomly and automatically dress the host at any moment. That scenario could be quite embarrassing. Chapter 56. The Hall of Reincarnation, a handsome young man, amidst the bustling and lively streets, suddenly transformed into a cross-dressing master, donning lace-trimmed black lingerie. The mere thought of the potential public embarrassment made Mu Yun wish to immediately pummel Lin Pingji to death. Alas, transformation is transformation. It would be better to take the initiative. At least he could control the time, place, and type of women's attire. The Yin first donned 1,000 illusions mask over his face, instantly feeling much more at ease, as if in certain situations. Covering his face would render him impervious to shame. Transform. Amidst the embarrassment, Mu Yun felt a tinge of excitement, twirling around and striking an outrageously flamboyant pose, reveling in the moment since no one could see him. Sailor uniform, representing the moon. Obliterate you. Function, it can absorb the power of moonlight. Indeed, this was still quite shameful. Mu Yun looked down at his exposed navel and thighs, hastily wiping away the impending nosebleed. 10 minutes, it'll be fine. No one will notice. He continuously reassured himself, silently counting down the time. Suddenly, he abruptly raised his head, activating his bewildering spirit eye, gazing in astonishment at the distance. Just as he was about to revert from his transformation, a young man in a black robe appeared before Mu Yun. Curious, a realm that was originally merely first level had inexplicably leaped 4 levels, becoming a 5th level world. He produced an instrument and began testing. Soon, their gazes fell upon Mu Yun, a mix of greed and regret evident in their eyes. Merit energy, what a lucky little girl. Too bad you've used it all up. Otherwise, it would have been perfect for refining a decent celestial artifact. Such a waste. The way he spoke, shamelessly treating Mu Yun's merit energy as his own possession, made Mu Yun feel a wave of relief, grateful that he had used the merit energy in time. Otherwise, it might have escalated into a deadly treasure hunt. The young man in black looked disdainfully at Mu Yun, producing a black token. I am Luo Tan, an outer disciple of the Hall of Reincarnation. Mu Yun raised an eyebrow. What brings you here? The enigmatic individual before him exuded an aura that compelled caution. It was wiser to bide his time. You possess 5th level strength, qualifying you for the minimum requirement to become a servant disciple of my Hall of Reincarnation. And then, Mu Yun's dislike for this person grew. The way he regarded him, as if he were an ant, was infuriating, and he felt a strong urge to slap him. The young man in black lightly shook the token in his hand, releasing a black light that instantaneously struck Mu Yun's shoulder, leaving behind the imprint of a palace. What have you done to me? Mu Yun's expression darkened. The opponent's actions, though not swift, had rendered him completely unable to evade, and he had no idea what this object was, as even the capabilities of his meatball fruit were ineffective against it. This is a unique assessment mark of my Hall of Reincarnation. The bearer must undergo 3 reincarnation trials set by the Hall to officially become a servant disciple. Damn it, who wants to become a disciple of your Hall of Reincarnation? You better remove this cursed mark. I have no interest in being a servant disciple, let alone a core disciple. Furious, Mu Yun could no longer hold back and launched an attack. Ant. The young man in black's expression turned cold, effortlessly swatting Mu Yun away, sending him crashing into a meteorite. 3 reincarnation trials. Succeed and live, fail and die, with a time limit of 3 years. Fool, had it not been for your potential to obtain merit energy, I would have simply killed you with a single slap. The young man in black took out a handkerchief, disdainfully wiping his hands as if he had touched something filthy. Once he departed, Mu Yun slowly emerged from the meteorite, his handsome visage unmarred, and his body immaculate, completely unscathed by defeat. What a Hall of Reincarnation, so domineering. What a Luo Tan, 7th level strength. I shall remember you, although he was 2 levels higher than himself. Mu Yun felt that facing Luo Tian would not pose much of a problem. Even if he could not defeat him, escaping should not be an issue. Instead, the token from the reincarnation hall was exceedingly perilous, and that strange mark instilled in him a deep sense of foreboding, as if someone could spy on him at any moment. Ding! The reincarnation system has been detected. The benefits are about to commence. Mu Yun eagerly anticipated this, for knowledge of oneself and one's adversary leads to certain victory. Yet he was utterly oblivious to the terrifying power of the reincarnation hall, and the enigmatic reincarnation mark rendered him paralyzed with uncertainty. Soon, information regarding the reincarnation hall began to surface. The reincarnation hall could enable individuals to traverse into other worlds for training, and successful completion would grant them merit energy. The reincarnator would receive 50% of the benefits. And that reincarnator was none other than Luo Tian. Furthermore, the reincarnation hall was indeed a colossal entity, where even the lowest rank of servant disciples were of the 5th tier, with higher ranks including outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, true disciples, stewards, guardians, elders, sect masters, and grandmasters. Among them, there existed saints, beings entirely beyond Mu Yun's current comprehension as for the reincarnation mark. It indeed had a surveillance function. Even if he entered the trials, every move he made would be wholly visible to the reincarnator. It seemed Luo Tian was quite intrigued by his secrets. System, is there any way to resolve this? I do not wish to be constantly monitored. Mu Yun inquired with dissatisfaction. Ding. There is indeed a solution. One merely needs to possess a higher authority than the reincarnation token. But I do not even possess a reincarnation token. How can I have a higher authority than him? Mu Yun asked. Puzzled, the reincarnation hall's tokens come in 2 varieties. The conventional token, which requires passing 3 reincarnation trials and reaching the headquarters of the reincarnation hall to obtain, and the internal token, which is bestowed upon family disciples by elders, serving as a form of privilege. The system had just acquired the qualification to distribute internal tokens. Of course, issuing too many would certainly lead to detection, but a limited quantity would pose no issue. If I acquire this internal token, will Luo Tian still be able to monitor my every move? Mu Yun cautiously inquired, for this was his foremost concern. Naturally not. As merely an outer disciple, how would he dare to surveil the movements of an elder's family member? It is likely that upon realizing you possess an internal token, he will flee as far as he can. Very well, procure an internal token for me. Let us first drive Luo Tian away. And we shall discuss the reincarnation trials later. I need to prepare. When Mu Yun re-entered the Douluo world, he immediately sensed a difference. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was exceptionally vibrant, and the spatial barriers were notably robust. Attempting to cleave through them as before would be nearly impossible to that moment. A graceful figure flew before him. Chapter 57. The Trials of the Late Han Dynasty in the Late Eastern Han Dynasty. The rulers were weak, and the ministers strong. The imperial family was corrupt and declining, while the powerful families manipulated the court above and controlled the provinces below. Natural disasters were frequent, and the people suffered greatly. Heaven's herald, Zhang Jiao, raised his arm and called forth the Yellow Turban Rebellion, igniting a conflagration across the entire land of Shenzhou within just a few short years, in a picturesque little village on the outskirts of Luoyang. A handsome young man lounged lazily by the riverbank, soaking up the sun with a blade of grass in his mouth, humming an unknown tune. Tisich, what nonsense reincarnation trials. Fundamentally, it is merely working for the reincarnation hall, helping it amass merit energy. Mu Yun was quite displeased. He had spent several days preparing for this trial, compelling a gene to work overtime to hastily craft 3 spiritual treasures: the starry divine wood sword, the thunder firebomb, and the vast sea bottle. Yet upon the commencement of the reincarnation trials, he discovered that he could not bring equipment of such caliber, and moreover, his physical condition was woefully inadequate. Fortunately, he had entrusted his body to Asuna for care before leaving behind a shell of flesh. Who knew what mischief it might encounter? The primary function of the reincarnation token was to tally the merit energy acquired. Thankfully, the flow of time here is 100 times faster. Otherwise, this endeavor would have been utterly disastrous for me. Meow, a plump orange cat, stretched languidly, expressing its serious protest against the disturbance to its slumber. The orange cat's martial soul had also followed along. But regrettably, it was merely in its most primitive state, with zero combat power. Young master, it's terrible. A band of mountain bandits is approaching the village, and they seem ill-intentioned. An elderly man hurried over, panting and clutching his waist. Mountain bandits, you say? This is quite the opportunity. Are they here to make a debut? As expected, the reincarnation token suddenly reacted. Ding! Repel the bandits to protect the villagers and receive a share of merit energy. Mu Yun stood up, brushing off the dust from his backside. It was time to get to work. The fat cat leapt onto his shoulder, yawning, and resumed its slumber. The current orange cat was unlike those in the Douluo continent. A small creature indistinguishable from an ordinary house cat, albeit a bit chubbier. Young master, I shall summon the others right away. No, absolutely not. Mu Yun quickly stopped the steward, for the task included a clause to protect the villagers. If several villagers were to perish, his task would undoubtedly fail. Moreover, he did not wish for the villagers to witness certain matters, which would be quite embarrassing. 10 miles from the village entrance, in a precarious location nestled between two mountains. A water spirit-like young woman had thrust a gigantic sword, taller than herself, into the ground, while she engaged in warm-up exercises. It was no wonder Mu Yun did not wish for others to see. He was adorned in garments provided by the cross-dressing system. Bloodthirsty garb rank, spiritual tool effect. Wearing it doubles speed, defense, and strength. An enemy slain may yield blood crystals with a certain probability. Mu Yun's eyes narrowed as a carriage approached. Make way! Make way! There are bandits behind us! A flustered maid driving the carriage shouted in panic, and Yun suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to avert his gaze. This maid clearly lacked driving skills, and her reaction evoked a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a modern female driver panicking and pressing the accelerator while covering her eyes. That Yun did not retreat. Extending his right hand to press against the horse's head, the galloping steed came to an abrupt halt, completely still. Not only the people, but even the horse was bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Only the maid and an unidentified object from the carriage flew out, accompanied by a duet of screams capable of shattering eardrums. Yun's blood-red skirt billowed as he vanished from his original position, reappearing behind the two women, each by the scruff of their necks, halting them just short of choking. Who are you, and why are those bandits pursuing you? Mu Yun narrowed his eyes, sensing an aura of exploitation emanating from the woman who had flown from the carriage. Ding! Epic talent Kai Wenji detected. Saving her from the Xiongnu will yield 10 points of merit energy. Mu Yun was startled by the system's notification. This woman was none other than the renowned talent Kai Wenji. And an epic character at that. What constitutes an epic character? These are individuals capable of altering the course of history. Historically, Kai Wenji was captured by the Xiongnu's left Xian Wang and bore him 2 children, effectively improving the Xiongnu's gene pool and leaving behind intelligent offspring. This simply could not stand. This matter must be addressed. Clever Xiongnu are not to be tolerated. Soon, a massive cloud of dust rolled in. Good heavens, judging by the commotion, there must be at least 3,000 cavalry, and they are the valiant kind. You certainly have quite the influence. Mu Yun glanced at Kai Wenji, exclaiming in amazement, they are not ordinary bandits. They are Xiongnu bandits. Kai Wenji's face turned pale, revealing a look of despair. Mu Yun drew the colossal sword and hoisted it onto his shoulder, muttering softly, 3,000 of them? Not bad, though the merit energy seems a bit lacking. It's only a tenth of what Kai Wenji is worth. Without hesitation, Mu Yun launched a countercharge against the Xiongnu. After all, he could not understand their speech, so he would not waste his breath. The blood-red battle skirt fluttered as Mu Yun transformed into a crimson cloud, charging into the ranks of the Xiongnu, his sword moving like lightning, cleaving through them as easily as slicing through vegetables, leaving numerous Xiongnu sprawled on the ground, their heads rolling in every direction as only a few dozen remained. The Xiongnu finally became fearful, fleeing in panic while shouting incomprehensible words, and Yun initially contemplated pursuing them to annihilate their ranks, but ultimately dismissed the idea, primarily due to Kai Wenji's presence. This girl was a veritable cash cow of merit. She could not be lost. He needed to exploit her 10 times or more to reap substantial rewards. Moreover, those fleeing Xiongnu would serve as excellent bait. If he could lure them back with friends and to earn merit, it would be splendid that if one could acquire merit energy by simply staying at home. Why exhaust oneself running all over the world? Mu Yun was first reduced to ashes by the flames unleashed by the Xiongnu, and then he flashed a grin at Kai Wenji, presenting her with two choices. 1. To remain in the village. 2. To depart on her own. Without hesitation, Kai Wenji opted for the first option. In a time of chaos, two frail women embarking on a journey was tantamount to courting death. The retainers who had previously safeguarded her during her travels had either perished or fled, and she was certainly incapable of retrieving them. She could only hope that the survivors would relay the news to her father, prompting him to send someone to fetch her. As Mu Yun anticipated, the Xiongnu came in waves, employing a strategy of relentless assault, and each mission presented opportunities to protect Kai Wenji in a mere month. He had accumulated a staggering 1,500 units of merit energy. This girl was truly a bug for harvesting merit points. Unfortunately, after a month, the arrival of a new group marked the end of this fortunate streak. Chapter 58. For Extraordinary Women. Seduction. A month had passed, and the world had finally begun to react. Mu Yun looked up at the sky, having completed 2 consecutive missions without receiving corresponding merit energy. It seemed that this method of exploiting Kai Wenji's situation had reached its limits. Just then, the steward hurried over. Young master, 3 groups are approaching the village from different directions. Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. What could this mean? The reincarnation token had not issued any tasks. So was it possible that not only were rewards being withheld, but the token itself was also restricted? What were the banners of these 3 groups? One group's banner bore the name of Zhun, consisting of around 300 individuals who appeared to be retainers of a certain family. Another group, bearing the name Run, comprised roughly 200 soldiers likely from the government. And the last group, without any visible banner, consisted of a few dozen martial artists, resembling individuals from the Jianghu. Yu Yun rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, pondering that since the reincarnation token had not reacted, it was reasonable to assume that these 3 groups harbored no ill intentions, at least not towards Kai Wenji. Why not simply inquire directly? After a month of acquaintance, Kai Wenji had completely shed her fear of Mu Yun. In fact, upon discovering his identity as a cross-dressing master, she began to treat him as a close male friend, nearly driving him to exasperation. Kai, Mu Yun exclaimed, immediately slapping his forehead in realization. Oh no, he had become too immersed in his role, and using this term of endearment might lead him down a path he did not wish to tread. This system of Lin Pingji was truly toxic. What's the matter? Is something wrong, Mu? Kai Wenji asked naturally, her delicate fingers leaving the guqin. This persona was now inescapable, Mu Yun thought with a bitter smile, as he recounted the situation regarding the 3 groups. Zhun, Run, and the Jianghu individuals. Kai Wenji pondered for a moment, her expression suddenly shifting to one of excitement that I know who they are. After the excitement waned, a hint of melancholy clouded her eyes. Tears welling up, I never imagined that my family and father, whom I had hoped would come for me, have taken no action. It seems they have abandoned me. Yet, my dear sisters have not given up on me. She then explained, Zhun must refer to Zhunmi, a member of the Zhun family from Zhongshan. Not only is she exceptionally talented, but she is also shrewd in strategy, rivaling men in her cunning. It is a pity she is a woman. Otherwise, she would surely become an outstanding military strategist. Ren must be my good sister Ren Hongchong. While her name may not be widely recognized, her other name, Jiaochan, is known throughout Luoyang. The moon itself would hide behind the clouds upon seeing her, for Jiaochan is a remarkable woman, both gentle and resolute, with a heart full of depth. Lastly, the leader of the Jianghu figures is likely Sister Gua, originally known as Guanvuang, hailing from an official family, known for her fiery temperament, a fierce hatred of evil, and her exceptional martial skills, making quite a name for herself in the Jianghu. Mu Yun regarded Kai Wenji with a peculiar expression. What a remarkable network this girl possesses. These 3 women are all figures capable of stirring the winds and clouds. Jiaochan, through her beauty and cunning, was able to eliminate the greatest scourge of the world. Dongjua, accomplishing what the 18 lords could not. Zhenmi, with her Luo Shun Fu, has secured her legendary beauty for millennia. Guanwang, the future empress of Chaopai, possesses first-rate skills, cunning, and means. In the end, it seems Zhenmi was also led to her demise by her. With these three restless figures alongside Kai Wenji, perhaps they could achieve something monumental. A wicked smile crept across Mu Yun's face as he looked up at the sky. You do not wish for me to exploit loopholes for merit? Then allow me to set a grand trap. Welcoming the three groups into the village, the moment they met Kai Wenji, they discovered that she had not been captured, but rather rescued. And thus her guard was finally lowered. Yu Yun invited the four into the reception hall and pondered his wording before asking, "What are your views on the current state of the world?" The four exchanged glances, and Zhenmi spoke first. The Yellow Turban rebels will only destroy without creating. Despite their current might, they will ultimately falter and meet a tragic end. Kai Wenji then gently parted her lips. The Han dynasty is no better off. Although the Yellow Turban army is doomed to failure, they have nonetheless ravaged the foundations of the Han and have drawn forth a host of warlords far more perilous than themselves. These are the true grave diggers of the Han. Diao Chan furrowed her brow slightly. In truth, there are still many loyal ministers within the Han. If the Yellow Turban army is eradicated and a proper restructuring is undertaken, perhaps there is still hope for revival. Guanwang scoffed, shattering her illusions. Sister Diao Chan, do not delude yourself. The Han dynasty has endured for over 400 years and has decayed to its core. Do you believe the Yellow Turban uprising could have reached this point merely because Zhang Jiao raised his voice? Many powerful families are behind this. Without their support, how could Han have been so thoroughly wounded? The true desire to overthrow the Han lies with these families, namely the warlords emerging now. Yun quietly listened to the insights of the four extraordinary women before suddenly posing a pointed question. Then may I ask, which family do you foresee thriving in the future? General Hejin, perhaps. He is currently in his prime, commanding a formidable army, and has the Empress as his sister, with many supporters in the court. The Yuan family, with 4 generations of high officials, has widespread influence and connections throughout the realm. I still believe the Han dynasty is not so easily toppled. After all, Jingzhou and Yizhou are still under the control of the Han imperial clan. Jiao Chan insisted, still holding on to hope. A group of schemers, and they are too distant. When trouble arises, they will be of no help, Guanwang retorted dismissively. Yu Yun gazed at her with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Then who do you favor, Lady Gua? Guanwang furrowed her brow in deep thought before shaking her head, her expression one of disdain. No one in today's world. I see no heroes with the spirit of a king. They are either arrogant fools with grand ambitions but little talent or timid cowards who hesitate. Looking in her eyes, Mu Yun suddenly said, if that is the case, why not let you take that position? The 4 women simultaneously spat out their tea, their faces a picture of shock. That is impossible. Setting aside family background and public reputation, simply being a woman disqualifies me from that position. Guanwang immediately denied. Unable to fathom such a daydream, Yu Yun smiled lightly. What difference does it make between men and women? What of family background? The impossibilities you speak of exist only because you are not strong enough. A terrifying aura, capable of shattering the heavens and the earth, emanated from Mu Yun in this world. There are countless men, yet they must bow low when they see you. Chapter 59, Stirring the Winds and Clouds, a month later. The 4 extraordinary women gathered once more, reflecting on the transformations they had undergone and viewing Mu Yun as if he were a celestial being. The grand visions he had painted for them had all come to fruition. Young ladies, rise up. Rebel against your tragic fates, shatter the shackles that bind you. With lofty aspirations, why settle for being mere vines clinging to trees? Instead, strive to become towering trees that support the heavens and the earth. If you lack strength, I shall provide it for you. A power level beyond the 3rd tier sufficient. If you lack soldiers, I shall train you. An army of 10,000 capable of reaching the 2nd tier is enough for you to sweep through the world. If you lack wealth, I possess lucrative methods for making money. If you lack provisions, fortuitously, I have ways to improve crop seeds and accelerate their growth. In short, I have everything. All that I've spoken will come to pass in a month. And all you need to do is change this world. A month has now passed. Kai Wenji has attained a cultivation level of the 9th stage of literary energy. Her divine abilities include the poetic transformation, the ability to manifest poetry into tangible existence. Literary enhancement, which can augment herself or others, significantly increasing their attack, defense, and speed, and the 8 sounds of the celestial dragon, a form of sonic attack. Her equipment consists of the robe of the literary saint, which gathers the vast righteous energy of heaven and earth, transcending to a saintly state, and the ancient chain of the celestial dragon, a magical artifact that amplifies sound-based attacks tenfold. Her overall strength is rated as early 4th tier. Diao Chan possesses a peak martial general cultivation. Her divine abilities include the falling star of light, speed surpassing human limits, the courage of the overlord, comparable to the valor of the Western Shu overlord, and the elemental divine arrow, capable of firing enchanted arrows with immense destructive power. Her equipment comprises the Valkyrie armor, which doubles her strength and can withstand attacks from peak 3rd-tier foes, the Overlord Spear, which possesses a divine ability to unleash a devastating strike, increasing its attack power tenfold, and the Elven Bow, which doubles elemental attack effects. Her comprehensive battle power is also rated as early 4th tier. Junmi has reached the 9th level of sorcery. Her divine ability is the Goddess of Water, which allows her to fully master all water attribute spells instantaneously and control all energies or entities containing water elements between heaven and earth, with the ability to transform into a water elemental body, rendering her immune to all physical attacks. Her equipment includes the Luo Shun set, which summons the legal aspect of Luo Shun. Utilizing the divine power of water, her overall strength is rated as early 4th tier. Queen Gua is at the initial stage of the martial saint realm. Her divine abilities encompass Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and the Sweet Fruit ability, which captivates all beings, petrifying opponents and objects, allowing her to manifest physical attacks through kisses, alongside Sweet Gentle Wind, Fragrant Kiss Spear, Captivating Arrow, and Emperor's Haki. Her equipment consists of the Empress Hancock Chong Sam, which doubles her haki upon wearing and can summon all members of the 9 Snakes Pirates as tangible manifestations. Her overall strength is rated as mid-4th tier. Mu Yun has crafted a magical artifact akin to the first layer of the 9-layered Demon Tower, effortlessly refining the physical qualities of the 4 individuals to their utmost limits. Subsequently, he tailored their training according to their aptitudes, cultivating them into diverse types of formidable warriors. As for the 10,000 invincible elites, he utilized Starry Body, refining, and blood crystal consumption for mass production. With individuals and resources at hand, the time has come for them to showcase their abilities. Leaning languidly in his chair, Mu Yun mused that this past month had been rather exhausting. He had not anticipated that nurturing a game could be so taxing. I shall take 3,000 individuals to establish the clandestine Moon Dragon Riders and embark on a quest for conquest across the realm. Diao Chan, brimming with fighting spirit, was the first to select her 3,000. My return to the family not only aims to consolidate our strength, but also to make those who abandon me pay the price. That I shall present myself before the world as a female literary saint, requiring 1,000 individuals. Kai Wenji is no longer the fragile woman she once was. She intends to boldly reveal her talents and formidable prowess to the world, demonstrating that scholars too can possess great strength. I shall handle matters of wealth and intelligence. Upon my return, I will establish the 4 Seas Merchant Association to gather treasures from across the realm and create the Listening Wind Pavilion specifically for intelligence collection. Junmi personally selected 1,000 individuals with exceptional talents from the remaining populace. As for the 5,000 left, Mu Yun would manage their arrangements. Queen Gua smiled serenely, dividing the remaining individuals into 10 groups, dispersing them across various states and counties. With an enchanting smile, she walked through the air, as if stepping on invisible steps beneath her feet, standing above the 10,000 soldiers. Boom! The formidable aura of the Emperor surged forth. And at that moment, Queen Guo embodied the unparalleled Empress of the mortal realm. The 10,000 soldiers slowly knelt on one knee, their eyes alight with fervor. Soldiers, your first task from this Empress is to plant our banners across all states and prefectures within 3 months. Wherever the sun and moon shine, and wherever rivers flow, all land shall belong to me. I shall first enter Luoyang and sweep away all obstacles. 3 months hence, all soldiers shall gather in Luoyang, and I shall take my rightful place at the pinnacle. Long live the Empress! Long live the Empress! Mu Yun felt a surge of passion at her words. Queen Gua truly deserved her title, having been born with the qualities of a sovereign, awakening the conqueror's haki. Glancing skyward, a sly smile crept across his lips. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. As the crowd dispersed, Mu Yun's life returned to its usual tranquility. With news flooding in from various locales, the notifications of merit energy resonated incessantly. Ding! Jiao Chan has defeated the wolf cavalry of Bingzhou, capturing Elbu, and gained 10 units of merit energy. Ding! Jiao Chan has vanquished the charge camp, capturing Gaoshan, and gained 5 units of merit energy. Ding! Jiao Chan has triumphed over the White Horse Company, compelling Gongsun Zan to submit, and gained 5 units of merit energy in just 3 short months. Renowned generals from across the land flocked to Jiao Chan's banner. Ding! Kai Wenji has purged the Kai family, establishing dominance and gaining 5 units of merit energy. Ding! Kai Wenji has summoned countless literary warriors, defeating the invading Xiongnu cavalry, slaying the Xiongnu left Sage King, avenging her grievances, and gaining 10 units of merit energy. Ding! Kai Wenji's methods of literary cultivation attracted scholars from across the realm, granting her 50 units of merit energy. With her rise to fame in battle, Kai Wenji garnered widespread acclaim, advancing to the status of literary saint, becoming a figure comparable to the ancient sages. Ding! Zhenmi established the Four Seas Merchant Association, adopting a franchise distribution strategy, with all merchant associations becoming branches of the Four Seas Merchant Association, gaining 10 units of merit energy. Ding! Zhenmi's Four Seas Merchant Association introduced high-yield crops, ensuring that the populace would no longer starve due to food shortages, gaining 100 units of merit energy. Ding! Zhenmi innovated the money trade, digitizing currency, gaining 50 units of merit energy. Ding! Zhenmi covertly established the intelligence agency Listening Wind Pavilion, infiltrating various states and familial powers, gaining 10 units of merit energy in just 3 months. Zhenmi became the wealthiest woman in the world. Chapter 60. The Mask is Torn, System-Wide Upgrade. Ding! On the first day of Queen Gua's arrival in Luoyang, she participated in the Luoyang Poetry Conference, and all participants bowed at her feet, regardless of age or gender, gaining 10 units of merit energy. Ding! Queen Gua attended court, and all civil and military officials prostrated before her, with the Han Emperor becoming her most devoted admirer, gaining 100 units of merit energy. Ding! Queen Gua entered the harem, slaying the 10 eunuchs, and all from the Empress Dowager to the maids submitted to her, gaining 10 units of merit energy. Ding! Queen Gua formed the Plum Blossom Inner Guard, overseeing the palace's internal and external affairs, stripping General He Jin of military power, executing corrupt officials, and eliminating sycophants, employing virtuous ministers, thereby ensuring a clear governance and winning the people's hearts, gaining 100 units of merit energy. 3 months later, the 4 women gathered in Luoyang, and the Han Emperor abdicated, yielding the throne to Queen Gua, naming the country Zhao, with the sun and moon soaring, heralding the reign of the Empress Zhao. Ding! The historical progression of the world has been completely disrupted, and the trial taker receives the title of Fate Destroyer, gaining 1,000 units of merit energy. This trial yielded a total of 12,351 units of merit energy, rated as Celestial First Rank, with 7,000 units submitted and 3,000 units allocated to the guide. Luo Tian. Before the notification of the reincarnation token could conclude, Mu Yun was utterly infuriated, smashing it with a single slap. How dare you? After all my hard work to accumulate so much merit energy, you take away the lion's share without a word, leaving me with mere scraps. Oh, you truly think so little of me? System, stop playing dead. It's time for you to clean up your act. Half of the merit energy belongs to you. Accept it. The system, which had been silent for 2 months, sprang back to life, revealing itself to be a character who only acted when there was profit to be gained. How many levels can this merit energy elevate you? Mu Yin inquired with curiosity. 100 units of merit energy raises 1 level, 1,000 units raises 2 levels, and 5,000 units raises 3 levels. Very well, then I shall rise 3 levels. The rest will be used for my own advancement, that I expect to make a significant enemy of the reincarnation hall this time, so I must tread carefully regarding their potential retaliation. During the period of system upgrades, Mu Yin utilized the merit energy to elevate his cultivation to the peak of the 7th stage. However, he could not directly ascend beyond the 8th stage, as a comprehension of at least one principle is required for that, which cannot be achieved solely through energy. The remaining merit energy was invested entirely into his comprehension that Mu Yin age, 8 cultivation, peak of the 7th stage life level, human immortal physique, void sword body, breaking illusion spirit eye comprehension, heavenly level fortune, epic level ding, system upgrade complete. This upgrade is at level 4, with the following specific changes. The system marketplace has expanded 1,000-fold. All recorded system functions have been enhanced. The drifting bottle system has introduced a group chat feature, where all individuals struck by the drifting bottle will convene in a chat group. The group leader may issue tasks and rewards or engage in exchanges and transactions. The refiner system is now linked to the official website of the Celestial Refiner system, allowing users to post or accept refining tasks on the site. The Celestial Summoning system enables individuals to summon at will by spending celestial coins or virtue energy. Provided one has sufficient funds, summoning a 9th-tier powerhouse is feasible. The Celestial Arena system allows hosts to initiate the arena as organizers. The Celestial Tavern system has integrated higher-tier supply channels, adding 5 new types of immortal liquor: Blazing Body Refinement Wine, Bodhi Wine, Nirvana Mirror-Breaking Wine, 10,000 Swords Illusory Immortal Wine, and 9-turn Reincarnation Soul-Washing Wine. The Celestial Mall system has opened a trading zone for virtue treasures. The Celestial Jar Store system has officially joined, allowing hosts to establish genuine celestial jar stores across the myriad realms. The teleportation portal has expanded to include not only the Douluo Immortal Cultivation world, but also the Young Song world, Perfect world, Slime Another world, Sword Art Online world, Hunter world, Pirate world, Laughing Proudly in Jianghu world, Ninja Cat world, and Three Kingdoms world. The Call Friends system has been upgraded, allowing hosts to invite up to 3 companions during interdimensional travel. The Puppet Master system has been enhanced, with the addition of the Puppet Pavilion to the system marketplace, which not only facilitates the buying and selling of puppets, but also features a function for apprenticeship and teaching. The Cross-Dressing Master system has been upgraded, allowing hosts to no longer be compelled to wear women's clothing and to join a community of cross-dressers to share experiences or trade various enchanting outfits. Ding! The system detects that Lin Pingji's wife, Yuling Shan, has awakened the makeup system, allowing for advantageous completion. Consequently, the system marketplace has established a makeup store, where hosts can temporarily acquire various abilities by applying makeup. Cross-dressing. Makeup? What are Lin Pingji and his wife up to? One is a cross-dressing master while the other is in charge of applying makeup for him. It seems truly that like attracts like .d, they not know what couples should be doing. 2 oddballs. Mu Yin was momentarily stunned by this sudden revelation. The 9th layer Demon Tower has added a 10th layer, the Law Comprehension layer. The Reincarnation system has been upgraded, allowing hosts to issue reincarnation tokens, which possess the function of 3 reincarnation trials. This is quite beneficial, as it allows for the acquisition of virtue energy. Feeling exploited is unpleasant, but exploiting others poses no issue. Nevertheless, the immediate priority remains addressing the impending danger. Although that fellow, Luo Tan, was merely at the 7th tier during our last encounter, I should have no problem dealing with him now. However, just to be safe, I ought to prepare a bit. Adhering to the cautious principle of survival for millennia, Mu Yin first purchased the newly added immortal liquors, Blazing Body Refinement Wine and Bodhi Wine, then donned a set of Bodhi Bubble cross-dressing attire to enhance his comprehension, completing his look with exquisite makeup. He took out a small mirror, gazed at his reflection from side to side, and sighed. Alas, such natural beauty is hard to forsake. This lad is stunning. Finally, he ventured into the 10th layer of the 9th layer Demon Tower. Mu Yin was momentarily awestruck by the scene before him. The 10th layer of the Demon Tower had neither sky nor ground, merely an empty cosmic void that, of course, it was not entirely devoid of substance. as it brimmed with the power of laws. And unlike the usual indistinct and imperceptible form, here the power of laws was remarkably solid, visible to the naked eye. Such a manifestation of the power of laws could probably be comprehended even by a fool, let alone my prodigious level of understanding. Coupled with this cross-dressing and makeup, along with Bodhi immortal wine, success is assured. Hemu Yun then strolled amidst the myriad laws, his troubles contrasting with those of others. While they struggled to comprehend the laws, he grappled with the dilemma of having too many comprehensible laws to choose from, unsure of which to select. After all, with his current cultivation level, comprehending an excess of laws might not be advantageous. It was prudent to first select those most suited to him. Chapter 61. The First Battle of Laws in the Endless Maze. Sword Law, Entry, Space Law, Entry, Star Law, Entry, Thunder Law, Entry, Wind Law, Entry, Fire Law, Entry, Wood Law, Entry, Metal Law, Entry, Time Law, Entry, Dark Law, Entry, Strength Law, Entry, Devouring Law, Entry. In just 7 days, he entered 12 laws. The reason he did not reach minor mastery was not due to a lack of comprehension, but rather because the law level provided in the 10th layer's training space was limited. To grasp higher level laws, the 11th layer must be unlocked, which requires a system upgrade involving 10,000 units of virtue energy, an amount he currently cannot procure. Yui, the reincarnation token, can now be issued, allowing all struck by the drifting bottle to claim it for free, announced through the drifting bottle group notice, but the acquired virtue energy shall be divided into shares of 50%. Additionally, the 10th layer of the Demon Tower is now open to anyone above the 7th tier, allowing them to enter and comprehend laws, providing 10 units of virtue energy per hour, but a bounty for acquiring virtue energy will be published. 1 unit of virtue energy can be exchanged for 100,000 celestial coins, or one may opt for elixirs, magical artifacts, or spirit wines. For the sake of virtue energy, Mu Yun is fully committed. He needs it, and the system requires it even more. Departing the system marketplace, Mu Yun did not return home to the dual world, but instead directly appeared in the cosmic starry sky. The figure in the black robe, Luo Tian, stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the void, gazing at the suddenly appearing Mu Yun with a composed demeanor, seemingly anticipated, his eyes gleaming with intense greed. "Kid, you indeed possess great fortune. It appears I need not waste time waiting for you here, if I am not mistaken. You must be harboring a certain existence known as the system, correct?" "Oh, you are aware of the system, huh?" Mu Yun replied with a smile. He was equally unsurprised by Luo Tian's appearance. Did he not notice the reincarnation mark on his shoulder flashing incessantly? This was used for locating him, enabling Luo Tian to easily find him. Of course, it was also Mu Yun's intention. While Luo Tian sought to seize the fortune on Mu Yun, in turn, wished to eliminate this man who coveted him. Otherwise, he would have long erased the reincarnation mark using virtue energy. Merely 1 unit of virtue energy is quite affordable. Many within the reincarnation hall possess this system opportunity, and I have long coveted it. I never expected today would grant me the chance to acquire it. Kid, I advise you to hand over your fortune obediently. At least it would spare you a whole corpse. Otherwise, the ensuing soul extraction will teach you what the most cruel and torturous punishment in the myriad realms truly is. Luo Tian grinned wickedly as he approached Mu Yun. "Oh, then I must congratulate you. Since I do not possess the ability to extract souls, you only need to die once, which should not be too painful." Mu Yun's expression remained indifferent as he unsheathed the celestial starwood sword. A 4th-tier spiritual treasure he had yet to use. A 4th-tier spiritual treasure. For a bumpkin from a remote little world, it is quite rare for you to possess a weapon of this caliber. However, do you not find it somewhat ridiculous to attempt to kill me, who is at the late 7th tier, with a 4th-tier weapon? Seeing the celestial starwood sword, Luo Tian's disdain only intensified. That Mu Yun lightly waved his sword, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Today, you'll learn that no matter the level one occupies, the saying pride brings defeat holds true." As his words fell, Luo Tian was horrified to discover that Mu Yun had suddenly vanished. Not only that, he found himself enveloped in endless darkness. Dark-type spells, mere trifles. This is merely an illusion that deceives the senses. Witness my golden eye divine technique to shatter it. Luo Tian closed his eyes and then opened them, unleashing two beams of golden light. Unfortunately, the darkness did not disperse, but rather was entirely devoured by it. Behold my Buddhist divine technique. Heavenly ear insight. Luo Tian's ears suddenly enlarged and began to twitch incessantly. Regrettably, this yielded no effect. Luo Tian produced a stack of talismans. Golden Light Talisman, ineffective. Fire Dragon Talisman, ineffective. Holy Light Talisman, ineffective. As time elapsed, Luo Tian grew increasingly agitated. Kid, if you have the capability, come out. Hiding like a rat in a gutter is nothing to boast about. At this moment, Mu Yun was nearby, enjoying the spectacle as he watched Luo Tian leap about like an ant on a hot panda. It seems this Luo Tian is truly just a 7th tier. Otherwise, he would not have taken so long to realize that my domain of darkness is, in fact, a higher level dark L-W-T-O break through the law's domain. One must wield the power of the law. Forces beneath the law cannot penetrate it. Let's see how this goes. I hope you have some trump cards and can hold out a bit longer without being easily dealt with. A mischievous smile crept across Mu Yun's face as he snapped his fingers. Before Luo Tian, engulfed in darkness, a portal of light suddenly appeared, followed by a second, a third, and then countless portals of light materialized one after another. Kid, what are you plotting? What trickery is this? Luo Tian stepped back, distancing himself from the mysterious portal, an anomaly that had appeared so abruptly. Who would dare to venture within? He was not a fool to take that moment. A shadowy, soft paw emerged from the darkness, gently brushing against his back. Suddenly, without sensing any force, Luo Tian was propelled like a cannonball into the portal. This is my newly developed and upgraded divine ability, Endless Maze. Please assist me in testing it thoroughly. Luo Tian's expression turned grim. Upon entering the portal, he found himself not engulfed in darkness, but rather in an expansive, square chamber, at the center of which stood another portal. Before it stood a woman clad in a starlit phoenix robe, adorned with layers of golden scales at the corners of her eyes. Challenger, are you prepared? Only by defeating me can you proceed to the next level. What nonsense! A mere 5th-tier transformed beast dares to refer to itself as this seat before me. Die! Luo Tian, brimming with pent-up fury, swung his sword, unleashing a colossal flame blade. So what if it a 5th-tier transformed beast? Did it eat your rice? To attack with such brutishness from the outset is simply rude. The woman lightly tapped her finger, commanding, "Let my minions demonstrate the might of the 5th-tier bloodthirsty venomous bees." Buzzing filled the air as 1, 2, 3. Countless fist-sized, bloodthirsty venomous bees materialized, swarming densely, enough to trigger Luo Tian's claustrophobia. The current insect queen was no longer what she once was. Her true form had undergone cultivation on the 10th level of the Demon Tower alongside Mu Yun, mastering the laws of space and poison. This clone possessed the strength of a late 5th-tier creature, with all minions exhibiting 5th-tier power, capable of utilizing the laws of force. One could not regard them as mere 5th-tier beasts. Chapter 62. Inviting the shopkeeper of the jar store unable to bear the sight. Mu Yun stared at Luo Yun, sprawled in the void, poisoned beyond recovery, utterly speechless. This fellow couldn't even get past the insect queen's clone, and it was a complete rout. He was poisoned before the fight even commenced. Sigh, it is said that pride precedes a fall, yet he still refuses to learn to underestimate 5th-tier beasts capable of wielding the laws of force. Truly, such courage. Mu Yun was unperturbed by the basic poison laws. After all, his physical form had already reached the celestial level. These toxins could at most cause him discomfort, and the ability of the fleshball fruit could dispel the poison state. However, one could hardly be described as affluent, as he truly had no hidden cards. Suffering in such a manner, it was no wonder he sought to prey upon me. Alas, he kicked a massive iron plate. After rummaging through the corpse, Mu Yun discovered that this fellow had nothing of worth, leading him to leisurely return to the Douluo world. Not long after Mu Yun's departure, a black token slowly floated up from Luo Yun's corpse. The reincarnation token point, one of its functions, is to carry a fragment of a user's soul and the accumulated merits back to the hall of reincarnation upon their death. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared before the token, which plunged into it and vanished, only for the rift to seal once again. After a while, Mu Yun's figure reappeared. Little one, I can locate coordinates too. Now that you've returned, the spatial coordinates of the Hall of Reincarnation are in my grasp. I'll sneak in later to see what powerful systems await my presence. Upon returning to the Douluo world, Mu Yun noticed a significant reduction in population. The bounty tasks he had issued were effective. The second largest faction, the Otherworld Alliance, now had only a few members remaining, as most had taken on tasks to earn merit energy. Rimuru and Ziyuan had departed with several capable subordinates, returning to their original world to accumulate merit energy. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, accompanied by several members of the Zhu family, and some from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, ventured into the mortal cultivation world for development. With the world's advancement, both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had reached the 4th tier, granting them the capability for self-preservation without concerns for safety. Qian Rushua's group had vanished once more, their whereabouts unknown. She seemed to have mastered a method of traversing dimensions. Even Tang San and his companions had disappeared, with the instigator undoubtedly being the All Heavens Jar Store. It's anyone's guess what peculiar items they've released this time. Speaking of the Jar Store, Mu Yun strolled casually to the entrance of the All Heavens Jar Store. The Jar Store had transformed dramatically, no longer the shabby little shop it once was. It now exuded luxury from every corner, with several attendants bustling about inside. The Otherworld Alliance, the Demon Kingdom Federation, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, and the Xingluo Empire were all thriving with business at the Jar Store, which had ascended 2 levels in status. The most direct beneficiary was undoubtedly Lin Fan, the shopkeeper, whose strength had soared to the 8th tier of the laws, matching Mu Yun's own. Shopkeeper Lin. It's been a while. Mu Yun swaggered into the All Heavens Jar Store, casually taking a seat beside Lin Fan. It hasn't been long. You come to smash jars at the same time every week. Don to you. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, expressing his displeasure. Only this little brat would dare to engage in such blatant exploitation of system loopholes. This wasn't the first time. Previously, Asuna and Rimuru, followed by a whole slew of otherworldly beings and a large number of transformed soul beasts, all had ties to this fellow. However, this had indeed boosted his performance and enhanced his own strength, prompting him to turn a blind eye to Mu Yun's jar-smashing antics. Let me extend my congratulations to Shopkeeper Lin on reaching the 8th tier of the laws. Mu Yun clasped his fists. Displaying a radiant smile, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, realizing that this little brat was also at the 8th tier of the laws, something that couldn't be achieved solely by smashing jars in his store. After all, he was well aware of what had emerged from Mu Yun's shadow clones. Moreover, what shocked him the most was that the absolute invulnerability of his methods in the Jar Store seemed ineffective against this little brat. Mu Yun's smile grew ever brighter. His suspicions were confirmed. There indeed existed a hierarchical suppression among systems. His system was currently at level 4, while the All Heavens Jar Store was only at level 3, rendering it powerless against him. By the way, I've come to give you this. Mu Yun produced a reincarnation token and handed it over. It's nothing extraordinary. It merely allows one to enter the reincarnation trial and earn some merit energy. Are you interested in joining me? Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he realized. So that is how it is. No wonder business has been sluggish lately. Many of those steadfast customers from the Otherworld Alliance haven't shown up. Have they gone to work for you to earn merit energy? One can't put it that way. I merely issued a bounty task. It's a win-win situation. The malevolent capitalist, a vampire exploiting the hard-working masses. Lin Fan indignantly accepted the reincarnation token, realizing its value. Merit energy was indeed a precious resource, capable of achieving anything. After 2 months of diligently selling jars, he had only accumulated 10 units of merit energy. Furthermore, it wouldn't impact the Jar Store's business. He could simply use a clone to oversee the shop, which might also allow for the establishment of a branch. Truly a win-win scenario. It's settled then. Tomorrow, you, I, and Asuna shall depart together. After leaving the Jar Store, Mu Yun refrained from wandering aimlessly and headed straight home. Asuna, I'm back. Will you accompany me to the reincarnation trial tomorrow? he exclaimed upon his return, startling Asuna from her slumber. Observing Asuna as panda-like dark circles, Muyin couldn't help but sigh. Asuna, you've really been pushing yourself too hard. There's no choice. The business at the general store and the system pill pavilion in the mortal cultivation world has been booming. And I can't keep up, Asuna replied, rubbing her panda eyes. There's no end to business. Don't wear yourself out that I'm not that malevolent capitalist. I've decided to recruit a batch of alchemists and give you a long vacation, so we can travel together. Mu Yun declared decisively, waving his hand to take charge. Asuna's expression turned peculiar. Travel? A vacation? Are you serious? The last time I had a break was to go to the system pill pavilion, where I had to concoct every single pill. The last time we went to the mortal cultivation world was also for alchemy. Goodness, I nearly exhausted myself with the accelerated time flow. This time, Chapter 63, The Mutated World of Whitesnake Legend in March. The beauty of Westlake is unparalleled, as spring rain falls like wine and willows drift like smoke. During the Song Dynasty, at the shores of Westlake in Hangzhou, there stood the Baoan Hall. Adjacent to it was a small shop, the All Heavens Jar Store. I say, Brother Lin, why are you in such a hurry to pack your things? Muyin looked at Lin Fan with a mischievous grin, while Asuna stood beside him, stifling her laughter. What else could they do but flee? Bai Sujin and Shao Qing, those two troublemakers, had already caused enough chaos. Stealing from the government treasury to help Su Xian open a medicine shop was one thing. But now they were using the same stolen funds to smash jars in my presence. With Su Xian already imprisoned, I certainly did not want to be implicated, of course. I had to run. And you? Are you not going to escape? Don't think I'm unaware. The bar you two opened has been frequently visited by Bai Sujin and Shao Qing. The money they spent must have originated from that treasury too. Don T assumed this matter will go unnoticed. The officials in this realm are not as incompetent as one might think. They possess some capability. Lin Fan's face revealed an expression of trepidation. Mu Yun concurred, noting that the world they had entered for this reincarnation trial was the legend of the White Snake. Initially, they had believed it to be an ordinary realm, where the two 8th-tier powerhouses and one 7th-tier powerhouse could easily navigate. To their surprise, there existed a demon suppression division here, which even Bai Sujin, a millennia-old serpent demon, feared. With Bai Sujin's cultivation level as a demon immortal, above the 9th tier, comparable to a celestial being, it was evident that the demon suppression division was formidable, as she did not dare to act out when Su Xian was imprisoned and tortured. To be honest, Lin, old brother, we have long since made our preparations. Moreover, we did so right from the first day Su Xian's troubles began. Everything happening in this bar is merely an illusion. We are but phantoms, Mu Yun said with a smile. How could you lack the martial ethics to leave without a word? Lin Fan retorted angrily, pointing at the mischievous child before him. Oh, by the way, the people from the Demon Suppression Division are approaching here. You'd better make haste. The current tavern is only at Tier 1 and may not withstand the leader of the division. The waters in this world run deep. We will be waiting for you in Gusu. After saying this, Mu Yun and Asuna transformed into wisps of green smoke and vanished without a trace. As for Lin Fan, he was not overly concerned. As an 8th-tier master of numerous techniques, escaping was not a problem for him. Outside Gusa City, at Hans Han Temple, a carriage sped along the official road under the cover of night. Young master, miss, ahead lies Hans Han Temple. The sky is already dark. Even if we rush to Gusa now, the city gates will not be opened at. It would be wise to stay overnight at Hans Han Temple and set off at dawn when the gates open. The coachman spoke dully, his eyes somewhat vacant. All right, let us rest at Hans Han Temple. I've heard it's a famous scenic spot. Once the carriage curtain was drawn down, Mu Yun appeared deep in thought. The coachman seems off that he was fine when we left Hangzhou, but trouble began as soon as we departed. Asuna pointed out. Indeed, there's an aura of malice. This realm is rife with various sinister energies. The major states should have protective formations that allow ordinary people to live without being afflicted by these dark forces. However, once outside these protections, ordinary individuals become susceptible to being possessed by malevolent entities. A situation exacerbated during the night, and this coachman, Asuna's expression turned sympathetic. Fear not, he has merely been temporarily controlled by a demon. Once we enter the state capital, the protective formation will naturally expel the dark energies from his body. Or we could seek a wise monk to perform a cleansing rite. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Mu Yun's eyes. A demon. Are you suggesting Han's Han Temple? Who would ever suspect that such an ancient temple, 1,000 years old, could be occupied by demons? By day it serves the Buddha, saving all beings. By night it becomes a den of evil, bringing suffering to the living. Mu Yun extended his finger, and a stream of light darted through the crack of the curtain. It was a small black bee, formed from energy. It has to be dissipated back into energy. Mu Yun's expression grew somewhat peculiar. What happened? Is there something amiss? Asuna asked, puzzled. Nothing too serious. It seems the Demon Suppression Division has already arrived at Han's Han Temple ahead of us, Mu Yun replied cheerfully. The Demon Suppression Division? They wouldn't act lightly unless they had received some news. Unfortunately, the intelligence they received appears to be somewhat flawed, as only a single 8th-tier officer, 2 7th-tier subordinates, and a handful of 5th-tier officials have been dispatched. Meanwhile, the temple is occupied by a 9th-tier black bear spirit, along with an 8th-tier bear demon and 7th-tier wild boar spirits, plus various other demons. The Demon Suppression Division is likely in for a rough time. Mu Yun grinned, reveling in the impending misfortune. What shall we do? Should we lend them a hand, or simply pretend we saw nothing? Asuna furrowed her brow, her impression of the Demon Suppression Division far from favorable on the very day they arrived in this realm. She had witnessed their personnel being besieged by demons in the wilderness. When she intervened to assist them, those ingrates turned on her, claiming she was a demon despite being a beautiful and kind-hearted elf. We must help. There is a familiar face among those officers. Li Gongfu, Su Xian's brother-in-law, who has visited our bar for drinks. Mu Yun sighed. Owe him. He was originally a first-tier ordinary officer, but gained strength after opening jars at Lin's Tavern and drinking spirit wine at our bar. Rising to 5th tier as an officer. What business does he have meddling in demon extermination? Is he seeking trouble? Asuna remarked, her skepticism evident that he was likely summoned by the Demon Suppression Division. Don't underestimate him. Even a minor officer must comply with orders, especially if it concerns Su Xian. He might be seeking to make a name for himself to secure Su Xian's freedom. Then let us hasten. Those Demon Suppression Division folks are rather reckless, charging straight in without reconnaissance. That if we delay, Li Gongfu may be in grave danger. Mu Yun flicked his finger gently, releasing a green light that landed on the horse. The ordinary horse suddenly reared back, neighing loudly, its speed increasing tenfold as it galloped towards Han's Han Temple like the wind. Boom! Flames erupted as fiery crows tore through the night sky, engulfing the ancient Han's Han Temple in an instant inferno. The Demon Suppression Division's standard equipment for suppressing demons was the flame crows, a type of repeating crossbow capable of firing arrows of flame. Their destructive capacity was unparalleled, wreaking havoc on the environment. Hey demons, I am Zhao Junjia of the Demon Suppression Division, here to slay you. You better come out and face your doom. A commanding voice resonated through the night, announcing the arrival of Officer Lin Junjia. Standing majestically in the air, his long knife wreathed in flames as he unleashed a massive blade of fire towards the depths of Han's Han Temple. With a fierce roar, a massive red cloud surged forth from the temple's depths. Extinguishing the fiery blade upon contact, a colossal black bear appeared before Officer Zhao Junjia, adorned in a fiery red robe embroidered with golden threads, creating an odd juxtaposition with its bear-like visage. Surveying the sea of flames engulfing the temple, the bear flicked its robe, instantly quelling the inferno, indicating that the robe was indeed a remarkable treasure. Demon Suppression Division? I, Old Bear, do not interfere in your affairs. Yet here you are, causing a ruckus in my territory. Are you seeking death? The black bear's spirit glared down coldly at A.T. this moment. Zhao Jun's expression darkened. How could this possibly be a 9th-tier beast? This was completely at odds with the intelligence received. What were those imbeciles doing with their information? This was utterly absurd. Moreover, the robe worn by the black bear spirit was clearly a Buddhist treasure. How could he possibly defeat a demon with such a powerful artifact? If I say this is all a misunderstanding and that I mean you no harm, would you believe me? Zhao Junjia forced a grim smile. Speaking in a feeble tone, guess. The black bear spirit produced a massive staff from thin air. What the? There's an offensive Buddhist treasure as well. Retreat. Zhao Junjie turned and fled like a flash of light. Don T, you dare run. You've destroyed my temple. Prepare to pay with your life. The black bear's spirit transformed into a red cloud and pursued at high speed. Run! The officer fled, and the two subordinates immediately followed suit without hesitation. The remaining officers were left in dire straits, quickly surrounded by a horde of demons that ITS over. We're doomed this time. Fair maiden, we shall meet again in the next life. Han-Wen, brother-in-law, I can no longer assist you. Li Gongfu, in despair, drew his waist knife, preparing to fight the demons, when suddenly a carriage burst into the fray, sending two small demons flying. Tada! Here I am. Brotherly, I hope I'm not too late. With a flourish, Mu Yun leaped from the carriage, playfully gesturing at Li Gongfu. My esteemed little boss, what brings you here? Li Gongfu rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe his vision. Oh, don't even mention it. I was ensnared by your family's Sucian. With our families so close, and as someone who runs a business at the door, when he gets into trouble, it is inevitable that I would be implicated. Thus, before the repercussions fell upon me, I fled with my sister, packing our belongings and taking flight, but a look of deep resentment adorned Mu Yun's delicate face, making Li Gongfu feel as though his family had wronged hers, causing them to abandon their prosperous business and flee. The true reason, however, lay in the fact that in this realm, Bai Suzhen and Su Xian were bearers of great fortune. Without their proximity, where would the merits and virtues come from? Let us not dwell on that. Quickly, get in the carriage. I'll whisk you away for now. But what about my brothers? What shall become of them? Li Gongfu began, but his words trailed off as he noticed that all his companions had already scrambled into the carriage, leaving him stranded outside. The carriage was filled to the brim. Even Asuna had to disembark. Li Gongfu was tasked with driving the carriage alongside the coachman, while Mu Yun and Asuna leaped onto the roof. Observing the relentless pursuit of the horde of demonic beasts behind them, Mu Yun cheerfully declared, Asuna, these fellows are yours to handle. I shall confront that formidable one that subsequently Mu Yun left behind a shadow clone, while his main body silently departed. I can't allow you to escape. Two treasures of the Buddhist merit. The energy contained within is far more than what I could earn through hard work selling spirit wine. Before long, Mu Yun encountered the black bear spirit, and Zhao Junjie of the Demon Suppression Division. The IT was unavoidable. One donned a resplendent cassock while the other commanded a flock of fiery crows, making them exceedingly conspicuous against the dark night sky. Impossible not to notice. Well, it seems you are still alive, albeit under duress. Mu Yun observed that although Zhao Junjie appeared somewhat dim-witted, he still possessed a few trump cards. The 9th-tier black bear spirit wielded an offensive merit treasure but could not breach his defenses, instead being tossed around like a ball. Naturally, Zhao Junjie's fiery assaults were utterly ineffective against the black bear spirit, primarily because the cassock absorbed flames and offered formidable protection, leaving Zhao Junjie utterly helpless. Mu Yun hesitated before making a decision. It seemed wiser to accumulate wealth quietly. Dark Law, realm of eternal night. The darkness descended, and both the black bear spirit and Zhao Junjie froze in place, their senses stripped away, rendering them utterly terrified. Who dares? Show yourself. I, your esteemed bear lord, have lineage to boast of. My ancestor is the Black Wind Immortal from the Black Wind Cave. Boom! The panicked black bear spirit could not finish a sentence before feeling a sharp pain at the back of his head, collapsing into unconsciousness. Let us see what you have. Mu Yun swiftly seized the cassock and the staff. Initially intending to slay the black bear spirit, he reconsidered. This creature seemed to have connections, perhaps a means to acquire merit treasures, so it would be unwise to extinguish it too hastily. Having acquired the treasures, Mu Yun departed without a backward glance, showing no interest in the bumbling Zhao Junjie. The treasures of the Demon Suppression Division were off-limits, and using them to exchange for merit energy could invite unnecessary troubles. By the time dawn broke, the darkness that had enveloped the area finally lifted. The black bear spirit, having been struck and stripped of its belongings, suddenly awoke. Upon opening its eyes, it found Zhao Junjie brandishing a knife, ready to strike, igniting a furious rage within. How dare the Demon Suppression Division betray your bear lord? I shall slay you. What ensued was a chaotic clash between the two. At this time, Zhao Junjie was well equipped, while the black bear spirit was left empty-handed, relying solely on its robust physique. Despite the creature being a level higher, it was thoroughly beaten, its glossy black fur marred by burns and scars. You rue this day. The Demon Suppression Division has robbed me of my treasures, and this matter is far from over. With a spiteful remark, the black bear's spirit fled. Ha! Come at me if you dare. Remember, it was Zhao Junjie of the Demon Suppression Division who bested you. Chapter 65. The Gathering of the Three Sovereigns. How did it go? What did you reap? Mu Yun suddenly felt invigorated atop the carriage. I collected over 600 portions of merit energy. After some calculations, I discovered that slaying a 7th-tier wild boar spirit yields 50 portions, while a 6th-tier beast grants 20. Anything lower is hardly worth mentioning. Asuna replied, her tone calm. And what of the 8th-tier black bear spirit? Surely you could have bested it. Indeed, it was weaker than I anticipated. Despite being an 8th-tier law realm beast, it failed to unleash any significant law attacks. I am uncertain why it refrained, but its physical form was formidable and why wind-based law attacks could not inflict a lethal blow, and ultimately, it managed to escape. Asuna lamented, that bear was nothing short of a tank. No matter how I struck, it remained unharmed. Had it not been for a fortunate wind blade striking its nose, I might have been the one to suffer defeat. Mu Yun recalled the 9th-tier black bear spirit he had encountered, which similarly refrained from employing any law-based attacks throughout their confrontation. Despite wielding a treasure staff, it resorted solely to brute force, even its few spells appearing to be those inherent to the treasure itself. It seemed utterly devoid of independent abilities. This led to the realization that the beasts in this realm were rather lacking in substance. What about the black bear spirit you pursued? It didn't slip away, did it? Of course not. When I take action, failure is not an option. With 2 grand merit treasures at stake, I certainly retrieve them. However, the bear itself was spared. I intend to reel in a bigger catch. Having smoothly entered Suzhou, Mu Yun followed Li Gongfu home. After all, he was a lifesaver, and joining them for a meal seemed reasonable, especially since Su Xian's sister, Su Jiarong, was an excellent cook, having dined at their home in Hangzhou before. Ah, why are you 2 siblings here in Suzhou? Su Jiarong exclaimed, her face lighting up at the sight of familiar faces, appreciating the comfort of companionship in a new and unfamiliar place as the saying goes. A tree may die, but a person must adapt. We are in the business of hospitality. Opening a bar anywhere is still opening a bar. Mu Yun replied with an air of maturity, I wonder how Manager Lin is faring. His jar shop was quite intriguing, always yielding extraordinary items. Hanwen once procured a stethoscope and a medical tome from there, treasures he cherished dearly. At the mention of Su Xian, Su Jiarong's eyes glistened with emotion as she gritted her teeth. My poor brother! I cannot fathom which despicable thief stole the treasury, leaving Hanwen to bear the blame. Cease your lamentations. Hanwen is no longer in peril. It is said that the stolen treasury and treasures have been recovered, and the authorities will not pursue the matter further. All suspects have been released, and Hanwen will soon be able to return. Are you scolding me? Su Jiarong sprang up, grasping Li Gongfu's ear. How can the officials decide to arrest and release people at will? Is there no sense of justice? What do you mean? Should we not release Hanwen? Dare you? Observing the lively banter between the two, Mu Yun inquired cautiously, by the way, did Bai Jia and Xiaoqing come to Suzhou with you? I haven't seen them. They did. They opened a new beheading at the street corner, awaiting Han when S returned to commence operations. When discussing Bai Sujin and Xiaoqing, Su Jiarong could not contain her admiration. In times of hardship, true loyalty shines through. They remained steadfast during Su Xian's tribulations and upheld the family business. What a paragon of a wife. That sounds splendid. After our meal, let us take a stroll nearby and find a place to settle down, resuming our bar endeavors. To your tender age, why choose to open a bar? Yet I must admit, your establishment serves excellent spirits that I've had it twice, and now my waist no longer aches, nor do my legs tire. Ailments that once plagued me have vanished, rejuvenating me by several years. Indeed, Running a bar inevitably involves mingling with various people from all walks of life. Gongfu, you must keep a watchful eye on Xiaoyun and Nana. Ensure they are not bullied. Su Jiarong earnestly advised Li Gongfu. However, she failed to notice Li Gongfu's peculiar expression, having witnessed the harrowing night when they were pursued by hundreds of terrifying beasts. He knew full well that the enchanting Asuna was a force to be reckoned with, wielding an array of elemental spells that effortlessly dismantled those formidable 7th-tier wild boar spirits. The lesser beasts met a grim fate. And even the 8th-tier black bear spirit had been driven away. To suggest he protect her was simply laughable. After a sumptuous feast, Asuna and Mu Yun began to stroll leisurely, soon coming upon the Bao Hall at the street corner, which was still closed and locked tight. To Mu Yun's surprise, several idlers had gathered near Bao Hall, furtively glancing toward its direction. Goodness, had the Bao Hall already attracted attention before even opening its doors? Mu Yun was not one to meddle in the affairs of others. If they were interested, so be it. After all, there was a giant white snake guarding the place. Large, white, and fearsome. Eventually, Mu Yun found a shop diagonally opposite Bao Hall and decided to invest a substantial sum to acquire it. The location was excellent, a 2-story building offering a broad view, perfect for observing the happenings around. After hanging the Ascension Drunken Pavilion, it wasn't long before Mu Yun noticed the idlers who had been fixated on Bao Hall shifting their attention to his Shi'ener Drunken Pavilion. What on earth was happening? Mu Yun immediately dispatched a legion of his diligent, bloodthirsty bee scouts, for knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. He needed to uncover the puppet masters behind these individuals. Before long, Mu Yun discerned the origins of these people. The Sanhuang Ancestor Society, a grassroots organization that had existed for several centuries, was originally established to benefit the citizens of the city, promoting virtue and good deeds. However, any noble endeavor that persists for too long is prone to corruption, and the Sanhuang Ancestor Society was no exception. Today, it had devolved into a guild monopolizing the pharmaceutical industry, thriving on those who comply and annihilating those who resist. They not only marginalized competitors, but also controlled the raw materials for medicine, often substituting inferior products, leading to fatal outcomes for patients. The reason Mu Yun had caught their eye was due to alcohol. The Sanhuang Ancestor Society had monopolized the brewing industry as well. It was no wonder that as soon as he unveiled his sign, they flocked to him like bees to nectar. A sly smile crept across Mu Yun's face. This was fortuitous indeed. The Sanhuang Ancestor Society had existed for so long. Surely they were quite prosperous? Chapter 66. Stocking up, facing death, the best hunters often appear as prey. Bang! The door was kicked open, and several idlers staggered in, demanding alcohol. Bring me some drinks. I want a drink. Asuna frowned slightly and approached. Esteemed guest, our establishment has not yet officially opened. I don't care. I want to... Hey, the young lady looks quite charming. Come here and drink with me. I have plenty of money. Why not follow me? And you'll live in luxury. Mu Yun's gaze turned icy as he spoke calmly. Asuna, throw them out for me. Just don't kill them. Oh, and that one who kicked down our door, break his leg and chop off that finger of his? Ah, with a series of blood-curdling screams, a whirlwind swept them away, casting them who knows how far. Whether they would survive the fall was left to fate, but broken arms and legs were certainly unavoidable. Asuna, this little shop is too flimsy. You should add some magical restrictions. There seems to be a problem with the great array of Gusu City. A considerable number of demons and evils have infiltrated. Mu Yun furrowed his brow as he activated his broken illusion spirit eye, perceiving a cloud of malevolent energy swirling above Gusu City. Mu Yun was sent flying for hundreds of meters, casting a glance at his charred right hand, and he could even smell the aroma of roasted meat, with a sprinkle of cumin. It could easily be served on a platter. The pure Yang sword light, embodying the complete laws of fire and sword, was indeed formidable, a testament to the prowess of El Dongbin, whose lingering sword intent was so powerful. With a shrill cry, the sword light surged skyward, transforming into a fiery phoenix. My goodness. The sword intent taking form is one thing, but why does it seem endless, as if it seeks to ensure a fight to the death? The fiery phoenix, with a powerful flap of its wings, scattered countless fiery feathers. Han Hai Bottle. Mu Yun hastily summoned the Han Hai Bottle, unleashing a curtain of water. Binding path, the 81st, void break, a wall of illusory space stood before him. And then he replaced his sword with a demon blade, 1,000 blades. Awaken, demon blade, 1,000 blades. Release, orange cat sword maiden, true sun fire, laws of fire, sea of blazing flowers. The massive demon blade in the hands of the orange cat sword maiden shattered into countless fiery petals. Surging forth that in a battle of fire against fire, though the level of laws may not match yours. What I wield is true sun fire. It should withstand the onslaught, right? Mu Yun's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the soaring fiery phoenix above. However, as long as this creature remains, there will be further strikes to endure. I shall not simply stand by and take the beating. Suddenly, a portal of light appeared behind him, silently enveloping him. The next moment, several chains erupted from the void behind the fiery phoenix. Laws of darkness, laws of devouring, binding chains of demons. The fiery phoenix, caught off guard, was swiftly ensnared. I could see that moment. Mu Yun leaped from the void. Without uttering a word, he cast a golden ring that snugly encircled the fiery phoenix. The 8th soul ring, the realm of the infinite sword. Rather than merely a soul ring, it is more akin to a divine sword technique bestowed by the heavens. What is the sword intent of an immortal? Ultimately, it is but a rootless weed, destined to become the nourishment for my divine technique. The fiery phoenix struggled for over an hour, but ultimately exhausted. It was consumed by the realm of the infinite sword, in the realm beyond realms, the heavenly court. While enjoying wine and conversing with the flower fairy, El Dongbin suddenly furrowed his brow and began to calculate with his fingers. What is the matter, pure Yangzhenren? The flower fairy inquired, puzzled. Nothing serious, just that a trace of sword intent I left in the lower realm has been refined by someone. It's not a major issue. El Dongbin replied nonchalantly. The Three Sovereigns' Assembly was merely a minor episode during his mortal tribulations. After ascending to the celestial realm and becoming one of the 8 immortals, he had severed all ties with it. His only concern was that the sword intent, once its energy was depleted, should return. He did not expect it would be refined by someone. Originally, he wished to see who would dare to refine the sword intent of pure Yangzhenren. But upon calculation, he found that the celestial mechanics of that world were in disarray, yielding no results. This moment, Mu Yun had quietly returned to the immortal's drunken pavilion. The previous commotion had been rather loud and could easily attract unwanted trouble. Indeed, he was correct. Shortly after his departure, several high-ranking officials from the Demon Suppression Division of Gusu City had arrived at the scene. Examining the residual aura, it was evident that a battle of Earth immortal level had taken place. Such battles were rare in Gusu City. Could it be that a demon immortal had emerged from the 10,000 Great Mountains? That seems unlikely. Our Demon Suppression Division has an agreement with them. Any existence of the demon immortal level must notify us in advance upon entering the territory of the Great Song, and they cannot employ powers above the immortal level. This aura bears a resemblance to the sword intent left by pure Yangzhenren at the Three Sovereigns' Assembly. Indeed, it bears some resemblance. If it is genuine, I am quite curious about the opposing party. Surviving under that sword intent is remarkable. Let us refrain from speculation and go directly to the Three Sovereigns' Assembly to ascertain the truth. In Gusu City, at the Three Sovereigns' Assembly, the head of the assembly, Zhangden, gazed at the empty space where pure Yangzhenren's sword intent had been housed, and he nearly fainted in despair. That formidable weapon was the greatest trump card of the Three Sovereigns' Assembly. As long as it was present, not only would demons and monsters refrain from causing trouble, but even governors and generals would extend some courtesy to the assembly in the past, when someone had died, and the victims sought justice. Upon learning it was the Three Sovereigns' Assembly involved, the matter would usually be downplayed. Now that the weapon was gone, would anyone still regard them with respect? What troubled him the most was that the 9th-grade demon he had secretly nurtured would no longer be so obedient without the deterrent of pure Yang's sword intent. Lord of the Demon Suppression Division, you must uphold justice for the Three Sovereigns' Assembly. You must capture that thief who stole the sword intent. Observing Zhangden's distraught demeanor, a captain from the Demon Suppression Division remarked with interest. Very well, let us start by investigating within the Three Sovereigns' Assembly. In my experience, such cases often involve an insider. Zhangden's face turned pale with fear. Investigating the Three Sovereigns' Assembly, This would be disastrous if the ninth-grade demon were uncovered. He would be finished. No. Let us skip the internal investigation. Doesn't your division possess a treasure called the time-returning crystal ball? Use that to see who entered the hall at midnight. You still know about the time-returning crystal ball. Consider yourself fortunate that a captain produced a crystal ball the size of a fist, and the four of them positioned themselves according to the cardinal directions, beginning to cast a spell. The crystal ball commenced displaying the events that transpired in the hall. Akin to a movie replay, soon, they arrived at the moment Mu Yun had just entered the hall, being pursued by pure yang sword intent. Teeth turned out to be a woman, her figure voluptuous and appealing, and she looked quite youthful. What is she wearing? It is utterly indecent. I wonder where she bought it. I want one 2.1. I want one as well. What would a big man like you want this for? Are you a pervert? Of course. It's for my little Chui to wear. It would surely be quite the sight. You all are dreaming. The material of that outfit is quite extraordinary. It could very well be a treasure. It is said that the celestial weaver in the heavenly court excels in crafting garments, and those made by her not only look beautiful, but also possess various magical abilities, surpassing even magical treasures. They are incredibly rare, even in the heavenly court. Zhongden felt like crying. The officials of the Demon Suppression Division were utterly unreliable, fixating on that female thief's attire instead of determining her identity to capture her. However, the next scene caused everyone in the Demon Suppression Division, including Zhongden, to fall silent, exchanging incredulous glances. Chapter 68. Discovered social death. A spatial rift. Did she really just enter it? Am I seeing things? One of the officials from the Demon Suppression Division screamed. You are not mistaken. Not only did she enter, but even the pure yang sword intent pursued her inside. In this chaotic world, someone dares to engage in spatial traversal. Does she not fear the chaotic currents of space? Zhongdan was left in a daze, suddenly turning and fleeing. Space, a thief, it can't be, it simply cannot be. He hurried back to his quarters, opened a hidden compartment, and retrieved a package. Upon opening it, he found 5 treasures still intact, and sighed in relief. These treasures were the result of years of his efforts in the 3 Sovereigns' Assembly, crucial to his standing. Without power, he could be ousted from the position of assembly head at any moment. This matter must be reported. An Earth immortal skilled in spatial traversal is beyond our capability to handle. I agree that I oppose. This individual hasn't done anything egregious. Is it truly necessary to disturb the Lord of the Division over such a minor issue? I also oppose. The Lord of the Division is incredibly busy, currently hunting Earth immortal level demons, such as the Faceless and the Thousand-Faced. He is quite occupied. That I also oppose. I do not wish to be scolded by the Lord of the Division. With a vote of 3-2, this incident was temporarily shelved, and they resolved to keep a close watch and conduct discreet investigations. The 5 major divisions of the Demon Suppression Division have dispersed, and yet Mu Yun remains oblivious to the trouble a certain cross-dressing master has evaded. With mismatched gender, physique, age, and appearance, it would indeed be a marvel if the Demon Suppression Division could track down Mu Yun. Now that he possesses ample merit energy, Mu Yun eagerly upgraded his system, subsequently entering the 11th level of the Demon Tower, where he comprehended the laws to a minor accomplishment, thereby enhancing his strength by a tier. Mu Yun, age, 8, cultivation, initial stage of the 9th tier, life level, human immortal, constitution, void sword body, illusory spirit eye, comprehension, heavenly grade, luck, mythical grade, law comprehension, minor accomplishment in stellar law, minor accomplishment in thunder law, minor accomplishment in wind law, minor accomplishment in wood law, minor accomplishment in time law, minor accomplishment in force law, major accomplishment in sword law, major accomplishment in space law, major accomplishment in fire law, major accomplishment in metal law, major accomplishment in darkness law, major accomplishment in devouring law. What a feat! 6 major laws mastered to great accomplishment. This pure yang sword intent from El Dongbin is truly a remarkable treasure. Mu Yun excitedly licked his lips. Having discovered a shortcut to rapidly elevate his comprehension of the laws, as expected, the devouring ability inherited from the dark magic god Tiger allowed him to effortlessly seize the fruit of others' paths. And with the upgrade to the devouring law, his prowess intensified even further. Might there be substantial benefits in devouring the clay avatar of the Shinnong in the Grand Hall of the Three Emperors? Mu Yun felt a surge of ambition, setting his sights on the Shinnong statue. The Shinnong is known for his broad-mindedness. Surely, taking a slight advantage from him would not incur his wrath. Furthermore, it is said that his true form is trapped in the fire cloud cave. So the clay avatar outside should not be too formidable. True to his feline nature, the mischievous spirit within him stirred once more. Returning to the celestial drunken pavilion, Mu Yun found that Asuna had also returned, and he activated his illusory spirit eye to examine her attributes. To his astonishment, Asuna had already reached the 9th tier, having comprehended all elemental laws, each at the minor accomplishment stage. Mu, I initially intended to comprehend the laws to the entry level in return. But then I suddenly discovered that the Demon Tower had opened its 11th level. With sufficient merit energy at hand, I ventured in. Surely you do not blame me. Asuna spoke shyly, knowing that while entering the Demon Tower bore no cost for Mu Yun. It required her to expend additional merit energy. How could I? This world still harbors many formidable foes. Your strength is undoubtedly advantageous. Besides, it's merely a trivial expense that I have recently acquired a substantial fortune. Amassing tens of thousands of merit energy at the Grand Hall of the Three Emperors, Mu Yun declared proudly, exuding a rather arrogant demeanor. Suddenly, Asuna's expression grew peculiar, as if she were struggling to suppress laughter. What is it? Your expression is inexplicably unsettling. Mu Yun inquired with confusion. Asuna produced a piece of paper, barely containing her laughter as she handed it to Mu Yun. Since you explored the Grand Hall of the Three Emperors last night and made quite the haul, I presume this person must be you. Mu Yun unfolded the paper. He felt a sudden shock resonate in his mind. Oh no, I'm doomed. My little secret has been discovered by the very person I wish to keep it hidden from. The paper bore the following notice. Wanted, black silk female thief entered the Grand Hall of the Three Emperors to steal pure yang sword intent ability. Space traversal, if discovered. Please report to the Demon Suppression Division for a generous reward. Accompanying the notice was an image of the cross-dressing master from the previous night, resembling Mu Yun to an uncanny degree. Especially in that Night Queen's stealth attire, a depiction that accentuated every alluring curve. Mumu, your magical clothing store has unveiled new merchandise. This female garment is one I have yet to see, Asuna chimed playfully, her gaze fixed eagerly upon Mu Yun. Humph. Those Demon Suppression Division ruffians are truly bothersome that I merely took a stroll through the Grand Hall of the Three Emperors. What business is it of theirs? They insist on meddling in matters that do not concern them. And as for that Grand Hall, what theft of pure yang sword intent? I was merely fleeing from their pursuit, although the ultimate outcome did indeed favor me. Still, being wronged is being wronged. I shall not let this slide easily. I must pay them another visit. Mu Yun concocted an excuse for a second foray into the realm of treasure theft. Suddenly, Asuna interjected with bright eyes. Will you still be wearing that female outfit? Please do take me along. Mu Yun's cheeks flushed crimson, of course. I must wear it. Stealth, allure, immunity to magical damage. This attire possesses attributes that are simply the epitome of a thief's ensemble. How could I possibly forego it? As for you, those Demon Suppression Division fellows are quite perceptive. Your appearance is too striking. Even with a disguise, you would be easily targeted. Besides, you're not adept at space traversal. Should we be cornered, you would not be able to escape. It is safer for me to act alone. Without hesitation, Mu Yun dismissed Asuna's hopeful gaze. What a fool's errand it would be to don feminine attire. Especially that sensuous Night Queen stealth attire. In front of Asuna, it would tarnish my glorious image. Very well then. When do you plan to embark? Asuna replied with resignation, acknowledging her lack of skill in space traversal, knowing that she would only hinder him. Seizing the opportunity while the iron is hot, I intend to act tonight. The Demon Suppression Division would never suspect that I would strike again immediately after they issued a wanted notice. I shall deliver a resounding slap to their faces. Mu Yun loathed the wanted notice with fervent intensity. It would undoubtedly be a source of shame for him throughout his life. Demon Suppression Division. Your misfortune awaits. Chapter 69. Earth's sovereign Shinnong, ding, ding, ding. The resounding clang of gongs shattered the tranquility of Gusu City as a multitude of torches illuminated a significant portion of the town. Black silk female thief, you are surrounded. The Grand Hall of the Three Emperors has laid out an intricate net to ensnare you. Fortunately, the Patriarch alerted us in advance. Otherwise, you would have escaped yet again. The Demon Suppression Division will arrive shortly, and should you fall into their clutches, you will find no means of survival. Within the Grand Hall of the Three Emperors, Mu Yun gazed helplessly at a white-bearded elder before him. I say, esteemed Patriarch, is this truly necessary? I have yet to commit any wrongdoing, and you have already manifested your presence. You, a mighty Earth Sovereign, have traveled a great distance just to capture a mere child like me? Are you truly that idle? Can't we all just enjoy our time together? Mu Yun felt utterly vexed, realizing he had overlooked the divine statue of Shinnong behind the offering table. The elder possessed the ability to divine, and as a formidable Earth Sovereign, he could easily ascertain Mu Yun's intentions. Just as he was preparing to pilfer some merit energy, he found himself immobilized, his disguise rendered useless, revealing his true form. As the entire space around him froze, cutting off all avenues of escape. Ultimately, the clay avatar animated, approaching Mu Yun with an air of authority. Just one glance, and Mu Yun felt as though he were stripped bare. Exposed inside and out. At such a tender age, you dare to steal from my merit energy? And no, I haven't stolen anything. Mu Yun protested vehemently, shaking his head in denial. It is merely your lack of prowess that prevented you from succeeding. The elder replied, thus it can only be regarded as an attempt. Esteemed Patriarch, please be magnanimous and let me go. Mu Yun cast a furtive glance at the elder, who appeared kind-hearted and should be easy to negotiate with. Do not address me as Patriarch. You are not like those riffraff outside who call me that. It is distasteful, the Earth Sovereign said, his eyes narrowing in disdain. Then shall I call you Grandfather Jiang? You are quite adept at climbing the ladder of flattery. However, before we proceed, I must ascertain whether you are affiliated with the Reincarnation Palace. The Earth Sovereign's tone remained neutral as a subtle, yet firm mental force locked onto Mu Yun. I am not. I have no connection whatsoever to the Reincarnation Palace, Mu Yun replied, his gaze clear, presenting himself as an honest young gentleman. The first part of your statement is true. Indeed, you are not a member of the Reincarnation Palace. However, the second part is rather misleading. There are still threads of causality entangled. This makes sense, as in such a world rife with calamity, individuals from the Reincarnation Palace would be hesitant to enter the trials. Particularly those who have attained enlightenment and ascended, for in such a place, any casual action could lead to dire consequences should they become tainted by calamity. Calamity? What calamity? Mu Yun asked, his anxiety palpable. Originally, it was merely a minor calamity under the auspices of the Buddhist sect. However, with the return of the demon realm, this minor calamity has escalated into a grand calamity of heaven and earth. Have you not noticed that many ancient temples have become desolate, overrun by demons? The celestial beings of the heavenly court have been summoned back. Those remaining here are scattered immortals without backing. Along with a select few destined to face calamity, Mu Yun felt a chill run down his spine. If even the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court had chosen to retreat, and if a formidable Earth Sovereign deemed it a calamity of heaven and earth, was he courting disaster by recklessly seeking merit energy here? Truly, a case of prioritizing wealth over life. May I inquire, Grandfather Jiang, is it too late for me to leave now? Aha. What do you think? Come now, at this juncture, let us refrain from indulging in a game of guesses, shall we? Mu Yun is nearly in tears from anxiety that I end this realm. Entry is permitted, yet exit is forbidden, until all dust settles. None shall leave. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice, young one. Do not attempt to transcend to immortality here before the dust is settled, for the likelihood of a fallen celestial with weak foundations is alarmingly high this time. Furthermore, exercise caution and refrain from unnecessary movement. This grand calamity of heaven and earth is a fierce struggle among demons, Buddhas, and immortals, and should you enter the fray, you would undoubtedly be among the first to perish. I have come merely to witness which fool dares to engage in spatial traversal here, unafraid of attracting the gaze of formidable demons. Well, now that I am clear on the matter, it is time for me to depart. As for this meager merit energy, I shall bestow it upon you. I have no desire for tainted merit. Shinnong cast a substantial beam of golden light towards Mu Yun, who promptly transferred it to the system. Goodness, the merit energy amounts to a staggering 150,000. What a fortune! Moments later, Mu Yun and Shinnong exchanged incredulous glances. Grandfather Jiang, you seem to be all talk and no action. Why don't you take your leave? Shinnong's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. I cannot return. The connection with my true form has been severed voluntarily, which likely indicates some unforeseen circumstance. Mu Yun's expression turned peculiar as he muttered under his breath. Could it be that you have been abandoned? After all, the loss of a few manifestations should not pose much of a problem. At worst, one would merely lose some spiritual energy and recover after a few days of cultivation. Shinnong's face darkened further. One should not strike a person's face nor expose their weaknesses. Yet this insolent child's words were exceedingly irksome. Let us go. I shall reside with you for the time being. This three sovereigns' ancestor shall harbor no filth, and I have no desire to linger here. Upon returning to the immortal drunken tavern, Asuna gazed curiously at the dejected Mu Yun and the imposing Shinnong, inquiring, Mu, did you succeed? I noticed quite a commotion outside, and thought you might have failed. So, I was preparing to assist you. And who is this esteemed elder? Of course, I succeeded. This is the Earth's sovereign Shinnong, a formidable being of the quasi-saint realm. Mu Yun replied weakly, despite acquiring a significant amount of merit energy. The entanglement in the grand calamity left him far from elated. Puffed Asuna was taken aback. Impressive, my Mu. I thought you were merely out to pilfer some merit energy, yet you've even brought back its owner. And alive at that. Alas, Mu Yun sighed, recounting the events. I had initially intended to stir up some turmoil here, much like I did in the Three Kingdoms world, to alter history for a bounty of merit energy. But it seems that plan is no longer feasible. What shall we do next? Asuna, now aware of the gravity of the situation, asked urgently. 12 words. Sit back and watch the clouds rise, eat melons, and enjoy the show. And ensure a long life, Mu Yun responded, shaking his head. Shall we continue operating this tavern? Mu Yun pondered seriously before replying, yes, but let us refrain from serving those high-grade immortal wines. Also, you could concoct some exorcism, healing, or medicinal potions to blend into the drinks. This way, we can subtly earn some merit energy without drawing attention. Medicinal potions? What are those? Shinnong's gaze fell upon Asuna. Little girl, what species are you? What precisely are medicinal potions? What relation do they have to the demon realm? Why are your ears pointed? Your aura is rich in nature. Are elves merely spirits of flora? Asuna found herself overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. No matter where she hid, this elderly man could easily find her. Ultimately, she retreated into her Baichao garden ring, yet Shinnong followed without obstruction. This ring of yours is quite remarkable. It can even regulate the flow of time. It contains both spiritual springs and spiritual soil. Come, let me see what herbs you have cultivated. Shinnong casually strolled around the Baichao garden, noting that while it was well tended, the quality of the herbs was somewhat lacking. You have reached the realm of laws, yet you still cultivate second and third tier herbs. The quality is irrelevant if they are of low grade, Grandfather Jiang. Although Asuna's ring is indeed impressive, its tier is too low. The laws within are incomplete, rendering it incapable of cultivating higher tier herbs. Shinnong shot a bemused glance at the emerging Mu Yun. You little trickster, of course, the laws within a storage ring are incomplete. If they were complete, it would be a Qian Kuan ring. The space within a Qian Kuan ring is akin to a miniature world, a treasure that even immortals seldom possess. If you want me to assist in upgrading your girlfriend's ring, just say so. Mu Yun leaped with joy. Asuna, hurry and thank Grandfather Jiang. He has offering to upgrade your ring to a Qian Kuan ring. Asuna, feeling bashful, blushed and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Grandfather Jiang. Shinnong rolled his eyes. Somewhat irked. When did I say I would upgrade your rings? Moreover, even if I were to upgrade them, materials would be required, and I possess none. Did I have them? Just tell me what materials are needed, and I shall procure them. Mu Yun raised his hand eagerly. Where will you procure them? If it weren't for this calamity, I could gather them in no time, but now it's quite difficult. Shinnong shook his head repeatedly. Grandfather Jiang, do not concern yourself with where I will acquire the materials. Simply provide me with the names of what is needed, and I shall take care of the rest." Mu Yun declared confidently. Shinnong casually listed dozens of material names. Moments later, Mu Yun conjured an impressive array of materials out of thin air. "Grandfather Jiang, do these suffice?" Shinnong's expression turned peculiar. He truly managed to acquire them. While these crafting materials may not be exceedingly rare, they are not typically accessible to mere mortals, let alone a child who isn't even an immortal. It seems this little fellow harbors secrets of his own. At that moment, Mu Yun felt a pang of regret. These crafting materials had cost him a staggering 50,000 merit energy. Fortunately, he had just secured 150,000 from Shinnong, or he would have faced immediate bankruptcy. Now it was time for Shinnong to demonstrate his true prowess. After all, the materials had been prepared as per his specifications. To delay further would be to bully a child. Before long, Asuna's ring was upgraded to a Qiankuan ring, transforming from a mere Baichao garden into a small world, the area expanding exponentially. With complete laws now intact, the spiritual spring became an immortal spring. The spiritual soil transformed into immortal soil, and the maximum flow of time increased to 1,000-fold. Now, not only could she cultivate higher-tier spiritual herbs, but even the legendary peaches of immortality could be grown without issue. Mu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The expenditure of 50,000 merit energy was well worth it. This item was undeniably a divine artifact. It seemed even the world of Douluo could not compare to the small world within this Qiankuan ring. The strength of a quasi-saint was indeed terrifying, capable of effortlessly forging a miniature world. Next, Shinnong fashioned the remaining materials into an alchemical cauldron. This alchemical cauldron is modeled after the Shinnong cauldron. It is sufficient for your needs until the great Luo golden immortal stage. Little girl, this alchemical cauldron is a gift for you. Shinnong, with kindly eyes, presented the alchemical cauldron to Asuna. Asuna was left dumbfounded, repeatedly shaking her head. "No, no, no. This alchemical cauldron is far too precious. I cannot accept that moment." Mu Yun interjected, "Sister Na, are you foolish? Why not hurry and kneel to accept your master?" Asuna, feeling dazed, turned to Shinnong, who had somehow procured a chair and was sitting steadily, smiling at her. Understanding dawned on Asuna, and she promptly knelt to pay her respects. "Master, Asuna bows before you." "Huh. Rise, rise. I did not expect to gain such an excellent disciple on this journey. You possess an innate affinity for plants, comparable to the divine body of all spirits, undoubtedly a promising talent for alchemy." Shinnong, in a fit of mirth, erupted into hearty laughter. The days ahead would soon prove arduous for Mu Yun. As the duo of Asuna and Shinnong spent their days within the confines of the Qiankuan ring, immersed in alchemical pursuits, leaving Mu Yun solely responsible for the shop, with little dedication to the task at hand. The tavern's business dwindled to such an extent that it could be likened to a desolate wasteland. Without hesitation, Mu Yun closed the door and retreated into the Qiankuan ring to seek counsel on matters of forging. For he possessed a forging master system and held the title of a blacksmith. That it must be noted that Shinnong truly was a treasure of celestial being, not only exceptionally skilled in alchemy, but also possessing remarkable prowess in forging, as well as a commendable aptitude for talismans and formations. Within the span of merely a month, Asuna's alchemical abilities surged to unprecedented heights, enabling her to concoct highly refined elixirs, while her cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage, mere steps away from ascension to the realm of human immortals. Under Shinnong's guidance, utilizing high-quality celestial herbs for her alchemical endeavors, her strength escalated at an astonishing rate. Had it not been for the unsuitability of the current circumstances for advancing to human immortality, Asuna could have easily aimed for the celestial immortal realm in a short period. Such is the nature of alchemists, who can elevate their cultivation through the art of alchemy, provided they have an ample supply of superior herbs. Meanwhile, Mu Yun was not idle. He shamelessly pestered Shinnong, forcing his abysmal forging skills to ascend to the celestial level. He could now forge celestial artifacts, and his mastery of formations had also advanced to the 9th stage. Teetering on the brink of celestial mastery, his strength had reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage, during which he expended 50,000 units of merit energy to upgrade his system, unlocking the 12th level of the Demon Tower and achieving mastery over 12 fundamental laws. The system now stood at level 6, and the system's marketplace expanded 100-fold. The tavern system now featured over a dozen new celestial wines, which Shinnong indulged in during this period. The cross-dressing system also saw upgrades, with several new styles added to the shelves, embodying a celestial maiden aesthetic. Wearing these garments not only exuded an ethereal aura, but also significantly enhanced one's cultivation speed and comprehension, with some even bestowing celestial skills. Asuna donned these outfits while concocting elixirs, unperturbed by the risk of smoke or fire igniting her. Chapter 71. The arrival of manager Lin Muyun. You rascal. Open the door. Don't hide away. I know you're home. Reluctantly, Muyun shuffled to the door, rubbing his drowsy eyes. After a month of seclusion, opening the door felt like stepping into another realm. Oh, you've come, little brother? Who are you calling little brother? The newcomer glared. Irate. Oh, Linga, you're finally here. Why did it take so long? I've been open for a month, albeit with the door rarely ajar. How can you say that? You ran off without even notifying me, leaving me to face the Demon Suppression Division alone. I nearly got caught. Lin Fan, familiar with the surroundings, snatched a bottle of wine from the counter and took a hearty gulp. Delicious. Oh, have they released new wines? I haven't tasted these before. Lin Ge, don't jest. Those few thousand household officials from the Demon Suppression Division could never capture you. Mu Yin shook his head vigorously in disbelief. Although Lin Fan was merely at the 8th stage of the law realm, he was the manager of a canister shop, and who knows what peculiar abilities and items he might have acquired. Whether he could fight was uncertain, but he surely could escape. Lin Ge, you are a user of the Thunderfruit ability. And in this world, there is no armed color domineering. You can transform into lightning and flee. Who could possibly stop you? Don't even get me started. I had the worst luck, just as I was leaving. A human immortal level marquis from the Demon Suppression Division showed up, pursuing some monster. When the creature got away, he took his frustration out on me and pursued me relentlessly for a month. If he hadn't happened upon a lead on that monster and left, I would still be stuck in Hangzhou. Oh, by the way, let me warn you. Do not use spatial traversal outside the prefecture. I thought I'd save time by taking a shortcut and use a random portal in the wilderness, only to be confronted by a minotaur wielding a pair of massive axes that M.Y. previously acquired Shingui's shield was shattered in an instant. If it weren't for its sluggish speed, I would have been done for. Seeing Lin Fan's expression of lingering fear, Mu Yun muttered to himself, Your luck is truly abysmal. To encounter a magical beast after using a spatial traversal item just once. I've done it several times without issue. What was the strength of that minotaur? I don't know, but it felt stronger than that marquis from the Demon Suppression Division. Perhaps it was at the Earth Immortal level. Lin Fan pondered aloud. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Incorrect. The minotaur you encountered was likely a demon general from the Nyoamo tribe, with a strength comparable to that of a human immortal. You perceived it as formidable because the magical energy in the wilderness amplifies the strength of magical beasts while suppressing that of humans. Is that so? Oh, you startled me. May I ask who this esteemed elder is? Lin Fan sidestepped, slightly bewildered. Oh, I am Asuna's master, surnamed Jiang. Mu Yun refrained from disclosing Shinnong's true identity, as it was rather overwhelming. Greetings, Elder Jiang. Lin Fan, unfazed, continued. Now that your shop is open, why not open the door? Mu Yun, unreserved, shared the story of the impending calamity. Lin Fan, however, seemed unconcerned, as he would remain in his shop regardless of the calamity's occurrence. Have you chosen a location for your canister shop? If not, you can set up opposite my tavern that I've already secured the spot for you. Mu Yun pointed to a small shop across the street. At least you have a bit of conscience, though not much. Lin Fan accepted with a smile. A canister shop? What is that? Shinnong suddenly expressed curiosity. That you'll understand once I get the shop up and running, Mu Yun replied, uninterested in elaborating, for Lin Fan's shop could easily be established with the system's predefined templates, requiring no personal renovation. Moments later, Lin Fan's Tavern of Canisters opened its doors. Nostalgia washed over Mu Yun as he stepped into the dilapidated space, reminiscing about how this very shop had propelled him to success. Shinnong, however, entered with a look of disdain, only to pause in astonishment as he crossed the threshold. How intriguing! Despite being a mere small space, it essentially functions as a miniature world, governed by the rules dictated by you. The shopkeeper, much like that little tavern of yours. Meanwhile, Lin Fan stood in shock, speechless, as Shen Nong's presence registered in his mind. Earth's sovereign Shen Nong, avatar of divine power, quasi-saint realm. This for real? Lin Fan stuttered, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Without needing a response, Lin Fan discerned the truth, realizing that his absolute control over the shop held no sway over this elder, who was far beyond his comprehension. Come, give me 10 canisters, Shen Nong declared enthusiastically. Lin Fan smiled wryly. Elder, your level is too high. My shop is currently only at level 1. Even the best items I can offer would be mere trinkets in your eyes. Whether the items are good or bad is irrelevant. I simply wish to experience something novel. The payment is on me. Shen Nong gestured towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun remained indifferent, having gained tremendous benefits from Shen Nong's guidance. And Celestial level blacksmith, a 9th stage formation master, and a quasi-saint expert's instruction is worth more than gold. The ensuing canister-breaking session left Lin Fan, the manager of the Tavern of Canisters, on edge, while others perceived the treasures within the canisters as conjured from thin air. To beings like Shen Nong, the canisters initially contained nothing but chaos. The moment of their breaking, treasures would be summoned from distant, unknown realms. One intriguing concept. When I return, I shall create something similar, establish rules, imbue spirit into the artifacts, and ultimately forge primary and secondary treasures, distributing the latter thereafter. I shall delve into this. Shen Nong, akin to a child with a new toy, jubilantly returned to the tavern. Only then did Lin Fan finally ease the tension that had built up in his chest. Sensing an ominous force warning him that if Shen Nong were to delve deeper, it could threaten the true ownership of the Tavern of Canisters, and should that moment arise, he would be summarily erased, severing any potential danger. Shen Nong was aware of this as well, which is why he ceased his probing in time, avoiding a direct confrontation with a formidable presence. Hey, little brother, could you possibly convey to the elder that he should refrain from smashing canisters in my shop again? It is far too perilous, and I can't withstand it. Chapter 72. Black eats black. This incident served as a wake-up call for Mu Yun, illustrating that while the system could provide various conveniences to its host, it also harbored certain dangers. In self-preservation, it might very well abandon its host if he realized he needed to impose restrictions on the drifting bottle. It was imperative that it not be smashed by someone excessively powerful. If a sage were to emerge from such an act, it would spell certain doom for him. The days flowed by like a gentle stream, and soon, a month had passed. One day, news swept through the streets and alleys of Gusu City. Su Xian had saved the wife of the governor with his extraordinary medical skills, leading the governor to appoint him as the new head of the Sanhuang Zushi Association. Upon hearing this news, Mu Yun bashfully touched his nose, fully aware that he had a hand in this affair. The two greatest trump cards of the Sanhuang Zushi Association, the pure Yang sword intent, had been claimed by him, and the Earth Emperor's Dharma body had been stealthily taken away by him. Deprived of its weapons, the governor was unlikely to continue indulging the Sanhuang Zushi Association, especially given their long-standing grievances. The governor was using Su Xian as a pawn to seize power. Zhang Duan, the head of the Sanhuang Zushi Association, was unwilling to accept defeat and proposed a duel to determine the head. He believed that Su Xian, a penniless doctor, had no treasures to offer and would surely lose. Mu Yun thought of the 5 treasures he had extracted from Zhang Dun's chamber, now devoid of merit energy. They were no more than 5 artifacts lacking even celestial quality, while a mere scale plucked from by Sujin's snake form would be far more precious than all 5 combined. However, it was evident that Bai Sujin and Shao Qing were oblivious to his intentions. Mu Yun had intended to warn them, but upon using his broken illusion spirit eye, he spotted the Baoha Hall across the way, radiating with divine light. It was too late. Shao Qing had evidently completed her treasure heist with remarkable swiftness. Mu Yun even caught sight of a luxurious carriage approaching the city gates, escorted by 4 captains of the Demon Suppression Division and numerous others. It was Liang Lian, the favored son of the current Grand Tutor Liang, the catalyst for a series of events. What a situation! Even the great calamities of heaven and earth could not halt the unfolding narrative. Su Xian was in for more misfortune. He would be caught flaunting stolen treasures, and the original owners would undoubtedly apprehend him. Previously, his theft of treasury silver had already landed Su Xian in prison. Now he faced an even graver predicament. Robbing the Grand Tutor's estate was far more serious than pilfering treasury funds. Xiaoqing truly had a knack for landing Su Xian in trouble, and Yu Yun pondered the 4 treasures Xiaoqing had pilfered. The fire god pearl, capable of making water boil without fire. The sheep fat jade purifying vase, could make withered wood bloom. The divine melody painting, featuring a woman who could play celestial music. The time 8 trigrams furnace, could emit sandalwood incense according to the time. The reckless urge within Mu Yun began to stir. These were celestial treasures. Despite their seemingly lackluster functionalities, they were mere trinkets to dazzle the unworldly mortals. Yet they contained merit energy, far surpassing the 5 artifacts held by Zhongden. Perhaps he could pull off another heist? Just a little black-on-black action. After all, it wouldn't have far-reaching consequences. However, Bai Sujin was a formidable opponent. Powerful, perceptive, and possessing the ability to calculate, Yu Yun's eyes glimmered with mischief as he hatched a cunning plan. Swiftly returning to the tavern, Asuna, prepare some fine wine for me. Tonight, we shall celebrate Su Xian's new position as the head of the Sanhuang Zushi Association. What kind of wine do you desire? Spirit wine or mortal wine? Of course, celestial wine, and the strongest available. I am not one to skimp, Mu Yun declared with grandiosity. Asuna's expression turned peculiar. She harbored a suspicion that Mu Yun was up to no good. After all, he had previously crashed feasts, always bringing mortal wine under the pretense that Su Xian was merely a mortal who could not handle higher-grade wine. Why the sudden generosity with celestial wine now? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Xian's home was alive with festivity. Brother Su, I toast to your ascension as the head of the Sanhuang Zushi Association. May you sail smoothly through life and prosper in your endeavors. Cheers, sister-in-law. I wish you a healthy baby boy for family unity and joy. Cheers, Sister Xiaoqing. I wish you find a suitable partner. Cheers, as Mu Yun uttered these blessings. An inexplicable guilt washed over him, for he realized that none of these well wishes had come to fruition, and in fact, they were rather contradictory. Just as Su Xian assumed the role of head of the Sanhuang Zushi Association, his treasure theft was discovered. What career could he hope for? Each day was filled with either capture or rescue, leaving him in a constant frenzy. Bai Sujin indeed had given birth to a healthy boy. But this bore no relation to family unity or joy. Xiaoqing had encountered a scoundrel and had nearly quarreled with Bai Sujin. Asuna, it's your turn. This splendid evening calls for us to drink until we could drink no more. As night fell, a small figure stealthily approached Bai Sujin. Haha, as expected of our tavern's signature wine, drunken immortal. Even a being of Bai Sujin's caliber can become inebriated. As for Xiaoqing, Su Xian would fall after just 1 cup. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Mu Yun swiftly made his way to Baoha Hall. Though Xiaoqing had concealed the treasures well, under Mu Yun's broken illusion spirit eye, the radiance of merit energy shone brightly like a beacon in the night, making them easy to locate. Just as he was about to abscond with the merit energy, the previously inebriated Su Xian suddenly staggered to his feet, groggily making his way toward the restroom. Yet he had barely taken a few steps before tripping and falling to the ground. As he reached out to steady himself, his fingers brushed against something cool, slippery, soft, and writhing. What could it be? As he sat up, his vision began to clear, revealing a massive snake head mere inches from him, its forked tongue flicking at him with a mix of curiosity and menace. Su Xian met with this shocking sight, met his end in terror. Mu Yun had acted swiftly, returning just as quickly, for such matters were second nature to him. In a flash, he had secured a staggering amount of merit energy. Bai Sujin had revealed her true form. Su Xian had died of fright. What a calamity! Mu Yun stood bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. This was not the Dragon Boat Festival, nor was this wine the potent Realgar wine. The plot had taken a most inopportune turn. Mu Yun roused the drunken Bai Sujin, gesturing towards Su Xian with an innocent expression. Sister-in-law, your husband has been scared to death by you. After a few moments of stunned silence, Bai Sujin erupted. What did you say? My husband is dead. Who did this? Please don't panic. Mu Yun quickly recounted the events leading up to this moment. The wine is to blame. Had I not been drunk, my true form would not have emerged, and your husband would not have met such a fate. It's all my fault. Seeing Bai Sujin weep with regret, Mu Yun felt a twinge of responsibility for the unfolding calamity. Brother Su should not be beyond saving. Perhaps there is still hope. Chapter 73. Black and White Impermanence to revive her husband. There were only two paths: to summon the Queen Mother of the West in Yao Qi for an elixir, or to seek a drop of celestial dew from the pure vase of Guanyin in the South Sea. However, the air was thick with calamity, and all paths to the blessed lands were now closed. I cannot go, Bai Sujin lamented helplessly. Mu Yun pondered for a moment, his expression torn. Finally, with a heavy heart, he exchanged 1,000 merit energy units in the heavenly marketplace for a life-renewing elixir. The Shengshangzhou Huadan, known to revive the dead as long as their souls had not strayed too far and their bodies remained intact. Such a precious elixir. Mu Yun began, but before he could finish, Bai Sujin snatched it from his hands. The Shengshangzhou Huadan, and a top-grade one at that. Even in the heavenly realm, it is a rarity, said to be concocted only by the Supreme Lord. My husband can be saved. After administering the elixir, Su Xian, who had been enveloped in death's aura, was now surrounded by a vibrant light. However, as a mere mortal, he could not assimilate the elixir's energy. I will assist him in refining the elixir, but I cannot be distracted during this process. It will take half an hour, and I hope Brother Yun can provide protection during this time. Mu Yun opened his mouth, intending to refuse, but upon seeing Bai Sujin's pleading expression, his resolve softened. Very well, but only for half an hour. I cannot endure longer. Thank you. Bai Sujin knew well the tribulations ahead. Reviving the dead was no simple feat. Even if she succeeded, they would still have to contend with the Black and White Impermanence, who held the power to seize souls. Thus, she had not relied on Shaoqing. Knowing that even she lacked complete confidence against them, A.S. Bai Sujin worked tirelessly to revive Su Xian. Mu Yun sighed, withdrawing from the room. What a predicament! I merely sought to procure some goods. Yet now I find myself embroiled in such troublesome matters. Those are the Black and White Impermanence, celestial-level spirits. Can I truly handle this? Alas, the winds rise suddenly, and ominous breezes swirl. They have arrived. A gleam flashed in Mu Yun's eyes as the previously tranquil void erupted in tumult. Two wisps of black smoke descended from the heavens, transforming into figures clad in high hats, wielding morning staffs and soul-binding chains. Their tongues elongated. The underworld is in session. All idle souls, retreat. The Black Wuchang, his visage darkened, exhaled a breath of chilling energy, causing the courtyard to resonate with the wails of the deceased. My goodness, it is no surprise they hail from the Netherrealm. Whether they are formidable remains to be seen, but the atmosphere has certainly intensified, far more frightening than the portrayals in television dramas. Mu Yun rubbed his arms, now covered in goosebumps, choosing to disregard the sinister winds that could afflict an average person for a month. Little brother, I am pressed for time. Could you kindly clear the path? The White Wuchang swayed, his voice ethereal, emanating from all directions that we have stated. This road is impassable. Suddenly, Mu Yun snapped his fingers, and darkness enveloped the world, obscuring both himself and the house, as portals of light appeared out of thin air. What is your intent? Do you wish to oppose the underworld? The Black and White Wuchang stood back to back, bracing against potential ambushes while simultaneously expanding their respective domains of power. The Black Wuchang commanded the realm of soul extraction, within which the morning staff struck unerringly, capable of forcibly casting souls from their bodies. The White Wuchang governed the realm of soul binding, in which the soul-binding chain could invariably ensnare the opposing spirit. Goodness, your domains are indeed perilous. I am fortunate to have taken the initiative. Otherwise, I would surely face great losses. Mu Yun wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, grinning broadly, a friendly reminder. My domain is but a game. Only by traversing these portals may one escape. With great enthusiasm, Mu Yun settled in to enjoy the spectacle, resuming the unfinished test from last time, for the Black and White Wuchang were significantly more formidable than that fellow from the cycle hall, and it was quite likely they would breach his defenses. However, Half an hour would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Soon, Mu Yun observed the black and white Wuchang entering different portals, which began to extinguish in rapid succession. Initially surprised, he then slapped his forehead. It was a miscalculation. Within the endless maze, his traps were merely illusory fragments of souls, and against beings like the black and white Wuchang, who were natural predators of spirits. He stood no chance of resistance. Alas, I have discovered my weakness. I must return to the puppet pavilion to study puppetry thoroughly and refine this domain's powers. As for the present, he could only take matters into his own hands. Mu Yun's form flickered, and he instantaneously entered one of the maze's chambers. The scene unfolded in an arena, and as he stepped in, the white Wuchang coincidentally burst in as well, without uttering a word. She transformed her soul-binding chain into a serpentine form, lunging at Mu Yun. Instantly, Mu Yun vanished from his position, reappearing behind the white Wuchang, and struck down with his sword. Clang, several soul-binding chains appeared behind the white Wuchang, deflecting Mu Yun's blade, a treasure of merit, protecting its master automatically. Mu Yun's brow furrowed slightly as he accelerated. Aurora shift. In an instant, myriad images of Mu Yun filled the sky, while sword lights surged from all directions toward the white Wuchang. Clang, clang, clang. The cacophony of impacts resembled rain upon plant and leaves, sparks flying in all directions. Suddenly, an alarm rang in Mu Yun's mind, and he swiftly vacated his position as a soul-binding chain launched a stealthy assault. Nearly succeeding. The soul-binding domain guarantees a hit. It appears to be a law of causality. What a fine treasure! In Mu Yun's eyes, alongside trepidation, there flickered a glimmer of excitement. So the true body has entered. No wonder you are far superior to those previous toys. You possess quite the peculiar abilities. Despite your cultivation being below that of a mortal immortal, you wield the strength of an earth immortal. Alas, within my soul-binding domain, as long as you do not reach the level of a Tai golden immortal, the soul-binding chain shall surely capture you. First cause, then effect. The law of causality ranks among the top 10 grand laws, and you shall not escape. The white Wuchang chuckled gaily, her long tongue adding to the eerie spectacle. Mu Yun's brow suddenly arched, and he vanished once more, evading yet another ambush. The second, third, and fourth attempts followed. The white Wuchang's laughter began to fade. Once was a coincidence, twice was an accident, thrice was luck, but after dozens of times, it became inevitable. Precognition, you possess the ability to foresee. Yet mere foresight cannot evade the locking of the law of causality among the top 10 laws. Unless you have mastered one of the top 10 laws yourself. Chapter 74. The 10 Great Laws. Robbery. What are the 10 great laws? Mu Yun inquired with curiosity as he leisurely dodged attacks. Confident with his 3-second foresight from supreme observation Hawkeye and the law of space. Chaos, time, space, devouring, causality, creation, destruction, life, and death, yin and yang, 5 elements. These are the 10 laws universally acknowledged in the cultivation realm that they're no law of strength. Mu Yun expressed surprise. Strength and the sword path are exceptions, for they could be the weakest, unable to defeat anyone, or potentially the strongest, cleaving through chaos with a single strike. The white Wuchang answered every query with a smile. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. I've got you. Dozens of soul-binding chains erupted from all directions, sealing the space around Mu Yun and encasing him in a sphere. Did you truly believe I would be so accommodating? Answering all your questions? It was merely to lull you into complacency. Little rascal. What the law of space? This time, you cannot escape. The white Wuchang laughed triumphantly. Yet, just as she reveled in her victory, a voice emerged from within the iron sphere. A mere sleight of hand. Did you think I would fall for such a trick? Take a guess. Who is truly unable to escape? The intertwined, soul-binding chains suddenly unraveled, revealing Mu Yun's diminutive form, with the chains now swirling around him in a remarkably docile manner, as if they were quite fond of him. What have you done to my soul-binding chains? Why do they no longer obey me? The white Wuchang's expression morphed into one of shock. 90% of her power derived from the soul-binding chains, and despite her status as a celestial ghost, if she lost control of the chains, she might struggle against even an earth immortal. Oh, my apologies. It seems little grass grasp has taken quite a liking to me. Hence its defection, Mu Yun replied cheerfully. Inconceivable. The soul-binding chains, besides my mark, also bear the seal of the underworld. They could never betray it. The white Wu Chang retorted emphatically. Oh, is this what you mean? Mu Yun raised his chubby little hand, upon which hovered two black seals, one belonging to the white Wu Chang and the other to the underworld. As Mu Yun clenched his fist, the seals shattered with a resounding crash. The white Wu Chang felt a sharp pain in her head, a muffled groan escaping her lips as she completely lost her connection to the soul-binding chains. My soul-binding chains! Wrong! They're now my soul-binding chains. Mu Yun grinned widely, elated. This treasure from the underworld was a merit artifact, infused with immense merit energy, and it inherently contained the laws of causality and souls. Such valuable items. He had not anticipated that the master of all artifacts would be so powerful, capable of controlling even artifacts of such caliber. He had assumed it would only exert a minor influence. But to his astonishment, the chains had outright defected. Little grass grasp, seize her. The white Wu Chang, now bound tightly like a dumpling, had no means of resistance. So it turns out the soul-binding domain is merely an inherent ability of the soul-binding chains. You are a celestial ghost. Without your chains, you are utterly helpless? Mu Yun gazed at her with disdain, having initially thought her a formidable foe, only to discover she was nothing without her weapon. The white Wu Chang felt utterly humiliated. Her innate strength was not so feeble, but as a ghost, facing the soul-binding chains, an artifact designed to capture spirits, her only option was to surrender. Just as Mu Yun secured the tightly bound white Wu Chang, he suddenly looked up to see the black Wu Chang entering the scene, displaying a toothy grin. Ah, brother, you have arrived? What have you done to my sister Bai? The black Wu Chang's face was one of disbelief. Could this truly be happening? His sister Bai was bound by her own merit artifact. Was he dreaming? Brother, run. Quickly return to the underworld and inform Lord Judge. This fellow is not right, the white Wu Chang shouted urgently, yet could not articulate further. As to this day, she still had no inkling as to why her soul-binding chains had defected. Do not be in such a rush to leave. I have my eyes on that morning staff in your hand. Hand it over. Mu Yun's gaze was fixated on the mournful staff held by He Wu Chang. A fine treasure indeed. He contemplated taking it back to Ajin for disassembly, and then upgrading the magic blade of Thousand Edges. Acquiring a celestial artifact was imperative. After all, he currently lacked a suitable weapon. His Starry Divine Wood sword had barely seen used before it grew obsolete. That it was simply unacceptable to wield a fourth-tier weapon against celestial beings. It would be far more dignified to confront them bare dash-handed. I could see that moment. He Wu Chang's expression darkened further. It was not that he wished to flee, but escape was impossible, as the space had been sealed. Even the messages sent to summon help vanished without a trace. Not presume that this ghostly immortal fears you, he asserted, casting the mournful staff into the air while chanting incantations. Enlarge, swiftly, the staff transformed. Swelling to the size of a small mountain. It can grow larger. Is the material not netherstone and nether iron? Such costly resources. In the face of the descending colossal staff, Mu Yun propelled himself upward with explosive force, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The mournful staff was sent hurtling backward. Humph! You think merely enlarging it will suffice to crush me? Who are you trying to intimidate? That is forged from the unyielding mountain, capable of shattering worlds, while you wield mere nether iron for your staff? What a misguided endeavor! As a celestial-grade artifact craftsman, Mu Yun found this utterly unacceptable. Such items should be crafted from soul terror wood or abyssal gloom wood, not some inferior nether iron. At this juncture, He Wu Chang resigned himself to sit beside Bai Wu Chang, accepting his fate. Unlike others, he was acutely aware that the recent enlargement of the mournful staff, while appearing to be a physical assault, was, in truth, a direct attack on the soul. When the opponent charged forward with a fist, he had secretly relished the thought of dislodging their spirit. However, to his astonishment, there were no signs of the opponent's soul separating from their body. That would have required a violation of causal laws, yet they seemed immune to it. What could he do? They were simply a natural counter. Having bound the two specters with soul-reaping chains, Mu Yun retracted his divine abilities. The dawnlight began to break as Shao Qing and Asuna awoke from their slumber, and Su Xian had been revived. I have fulfilled my promise. Do not forget that you owe me a significant favor, he exclaimed to Asuna. Let us return home. I leave these two miscreants in your capable hands. With that, Mu Yun took Asuna by the hand and departed, leaving the two unfortunate specters behind. He and Bai Wuchang were left in a state of despair, lamenting their unexpected defeat. We merely came to capture a soul, and not even in earnest, just to follow the script. How do we end up being soundly beaten and losing our greatest asset, the treasure of virtue? This feels like a robbery, entirely different from the plan laid out by our superiors. Bai Sujin, equally perplexed, questioned, why do you leave these two with me? They have their own duties and responsibilities. I cannot deal with them. Chapter 75. The Demon King appears, Suzhou in peril in Suzhou City, at the Immortals' drunken pavilion. Mu Yun cast a discontented glance at the few individuals before him. Clad in black attire with a black top hat, and their counterparts in white, it was evident that the black and white specters had traded their underworld uniforms, and considering their long tongues, they were not unappealing. Pray tell, Sister Bai, what is the purpose of bringing these two to my establishment? Bai Sujin appeared slightly embarrassed. Brother Yun, I have no choice. These two are ghostly messengers, and my husband is merely an ordinary man. Prolonged exposure to their aura could make him ill. Then let them return to the underworld. Are they not concerned about being reprimanded by King Yin? We cannot return just yet. This realm is currently sealed off. Even we, the ghostly messengers, cannot leave, He Wuchang replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. Mu Yun regarded them with a peculiar expression. Have you offended someone? Knowing that this world is in turmoil, yet you were dispatched here to work. That seems rather perilous. You may not be aware, but we ghostly messengers were initially permitted to traverse this realm freely. Last night, however, the demonic army stirred, leading to the urgent sealing of the passage to the underworld. It is not only us. Other messengers on assignments are also stranded, Bai Wuchang explained cautiously. Then surely you cannot leave them here with me. This is not a shelter. We will not stay for free. We can pay handsomely. Begone. This is a tavern, not an inn. Mu Yun's words were abruptly halted as a bag of black coins, glimmering with golden light, appeared before him. This is our currency from the underworld, infused with the power of virtue. Consider it our lodging fee. Is it sufficient? Mu Yun discreetly accepted the pouch, his eyes gleaming like coins as a broad smile spread across his face. Welcome, one male guest and one female guest. These two were indeed prime prospects. After all, in the desolate underworld, what was most abundant was virtue. Although He and Bai Wuchang held a lower status compared to the 10 Yama Kings and judges, their position was still quite favorable, and they must have accumulated a considerable amount of virtue over the years. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such an opportunity. Let be known, this payment is solely for lodging. Drinks are additional, and Yun signaled to Asuna to bring forth the celestial wines, determined to extract every last bit from the black and white specters that I in the days that followed. Suzhou City was engulfed in tumult. As anticipated, Su Xian found himself imprisoned once more. However, this time, fortune did not favor him as before. The thunder was loud, but the storm was mild, and nothing of consequence occurred. This time, he faced the merciless Liang Lian, who resorted to brutal punishment, nearly costing Su Xian his life. Thankfully, the life-rejuvenating elixir had altered his constitution, enhancing his self-healing abilities. Otherwise, he would have truly perished. Thus, while Mu Yun did not directly intervene in this episode, he had nonetheless provided Su Xian with indirect assistance. Soon after, the troublemaking Shao Qing once again proved her mettle. She decisively took down Liang Lian, brazenly slaying the son of the Grand Preceptor right under the noses of the elite of the Demon Subjugation Department. Stirring a veritable hornet's nest, seated at the tavern window, Mu Yun, Asuna, He Wuchang, and Bai Wuchang absorbed the charged atmosphere, as foreboding as a storm brewing on the horizon. What now? Are you not going to lend a hand? Lin Fan inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Assist in what way? There is no virtue energy to be had, and it could easily offend the Buddhist sect or attract the attention of the demonic faction. It is far too dangerous, Mu Yun replied, shaking his head. Yet you claim not to assist, yet you slipped away last night. What was that about? Lin Fan teased, a knowing smirk on his face. Of course. I was delivering wine. Xiao Qing and Bai Suzhen ordered several types of celestial wine from me, and I was merely fulfilling the order. And you? Do not think I am unaware that you also went there shortly after I departed. Mu Yun remarked, his gaze playful. Just to cause a ruckus, of course. Offering door-to-door service, Lin Fan retorted, equally unapologetic. The two shared an unspoken understanding, reveling in the chaos unfolding around them, both secretly rooting for the spectacle. In a matter of days, two radiant pillars of light, one purple and one gold, descended from the heavens. Boom! A terrifying presence enveloped all of Suzhou City as they arrived in the inner courtyard of the Grand General's estate. A serene beauty was tending to the flowers when suddenly her body stiffened, and her exquisitely beautiful face contorted violently. The skin of her face detached, revealing an extraordinarily hideous bloodied visage. Crash! The teapot shattered. And the serving maid screamed. A monster! The esteemed Grand General's wife was, in fact, a demon, a blood demon known as Faceless. A formidable demon lord hailing from the demon realm, her power rivaling that of a golden immortal. In the demon subjugation department, the demon-slaying master Zhao Wuji remarked, "You truly are persistent. I never expected you to follow me here." With a casual wave of her hand, countless blood-red branches sprouted throughout the garden, impaling all the maids and servants, swiftly draining their blood until they became mere desiccated husks. In Suzhou City, within the demon subjugation department, a towering figure with a thick beard suddenly sprout in the current circumstances. Should war break out, the first unfortunate casualty would undoubtedly be Gusu City. Alas, two demon lords are involved, and it won't take long before the inhabitants of Gusu City are utterly annihilated. You overestimate my capabilities. After all, that level of combat prowess belongs to a golden immortal. What can a mere Karami, who has yet to even attain the celestial level, accomplish? Mu Yun shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. However, that may not be entirely true. You possess a remarkable artifact, though it seems you are unaware of its potential, remarked the smiling Shen Nong, and Mu Yun felt a tightening in his chest. Could he be referring to his own system? Had this old man uncovered something? With a swift motion, Shen Nong conjured a radiant golden ring in his hand. What is this? My ninth soul ring. The Golden Ring of Merit, Chapter 76. The Gourd of Merit, the Sword Dao World. This treasure can autonomously condense merit, akin to the 8 treasures merit pool that guides Taoists. The waters of this merit pool can purify impurities, clarify the mind, and reshape the physical body, while also giving rise to powerful treasures like the 7 treasures 1,000-leaf golden lotus. Your artifact possesses similar potential. However, as a treasure, it must have a form. Otherwise, it is merely a mass of energy. Please teach me, Grandfather Jiang. Mu Yun said respectfully. Very well. I shall assist you, lest you squander it through reckless experimentation. With a vigorous motion, Shen Nong transformed the Golden Ring of Merit into a resplendent gourd. The Gourd of Merit can convert any energy into golden liquid of merit, whose effects are akin to the waters of the 8 treasures merit pool. Additionally, if you possess any treasures, adding some golden liquid of merit will enhance their power. Once again, Shen Nong reached out, and a 9-colored ring appeared in his hand. Good heavens, my 8th soul ring, the world of all things sword. Mu Yun felt tears welling up every time he reached for something. It seemed to be laid bare before this man. This is the embryonic form of the Sword Dao world. With a little reinforcement from the golden liquid of merit, it will evolve into a genuine Sword Dao world. While the internal rules may lack sufficient power and require your refinement, the structural integrity of the world is more than adequate to resist the might of any mere demon lord. Oh, it appears you have even arranged for the great array of the celestial stars within. Although rudimentary, the idea is commendable. Let me enhance it for you. The laws of the sword, space, stars, thunder, wind, firewood, metal, darkness, power, and soul. Astonishingly, you have even grasped the laws of time, causality, and devouring. You have comprehended 4 out of the 10 supreme laws. It seems this old man will have to exert himself to reinforce them for you. Is that the true fire of the sun? Such a weak flame. Did you procure mere scraps? Mu Yun was utterly speechless, feeling as if all his secrets had been laid bare. Before long, the 8th and 9th soul techniques underwent a remarkable transformation in Shun Nong's hands. Meanwhile, above Gus's city, Blood Demon Wumian, Bull Demon, and Giant Scorpion Demon unleashed waves of demonic flames. A purple-robed Taoist, wielding a demon-slaying sword, exuded an overwhelming aura of extermination. A great monk, clad in a fiery red robe that shimmered with golden light, held a Zen staff in one hand and a purple-golden alms bowl in the other. Then there were the white snake and green snake, although they had not reverted to their original forms. They radiated an aura rivaling that of golden immortals. Shin Nong cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yun, suspecting that he was the instigator of this chaos. "Did you give them the demon god wine?" Mu Yun awkwardly smiled. "What could I do? They offered a handsome price for it. I couldn't possibly turn down such business. Moreover, the vendor had provided a great Demon King experience card, which would allow Bai Sujin to attain the level of a golden immortal for a limited time. You two youngsters have limited strength but impressive tactics. It's your turn to step up. Saving an entire city will yield considerable merit." Shin Nong gently patted Mu Yun's shoulder, and in the next moment, Mu Yun found himself hovering above Gus's city, positioned at the center of the 3 factions. Good heavens, this is terrifying. This old man is truly unreliable. Ahem, esteemed guests, might we consider relocating our battle? After all, heaven has a benevolent nature. It would spare the innocent from suffering. Mu Yun cleared his throat and spoke. "The young benefactor speaks wisely that I, Fa High of Jinshan Temple, concur. This is Zhao Wujing of the Demon Suppression Office." "I agree." Naturally, both Xiao Qing and Bai Sujin were in accord as well. The Blood Demon Wumian expressed indifference, while Bull Demon glared with fury. "What nonsense! You, a mere brat, have no authority here. What is a little food worth? If they perish, so be it. Die." With a single axe stroke, a terrifying arc cleaved through the air, creating a massive spatial rift from which demonic energy surged forth. This realm is merely a mundane world, incapable of withstanding the assault of a golden immortal. Ian narrowed his eyes, his anger surging. All that merit energy of his was down there. If it perished, it would be catastrophic. Severing one's path to wealth is akin to murdering their parents. This old bull has chosen a path to his doom. World of all things sword, arise. Boom! The stars shifted, and the onlookers blinked, finding themselves in a starry realm. This world is remarkably sturdy. The Blood Demon Wumian extended a finger, conjuring a blood-red branch that sliced through the void. Yet the spatial barrier showed no signs of yielding. Bull Demon's expression darkened. "You little brat, how dare you deceive us?" The inability to tear apart the space indicated that they were now trapped in a spatial cage. Unless the master of this realm willingly opened it, they would be unable to escape. Furthermore, this place lacked any demonic energy, which was a disadvantage for their kind. "I've ensnared you. What will you do about it?" Mu Yun taunted gleefully. "Roar! Die!" Bull Demon charged forward with terrifying ferocity. Mu Yun glanced at the enraged Bull Demon, and a portal of light suddenly materialized before him, causing Bull Demon to charge headlong into it. Caught completely off guard. "All right, esteemed guests. I shall take care of this bull, while the rest is up to you." With that, Mu Yun stepped through the portal, which then vanished. What a peculiar little fellow. I had suspected he was shrouded in mystery, but I never imagined he could engage in such high-stakes combat and even take the lead. Bai Sujin turned to Fa High and Zhao Wujing. "Let us first eliminate the demon clan, and then address our own conflicts." The two exchanged glances and nodded. "Agreed." Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Grand Luo spell. A brilliant golden light enveloped Fa High, transforming him into a veritable Buddha, as he too possessed a secret method to temporarily attain the golden immortal realm. "Endless heaven and earth, I beseech the demon-slaying celestial to manifest." Zhao Wujing summoned the form of the celestial behind him, reaching golden immortal strength as well. The two unleashed their full power, charging toward Blood Demon Wumian in unison. Targeting the strongest foe first, Xiao Qing and Bai Sujin rushed toward the giant scorpion. Once a demon king, it had fallen to the peak of demon generals due to injury and subsequent demonic corruption, making it no ordinary foe with strength comparable to that of a demon lord at the golden immortal level. As the two sides engaged, Bull Demon panted heavily, his eyes growing increasingly red, glaring at Mu Yun with unrestrained fury. As he gathered a terrifying aura, seemingly preparing a devastating attack, as someone who navigates the path of survival, Mu Yun dared not approach Bull Demon in this state. He slowly drew his magic blade. Thousand Blades, now upgraded to a celestial artifact. Let us test this move. The laws of power, the laws of the sword, unite as one. Chapter 77. Star Sandstorm. Annihilating Soul Blade. Demon S arrival. Bull Demon S face illuminated with demonic patterns, and the surrounding demonic energy surged violently as he charged, shattering the sword light with brute force. Boom! Bull Demon stomped through the void, black demonic patterns rapidly expanding beneath his feet, and with a mighty punch, the demonic energy coalesced into a colossal demonic bull, striking Mu Yun with lightning speed, obliterating even his weapon into dust. You pathetic wretch, that mere celestial artifact cannot even breach this king's demonic defenses. Casting a glance at the brazen Bull Demon, Mu Yun remained calm, beckoning with his finger as countless shards of blade floated into the air. Magic Blade, Thousand Blades, turned to dust. The shard transformed into boundless star sand. The upgraded version of the Magic Blade, Thousand Blades, shattered even more thoroughly, no longer merely thousands of fragments, but instead becoming trillions of cosmic star sands. Star Sandstorm, cut through with a whirlwind. A massive wind vortex, gleaming with dazzling starlight, engulfed Bull Demon. Infused with the laws of metal, wind, stars, and space, let us see if your demonic body can withstand it. During this period, Mu Yun was not merely an onlooker, indulging in idle gossip. He had also developed numerous practical applications infused with the essence of the laws, even earning the recognition of the Earth Sovereign. It was precisely because the Earth Sovereign was aware of Mu Yun's combat prowess that he permitted Mu Yun to intervene in this battle. Otherwise, a little rascal lacking even the celestial level could be easily obliterated by a mere glance from the Demon King. Cursed human race, you shall not escape my wrath. The Bull Demon, caught in the tempest, emitted not only anguished cries, but also fierce roars of anger, and Yin activated the breaking illusion spirit eye, and the scene within the whirlwind caused his heart to sink. He beheld the Bull Demon being sliced apart by the Stardust Storm. Its demonic defenses shattered, flesh stripped away until only a skeletal frame remained, yet upon the skeleton were inscribed dark demonic runes, impervious to the storm's onslaught. Moreover, as time passed, and the Stardust Storm gradually waned, the Bull Demon's skeletal remains astonishingly began to regenerate flesh. Immortal bones, coupled with a formidable self-healing ability. Was this the essence of a demon? With a flick of his hand, Mu Yun summoned the endless stardust back, reverting it to the form of the thousand-blade demon sword. This moment, the Bull Demon was visibly restoring itself at an alarming rate, as if its previous obliteration of flesh were but an illusion. A smile played upon Mu Yun's lips. He could deceive others, but not himself. Despite the Bull Demon's seemingly intact exterior, its inner demonic energy had been nearly exhausted, were it not for the fact that it was in this realm. Devoid of infinite demonic energy to replenish itself, it would indeed recover swiftly. Human brat, I am a descendant of the Bull Demon King of the Thunderclap Mountain. I advise you to tread carefully. My lord commands numerous demon kings, formidable enough to challenge even the celestial court. The Bull Demon, aware of its precarious state, bellowed with the fa of bravado. Do not frighten me. I am of timid nature and generally avoid trouble. However, once provoked, I fear nothing, but if I must confront an issue, I shall do so to the fullest. The Bull Demon King of Thunderclap Mountain, such a troublesome adversary, is merely a thorn in my side. You have already sealed your fate. Mu Yun's eyes narrowed, and he transformed into a celestial sword, reaching towards the heavens and firmly rooted to the earth, capable of cleaving stars, extinguishing suns and moons, and slaying gods and demons alike. No, please, you cannot kill me. My lord will avenge me. The Bull Demon, sensing impending doom, struggled desperately. Yet as Mu Yun swung his sword, terror crystallized upon the Bull Demon's visage, rendering it motionless, Sword 23. Annihilation of the soul. No matter how resilient the corporeal form, this strike was destined to obliterate the very essence of the soul. After unleashing the strike, Mu Yun's face turned pale, as if all his strength had been drained. This sword, modeled after Sword 23, incorporated the laws of time, space, causality, thunder, and the soul, provided there were no treasures safeguarding the soul and the disparity in soul levels was not excessively vast. This strike would assuredly be fatal. The old bull's physique was rather commendable. Its immortal bones could be preserved for crafting a corpse puppet, enhanced further with a bit of merit liquid, undoubtedly rendering it even more formidable. My endless labyrinth requires a strong guardian as well. Just as Mu Yun was delightfully storing the bull demon's intact corpse, he suddenly gazed skyward, astonished. How dare you slay a kin of the bull demon king? Regardless of your origins, you shall face my wrath. A colossal hoof, akin to a divine mountain, descended from an unknown realm, crashing down with a thunderous force that defied spatial barriers. Goodness, is the bull demon king truly this formidable? Mu Yun dared not underestimate the situation, promptly retracting the expansive sword realm and consolidating his power into the thousand-blade demon sword, focusing all his energy into a singular point, all-encompassing sword realm. Sword of heaven and earth. A dazzling beam of sword light surged skyward, forcefully meeting the descending giant hoof at that moment. Bai Sujin, Shaoqing, Fahai, Zhao Wuji, and the faceless blood demon had already ceased hostilities. Gazing upward with overwhelming astonishment, the demon scorpion had been vanquished by Sujin and Shaoqing, while the faceless blood demon was severely wounded, barely clinging to life due to its tenacity. Yet its end was imminent. Ba, what is this? A strike of Douluo golden immortal caliber. What transpired to invoke such a formidable entity? Fahai's previously stoic demeanor faltered, his incantation stumbling. Is this the bull demon king of Thunderclap Mountain? Bai Sujin, being of the demon race, had heard the illustrious name of the bull demon king, albeit their origins were vastly disparate. Bai Sujin was merely a white serpent who had cultivated for a mere 1,700 years. Had it not been for serendipitous encounter with Guanyin, she would have remained a trivial demon. In stark contrast, the bull demon king's pedigree was encapsulated in 4 words: the mount of a saint. Instantly elevating its status, this strike could obliterate not just Gusu's city, but the entirety of the Song dynasty. Zhao Wuji trembled. Good grief, you lot. Stop lamenting and lend a hand. I cannot withstand this, Mu Yun exclaimed in exasperation, incredulous that, even in this life and death moment, they were still engaged in idle chatter. Ba, great mighty heavenly dragon, great Luo incantation. Fahai summoned the purple gold bowl, the Qinglong Zen staff, and the unforeseen Buddha beads. Zhao Wuji brandished the demon-dispelling sword. Bai Sujin drew forth the Xionghuang sword, and Shaoqing summoned the Qinghong sword. Meanwhile, the faceless blood demon seized the opportunity to flee, as no one had the capacity to pursue her in this critical juncture. Almost there, the expressions of the 5 darkened, having exhausted their trump cards, and could only hope to slow the descent of the immense hoof. The annihilation of the Song dynasty was merely a matter of time. At that moment, a graceful figure soared into the sky, hurling a great cauldron. Chapter 78. A parting gift, 1 year later. Asuna, thank you. Otherwise, if the people of Gusu's city perish, the merit would vanish, and my efforts would be in vain. Mu Yun grinned as he weakly collapsed into Asuna's embrace. Not for any ulterior motive, but truly exhausted. And no matter how formidable one's divine powers, they must be supported by cultivation. The all-encompassing sword realm was a grand technique, and the full-force strike of the sword of heaven and earth had utterly drained Mu Yun. Upon returning to the immortal's drunken pavilion, Shinnong glanced at the unconscious Mu Yun, shaking his head. I wondered why you didn't evade such an attack. So it was a matter of wealth over life. Even if you had dodged, could I, as an elder, stand by and watch the suffering of the innocents without intervening? At that moment, Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. I cannot evade. If I did, the overwhelming merit energy would no longer be mine, and don't think I'm unaware that your divine body possesses only a limited amount of energy. Unable to withstand prolonged consumption, that if you were to block that strike, you would essentially cease to exist. Mu Yun had long been cognizant that, over the past few months, Shinnong had been mentoring Asuna in alchemy, upgrading the 100 Herbs Ring, assisting him in refining the Merit Gourd, and perfecting the all-encompassing Sword Realm, all of which consumed vast amounts of magical energy, since Shinnong's divine body was akin to a rootless weed. The expended magical energy could not be replenished. Thus, it was prudent to avoid forcing him into action. You little rascal, so young yet so burdened with worry, you should simply sleep soundly. Shinnong, exasperated, tapped Mu Yun's forehead, and Mu Yun's eyes fluttered shut as he drifted into slumber. Shinnong's form grew increasingly ethereal, prompting Asuna to quickly support him. Master, what is happening? Shinnong waved his hand. It is nothing. All gatherings must eventually disperse. My divine body was never meant to endure long. Being able to receive such a fine disciple as you is already sufficient. I shall leave a few parting gifts for this little one. Shinnong's body became increasingly translucent, and soon the little one would likely sleep for an extended period. Do not disturb him. This is his opportunity, and how much he can receive will depend on his own capabilities. Asuna's eyes brimmed with tears as she watched Shinnong's divine form dissolve into specks of golden light, vanishing from sight. Time turned, and the sun and moon traversed the sky. When Mu Yun awoke, a year had already passed. After a moment of dazed reflection, he comprehended the situation. Alas, this old man truly has left a significant debt of gratitude. Before the departure of Shinnong, he left behind a singular insight into the laws of the universe. This revelation from a quasi-saintly being profoundly elevated Mu Yun's perspective by several tiers. In retrospect, the principles he had previously grasped seemed trivial, mere superficialities. Although they were all termed laws, the essence of each realm's laws differed significantly. His prior ability to conquer challenges beyond his level stemmed from the restrictions imposed by the world's natural laws, which only allowed the power of laws to reach the level of a human immortal. The celestial and golden immortals in this realm could hardly unleash their true might. Having now received the gift of quasi-saint level laws, Mu Yun's comprehension had ascended to the level of a great Luo golden immortal. This indicated that despite only being at the peak of the 9th tier, the path ahead towards becoming a great Luo golden immortal lay clear, devoid of any bottlenecks. Thus, it was said that the debt of gratitude owed to this individual was immense. Mu, you have finally awakened, Asuna exclaimed, bursting through the door to find Mu Yun sitting up. Over the past year, Asuna had made significant strides, not only elevating her cultivation to the celestial realm, but also achieving remarkable progress in alchemy. Now capable of concocting earth-tier elixirs, the quality of elixirs is classified into heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow tiers, with the saintly tier being the realm of quasi-saints and saints. Earth-tier elixirs are already quite formidable, typically requiring a golden immortal for successful concoction. Celestial realm? Wasn't it said that one could not break through to immortality without facing peril? Mu Yun questioned, momentarily taken aback. Oh, the great calamity has passed. Or rather, the demonic tribulation has left this world. Rumored to have shifted to the spirit mountain and heavenly court, it is said to have been quite brutal. Even the Tathagata Buddha was forced to reincarnate. And the Jade Emperor's Lingxiao Palace was overturned. Asuna gossiped, revealing that she had become quite well informed over the past year. Who could be so formidable? The shocking news startled Mu Yun. The Tathagata Buddha, the strongest being beneath the saints, had been vanquished. How powerful must the adversary be? Is someone named Wu Qian, who nearly annihilated the Buddha of Spirit Mountain as for the heavenly court. It was toppled by several great sages led by the great sage equaling heaven, Niao Mo Wang. Asuna looked at Mu Yun with a hint of trepidation. Mu Yun was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Niao Mo Wang's might to be so overwhelming. What Sun Wukong had failed to achieve back in the day, he had accomplished. Yet, he wondered if the heavenly court was merely acting. What of Bai Sujin? Just as you had foreseen, Su Xian was imprisoned by Fa Hai at Jinshan Temple. Bai Sujin and Shao Qing attempted a rescue. But Bai Sujin gave birth at West Lake. Her powers diminished, leading to a loss of control over her divine abilities. flooding Jinshan Temple. I intervened at a crucial moment, saving countless lives along the West Lake and earning a significant amount of merit. Regrettably, the monks at Jinshan Temple could not be saved in time. Baisuzhen is now suppressed under the Leifeng pagoda, while Su Xian spends his days in the dim light of Jinshan Temple. Beating the wooden fish, their son, Su Shilin, is being raised by Li Gongfu and Su Jiarong that I visited and even held him. He is a person of great merit and fortune. Asuna recounted the events of the past year. It seems we are returning to the plot. Asuna, prepare yourself. I shall face a tribulation first, then we will return home. Yiyun stretched his stiff body, reflecting on how Asuna had reached the celestial realm while he remained mired in the 9th tier of mortals. Quite the embarrassing predicament. Shall we not continue harvesting merit energy here? Su Shilin still has to take the imperial examination and rescue his mother from Leifeng Pagoda, right? Surely, we will accumulate considerable merit then, Asuna queried, puzzled. That is far too slow. Su Shilin's examination will not occur for another 18 years, and I cannot afford to wait. Additionally, with the unpredictable factor of Neo Mo Wang, who knows if he will come seeking trouble. This individual can overturn the heavenly court. We would stand no chance against him. For safety's sake, it is best to retreat, Mu Yun stated solemnly, unwilling to risk his life carelessly. Moreover, the merit energy I've already garnered is substantial. Save a life is to surpass the construction of a 7-tier pagoda. I have saved over 100,000 lives, and the golden liquid in my merit gourd is plentiful. Chapter 79, A Glamorous Transformation. Returning home. Mu Yun. Age, 10, cultivation, true immortal, life tier, true immortal. Soul, Tai tier, martial soul. Orange cat, great sage, Tai tier. Physique, myriad manifestations, immortal body, breaking illusions, golden eye, comprehension. Heavenly level, fortune, heavenly level, law enlightenment. Great Luo, golden immortal level. After transcending the tribulation to become an immortal. The affluent Mu Yun lavishly invested massive merit energy, facilitating a magnificent transformation for both himself and the system as soon as ascension to the celestial realm was achieved in a similar manner, as an influx of merit energy made breakthroughs inevitable, allowing her to leap directly from human to celestial levels. Not to mention Mu Yun's case that, in just 1 year's time, the system's marketplace had amassed thousands of participants, where there are many strength flourishes, and the accumulated merit energy reached millions. Coupled with the merit earned from saving countless lives, Mu Yun found himself with nearly 10 million merit energy, allowing him to indulge extravagantly, not only elevating the system to the celestial level, but also experiencing a monumental leap in his own attributes. It is indeed a testament to the great calamity of heaven and earth. Though fraught with peril, the merit gained was indeed abundant. Such is the adage that fortune favors the bold. Mu Yun could not help but reflect deeply. Were others to learn of his extravagant use of merit, both the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata Buddha might come seeking retribution, recalling the grand spectacle of the journey to the west, where the celestial beings and the Buddhas of Spirit Mountain staged a performance. The Jade Emperor even went so far as to crawl beneath tables to facilitate the Monkey King's involvement, orchestrating the trials of 81 tribulations, with the Tathagata Buddha's own uncle, the golden-winged Great Peng, descending to play a supporting role, all in pursuit of a share of the merit. Manager Lin, I am returning. What of you? Had it not been for Asuna's reminder, Mu Yun would have completely forgotten about Lin Fan, the manager of the All Heavens Jar shop, whose presence was barely felt. I think I shall wait a bit longer. You have amassed merit energy in abundance, and naturally, I cannot compare to the rewards from the completion of the White Snake narrative that a full stomach knows not the hunger of an empty one. I have only gathered a meager portion and do not wish to miss this final opportunity, Lin Fan replied with a hint of annoyance. Everyone agreed to remain low-key and evade the calamity together. Yet you suddenly dashed out to save the day, harvesting all the merit. What a breach of unwritten rules. Mu Yun was not surprised by Lin Fan's decision. The All Heavens Jar shop strategy for obtaining merit energy was to cast a wide net and let it flow gradually. Over the past year, the shop had intertwined with numerous significant figures in this realm, merely awaiting Su Shilin's success in the imperial examination to reap the rewards of merit, a guaranteed win. As for safety concerns, Lin Fan was even more cautious than Mu Yun. After witnessing the destructive power of Neo Mo Wang firsthand, he had taken measures to upgrade the system, transforming the All Heavens Jar Shop into a celestial entity. As long as quasi-saints did not intervene, he would remain safe within the shop. Very well, I shall return first. After all, you possess the reincarnation token and can return at any time, to be quick about it. Your presence here makes me uneasy. You never follow the script. Heaven knows what trouble you might stir up, jeopardizing the merit energy I have painstakingly accumulated. Lin Fan waved his hand, his expression a mix of joy and urgency. Oh, by the way, perhaps due to the great calamity or the higher tier of this world compared to Douluo, I have noticed that the flow of time here is not 100-fold like Douluo. Lin Fan remarked, his expression darkening. When Mu Yun had invited him to the reincarnation trial, he had not mentioned such details. Was there no integrity in his words? I must admit that I have not fully grasped the rules of the reincarnation trial. My apologies, Mu Yun grinned, offering a disingenuous apology. Lin Fan found himself without recourse. Given the circumstances, he could not abandon the merit that was within reach. Fortunately, he had left the clone in Douluo, or chaos would have surely ensued. As compensation, Mu Yun generously constructed a void gate within the All Heavens Jar Shop to facilitate Lin Fan's travel between Douluo and this world that, of course, Mu Yun, as the contractor, would not undertake such a task without personal benefit. Upon returning to the Douluo world, Mu Yun immediately sensed a repelling force. The current Douluo world could no longer accommodate him, nor Asuna. All right, I am merely stopping by to rest. Do not provoke me, or I may just obliterate you, he warned. Mu Yun rolled his eyes towards the heavens in a gesture of defiance, and instantly, the very essence of this realm's heavenly law seemed to cower. For he understood the principle of mutual benefit. The landscape of Dou continent had undergone a tumultuous transformation. The alliance of foreign beings, following the departure of numerous formidable entities, had adopted a notably low profile, no longer brazenly proclaiming threats of annihilation. Instead, they focused on the quiet development of their enterprises, content to engage in commerce and open jars, and no one dared to provoke them, for who could predict when those powerful beings might return? The Demon Nation Federation had retreated deep into the Dou Forest, for Soto City ultimately belonged to humanity. Without Rimuru's leadership, their spirit beasts lacked the courage to remain there. The main force of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had been dispatched to the mortal realm for cultivation, leaving merely a base here, which too remained untroubled. Currently, the most unstable element in Dou continent was the discord between the Spirit Hall and Tang San. The Spirit Hall had grown immensely powerful, with Qianren Xue now a fifth-tier powerhouse, commanding a substantial number of fifth-tier experts. Yet perhaps due to the protagonist's halo, Tang San had inexplicably attained sixth-tier strength and evolved the soul-guided devices, leading a formidable team to stand in opposition to the Spirit Hall, resulting in fierce clashes. And Yu Yun's divine consciousness was now capable of effortlessly enveloping the entirety of the Douluo world, and he suddenly let out a sigh. Alas, this departure leaves me uncertain of when I shall return. Some matters must eventually be resolved. And Yu Yun's form flickered and vanished from sight, only to reappear in a dilapidated courtyard. Mother, I have returned. Before him stood a woman clad in simple cloth, laboriously washing clothes in a large wooden basin, who suddenly stiffened and turned around with overwhelming excitement. Yunner, is that you? You finally returned to see us. Observing his mother's reddened hands, Mu Yun felt a pang of sorrow. Mother, you were once a soul Dou. How did it come to this? What is father up to? How could he allow you to wash clothes in such frigid weather? His mother's expression turned bitter. The world has changed. Once a soul Douluo, he was a figure of strength, but now he is nothing. Not blame your father. He is no longer the head of the family. Those elders gained formidable power through the jars and have all become third-tier experts. Your father has been deposed. Why do they not go open jars? Why not follow in your father's footsteps? Mu Yun inquired, puzzled. It is all your father's doing. He carelessly let the financial power slip away. Those elders secretly misappropriated the funds to open jars, converting wealth into strength. And by the time he realized, it was too late, his mother retorted, her anger palpable. Mu Qingmei, his mother's given name, had once possessed a fiery temperament in her youth. But fate led her to fall for the indecisive Zhu Yilong, Mu Yun's father, and thus her edges had softened. What of my second sister? What is she doing? It's merely a few third-tier Karami. Isn't it? Zhu Zhuqing has surpassed third tier a year ago and even returned to see you. Did she accomplish nothing? One cannot blame Qingqing. Your father, concerned with appearances, did not convey the true situation to her. At that time, the elders had not yet become so overreaching. After Qingqing departed, the elders revealed their true nature. Mu Qingmei explained helplessly, desiring face while suffering in silence. Indecisiveness leads to calamity. How could he let the family head be reduced to this state? Where has he gone now? Mu Yun asked through gritted teeth. Alas, where else could he be? Drowning his sorrows in drink, as he has always done. Every time something displeases him, he seeks solace in alcohol. His mother sighed that you're here washing clothes in this bitter cold, while he is off drinking? He truly is something else. Mu Yun seethed, quickly pinpointing his father's location with a flick of his wrist. Zhu Yilong vanished from sight, unnoticed by those around. And my eldest sister? Surely she is not still entangled with that fool Davis. Mu Yun frowned and no, Davis has fallen from grace, and the engagement has naturally been annulled. Currently, the Star Luo royal family is under the control of Dai Mubai. Zhu Yun left with Qingqing a year ago, and no one knows their whereabouts now. Mu Qingmei's eyes glimmered with concern. Fear not, they shall be fine. I have a notion of where they have gone. Mu Yun reassured his mother, casting an irritated glance at his father, who had seemingly collapsed into a drunken stupor. He snapped his fingers. Awaken! Zhu Yilong jolted awake, shivering as clarity returned to him. Ah, a rare guest. Is it not a Yun, deigning to return? He feigned, even adopting the airs of a family head. Continue your charade. You have only ever pretended to be the family head before me and my sisters, and no one else has ever truly acknowledged your position. You were but a puppet. Now, you aren't even a puppet head anymore. What are you pretending for? Mu Yun retorted, exasperation clear in his tone. Confronted with the truth, Zhu Yilong plopped down onto the ground, a pitiful expression on his face that tugged at Mu Qingmei's heartstrings. My illustrious mother, this is merely his usual ploy, is it not? He often feigns distress to elicit your sympathy. You have fallen for a time, and again, Mu Yun expressed his disbelief. Every time his mother grew angry, Zhu Yilong would adopt that same woeful visage, instantly diffusing her ire, a tactic that never failed. Come with me. There is no need to linger in this wretched place. Stay with me, where there is ample space. There is nothing left to pack. We shall leave directly. Without waiting for Zhu Yilong's consent, Mu Yun waved his hand, and both he and Mu Qingmei vanished in an instant. He knew his father's character well. Indecision rivaled that of Tang Song, and it was far less troublesome to make decisions on his behalf. Once he had sent his parents away, Mu Yun's expression grew increasingly grim. These scoundrels, I have yet to settle old scores with them. And now they have added new debts. Very well, let us resolve them all at once. Mu Yun raised his hand, and chains of causality shot forth. Causality chains, bind them. In an instant, the elders of the Zhu family felt a constriction in their bodies. No matter where they were, even at the ends of the earth, they could not escape the binding of the causality chains. The it was as if invisible chains ensnared them, dragging them into the void, where they all materialized before Mu Yun, kneeling in submission. What is happening? What has transpired? Where is this? I was just in the Star Luo royal family, drafting the new succession protocols. How did I suddenly find myself here? I was en route to the Spirit Hall, having just glimpsed the Spirit City. How did I return to this place? Who are you? Did you orchestrate this? Finally, an elderly man with a white beard. The Grand Elder caught sight of Mu Yun, who was watching the scene unfold with amusement, and rushed forth with indignation. Ah, Grand Elder, how forgetful you are! It has only been a few years, and you no longer remember me. You were quite keen on my expulsion from the family and seizing all my assets. Yet, alas, my methods of hiding wealth were quite adept, and you found nothing. Afterward, you even sent many to capture me. But I had anticipated your moves, leading to your failures. You remember now. Mu Yun flicked his finger, sending the Grand Elder crashing against the wall like a beast, bones surely breaking under the force. Zhu Mu? Yun, It is you. The Grand Elder gasped, blood spilling from his lips as he spoke each syllable with painstaking clarity. Incorrect. I am now Mu Yun, and I have severed all ties with your Zhu family. Mu Yun replied coldly that if you have severed ties, why have you returned? What else could I do but settle scores? The first debt. Bullying the weak and disrespecting the elder, expelling me from the family in a bid to seize my modest wealth. The second debt, disregarding blood ties and ruthlessly attempting to take my life. The third debt, misappropriating public funds for personal gain. The fourth debt, usurping the head of the family. The fifth debt, oppressing my parents. In summary, 5 debts combined, I sentence you all. Mu Yun's gaze hardened, a faint yet palpable aura of killing intent emanating from him. Why waste words on a mere child? Kill him, all of you, with the Grand Elder's command. Over a dozen individuals surged towards Mu Yun. It seems there are even 2 possessing the powers of the devil fruit. How fortunate to find such items in the myriad jars. No wonder you dare to revolt. But mere third-tier wretches. Thin Mu Yun swung his hand, and everyone was sent flying, plastered against the wall like a mural. With only 2 individuals remaining beneath his feet, he chuckled, "Ah, the elemental wind fruit and the superhuman pen fruit. Such treasures, they are now mine." Chapter 81. 6 years. Danger approaches all right. Enough of the spectacle that I am indeed a magnanimous sage, and sparing those old fools was merely a simple matter of tidying up. Grievances have been settled. Under the gaze of Zhu Yilong's sorrowful eyes, Mu Yun reluctantly responded, "Such a powerful weapon. No wonder his mother couldn't endure it. Even I, a formidable master, find it unbearable." Zhu Yilong sighed in relief. Though these ingrates do not deserve death, they certainly need a proper reckoning for daring to bully me. The head of the family, my son, has done well. Mu Qingmei wore a strange expression, thinking to herself, who knows my son better than his mother? The words magnanimous and generous have little to do with him. An eye for an eye would be more fitting. What, do you intend to return and serve those ungrateful wretches? Mu Yun raised his eyebrows. That it is said that one learns from their misfortunes. If this unreliable father does not accept the lesson, he shall not blame me for my wrath. Moreover, the Zhu family had already hit rock bottom. Though they were not dead, they were worse off than dead. Their meridians shattered, their bodies paralyzed, yet unable to die. Such a fate. Mu Yun extracted a bit of demon blood from the corpse of the bull demon and injected it into their hearts. With that, even if they wished to die, it would be impossible. What are your plans now? Will you stay here, or shall I escort you to find your elder sister? Mu Yun yawned as he asked. I want to find Qingqing. Yu Qingmei decisively declared, not wishing to see the faces of those from the Zhu family any longer. And you? The mother and son turned their imposing gazes toward Zhu Yilong simultaneously. Very well, I shall go as well. Zhu Yilong replied meekly, feeling that should he express any dissent, the 2 might pounce on him in fury. Mu Yun was already prepared, regardless of Zhu Yilong's agreement. He would ensure his passage. After all, this individual was too soft-hearted. Upon witnessing the deplorable state of those people, he might come running back to bother him in the mortal realm of immortal cultivation. Huangfeng Valley. Father, mother, what brings you here? And little brother, long time no see. What have you been so busy with? I've visited the mountain villas several times, but you were never there. Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a chatty little wildcat, chattering away incessantly. And Asuna, you were absent as well. Were you off on a date with that scoundrel brother? He is only 10 years old. That is unacceptable. Mu Yun's expression darkened at such brazen words. What nonsense are you spouting? Unacceptable. What do you mean by that? Speak clearly if you dare. It's been a year, and your strength has only reached the 7th tier. Have you been slacking off? Mu Yun huffed in annoyance. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's parents were taken aback. 7th tier? Even the 3rd tier elders could bully us to death, yet our daughter is a 7th tier powerhouse. What have we been enduring all this time? Such a significant advantage wasted. How unfair. Do not blame me. The 9th layer of the Demon Tower's 10th floor cannot be accessed with spirit stones alone. It requires merit energy that I only have spirit stones. Not merit energy, which is why I've been stuck at the 7th tier for half a year without any signs of breakthrough. Zhu Zhuqing replied pitifully. Mu Yun understood her words to be true. This was, in fact, the lower realm of the immortal cultivation world. The strongest beings here were merely fifth-tier transformation gods, and they were too afraid to act for fear of being struck by lightning. Reaching the seventh tier was already beyond expectations, and aspiring to comprehend the principles to ascend to the eighth tier was utterly impossible. After contemplating, Mu Yun realized that acquiring merit energy here was not too difficult. Calculating the time, the imminent outbreak of the righteous and demonic wars was approaching. When the demonic sect invaded, their methods were notoriously brutal, often resulting in the blood sacrifice of countless innocents if one were to prepare in advance and save them. Would not the merit energy come pouring in? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why, dear brother, how do we prepare in advance? Please elaborate. Do your own research. Can't you gather intelligence? If you cannot, seek out your good friend Ning Rongrong. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect surely has dedicated individuals for intelligence gathering. Given the demonic sect's methods, tracking their movements would be straightforward. I really need to teach you the rest. Mu Yun replied, sounding rather exasperated. All right, I shall go find Rongrong. Mu Yun grabbed Zhu Zhuqing, saying, no rush. Let us finish this meal first. The next day at dawn, Mu Yun and Asuna had already departed. It was inevitable. Their levels of existence were simply too high for this realm. While the seventh tier was still within the bounds of endurance, they could at least be struck by lightning or expelled. However, beings like Mu Yun and Asuna were beyond any means of handling. The previous White Serpent realm was far superior to this world. Even a strike from the Bull Demon from an unfathomable distance nearly obliterated them. Letting Mu Yun and Asuna stay here for another day would be pushing it to the extreme. Of course, before leaving, Mu Yun provided enhancements to his parents and Zhu Zhuqing, leaving behind protective measures before he finally felt at ease to depart. Zhu Yilong was a kind-hearted individual, while Mu Yun was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. The two were equally matched. Next, Mu Yun stayed at the System Square Market, though now it could hardly be called market. Expanding outward from the market, it had morphed into a grand metropolis. Beyond the city lay unknown territories, shrouded in black mist, which even Mu Yun dared not delve into, sensing a great terror lurking within. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. Now, the System Square Market boasted a permanent population exceeding 1 million, officially becoming a city named Cloud City. With Mu Yun as its Lord. One day, Xiaojia suddenly burst into the Lord's residence, startling the leisurely Mu Yun. After all, he had taken advantage of acquiring a laziness merit system and a dream everything system. With these two systems, one required no effort at all. Merit would flow in abundantly. Over the past 6 years, the merit liquid in the merit gourd had become a lake, yielding several merit treasures. The other system provided everything in dreams. Whatever was consumed, done, or experienced in dreams, though all fictitious, resulted in real skills learned and principles comprehended, persisting even after waking. Thus, despite Mu Yun's apparent idleness for 6 years, his strength had not stagnated. Mu Yun age, 16 cultivation. Great Luo Golden Immortal Life Level. Great Luo Golden Immortal Soul. Sacred Level Martial Soul. Devouring Cat. Sacred Level, Physique. All-encompassing Divine Demon Body. Void-breaking Golden Eyes Comprehension. Against the Heavens Fortune. Against the Heavens Principle Comprehension. Perfected Principles of Quasi-Saint Level System. Sacred Level in a state of panic. Jie exclaimed, "It's bad. The black mist outside the city has receded, and a terrifying creature has appeared. You must take a look. I fear the city walls created by the system cannot withstand its onslaught." Chapter 82. Battlefield of all races. Summoning it resembled a pig. Towering 100 meters tall, clad in starry armor, with feet ablaze, and its fangs exuding an immensely powerful principle of destruction, no wonder you claimed our city walls could not withstand its attack. Mu Yun's expression turned grave as he stepped away from the city walls, his form flickering before the massive pig, coldly inquiring, "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" Upon hearing Mu Yun's question, the pig's expression suddenly morphed into one of complexity, releasing a thunderous roar. Though it was not spoken in human language, for some reason, Mu Yun could comprehend it. "Kid, you dare ask what I am doing here? Do you not know where this is?" Just as Mu Yun was left perplexed, the system's notification chimed in belatedly. "Ding! Due to the system leveling up to sacred level, the battlefield of all races has been activated. The opponent is the God of Destruction, master of the principle of destruction. Defeating him grants access to the principle of destruction. Failure results in the city's annihilation and the end of all things. What the hell? Is there such a severe consequence for the system leveling up to sacred level? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known, I would never have impulsively upgraded you. Mu Yun felt like crying without tears. This God of Destruction looked formidable indeed. Could we perhaps negotiate? We are all civilized beings. Fighting and killing are so distasteful. Why not retreat and coexist peacefully? Roar! At that moment, a black sphere of light appeared at the tip of the God of Destruction's fangs. Though small, it was entwined with black lightning. The lightning of destruction. Boom! The black sphere shot forth. While its speed was not particularly fast, everything it passed absorbed energy as if it were a black hole, growing ever more powerful. Behind it lay the city. Should it evade, and this thing collide with the city, it would likely consume everything, leaving not even a trace behind. Despicable. Not noble in the slightest. Not honorable at all. I disdain you. Mu Yun, filled with righteous indignation, pointed at his opponent. Just as the black orb was within arm's reach, a grand door suddenly materialized before him, and the black orb rushed inside. Simultaneously, another door appeared behind the destruction demon, from which the black orb emerged. Boom! In the midst of the destruction demon's astonished expression, its rear vanished. Is this what you call honorable? Is this what you define as righteous? Seizing the opportunity to strike while you were down, Mu Yun wielded the 1,000 blades of the demon blade in hand. As a colossal orange cat, martial spirit manifested behind him. Though it had been renamed the Sky-Devouring Cat, its appearance remained unchanged, still that adorably charming orange feline, a fusion of human and cat. At this moment, the 1,000 blades of the demon blade had been steeped in the essence of virtue for 6 years, its offensive power rivaling that of innate spiritual treasures, the world of the 10,000 forms and divine swords. In an instant, Mu Yun vanished from his original position. The opponent before him clearly possessed formidable defenses, making it difficult for long-range attacks to inflict fatal wounds. Now, having created an opening through cunning, the opportunity was rare and worth the risk. With a sword strike that summoned the power of the universe, he declared, "Heaven and earth unite!" Slash. This was the most powerful attack Mu Yun had mastered. Infused with all the laws he had comprehended, rather than shying away, it would be prudent to take a risk amidst the cataclysm that engulfs the heavens and the earth, where chaos reigns and ominous energies shroud the primordial landscape. Allowing us to fish in troubled waters, in the primordial realm, by the banks of the Shanshui River, lies a gathering place for the human race. Swearin, where have you gone? How could you suddenly vanish before our eyes? Upon seeing Swearin, the two elders hurried over with palpable urgency. Yu Chao exclaimed with palpable excitement, "I have gone to seek reinforcements. This time, Mu Yun has brought with him Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Lihani, Shi Hao, Mo Renju, Asuna, Rimuru, and Xin. These individuals have not idled for 6 years. Their strength has surged remarkably. Zhu Zhuqing, possessing the cultivation of the golden immortal realm, has comprehended the laws of speed, space, and darkness. Ning Rongrong, also at the golden immortal realm, has grasped the laws of space, earth, and Lihani, at the Tai golden immortal realm, has mastered the laws of the sword, creation, and destruction. Shi Hao, with a supreme physique, is evenly matched against the demon race at the Douluo golden immortal realm in close combat. Mo Renju, though weak at the human immortal realm, command a vast number of corpse puppets, excelling in construction. The majority of the urban layout and buildings in Yun City were erected by him. Asuna, at the Douluo golden immortal realm, has mastered all elemental laws and is also an alchemist, her skills rivaling even her master, Shinnom. Rimuru's cultivation method is rather unconventional. After unknowingly smashing a jar and inadvertently releasing a dying golden dragon, he ascended to the Tai golden immortal realm upon consuming it, elevating his followers as well, defying all logic. The last batch of summoned individuals brought along are all potential talents, ready for cultivation. Finally, there are the soul rings and soul beasts, whose strength follows Mu Yun, naturally formidable as well. This time, Mu Yun has mobilized all his powerful allies. With this influx of strength, the human race finally has a foothold and a semblance of foundation to resist the demon race. Thank you for your assistance. Yu Chao, Suiren, and Zi bowed deeply. Mu Yun waved his hand, surveying the surroundings, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. Is this truly the tribe of the human race during the primordial period? It is utterly dismal. The scattered soldiers barely number 1,000. They possess no weapons, and their tattered garments leave them exposed to the elements. They are gaunt and frail, ready to collapse at a gust of wind. And they are on the brink of starvation, yet wish to battle the demon race. They cannot even contend with wild boars. Additionally, there are no shelters. A heavy rain would lay many low with illness. And without defensive walls, a single charge from the demon race would likely spell annihilation. They possess nothing in terms of clothing, food, shelter, or means of transport. Esteemed elders, may I take the lead in issuing commands from here on out? Mu Yun respectfully addressed Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi. The effort to wrest these human sparks from the jaws of the demon race is a testament to the great contributions of the three elders. Considering their meager, human, immortal cultivation, it is a commendable feat. Chapter 84. The City of Xianwang. The unexpected assault at Mo Rinju. Please devise a plan and mobilize your puppet construction team to expedite the building of the city and dwellings. Xiaosong, you are in charge of cooking. Everyone is in such poor condition that if they do not eat soon, they will starve. Ning Rongrong, establish a training tower in the center of the city. Teaching a man to fish is far superior to merely giving him a fish. The primordial human race must strive for self-sufficiency and cannot forever rely on us. Jean, construct a weapons workshop and recruit more personnel. How can we fight without weapons? Shall we confront the demon race with mere sticks and stones? Asuna and Sunflower, take some individuals to cultivate and farm. With Sunflower present, the crops will mature swiftly. Once the walls and houses are completed, I shall return to inscribe the formations. Everyone else should go hunting and clear out the powerful demon beasts nearby. As for the three elders, I kindly request you to gather the surviving human race. If they remain too scattered, they cannot be protected. With a series of commands issued, the human encampment quickly became bustling with activity. 7 days later, a massive city rose from the earth, and the human race finally possessed their own stronghold. No longer to be driven away by beasts. Without hesitation, Mu Yun inscribed the array of the Zhou Star Dou formation, the most powerful formation he knows, which he has perfected over the years to an extraordinarily profound level. Even when compared to the original Zhou Star Dou formation of the demon race's celestial court, it stands unyielding. Moreover, formations like the Zhou Star Dou can only be breached through sheer force. Only a sage could dismantle Mu Yun's version of the Zhou Star Dou formation connects to the stars above, drawing upon an inexhaustible source of energy that cycles endlessly, while grounding itself in the Earth's veins, merging with the primordial land. Which sage would dare to act recklessly against this place? A glance at the Western world reveals the devastation wrought by the battle between Hongjun and Luo, which shattered the Western Earth veins. The consequences were dire, and the heavens were enraged. Zhuanti and Jin, two major lending sages, incessantly lament this incident, nearly driving Hongjun to distraction, with the heavens as a shield. This city of the human race is thus exceedingly secure. Following the return of the three ancestral elders, the population within the city surged to 30,000, giving the city a semblance of form. Everyone had food to eat. Each family had a home to dwell in, cultivating the land and hunting for meat, thereby putting the human race on a path of development. With the establishment of the training tower and weapons workshop, the strength of the human race began to skyrocket. In a mere 3 months, the human race, which had survived in the crevices, possessed the combat power to resist ordinary demon races, forming small teams fully armed and capable of slaying demons. The Demon Slayer set, comprising the Demon Shield, Demon Slayer Sword, Demon Breaking Arrows, Demon Extermination Bow, and Star Armor, could even fell celestial-level demon races. Centered around the city, the surrounding demon races dwindled. They were either hunted down or fled. And those slain demons were brought back. Skins were stripped, bones dismantled. The flesh was edible, blood could be refined for medicine, hides made for clothing, and bones, teeth, and claws could be used for weapon crafting. Truly, every part was a treasure. Once, demons feasted upon humans. Now, it is the humans who feast upon demons, a true cycle of cause and effect, with retribution that cannot be escaped. However, as the momentum of the human race grew stronger, it inevitably drew the attention of the demon race. In the demon court, the demon emperor exclaimed, "How dare these mere humans venture forth to hunt my kind? Many of our demons have suffered heavy casualties, and some lesser demon races have even been captured and raised to be fattened for slaughter. This is an affront to the heavens. They have now sought my assistance, hoping the demon court will take action to eliminate these humans and avenge their grievances. I implore the demon emperor to grant me a force. I shall wipe out that insufferable human race, a 9-headed demon resembling a duck. Its entire body of vivid red exuded a terrifying aura of ferocity. With a monkey-esque body and a bird-esque head, adorned with 2 horns and a single leg, it sat in a position of authority, emanating a dreadful imperial presence. Dijun, the unifier of the myriad races of the primordial realm, commander of countless demon soldiers, and lord of the ancient celestial court. Guiche, our greatest enemy now is the Wu clan. There is no need to waste our strength on a mere human race." Dijun replied, shaking his head dismissively. "Demon Emperor, there is no need to mobilize a large army to eradicate a mere human race. I, Qin Yuan, can handle it alone. A divine bird, resembling a honeybee and the size of a mandarin duck, with a venomous stinger at its tail, transformed into an exquisitely beautiful fairy clad in multicolored garments. I require but 3 days to eliminate the human race and return, without delaying the grand confrontation with the Wu clan." Dijun pondered briefly before agreeing. "Then you shall go swiftly and return quickly, with your strength at the level of the 10 great demon saints in the Douluo golden immortal realm. There should be no unforeseen incidents. Understood, I shall depart." The colorful robed maiden reverted to her original form and vanished in an instant. Although Qinyuan's speed cannot match that of the Kunpeng or my Jinwu clan, it ranks among the fastest of the 10 great demon saints. A round trip within 3 days is certainly feasible. Having arranged this matter, Dijun once more cast his gaze towards the distant Wu clan. An icy glint in his eyes. The Slaughter Wu sword has already been forged. This time, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of the 12 ancestor Wu, eradicating the Wu clan entirely by the banks of the Shanshui River. Among the human race, Mu Yun, my young brother, what brings you to summon us here? After the 3 ancestral elders took their seats in the hall, Swear inquired with a hint of confusion, having spent merely 3 months. The 3 are thoroughly convinced by Mu Yun. The human race has transformed to the point where they scarcely recognize themselves. Previously, the human race could only tremble in fear at the sight of the demon race, awaiting their departure after satiating their hunger. Only those fortunate enough to survive dared to move, reduced to mere fodder for the demons. Now, however, seeing the demon race ignites excitement, with eager eyes gleaming as they rush forward, fearful of being outpaced by others. I believe it's high time our city was bestowed a formal name, as it is the very root of our human race, Mu Yun said with a cheerful smile. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? However, the 3 of us lack the talent for naming. It is best left to you, my young brother. Swear and nod in agreement. Certainly, this entire city is the result of your efforts. Only you possess the rightful claim to name it. Yu Chao, with great fervor, continued, Little brother, you have saved the human race and imparted to us the means to strengthen our kind and combat the demon race. This merit is immeasurable. I believe you may rightfully be regarded as an ancestor of humanity. He, equally exhilarated, echoed his sentiments. Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. This was entirely unexpected. His purpose for this visit was to name the first city of humanity, a significant endeavor that would yield substantial merits, and he could not afford to overlook it. He had never anticipated that the 3 ancestral figures of humanity would propose that he also be considered an ancestor. Such an opportunity would be foolish to decline, for humanity was destined to be the sovereign of the celestial realm. Should he attain the status of an ancestor, the merits and fortunes that would accrue to him would far surpass the triviality of merely naming a city. Then allow you to arrange this matter. He declared as for the name of the city. Let it be city of Xianhuang. In the first year of humanity's primordial era, the four ancestors of humanity, Suiren, Yu Chao, Zi, and Mu Yun, led countless tribesmen to resist the demon race and establish the city of Xianhuang, thus dedicating their efforts to the heavens and earth. After an impassioned discourse among Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi, their gazes converged upon Mu Yun. Standing tall, Mu Yun raised his hand, signaling the commencement of the ritual. Refining demon cauldron, rise. A colossal cauldron began to ascend slowly upon the high platform in the square. Following the rankings of the demons slaying steel, offerings were presented in order. A massive stone tablet, shimmering with golden light, descended from the heavens. First place, Sure How, demon slaying points. 50080. Offering. The earth-shaking divine bull, Douluo golden immortal realm. With a grand gesture, Sure How summoned a colossal black bull that obscured the sky, which gradually shrank in size as it flew over the cauldron, ultimately descending within. The Sure How of now was no longer the infant who had once clutched beast's milk. He had matured into a formidable being, having restored his supreme bone, and he had annihilated Douluo golden immortal demons with mere fists. Soon, the earth-shaking divine bull was refined, releasing an immense sphere of energy that split into 6 segments, 2 large and 4 small. The 4 smaller segments were infused into Suiren, Yu Chao, Zi, and Mu Yun, while the larger segment entered Sure How. The final segment erupted in the air, transforming into a gentle spiritual rain that nourished the earth and simultaneously sanctified every individual present in the city of Xianhuang. Concurrently, a translucent bone fragment soared from the cauldron into Sure Hao's hand, that earth-shaking divine ability. The innate divine ability of the earth-shaking divine bull could devastate mountains and cities, triggering earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and various other calamities. Sure Hao smiled contentedly as he secured the bone fragment. Despite the division of energy, the exchange was exceptionally advantageous. Refining a being like the earth-shaking divine bull would have consumed considerable time and energy. With the surplus energy being rather chaotic and cumbersome to process later, in contrast, the cauldron provided pure and unblemished spiritual energy, saving both time and effort without any side effects, in addition to granting him a potent divine ability. Truly splendid. Second place, Asuna, demon slaying points, 40060. Offering. The Flame Demon Phoenix, Douluo golden immortal realm. Asuna had expended considerable effort to hunt this flame demon phoenix, battling fiercely for 7 days and nights, relying on countless energy-restoring pills to wear it down. The cauldron's response granted her not only a wealth of pure spiritual energy, but also a fiery red feather. Phoenix Fire, the innate divine ability of the flame demon phoenix, could incinerate heaven and boil the seas. Third place, Lihani, demon slaying points, 30010. Offering. The golden-eyed demon ape, Tai golden immortal realm. The cauldron's response elevated Lihani to the Douluo golden immortal realm. She had been on the cusp of this breakthrough, and now she had achieved it, additionally acquiring a golden eyeball. Breaking illusions with golden eyes, the innate divine ability of the golden-eyed demon ape could pierce through all illusions, akin to Mu Yun's own ability. Fourth place, Rimuru, demon slaying points, 20080. Offering. The War Trant, Tai golden immortal realm. The cauldron's response propelled Rimuru into the Douluo golden immortal realm, bestowing upon her a string of wooden beads, war chains. The innate divine ability of the War Trant, once activated, would bind both parties to the battlefield, fighting to the death. Fifth place, Zhu Zhuqing, demon slaying points, 5000. Offering. The Nine-Tailed Demon Cat, golden immortal realm. The cauldron's response elevated Zhu Zhuqing to the Tai golden immortal realm, while granting her the ability of 9 tails. 9 tails, the innate divine ability of the Nine-Tailed Demon Cat, manifests 9 tails, each representing a life. She could also choose to sever a tail, enhancing her cultivation by 10% for each tail severed. And severing all 9 would elevate her cultivation by an entire realm, after which she would enter a cool-down period of 1 year. Sixth place, Ning Rongrong, demon slaying points, 5000. Offering. The Extreme Ice Snow Swallow. Golden Immortal Realm. The cauldron's response elevated Ning Rongrong to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, granting her the ability of Extreme Ice Domain. Extreme Ice Domain, the innate divine ability of the Extreme Ice Snow Swallow, could alter the environmental conditions, doubling the effects of ice-based laws while having the potency of other attributes. 7th place, Robin, Demon Slaying Points. 5,000, that offering. The Three-Eyed Crow, Golden Immortal Realm. The cauldron's response enabled Robin to ascend several levels, propelling him directly to the Xian Immortal Realm. As a single eye landed in his hand, granting him the ability of Destruction Beam. Destruction Beam, the innate divine ability of the Three-Eyed Crow, emitted a beam infused with the laws of destruction from its third eye. Mu Yun was momentarily taken aback. This was implausible. Although Robin possessed remarkable insight and extensive knowledge, rapidly advancing under his guidance, he had only recently reached the human immortal realm. How could he have possibly slain a golden immortal three-eyed crow? Yet, upon witnessing Robin, Asuna, and Zhu Zhuqing joyfully conversing, he quickly understood. They had teamed up. With their combined efforts, it was indeed plausible to defeat a golden immortal three-eyed crow. Moreover, their skills seemed to complement each other remarkably. One controlling the field, another providing strong control, and the last delivering damage. Truly a formidable combination. 8th place, Hisoka, Demon Slaying Points. 4078. Offering. The Void Demon Silkworm, Celestial Immortal Realm. Mu Yun squinted slightly. Defeating a Celestial Immortal Void Demon Silkworm while at the Human Immortal Realm was indeed commendable for a combat genius. Moreover, Hisoka's score was remarkably close to Robin's, who had slain the Golden Immortal Three-Eyed Crow, indicating a significant quantity of demon kills. Mu Yun could only worry that if Hisoka became overly zealous in his slaughter, he might not spare even his own kind. The cauldron's response elevated Hisoka to the Celestial Immortal Realm and granted him the ability of Void Silk. Void Silk, the innate divine ability of the Void Demon Silkworm, consisted of threads refined from the laws of the void, allowing for seamless transitions between the intangible and the tangible, rendering it exceedingly difficult to detect. Hisoka's slender eyes narrowed, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips, rendering him all the more perilous. 9th place, Kenpachi, Demon Slaying Points. 4006. Offering. The Battle Demon Azura, Celestial Immortal Realm. The cauldron's response advanced Kenpachi to the Celestial Immortal Realm, endowing him with the ability of Battle Method. Battle Method, the innate divine ability of the Battle Demon Azura, could exponentially amplify one's vitality and spirit, maintaining peak condition as long as the ability was active until the end of life. Mu Yun could not help but marvel. Kenpachi was already quite insane, and with the acquisition of the Battle Method, he would become even more unhinged. 10th place, Orochimaru, Demon Slaying Points. 3,000. Offering. The Three-Headed Demon Serpent. Human Immortal Realm. This was a Human Immortal Realm demon beast, a normal occurrence without any instances of exceeding levels. Swearin inexplicably sighed in relief. The previous 9 had been increasingly exaggerated, either slaying Douluo golden immortals or defeating foes several levels higher, which was rather alarming. Mu Yun regarded him with a peculiar expression, half smiling. Normal? You actually consider him normal? What is it? He's indeed at the human immortal realm. While it is somewhat challenging for humanity to slay demons of the same level, it is not entirely unreasonable, Swearin replied, puzzled. Take a good look at his points. 3,000. Slaying a human immortal realm demon yields only 1 point, which means he has dispatched at least 3,000 human immortal demons. Moreover, you may not be aware of his identity. Orochimaru, a mad biologist with a penchant for studying the unknown that I suspect he currently has a plethora of living demons in his laboratory, all awaiting dissection and examination. Mu Yun was rendered speechless. Among these 3 individuals, one was a pervert, reveling in the thrill of life and death. Another was a madman, deriving pleasure from slashing and being slashed. And the last was a deranged biologist. Mu Yun could only speculate what kind of creature Orochimaru would ultimately transform himself into. He might very well become a monster more monstrous than the demon race itself. Suddenly, Mu Yun's gaze sharpened as it fell upon the horizon. What's wrong? Is there something amiss? Swearin inquired. Puzzled, Mu Yun shook his head and replied, an unwelcome guest has arrived. I shall attend to them. The ensuing matters are for you to manage. Before the three could react, Mu Yun's figure flickered and vanished without a trace at this very moment, atop a high mountain 1,000 miles away from Su Huang City. A woman clad in vibrant attire furrowed her brow. Is this a gathering place for the human race? The aura is soaring to the heavens, and the spiritual energy is so dense it is visible to the naked eye. This is evidently a paradise of caves, nearly rivaling the demon court. She gazed at the colossal city, its majestic presence radiating purple chi, with faint sounds of dragon roars emanating from it consolidating the fortunes of a golden dragon? Humans are but mere livestock. How could they develop to such an extent? Am I dreaming? Suddenly, a voice echoed beside her, startlingly close. You are not dreaming. This is indeed the domain of the human race, known as Su Huang City. The woman in vibrant attire did not turn back, but swiftly slashed with her sword. Clang! Mu Yun flicked his finger, causing the sword to tremble and emit a mournful wail. Who are you? The woman's face was filled with astonishment. She was one of the 10 mightiest demon saints under the demon emperor of the demon court, and the fact that someone could stealthily approach her from behind was utterly incomprehensible. What was even more terrifying was that, even now that they stood face to face, she could not sense the existence of this individual. It was as if he resided in another realm entirely. I am Mu Yun, one of the 4 ancestors of the human race. He introduced himself with a smile. The 4 ancestors of the human race? I have never heard of such a thing. And yet you possess a cultivation that eludes my perception. That I am aware that the human race is divided into 2 categories, the innate humans and the acquired humans. The cultivation methods passed down by the saints are unsuitable for the acquired humans. While the innate humans can cultivate but are ultimately limited to the realm of human immortals, it is absolutely impossible for there to exist a human being beyond my comprehension, the woman stated with utmost certainty. Mu Yun smiled faintly. You are mistaken. Though the human race may have a frail foundation, unlike your formidable demon race, where even the most mediocre talent is born above the human immortal realm, the innate physical constitution of a human race is the most suitable for cultivation in this world. The slow pace of cultivation and the inability to cultivate at all is partly due to a lack of resources, as the resources of the wilderness are monopolized by your demon race and the witch race. Moreover, the cultivation methods passed down by the saints are still incomplete and do not fully align with the physical constitution of a human race. You dare to question the cultivation methods passed down by the saints? The woman exclaimed in shock. What is there to fear in speaking the truth? The saint established the human teachings and transmitted the golden elixir cultivation method merely by imitating Nuwa, leveraging the human race to garner immense merit to ascend to the realm of saints. In truth, he does not care for the survival of the human race. Hence, after achieving sainthood, he saw no need to exert effort in perfecting the golden elixir cultivation method. It is precisely because of this indifference that the strength or weakness of the human race bears no significance to him. It is also this indifference that allows your demon race to hunt and prey upon the human race without consequence. And it is due to this indifference that your kind dares to conduct blood sacrifices of countless humans merely to forge the slaughter which sword capable of countering the witch race. From start to finish, what he sought was merely that merit. Mu Yun's tone was calm, yet his eyes blazed with fire. As for Nuwa, while she achieved her saintly position through the great merit of creating humanity, she was ultimately a saint of the demon race. Even if she was aware of the enslavement and slaughter of the human race by her kind, she could not intervene. Nuwa had indeed shown great kindness to the human race. Assisting them was a matter of human sentiment, and withholding assistance was simply a matter of duty. One could not accuse her of being ungrateful or of turning against her benefactor. Yet that Taiji saint was nothing more than a wool gatherer, taking a substantial amount of merit from the human race to establish his own teachings, leaving behind a poorly functioning cultivation method, and considering the matter settled, he provided no protection for the human race whatsoever. What sort of favor was that? The woman in vibrant attire was drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly glancing skyward, fearing that a colossal hand would descend from above to smite this audacious individual, and in doing so, implicate her as well. This individual speaks with such audacity. Mocking one saint is not enough, but now he mocks 2. A madman such as this should be avoided at all costs. He is far too dangerous. At this moment, the woman began to entertain thoughts of retreat. After venting his frustrations and satisfying his urge to speak, Mu Yun calmed his emotions and turned his gaze towards the woman in vibrant attire. What? Are you preparing to leave already? Did you not come from afar to annihilate my human race? Would it not be inappropriate to depart without accomplishing anything? Qin Yuan, how do you know my name? Can you see through my true form? The woman exclaimed in horror, taking a step back and transforming into her true self. The form she took was that of a mandarin duck, the size of a bee, with a venomous stinger emanating a dangerous aura. Qin Yuan, one of the 10 demon saints under Emperor Dijuan, wielded the principles of poison and was said to possess the ability to annihilate all with toxins. Indeed, impressive. You are worthy of being a regular army, far surpassing those roving rogue demon beings of the great Luo golden immortal realm. And Yu Yin clapped his hand with a smile, taking deliberate steps towards Qin Yuan. Do not approach. Qin Yuan retreated slowly, appearing quite terrified, and Yu Yin suddenly halted, a bemused smile on his face as he gazed at her toe. So you know the 36 stratagems. How clever of you to use the stratagem of crossing the sea under the guise of the sky. But did you think I would fail to notice the poison formation you subtly set up? Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that I am quite adept at playing with traps as well. Chapter 87. The Orange Cat Swallows the Heavens. How did you accomplish this? Qin Yuan exclaimed, gazing at the man before her, or more accurately, at the small bee perched on his shoulder. This diminutive creature did not seem particularly powerful, yet it had swallowed the lethal toxin she had arranged, a poison that could kill anything. Who would not dread such a thing beneath the saintly realm? Master, this plaything is quite delightful. If I consume a bit more, I shall be able to advance. The bloodthirsty poison bee queen's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she fixated on the large hornet before her, eager to pounce and take a bite. Patience. After all, she is one of the 10 demon saints of the demon court. She must possess some formidable abilities. With your small stature, rushing in would be tantamount to seeking death. Let us observe for now. Mu Yun halted the queen, his face alight with expectation as he turned to face Qin Yuan. Suddenly, Qin Yuan trembled, her body rapidly swelling until she towered like a mountain. The size-adjusting divine art. Almost every demon possesses some degree of this technique. It is hardly remarkable. Mu Yun shook his head, remaining motionless. Please continue your performance. With a piercing cry, Qin Yuan unleashed a screech that rent the heavens asunder, opening a colossal black void from which a gigantic divine mountain slowly descended. Mu Yun's expression immediately turned serious as he activated his breaking illusion's golden eye. Qin Yuan's innate treasure, the Kunlun Demon Kingdom, was forged from a fragment of Kunlun Mountain, its might comparable to that of a post-heaven spiritual treasure. Without hesitation, Mu Yun flew 1,000 miles away. The treasures and spiritual artifacts mentioned here were unlike those from the heavenly marketplace. Their might was on an entirely different level. The treasures used by saints were innate spiritual treasures, while this post-heaven spiritual treasure was already terrifying in its own right. Mu Yun's retreat was not due to fear, but rather the fact that as the sacred mountain descended, the surrounding space had solidified, rendering teleportation techniques ineffective. He could not help but recall the heaven-overturning seal. That item was crafted with no technical finesse, simply utilizing formidable materials, specifically a part of the Buzhou mountain. Formed from the spine of Pangu after his demise, it was an object that would crush anyone it struck. Evading capture was impossible, and this item bore a striking resemblance to the heaven-overturning seal. Mu Yun's eyes gleamed with envy. What a splendid item! This object was destined to be his. Boom! As the divine mountain made contact with the ground, several towering mountains in the vicinity were flattened. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Chirp, chirp, chirp! Countless swarms of bees and flying creatures erupted from within the divine mountain. This was indeed a demon kingdom. One person equated to a nation. Qin Yuan, you truly are a crafty one. These troops were originally meant for combating the witch race, yet now you expend them here. Does Emperor Dijuan know of this? If they suffer grievously here, do you believe Emperor Dijuan will spare you from the execution platform? Mu Yun said with a smile, and upon hearing this, Qin Yuan felt a chill creep up her neck. The internal dynamics of the demon court were hardly harmonious. Emperor Dijuan's unification of the myriad races and establishment of the demon court was built upon overwhelming strength and ruthless methods. Those who followed flourished, while those who resisted perished. Those who disobeyed or erred were delivered to the execution platform to be slaughtered and consumed. Though these demon soldiers were technically under her command, their lives and deaths were of little concern to others. However, in Emperor Dijuan's plans, they were meant to exhaust the stamina of the witch race. If they were to suffer significant losses here, it would affect Emperor Dijuan's scheme, and given his tyrannical nature, her fate would be sealed. As Qin Yuan found herself in a dilemma, Mu Yun suddenly waved his hand. Since you cannot decide, allow me to assist you. A vast expanse of fiery clouds billowed forth, igniting any swarm of bees or birds that chanced upon the embers, swiftly transforming into a conflagration of catastrophic proportions. True fire of the sun, Qin Yuan cried out in horror. This fire, known as the true fire of the sun, or Jinwu fire, was a primordial flame born only by the brothers Dijuan and Dong Huangtai. How could it possibly be wielded by the human race? Moreover, she was intimately familiar with this blaze. It was the very fire that compelled her to surrender when Dijuan had extended his invitation to join him. The tactics of the demon sea and the use of poison were utterly ineffective against the true fire of the sun, which proved overwhelmingly suppressive. In that moment, Qin Yuan realized the peril she faced. Her position among the top 10 demon saints of the demon court was not due to her cultivation or divine powers, but rather the artifact from the Kunlun demon kingdom and the countless demon soldiers at her command. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, and a colossal divine mountain soared into the air. Hurtling towards Mu Yun, Mu Yun narrowed his eyes, sensing he had been targeted. This strike could not be evaded. Bound by the laws of causality, he could only brace himself. Come, let me test your might. Just as Mu Yun prepared to absorb the impact of the divine mountain with his myriad manifestation of divine magic, a cute orange cat suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Meow. The cat's cry transformed Mu Yun's expression into one of amusement. He glanced at the glimmer at the corner of the cat's mouth. Are you serious? Meow. The orange cat responded. Very well. I leave it to you, but don't overexert yourself. Meow. The cat opened its mouth wide, and as the divine mountain approached, it began to shrink rapidly. By the time it reached the cat, it had diminished to the size of a dried fish, which the cat promptly devoured with a delightful ewu. Mu Yun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, astonished. That was a great mountain, not just any mountain, but a divine mountain woven with the essence of the Tao. Truly, the saint-level devouring cat was terrifying. He feared the day it could swallow the entirety of the primordial chaos in one gulp. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. What manner of creature was this? Could it truly consume something like the Kunlun Divine Mountain? She had spent 100,000 years refining just one of its peaks amidst the Kunlun ranges, and now it had been devoured. The Divine Mountain was comprised of 9 heavens soil, infused with the patterns of heaven and earth. Strictly speaking, it was a part of the primordial world, and while one could use it for crafting or other purposes as long as it remained within the primordial realm, its consumption was another matter entirely. Looking skyward, Qin Yuan observed a clear, blue expanse, devoid of clouds, yet she felt an ominous shift. As Mu Yun pondered the implications of the orange cat consuming the Kunlun Divine Mountain, he sensed a furious gaze from beyond the 9 heavens. However, when the gaze fell upon him, it swiftly withdrew, as if wary of something. An exceedingly strange occurrence. That moment, beyond the 9 heavens, a spectral figure stood amidst the tumultuous winds, roaring in rage. Damn it! How could that wretched being be in my world? Nearby, a mocking voice retorted, Your world? How grandiose! That is the world forged by Pangu at great cost. What relation does it have to you? You are naught but a worm occupying another nest. Yet what of occupying another nest? When the 3,000 deities besieged Pangu, they were ultimately vanquished and transformed into 3,000 paths that merged into the primordial world, all calculated to ensnare Pangu. With the intent of occupying his domain that in the end, I was the sole victor, the spectral figure boasted, pride radiating from it. Another voice chimed in, Enough of your self-congratulation. You may be fused with the heavenly laws of this realm. possessing the strength of a great sage, yet you are imprisoned here, unable to escape. How is that any different from incarceration? And you dare claim victory? If Pangu had not perished, I would suspect it was you who was ensnared, not only perfecting the laws of heaven and earth for him, but also becoming his free laborer, managing the primordial realm. The spectral figure fell silent. Oh, by the way, what had you so agitated just now? Did something happen in the primordial realm that displeased you? Do share, that I may take delight in it. The figure's expression turned peculiar, half smiling as it replied, That cat has appeared. Cat? What cat? The one that feeds on the sun, moon, and stars, capable of devouring heaven and earth, with all paths converging within its belly. What? The voice lost its composure. Devouring heaven. I assentee it already dead. Did it not perish alongside the Saint King in a mutual destruction? Who knows? In any case, I do not dare provoke it. Even if it is merely at the saint level now, I cannot afford to offend it. I am but a dish before it, despite being of a higher realm. Why not, demon ancestor? You deal with it. Take advantage of its current weakness. Don't be absurd. I have no wish to draw fire upon myself. That cat and I have crossed paths before. That IT wields the power of the Tao of time and space, making it utterly unpredictable days for you. May you seek your own fortune. Indeed, I hope it departs swiftly. The spectral figure casually grasped a 5-colored stone and cast it into the primordial realm, where a divine mountain rose from the Kunlun ranges. At that moment, Qin Yuan was stealthily retreating, hoping to escape while Mu Yun was lost in thought. Suddenly, chains emerged from the void, ensnaring her tightly, and Mu Yun lifted his head, a radiant smile gracing his face. I told you, I excel at setting traps. They were laid long before my appearance. With a snap of his fingers, countless spatial vortices materialized around Qin Yuan, ensuring that any attempt to flee would lead her directly into a trap. What Mu Yun had not revealed was that the area within 100 miles had long been enveloped by his infinite maze technique, ready to be activated at any moment. Thus, the outcome of this confrontation had been predetermined before it had even begun. Fear not, I shall not take your life. You remain of use to me. That Mu Yun cast a glance at the queen bee. She is yours now. The void star insect queen, devouring flower, starry lion beast, starry ancient tree, crimson flame, golden lion, and the clockwork sunflower. These soul rings and soul beasts that had once followed him, now stymied at the level of Tai, golden immortal, had finally encountered an opportunity for transformation. The insect queen sensed that Qin Yuan's bloodline would aid her metamorphosis. All done. Let us wrap this up. I hope Dijuan sends more demon saints next time. This is hardly a challenge. Mu Yun was in high spirits, for he had discovered that the demon race of the primordial world was not as formidable as imagined. They possessed glaring weaknesses. While their cultivation and life levels were high, their combat abilities were rather mediocre. Heavily reliant on their possessions, that it seemed that those with powerful artifacts among the demon race were not plentiful, and they might not surpass the human race after their own enhancements. Upon returning to Xianhuang City, the rituals had reached their conclusion. This time, the offerings not only propelled the cultivation of all present human cultivators to new heights, but also elevated Xianhuang City itself to a new level. The walls grew taller and thicker. The concentration of spiritual energy within the city intensified, and a golden dragon of fortune coalesced above. A magnificent golden dragon of fortune coiled above Xianhuang City, heralding the resurgence of the human race in the primordial realm. Excluding the reinforcements brought by Mu Yun, several hundred humans had ascended to the realm of human immortals. The Swearing clan, the Yao clan, and the Zi clan made the most significant progress, being the 3 progenitors of humanity. With each ritual, they benefited from the infusion of spiritual energy, catapulting their cultivation from human immortal to great Luo golden immortal. However, such advancement was merely a result of accumulated spiritual energy, rendering their combat prowess rather lackluster. Mu Yun, dear brother, has something occurred? Upon Mu Yun's return, the 3 progenitors of humanity gathered around him, their faces etched with concern. Nothing much. It's just that one of the top 10 demon saints, Qin Yuan, has appeared, and I've captured her. Mu Yun replied nonchalantly. The 3 progenitors collectively gasped, their faces paling. This is dire. Just as our human race begins to show promise, We are now targeted by the demon race. Are we to face another migration? This time, it's one demon saint. What about next time? Will it be the 10 great demon saints and millions of demon soldiers? Our foundation is still too weak to withstand such an onslaught. Swearin, the first to regain composure, interjected, "Stop scaring yourselves. The greatest enemy of the demon race currently is the witch race. They hardly regard us as a threat, let alone the 10 great demon saints and millions of demon soldiers. We are merely inflating our own importance." Cough, cough. Mu Yun lightly coughed. Rest assured, as long as Dijuan and Dongwang Tai do not come personally, even millions of demon soldiers would pose no threat to us in Xianhuang City. The reason for not making a definitive statement lies in the presence of Emperor Jun and the innate treasures. The river diagram and the Luo book, along with Dong Huang, Tai Yi's chaos bell, and the 2 instruments of the green light, all of which are congenital treasures. Particularly noteworthy is the chaos bell, which can imprison time, suppress space, rebound any attacks from treasures and divine weapons, and ignore all damage from supernatural powers and spells, possessing the ability to refine the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. These 2 can be considered the strongest beings beneath the saints. When they join forces, they could even contend with a saint. Mu Yun is uncertain whether the city of Xianhuang can withstand their onslaught, nor can he ascertain whether they would disregard the catastrophic consequences of obliterating the earth's veins and destroying the city of Xianhuang. After all, they are lawless demons, seemingly unconcerned with the repercussions of their actions. Otherwise, they would not have perished alongside the 12 ancestral witches of the Witch Clan, causing the collapse of Mount Buzhou, leading to a cataclysm where heaven and earth nearly met their doom. Moreover, do you not consider the attack from the demon clan on our city of Xianhuang a fortuitous event? Mu Yun smiled slyly, gesturing towards the demon refining cauldron atop the high platform. Without the relentless incursions of these demons, how could we, the human race, grow stronger? These are invaluable resources for cultivation, far more efficient than merely sitting cross-legged and absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Just look at the 3 of you. A single sacrificial rite has elevated you to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. If a few more such opportunities arise, you might even reach the status of a quasi-saint. Mu Yun's voice was laced with irresistible allure, painting an enticing vision for the 3 ancestors. Chapter 89. De Yi shoots the sun. Barbecue in the primordial wilderness. In the demon court point 3 days have passed. Yet Qi Yuan has not returned. Emperor Jun's brow furrowed as he sat upon a stone chair, lightly drumming his fingers against the armrest. The surrounding demons fell silent, their stillness unable to mask the overwhelming fury emanating from him. The Emperor's heart is inscrutable, and it is crucial to remember that this is the Demon Emperor, who consumes not only humans but demons as well. During the suppression of the myriad races, those who resisted were often annihilated, becoming his feast. Though Qi Yuan's strength is lacking, her command of millions of demon soldiers is significant. With the appropriate use of the poisonous laws, she could render all but the 12 ancestral witches of the Witch Clan powerless in battle. Shang Yang, predict the fortune or misfortune of Qi Yuan. Emperor Jun's gaze fell upon a blue bird seated at his side. Shang Yang, the astrologer of the Demon Emperor, possesses an innate ability to foresee fortune and misfortune. Despite the yang in his name, he is not a beast, but a bird, a single-legged divine avian closely related to the king of all birds, the phoenix, with formidable combat prowess and mastery of many secret techniques of the Phoenix clan. He holds a prominent position among the top 10 demon saints and is highly valued by Emperor Jun. Shangyang unfurled his azure wings, dancing gracefully, but soon his expression shifted to one of terror. I report to the Emperor, Qi Yuan's journey is fraught with peril. Though she yet lives, her essence is severely damaged and death is imminent. Boom! A terrifying aura of murderous intent descended, pressing all the demons to the ground. Shang Yang, the first to suffer, found his only leg shattered into fragments. He felt bitter despair, knowing this was the inevitable outcome. Foreseeing it in advance proved futile. Shang Yang, who was responsible for this? Was it the Witch Clan? Shang Yang lowered his head, anxiety gnawing at him. Who was it? He had no idea. Now, a calamity envelopes the primordial wilderness. It is already a struggle to predict Qi Yuan's fortune or misfortune, and to inquire about the specific perpetrator is an impossible task. Am I a saint? He suddenly raised his head, determination etched across his face, and stated firmly, I report to the Emperor, it was the witch clan. Indeed, it was the witch clan. What a joke. Would I dare to speak the truth if I did not know? What if Emperor Jun were to turn his wrath upon me? It is not uncommon for demons to turn against one another, and being a golden crow, he does not consider himself kin to the phoenix offspring. Who specifically? Which clan member? Where did Qi Yuan encounter this incident? Emperor Jun continued to press for answers. Shang Yang's gaze flickered, cold sweat trickling down. This was a precarious lie to maintain, and if exposed, it would spell disaster. Just then, a demon soldier rushed in a hall. I report to the Emperor, news has arrived from the eastern seas. The great witch Yi of the Witch Clan is pursuing 10 of the young lords. They have suffered heavy casualties. 9 have fallen, leaving only the youngest still alive and fleeing. Boom! How audacious of the Witch Clan! A mere great witch dares to kill my offspring. They are truly seeking death. Emperor Jun transformed into his true form, a colossal 3-legged golden crow soaring into the sky, a testament to his unparalleled speed in the primordial wilderness, vanishing in an instant. Fortune smiled upon Shangyang. The great witch Yi was indeed the culprit. This lie has conveniently aligned, for he would not hesitate to kill the emperor's son, and adding Qi Yuan to the mix seems entirely reasonable. He likely wouldn't mind. At that moment, above the eastern sea, a towering giant crouched on a small island, drooling at the sight of a massive barbecue grill before him, upon which was skewered a plucked bird. Oh no! A golden crow, a diminutive human, barely reaching the giant's knee, was rotating the roasted bird while sprinkling cumin, chili powder, and salt as seasonings. Beside him, a fiery red genie beast was diligently stoking the flames. The giant wiped the drool from his mouth. Mu Yun, my little brother, is it not ready yet? It smells too delightful. I can hardly bear it. Do not rush. It will be ready shortly. This golden crow is remarkably fire-resistant. I have extracted its golden crow fire essence, yet it remains difficult to cook thoroughly. Mu Yun grinned, applying more heat. His spirits were high. He had whimsically wandered to the eastern sea and happened upon, shooting the sun. The golden crows were treasures in their own right, and since the ancient witch clan rarely relied on external forces for their physical cultivation, the remains of these 9 golden crows became his bounty, with Mu Yun's only cost being a sumptuous barbecue feast. Soon, the barbecue of the golden crow was complete. Mu Yun produced some celestial wine from the celestial tavern, and the 3 indulged in food and drink. De remarked with nostalgia, the transformation of your human race is remarkable. Not long ago, you were foraging and living in a state of disarray. Now you have established cities. Brother De, are you implying you have visited the city of Xianhuang? Mu Yun bit into the succulent roasted golden crow, savoring the flavors. Indeed, I just came from there. I happened upon those little brats of Emperor Jun who were being particularly arrogant, so I took the opportunity to deal with them. De, in high spirits, down a jar of wine in one go. Ah, what fine wine. Mu Yun was taken aback. With your physique, can you enter the city of Xianhuang without issue? When it comes to mastering the physical form, no one in the primordial wilderness surpasses our witch clan, though we merely enlarge or shrink ourselves. What the demon clan could do, we certainly can as well. He laughed heartily. Those 10 little golden crows were at least at the realm of the great Luo, golden immortal. I never expected them to be so easily defeated in your hands. Mu Yun's expression turned thoughtful. He had witnessed the entire battle, initially expecting a fierce clash, only to witness a one-sided slaughter. It was as if a single arrow had dispatched each one, with a total of 9 arrows fired, resulting in the demise of 9 golden crows, a scene utterly surreal. He shook his head. It is not that they are weak, but rather they have been overly sheltered. They possess cultivation, but lack actual combat experience. Engage in close combat with our witch clan and not retreat immediately after failure. Remaining within my striking range. Was that not courting death? Our witch clan has battled the demons for countless years. We know how to counteract their demonic energy. The arrows I crafted from white pine specifically pierce through various protective demonic auras. Those little golden crows attempted to block my divine arrows with their protective energy. Who else but them should perish? Mu Yun's eyes narrowed. Arrows made from white pine can indeed pierce demonic energy. He had learned something valuable. He would need to gather a significant amount of white pine to forge demon-slaying bows and arrows anew, thus enhancing the human race's power against the demons significantly. The two conversed harmoniously, with even sharing insights on the witch clan's body refinement techniques and the intricacies of various witch runes. Chapter 90. Diversify cultivation. Target Buzhou Mountain by the banks of the Shangshui River. In the city of Xianhuang, Mu Yun lounged lazily in the small garden of the Lord's residence, basking in the sun. With his eyes closed, he rotated his thumbs in a clockwise motion, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. The witch clan's body refinement technique does not merely enhance physical strength. It can transform the human physique into that of the witch clan. The witch clan's bodies are derived from Pangu, who embodies both divinity and demonhood, meaning this body refinement technique is essentially a method for forging a divine demon body, as for the witch runes. They serve as a means to unleash divine demon power. If these two methods were to spread among the human race, would they not become akin to the witch clan? No, that is not quite right. They would be humans practicing the secret arts of the witch clan. Still humans, but perhaps termed witch humans. It seems that he is not as simple-minded as he outwardly appears. Mu Yun suddenly contemplated the emergence of the nine shaman, Qi Yu, and Xing Tian in the future. Had they not been vanquished by the Xianyuan sword-wielding Emperor Xianyuan, the shamans might have ascended as the legitimate lineage of humanity. Soon, however, Mu Yun realized that his anxieties were unfounded. It was utterly impossible for the shaman clan to transform humanity solely through their arcane techniques, as they lacked a crucial element, shamanic blood. Only upon reaching the realm of the great shaman, a status second only to the ancestral shaman within their ranks, could they hope to condense such blood. And the number of great shamans was exceedingly limited. The prospect of the shaman clan reclaiming their former dominance in the primordial world appeared utterly implausible. Subsequently, Mu Yun confidently disseminated the shamanic body refinement methods. In the present day, the cultivation techniques of humanity in Xianhuang City include the Immortal Path and the Golden Core method, transmitted from the great sage of Ta Ching, refined over generations. Necessitating a spiritual root for practice, Su Changqing, hailing from Mount Shu, adhered to a remarkably orthodox form of cultivation. The Shaman Path, focusing primarily on the tempering of the physical form, is suited only for those endowed with exceptional innate constitutions. The prowess of the shaman clan is evident. Thus their methods enjoy considerable popularity. Martial arts, which embraces the path through martial prowess, is accessible to all of humanity, and one must concede that the old turtle sage, despite his lecherous nature, proves to be an excellent mentor. Additionally, several auxiliary cultivation methods exist. Martial soul, which enhances cultivation speed and combat effectiveness through the awakening of one's martial spirit. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong have established a martial soul hall here, assisting individuals in awakening their martial spirits for free, albeit with a low success rate, as this is not the Douluo world. Psychic power, devised by Hisoka, yields unexpected effects when combined with both the shaman path and martial arts. The three forms of haki from the pirate world and the marine six styles have been meticulously compiled in books by Robin, a true scholar, disseminating their remarkable auxiliary benefits. Although the Kido and binding arts from the Bleach world have been shared, they have garnered little interest, not due to their lack of strength, but rather because of their lengthy incantation times. Such protracted spells afford ample opportunity for one's opponent to eliminate you multiple times over. Not everyone possesses the ability to release spells instantaneously without chanting, as do Asuna, Mu Yun, and Zhu Zhuqing. The Qi and blood cultivation method is a perfect complement to the shaman path. The physical prowess of that lad, sure how, has become unfathomable, and Mu Yun suspects he may have reached a level akin to his own.